In the summer of 2007, aboard a Golden Dragon bus heading towards the city from Sisui County in Chuzhou, Jiangnan Province, the passengers were languid and drowsy due to the summer heat, as the distance from the county to the city was considerable. Suddenly, a youthful boy, approximately 1.7 meters tall with a fair complexion and short, tousled hair, jolted awake from a nightmarish slumber. Bewildered, he glanced around, and as a thought crossed his mind, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. And one could fathom the tumultuous horror brewing within him. Isn't this the very bus I took to Chuzhou for my senior year in high school during the summer of '07? How did I end up here? Wasn't I undergoing a tribulation? Could it be? Have I returned? A look of incredulity flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. Chun Beixian, did not perish in the celestial tribulation. I have been reborn to my youthful days on earth. Chun Fan, the esteemed North Xian immortal, also known as Chun Beixian, was a true disciple of the Sanqing immortal under the true martial immortal sect. In his previous life, he was taken from Earth by the Sanqing immortal at around the age of 30, embarking on a journey of cultivation that spanned 5 centuries. His innate talent was extraordinary. Within 500 years, he achieved the tribulation stage. He was hailed as the most promising genius in the cultivation realm in 10,000 years, anticipated to successfully transcend this universe and ascend to the immortal realm. He traversed the cosmos for 500 years, engaging in countless battles with the myriad races of the starry skies, remaining undefeated, and was revered in the cultivation world as the North Xian immortal. Regrettably, he ultimately fell during the heavenly tribulation. It was only at the moment the tribulation descended that Chun Fan realized his seemingly indestructible foundation was riddled with flaws due to his rapid cultivation and unstable roots. Yet a heart, valiant and steadfast as a rock, falters under the tribulations of inner demons. The root of this lies in Chun Fan's 5 centuries of relentless cultivation, during which he cast aside all, leaving behind countless regrets and irreparable sorrows. These burdens lay dormant in the depths of his heart, only to surge forth uncontrollably when the trial of inner demons arrived, rendering him unable to evade them. As Chun Fan endeavored to sense his inner self, he discovered that the boundless power capable of obliterating stars had vanished without a trace. Even his formidable and reputedly indestructible primordial spirit left no evidence of its existence. It appears this is not merely a trial of inner demons. I have truly returned, Chun Fan mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. With the cultivation and insight befitting one at the tribulation stage, he understood that the illusions crafted by inner demons, no matter how lifelike, could never completely strip away the essence of 5 centuries of arduous practice from a transcendent being. There would always remain subtle distinctions from the true cosmos. Now, my being feels utterly empty. My powers, supernatural abilities, primordial spirit, heart of the Tao, and even my treasured artifacts have all dissipated. My powers and abilities belong to a future self. They cannot be transported to the past. At present, I am but an ordinary mortal, vulnerable enough to be felled by a single bullet. Despite the loss of his arduous years of cultivation, he felt no despondency. Instead, a smile broke across his face. Perhaps this is for the best in my previous life. My rapid advancement destabilized my foundation. In this life, I shall tread carefully, ensuring that I perfect each realm, forging an unparalleled foundation of the DAOAS. He smiled, his gaze sharpened, a flicker of flame dancing within. And to those who once inflicted harm upon me, in this life, I shall reclaim every ounce of retribution. Those matters that have left me with lifelong regrets shall never be allowed to transpire again. Though he had devoted himself to diligent self-improvement, the events of the past were never far from his mind. Mother, father, sister-in, and Xiaoqiong, I have returned. This time, I shall not retreat. I will not permit anyone to harm you or demean you. With his head bowed, his gaze was resolute. In his previous life, Chun Fan was born into an ostensibly ordinary yet truly remarkable family in Sihui County, subordinate to Chuzhou City. His father, Chun Kaxing, hailed from the provincial capital of Jinling in Jiangnan, while his mother, Wang Xiaoyun, belonged to a prominent family in the capital of Huaguo. This family was, indeed, one of the most distinguished aristocracies even in the imperial capital of Yanjing. The two were university classmates who had fallen in love freely. Yet, In an era of conservative societal norms, marriages were orchestrated by parental decree, particularly for esteemed families such as the Wang clan of Yanjing. Consequently, the Wang family exerted relentless opposition, with Chun Fan's grandfather even declaring a severance of the father-daughter relationship. In a fit of anger, Wang Xiaoyan chose to sever ties with her family, departing Yanjing with Chun Kashing and returning to Jiangnan province, in a bid to prove himself worthy of their daughter. Chun Kashing opted not to remain in the provincial capital of Jinling, but rather took a position at the county committee office in Sihui County, starting anew. After more than a decade of unwavering effort without relying on any connections, he steadily ascended to the role of deputy county magistrate. Yet, the chasm between his status and that of the Wang family remained insurmountably vast. When Chun Fan was born, the attitudes on both sides began to soften slightly. Chun Fan's maternal grandfather permitted Wang Xiaoyan to return to Yanjing with her husband and son for the new year. The family arrived in Yanjing with great enthusiasm, only to be met with the cold stares and derision of various relatives. In the eyes of the Wang family, Wang Xiaoyun and Chun Kashing had defied the old patriarch's command by clandestinely marrying in some obscure rural corner and having a child, thus bringing shame to the Wang family amidst the elite circles of Yanjing. How dare they return? As for Chun Kexing's modest achievements, they were regarded as a mere joke by the Wang clan. Typically, those who sought the favor of the Wang family were at least regional lords, governing cities, or influential officials overseeing provinces. A mere deputy county head was hardly noteworthy. Reflecting on this, Chun Fan shook his head, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. Wang Chung. Oh, Wang Chung, did you ever imagine I would return? In my previous life, despite my father, mother, and my relentless efforts, we could only look up to you and the Wang family. The lifetime of toil put forth by my parents was but a jest in your eyes. My mother was fiercely determined, yet all she desired was to achieve something worthy of recognition from the Wang family, only to meet such a dismal fate. In this life, I have returned. Though I am merely an ordinary person now, once I reclaim my abilities, I shall pay a visit to Yanjing, shattering the gates of your Wang family and demonstrating what true heights of achievement truly are. Wang Chung is Chun Fan's cousin, the most distinguished figure of the younger generation in the Wang family. In his previous existence, Chun Fan strived desperately to surpass him, only to ultimately despair at the widening chasm between them, akin to a divide as vast as the heavens and the abyss. The last time Chun Fan beheld the Wang family was during his mother's funeral, where the Wang clan sent but a solitary third-generation descendant to pay their respects. It was Wang Chung who attended. Not a single member of his maternal grandfather, grandmother, uncle, or aunt graced the occasion. This was their own daughter, their own sister. At that time, Wang Chung was tall, handsome, and exuded an air of superiority, surrounded by admirers as though he were a noble scion of celestial lineage. Each individual accompanying him was a figure of authority whom Chun Fan felt compelled to revere. Though 5 centuries have elapsed, the visage of the Wang family still stirs a disquiet within him. Cultivation is meant to be a pursuit of one's true nature, a journey of freedom and ease, not merely an exercise in asceticism or responding to malice with virtue. If past grievances are not reconciled and remain festering in the heart, one might suppress them through the strength of will. Yet, when confronted by the tribulations of the heart, even millennia of cultivation can be rendered to naught. By the way, setting aside the Wang family, the Shun Junwen family must still reign as the wealthiest in Chuzhou at this time, Chun Fan mused, gazing out at the landscape of Chuzhou, a sudden thought igniting within him. In recalling Shin Junwen, his mind inevitably wandered to Xiao Qian's woman who had captivated him throughout his life, leaving him with both longing and regret. It was her appearance during the trial of the heart that ultimately led to Chun Fan's spiritual collapse, compelling him to relinquish his resistance, and he was subsequently obliterated by the heavenly tribulation in the previous life. You seized Xiao Qiong from me, forcing me into bankruptcy and a wretched return to Chuzhou, where under my father's directive, I became a mere civil servant, trapped in a monotonous cycle from 9 to 5, living in a haze of disillusionment. That time, you basked in the glow of triumph, while I could do naught but lick my wounds in the shadows like a forsaken dog. Upon this realization, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. Shun Junwan, the scion of the Wanrong Group, a titan in the Chinese real estate sector and the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan province. He was also Zai Qiang's classmate. Furthermore, he was the greatest rival of Chun Fan in his previous life. Not only did he usurp Xiaoqiang, but he was also the principal architect behind the downfall of the Jinxiu Group. In my past life, Xiaoqiang and I were childhood sweethearts. We were separated in our youth, and upon reuniting in university, I believed we would be together forever. Yet, you intervened, and coupled with the opposition from the Fong family, I was ultimately forced to part ways with Xiaoqiang. The last time I saw her was at a class reunion, only to hear the news of her engagement to you. Can you fathom the despair that engulfed my heart at that moment? Had it not been for the passage of the celestial Qing, I might have leapt from that rooftop, bringing an end to this sorrowful existence. Chun Fan recounted softly. These events had transpired hundreds of years ago, and he should have long since forgotten them. Yet, each of his unadorned words seemed to carry the weight of an ancient, icy wind sweeping across the Arctic tundra. I shall never forget the moment before I took that leap. From that point onward, Chun Fan ceased to exist. What remained was Chun Beixian, the Beixian immortal of the Zhenwu immortal sect. Thanks to you, I was able to devote myself to cultivation, advancing with relentless vigor, ultimately achieving transcendence after 5 centuries. Tell me, should I not repay you for this? A sardonic smile played upon Chun Fan's lips. If Chun Fan's previous life was riddled with failures, then Shun Junwen was undoubtedly basking in the glory of success. His mother's passing, the collapse of his career, and the impoverished state of his early life were significantly attributed to the suppression by the Shun family. In his previous life, Chun Fan was utterly defeated before Shun Junwen, losing everything: his career, his existence, and his love. Contemplating this, a fierce glint ignited in Chun Fan's eyes. Shun Junwen, the Fong family, the Wang family, and Wang City, he declared, you never anticipated my return from the clutches of death. In this life, I shall personally strip you of everything you hold dear, returning to you the humiliations of the past, one by one. In his former existence, he endured 30 years of abject poverty, experiencing failure at every turn, and facing countless glares of disdain and ridicule. Now, reborn with the memories of 5 centuries of cultivation, he has returned to exact vengeance, yearning to unleash the pent-up grievances that have long burdened his heart. Chapter 2. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone jolted Chun Fan awake. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw the caller ID read, Mom. Hello. Is this Xiao Fan? You must be nearing Chuzhou by now. Your Aunt Tang should be waiting for you outside the station. I've arranged for her to find a place in Chuzhou to help look after you. Make sure to focus on your studies there. Don't think me unkind. You are aware of your academic performance. If you do not strive diligently, you may not gain admission to a good university. That's why I leveraged my connections to enroll you in the finest Ivy League school in the city. Please listen to Aunt Tang. She was my business partner in Chuzhou during my early years and is a genuinely good person. As her stern voice, one he had not heard for countless years, echoed in his ears, a warm current flowed through Chun Fan's heart, and he felt his eyes moisten unexpectedly. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. I will study hard in Chuzhou, Chun Fan replied softly. Since the year he graduated from university and lost his mother, he had not heard her voice again. In the recesses of Chun Fan's past memories, the term mother felt like a distant concept. Their encounters had been few and far between. Wang Xiaoyun was an ambitious woman. After enduring ridicule and disdain from the Wang family, she sought to achieve success to prove herself. Thus, when Chun Fan was very young, she and his sister Anya moved to Zhonghai, starting from scratch to establish the Jinxi Group. By the time Chun Fan entered university, the Jinxi Group had successfully gone public, becoming a titan in the real estate industry of Zhonghai, with Wang Xiaoan amassing a fortune worth billions, earning her the title of the Queen of Zhonghai South real estate sector. Regrettably, following a tragic accident, Chun Fan's mother suffered a car crash, and the Jinxiu Group was subsequently absorbed by the Wanrong Group of the Shin family. Left in a state of disarray, Chun Fan returned to Chuzhou alone. His mother, who visited only once or twice a year, left a vague impression on him. However, after her accident, he realized the depth of his reliance on her. She was the cornerstone and source of faith for their family. Chun Fan vividly recalls the night his father received the news. His hair turned gray overnight, as if his vitality had been drained away. By the way, your Aunt Tang has a little girl named Jiang Churin, who excels academically. Your aunt expressed a desire to introduce you to. Your mother has no objections, but remember that academics come first. Don't let romance distract you from your studies. Wang Xiaoyan admonished. At this, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of mother wishes for her child, still in their final year of high school, to engage in romance? With a hint of exasperation, he replied, Mom, I will definitely get into a good school. Please take care of your health and safety in Zhonghai. And don't overexert yourself. Isn't Sister Anya about to graduate? Let her assist you more so you can ease your burden. All right. When did I start managing my own mother? She laughed lightly, before hastily adding, I must attend to matters at the company. I'll hang up now. The money has already been deposited into your account, so spend it wisely. With that, Wang Xiaoyan ended the call. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head. Though his mother was a strong woman, she often approached her work carelessly, without his sister Anya keeping an eye on things. One could only imagine the mishaps that might have occurred. The thought of Anya brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. If one were to ponder what, apart from Xiao Qiong, constitutes Chen Fan's greatest regret, it would undoubtedly be his parents and Anya. In my previous life, I ultimately wronged Sister An, and in this existence, I find myself at a loss as to how to repay her kindness. Chen Fan remained silent. Matters of the heart are not easily articulated by outsiders. As he mused, the Jinlong bus had already arrived at the station, the driver urging everyone to disembark promptly. Upon reaching the station and gazing at the familiar Chuzhou City bus terminal, bustling with a ceaseless tide of people, Chen Fan experienced a moment of disorientation. It was only then that he fully accepted that he had indeed been reborn, returning once more to the age of 17. The mundane world must ultimately be traversed again. In this life, what have I to fear? A faint smile graced his lips as he followed the crowd toward the exit. At this moment, outside the Chuzhou bus station, onlookers cast astonished glances toward a particular direction. A dazzling, eye-catching red Audi A6, an imported model, was parked there. This 2007 high-end version could fetch between 600,000 to 700,000, making it a luxury vehicle in Chuzhou at that time. While Chuzhou may not be a flourishing metropolis, it ranks respectably within Jiangnan province, where one could frequently encounter Porsche and Ferrari sports cars. However, the true allure lay in the striking duo standing in front of the car. The elder, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed a stunning visage, clad in a well-tailored black suit complemented by a white blouse, nude stockings, and high heels. She sported an exquisite makeup look, embodying the essence of a mature, elite professional. The younger one, in the bloom of youth, was just over 16, tall, and strikingly similar to the older beauty, though her features were even more captivating, exuding an air of cool aloofness. It was Aunt Tang and her daughter Jiang Chuan. At that moment, Jiang Chuan was frowning, scanning the exit of the bus station. Mom, when will he arrive? Why don't you give him a call to hurry him up? Jiang Chuan said impatiently. My dear child, can't you wait just 10 minutes? Aunt Tang replied helplessly, furrowing her brow. This boy was the child of her best friend from her younger days in Chuzhou. Being sent to Chuzhou to attend the final year of high school, it was his first time venturing out alone for studies, and since Wang Xiaoyan entrusted him to her, she felt compelled to take care of him diligently. Chen Fan is a very earnest boy. When he arrives, please be mindful of your words. You two will be classmates from now on, so it's important that you interact well. He just came from Sichuan province and is unfamiliar with the area. You must look after him, Aunt Tang advised. All right, I understand, Mom. Please stop repeating yourself, Jiang Chuan sighed, feeling a wave of irritation. Just because her mother's friend's child was coming to study in Chuzhou, she had been dragged to the bus station in the scorching sun for 10 minutes. Moreover, she had plans to enjoy coffee with her best friend at Starbucks that afternoon, and now those plans seemed to be in jeopardy. What was worse, her mother seemed to be orchestrating a match between them. The young girl was quite sensitive to such matters. Even a few casual remarks from Aunt Tang had caused her to sense the underlying intention, instantly heightening her resistance and leaving her with an unfavorable impression of this yet-to-be-met classmate. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Aunt Tang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A boy with a warm smile politely greeted her mother. Was this Chen Fan? Jiang Chuan scanned the surroundings with an impassive expression, standing at around 1.70 meters. Her canvas shoes were nearly of the same height as his. Her appearance was rather unremarkable, at best classified as delicate, but certainly not striking. Notably, even with her limited understanding of luxury brands, she could discern that he was clad in commonplace labels, with his attire costing no more than 1,000 in total. Had her affluent friend, who adored Louis Vuitton and Prada, been present, she would undoubtedly have ridiculed him. A flicker of disdain passed through Jiang Chuan's eyes. This Chun Fan does not seem particularly capable. He pales in comparison to Li Yichen and his peers, she thought, shaking her head inwardly. Li Yichen, her classmate, was the student council president and the son of the vice mayor of Chuzhou, a figure of considerable renown within the school. With both his looks and pedigree, he was of the highest caliber and also one of Jiang Chuan's admirers, to whom she felt quite positively inclined. To the outside world, they appeared to be a couple. Aunt Tang smiled warmly at Chun Fan, pleased with the handsome youth before her, and introduced, Xiao Fan, this is my daughter, Jiang Chuan. She will be entering her senior year next semester at the same school as you, 3 months your junior. You may call her Ranan, and I trust you will look after her well. Chun Fan nodded with a smile, saying, rest assured, Aunt Tang, Ranan will be like a little sister to me, and I shall protect her. He turned to face the girl he had once cherished in his past life, the one who had caused him pain and whom he had long since forgotten. Jiang Chuan, Tang Yi's daughter, a classmate of his senior year, could be considered the first girl Chun Fan had feelings for in his previous life. Back in 2007, although the real estate boom had yet to sweep through the country, and his mother was not yet the future queen of the China overseas land and investment industry, Chun Fan was merely an ordinary youth who had spent 17 years in the small county of Qi County, hardly venturing beyond its borders. At that time, I ran from the backward little county to the bustling Chuzhou, feeling utterly out of place, suddenly encountering a beautiful girl like Jiang Chuan, who hailed from an affluent family in Chuzhou, naturally ignited my youthful fantasies, especially with Aunt Tang's enthusiastic matchmaking. Chun Fan chuckled, reminiscing about the innocent emotions of his youth. Unfortunately, with Jiang Chuan's lofty standards, how could she have ever taken notice of someone like me back then? He shook his head. He recalled that she was infatuated with the school's charismatic figure, Li Yichen, the son of the deputy mayor of Chuzhou. The two eventually attended China Overseas University together, soaring to new heights while he wallowed in despair for an extended period. Looking back now, it indeed seems laughable. He was no longer the same person he had been 500 years ago. Why should he continue to dwell on an unfulfilled crush? Chun Fan extended his hand. Hello. Classmate Ruan, my name is Chun Fan, from Qi County. From now on, we shall be classmates. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Despite her past wounds, she was Aunt Tang's daughter, and he vowed to protect her, ensuring that Aunt Tang would not be saddened. The girl had encountered many who were mesmerized by her beauty, yet boys with such clear, sincere gazes as Chun Fan's were rare, though not conventionally handsome. He possessed a refreshing demeanor that was undeniably pleasant to behold. Regrettably, my family's background and abilities are somewhat lacking, so I can only be an ordinary friend. The girl sighed inwardly, yet graciously extended her delicate hand, saying, all right, but do not forget your words when the time comes. Although Jiang Chuan spoke this way, she merely smiled inwardly and dismissed it entirely. Her father was a high-ranking government official, her mother owned a company with assets in the millions, and she was quite beautiful, attracting many suitors from influential families. What matter could possibly require Chun Fan's assistance? Aunt Tang smiled and said, hurry and get in the car. Let us first drop off your belongings at your new home, and then we shall head to our house for lunch, where I will introduce you to your uncle. All right. Chun Fan replied with a nod and a smile. Once in the car, they headed to Chun Fan's rental residence in the lakeside community. This was a mid-range residential area in Chuzhou, boasting ample greenery and, crucially, proximity to Yangue Lake, offering picturesque views. It was also a mere 10-minute walk from Ivy League High School, where he studied. The apartment featured 3 bedrooms and a living room, exquisitely decorated. It was equipped with air conditioning, hot water, a bathtub, a television, a sofa, and a refrigerator, indicating Aunt Tang had invested considerable effort into finding this place. Thank you, Aunt Tang, for your thoughtfulness. Chun Fan expressed his sincere gratitude. Aunt Tang was one of the few individuals who genuinely cared for him in his previous life. She was a partner of his mother, Wang Shaoan, and managed a successful architectural design firm with assets totaling in the millions, embodying the essence of a strong, accomplished woman. During his high school years, he struggled academically, leading his mother to enroll him in Chuzhou's finest private high school, Ivy League High School, where Aunt Tang consistently looked after him. Once again, assistance was sought in finding a rental abode, accompanied by daily invitations for meals at home, and the desire to introduce her daughter to him. Whether in his prime or later in his destitution, Aunt Tang treated him with unwavering affection. You see, my dear, your mother entrusted you to me, and here you are, all alone in Chuzhou. I only have my daughter, Ran, and I've always wished for a son. Henceforth, consider my home as your own, Aunt Tang said with a gentle smile. Chen Fan nodded earnestly. In this lifetime, he wished to repay Aunt Tang's kindness from his previous existence. Sensing the sincerity in his words, Aunt Tang's impression of him grew even more favorable. Compared to Li Chen, whom she had met a few times but regarded as overly calculating and unsuitable, she found herself preferring Chen Fan. He came from a respectable background, with a father serving in a minor official capacity and a mother engaged in business, making them well-matched. Most importantly, he appeared to be an honest and trustworthy young man. As they exited the lakeside community, the car made its way to Aunt Tang's residence. Jiang Chuan and Chun Fan occupied the back seat, exchanging a few indifferent remarks. However, their interests and social circles were vastly different, leaving little to discuss. Chun Fan offered a polite smile, leaned against the window, and closed his eyes, feigning exhaustion. Jiang Chuan waited for a moment, and seeing him silent, turned her gaze towards the window. Although she found a favorable first impression of this young man, she was herself a celebrated figure at school, admired and pursued, with high standards and strict upbringing. Chun Fan had yet to reach a level that prompted her to initiate conversation. Moreover, she has witnessed numerous attempts by individuals who seek to attract girls through unconventional means. Nowadays, even children comprehend the concept of contrarian behavior. Unfortunately, Miss Jiang is not swayed by such tactics. She only admires those with genuine capabilities. Regrettably, Chun Fan is not as contemplative as she perceives. He is preoccupied with the matters of his cultivation in this lifetime. Chapter 3. The Realm of Cultivation for Chun Fan. The foremost priority at present was to resume his cultivation. Cultivators are categorized into 8 distinct realms: refining Qi, innate, golden core, nascent soul, transformation of spirit, returning to emptiness, harmonizing with Tao, and crossing tribulations. His master, the Sanqing Immortal, had lived for 840,000 years, yet had only attained the harmonizing with Tao realm, also known as true immortal, with a lifespan reaching 1 million years. Within the cosmos, these beings are regarded as the pinnacle of the myriad races among the stars, capable of shattering celestial bodies with a mere strike, devouring suns, and creating worlds from the void with ease. In his previous life, Chun Fan had achieved the crossing tribulation stage within 500 years, surpassing his master, and was revered as the North Xian immortal sovereign among the true immortals. Those who can cross tribulations are exceedingly rare, hence this stage is also referred to as immortal sovereign or sovereign of 10,000 immortals. However, the crossing tribulation stage felt exceedingly distant for the current Chun Fan. In my previous life, I had returned to Earth, where the spiritual energy had completely withered, rendering it unsuitable for cultivators. Compared to the sacred cultivation grounds of the true martial immortal sect and the Qi Ming realm established by my master, even the weakest life-bearing star among humanity surpassed Earth in vitality and prosperity. As Chun Fan activated his techniques to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, he pondered quietly. The last time he returned to Earth was over a century ago, having achieved the transformation of spirit stage through immense toil, traversing countless voids to return to his homeland. By then, Earth had undergone profound changes. The landscape was unrecognizable, and even nations had ceased to exist. Countries had united to form the Earth Federation, colonizing Mars and stepping beyond the solar system into the interstellar age. During that period, Chun Fan lived on Earth for 20 years, yet sensed no presence of any cultivators. The spiritual energy of this world is slightly better than it will be a century hence, yet it is perilously close to depletion. He silently shook his head. Even with practitioners around, the utmost they could achieve is barely reaching the innate realm. I fear I may be the sole cultivator in existence on Earth. Chun Fan understood the implications of this all too well. With merely a modicum of cultivation, he could likely traverse the Earth with unassailable confidence. To him, possessing the ability to protect his family and stand fearless against modern weaponry, missiles, aircraft, and artillery, merely required the innate level of cultivation. Without attaining the innate realm, one could not even step through the threshold of cultivation. They would be unworthy of the title cultivator. Since he was a great practitioner in the tribulation stage, reborn, it would take but a few years to return to the innate realm. Even in this world of dwindling spiritual energy, as he drove along, the density of spiritual energy fluctuated, necessitating the search for a locus of energy concentration for effective cultivation. Should he also discover some extraordinary spiritual treasures, he could confidently anticipate breaking through to the innate realm within 3 years. Reflecting on this, Chen Fan suddenly chuckled at his own naivety. I may be overestimating the situation, given Earth's spiritual environment. It is unlikely that any rare materials or even slightly aged medicinal herbs remain unharvested. Lost in thought, the car approached Aunt Tang's residence. Chen Fan's rented lakeside apartment was situated on the outskirts of Zhongxing District, near Yinshan District, directly facing the vast expanse of Yangui Lake, a mid-range property in Chuzhou. In contrast, Aunt Tang resided in a quaint villa cluster within Yinshan District, a mere few minutes' drive away. Along the lakeside road, upon reaching the foot of the misty mountain, Chen Fan opened his eyes and caught sight of the name of the villa district, Longjing Garden. In the recesses of Chen Fan's past memories, Longjing Garden was regarded as a prestigious residential area in Chuzhou, where a modest villa could command a price of 1 to 2 million. This was a far cry from the future Chuzhou, where prices in the city center could soar to over 10,000 per square meter. At this moment, the real estate market had not yet inflated. Properties akin to those in the lakeside community could be acquired for merely 3 to 400,000. Seemingly noticing his gaze through the rearview mirror, Aunt Tang took the initiative to share. Aside from Yangui Lake, the most renowned site in Chuzhou is undoubtedly Misty Mountain. Longjing Garden is not even the finest in Chuzhou. Situated at the foot of Misty Mountain, the price here is merely 7,000 per square meter. The truly luxurious residences are perched halfway up the mountain. It is said that when one awakens in the morning, stepping outside reveals a scene enveloped in mist, where clouds and mountains intertwine, hence the name Misty Mountain. As she spoke, a glimmer of envy sparkled in Aunt Tang's eyes. There, a single residence can fetch tens of millions, with the least expensive starting at over 10 million. The wealthiest in Chuzhou developed this area, and it is home to genuine tycoons and affluent business magnates from the south. Even if I were to sell the company I have painstakingly built over my lifetime, it would hardly suffice to purchase a property there. Aunt Tang shook her head with a sigh. The wealthiest in Chuzhou? Is it the Shen family? A flicker of realization passed through Chen Fan's eyes. Yet he smiled and replied, to me, Aunt Tang, this house is already quite splendid. My family in Sisui County only possesses a modest 100 square meter apartment, allocated by the government, and we still reside there. Chen Fan paused for a moment and then remarked, if Aunt Tang truly enjoys it, once I start earning, I shall gift her several sets, so she can awaken each day to behold the sea of clouds. For a cultivator, a villa is hardly a concern. Once I attain innate mastery, the opulent mansions across the land will be mine for the choosing, and I may not even bat an eye at them. Eventually, we shall create a celestial abode, perched upon the clouds, where we can witness the sunrise at dawn and the moonrise amidst the stars at night. What grand residence could rival such a sight? Upon hearing this, Aunt Tang, half jokingly and half pleased, responded, all right, I shall await your promise. Bring your mother back as well. She shouldn't be troubled by real estate companies. The two of us could settle in that bustling metropolis of Shanghai, where everything is unfamiliar, and that would be rather pitiful. One for me. One for her, perfect for our retirement. We could stroll around the shops together, indulge in spa treatments, and no longer be burdened by daily worries over the company. Jiang Churan, listening nearby, couldn't help but furrow her brow. The luxurious villas at Yunwu Mountain, each costing several tens of millions, were beyond the imagination of even the wealthiest classmates she knew, who would never dare boast of such grandiosity. Only the richest in Chuzhou would possess such audacity. It seemed he was yet another who delighted in grandiose claims, boasting of his accomplishments. She felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated something more extraordinary, only to find him no different from the ordinary boys. At that moment, the car came to a halt before a 2-story Western-style villa adorned with a garden. They had arrived at their destination. Aunt Tang's home was elegantly decorated, featuring exquisite high-quality imitation blue and white porcelain vases, fine furniture crafted from golden silk rosewood, and elegant orchids tastefully arranged throughout. On the wall, a calligraphic banner elegantly proclaims, gentle breeze and pleasant harmony. These 4 characters are derived from the esteemed work preface to the Orchid Pavilion by the Sage of Calligraphy, often gifted to female friends. Though the signature may not belong to a renowned master, the strokes exhibit a remarkable flourish. Upon entering the hall, one notices a cultured, middle-aged gentleman with glasses, engrossed in the broadcast of Chuzhou news on television. He is none other than Jiang Churan's father, Jiang Haishan, the current deputy director of the Chuzhou Municipal Government Office. Although his rank is modest, his proximity to the power center of Chuzhou, akin to a close minister to the emperor, should not be underestimated. As Chun Fan enters and offers his respects, Jiang Haishan nods slightly from the sofa. Xiao Fan, please take a seat. Renan, go and prepare tea for your father and our guest. Just a moment, I will quickly heat up a couple of dishes. Aunt Tang instructs Chun Fan while guiding her daughter before making her way into the kitchen. Jiang Chuan responds affirmatively, retrieving an exquisite Yixing purple clay teapot set. To Chun Fan's surprise, Jiang Chuan's tea brewing technique is fluid and graceful, her demeanor poised and elegant, clearly a result of expert training. A detail he had overlooked in his previous life. Jiang Haishan remains intently focused on the television until the news concludes, at which point he turns to inquire. How is your father, County Head Chen? The last time we met was at the municipal government meeting 6 months ago. My father is in good health. He even mentioned Uncle Jiang. Chun Fan replies, bowing slightly. At this moment, his father holds the position of deputy county head of Sihua County, ranking similarly to Jiang Haishan. However, one is situated at the power center of Chuzhou, while the other resides in the remote Sihue County. Their prospects and levels of significance are starkly different. Jiang Haishan nodded. Director Chun is indeed a young talent. His previous proposal, a brief analysis of sustainable development and environmental policy choices in county economics, received high praise from the mayor, who remarked on his international perspective, asserting that future economic development cannot overlook the path of environmental protection. Chun Fan offered a faint smile. In truth, he was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of economic development. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen the once flourishing Jinxiu group crumble under his stewardship in such a brief period. Noticing his apparent lack of understanding in this field, Jiang Haishan subtly furrowed his brow before shifting the topic. I heard from Aunt Tang that your mother's South real estate company in Zhonghai City is thriving. Many experts predict a significant growth in the national housing market from next year to the year after. Your mother has chosen a promising industry with great potential. Chun Fan humbly replied, my mother's endeavors are merely small-scale. Aunt Tang's architectural design company holds the true prospect for the future. Jiang Haishan shook his head. You are overestimating Aunt Tang. Her company has only a handful of employees and earns just a few $100,000 a year. How can that compare to your mother's large enterprise? Chun Fan chuckled. I am not being modest. My mother's company is not large and only makes a meager profit. Oh, Jiang Haishan's brow tightened. What Chun Fan said seemed at odds with what he had heard. Yet, the boy appeared quite honest and did not seem to be lying. It was likely that the rumors he had heard were exaggerated. Indeed, how could two women, unfamiliar with the bustling metropolis of Zhonghai, establish a formidable real estate company from scratch within just a few years? It is merely a case of hearsay, he pondered, his smile fading slightly. How are your studies progressing? Chun Fan, unaware that his modesty was taken seriously by Jiang Haishan, replied, I am merely among the top 500 in our county. Aunt Tang mentioned that Ran ranks within the top 50 at school, and I should seek her guidance. Chu State governs 3 counties and 5 districts, and among the 8 districts and counties, Sisui County ranks last in both economy and education. To be within the top 500 in Sisui County means that, let alone prestigious universities, even gaining admission to a second-tier institution is uncertain. Upon hearing that he only ranks within the top 500 in his studies, Jiang Haishan's brows furrowed even more deeply, his smile entirely dissipating. He stated solemnly, since your mother sent you to Chu State for your education, you must prioritize your studies and refrain from indulging in distractions. Family can only assist you temporarily. It cannot secure your future. Your achievements depend on your own efforts, and academic qualifications are essential as a stepping stone. They hold significance in any field. Chun Fan paid no heed to Jiang Haishan's expression and replied, unperturbed, Uncle Jiang, you speak wisely. In this lifetime, he did not place much emphasis on academics. As a distinguished cultivator, if he were to apply himself earnestly, achieving the highest national ranking would pose no challenge. Jiang Haishan continued to converse with him for a while, but noticing his shallow understanding of many subjects, he could not help but silently shake his head, feeling thoroughly disappointed in this child from his wife's sister's family. He recalled the child of Vice Mayor Li whom he had previously encountered. The boy was not only academically gifted but also tall and handsome, exhibiting a maturity in his speech and actions. He possessed his own insights into various economic and political matters. While perhaps not profoundly deep, they were certainly refreshing. In stark contrast, Chun Fan paled significantly. It seemed he ought to mention to his wife that this boy was entirely unworthy of Ran. Jiang Haishan mused internally. Aunt Tang had previously hinted at a desire to bring the two together, but he had remained non-committal, preferring to assess the situation upon meeting. Now, having met, he was greatly disappointed. Furthermore, given Ranran's elevated standards, she would surely not be interested in him. Jiang Haishan held firm confidence in his daughter's judgment. Chapter 4. The Void Body Refinement Technique. The meal was rather tasteless. The Jiang family adhered strictly to the principle of no conversation during meals, no chatter before sleep. Chun Fan relished the tranquility, savoring the flavors in silence. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed the comforts of home-cooked cuisine, especially the dishes crafted by Aunt Tang herself. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. In his past life, Aunt Tang's later years were marked by an unhappy marriage. Jiang Haishan, who eventually rose to prominence, frequently engaged in social obligations, often neglecting the comforts of home. During those times of hardship, Chun Fan often found solace in Aunt Tang's kitchen, where her culinary creations surpassed all others in flavor. Indeed, Aunt Tang possessed both beauty and grace. Her heart as exquisite as her skills in the kitchen. It was a pity she had married a man so consumed by the pursuit of power. Chun Fan shook his head inwardly, sighing softly. Seizing a moment, Aunt Tang turned to him and said, Xiao Fan, now that you are in Chuzhou, let Ranan take you to the city center for a stroll, and perhaps you can pick up some toiletries. After all, this rental lacks the amenities of home. Certainly, I would appreciate Ranan's assistance, Chun Fan replied amiably. Jiang Churan nodded reluctantly, her mind already made up to send him on his way as soon as they stepped outside. Once they finished their meal, Chun Fan bid farewell to Aunt Tang with a smile. However, as they exited, the smile on Jiang Churan's face faded. Avoiding eye contact with Chun Fan, she coldly stated, I have matters to attend to. You may explore on your own. After a brief pause, she added with a hint of concern, you know how to get a taxi to the city center, right? Chun Fan, instead of clinging to her for assistance, simply nodded and replied, I know the way. Jiang Churan stood there, watching the solitary figure of the youth fade into the distance. A fleeting pang of sympathy coursed through her, igniting an impulse to call him back. Yet, as she reflected on the disparity between them, she restrained herself. Reminding her heart, Jiang Churan, the chasm between you is insurmountable. There is no possibility for you two. It is best to sever any lingering thoughts. Upon entering the house, Aunt Tang inquired curiously, where is Xiao Fan? Why didn't you accompany him on a shopping trip? Jiang Churan replied nonchalantly, he said he was fine on his own. Nearby. Jiang Haishan scoffed, that young man thinks he can pursue my daughter? He truly is unaware of his own limitations. At his level, aspiring to ascend further entails aligning oneself with influential government figures or seeking positions of authority in the districts. At such a juncture, having support from someone within the municipal committee could save an immense amount of time and effort. This is the nature of politics. Having connections makes governance easier. It seems the son of Vice Mayor Li harbors a particular fondness for his daughter, Jiang Churan, as they are classmates. Vice Mayor Li has mentioned him a few times, prompting Jiang Haishan to take notice. However, his daughter is still young, and he preferred not to be overly proactive. When Chun Fan visited, he initially thought that the young man's family background or capabilities might rival those of Vice Mayor Li's son, perhaps warranting an opportunity. To his dismay, upon meeting, he found the disparity to be staggering, far greater than that with Li Chen. After expressing his disappointment, he turned and complained, in the future, do not bring just anyone before my daughter. She is still young, and her education is paramount. Aunt Tang's expression shifted dramatically, her brows knitting in anger. Jiang Haishan, how can you speak like that? Am I not allowed to care for my own daughter? Upon witnessing the escalating argument between his parents, Jiang Churan exhaled deeply and retreated to his room, harboring an increasing disdain for Chun Fan, the catalyst of this discord. In contrast, Chun Fan remained indifferent. In his eyes, the Jiang father and daughter held little significance. After departing from the Longjing Garden Villa complex, he chose not to hail a cab, instead leisurely strolling along the banks of Yangue Lake. As he walked, he attuned himself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the atmosphere. The distribution of this energy was not static, it flowed like water, gravitating towards lower elevations. Consequently, certain areas became rich in spiritual energy, akin to the depths of the ocean, which were deemed paradisiacal realms. Conversely, some locales possessed only a meager essence, reminiscent of shallow streams, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation. After traversing several kilometers along the lakeshore, he finally came to a halt. This location appeared to be the most concentrated source of spiritual energy within a radius of several kilometers. To seek an even richer source, he would likely need to delve deeper into the misty mountains. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself amidst a secluded grove of willows. Despite the sweltering summer, a refreshing breeze wafted through the area. Chun Fan settled beneath an ancient willow tree, adopting a cross-legged position as he faced the gently rippling waters of Yangui Lake. Yangui Lake, the largest body of water in Chuzhou, is situated near the urban center, with numerous residential complexes and commercial streets, along with hotels, established in its vicinity. Thus, although Chuzhou lies in the northern part of Jiangnan province, it retains an essence reminiscent of the south. Sitting beneath the willow, gazing across the vast expanse of the lake while being caressed by the gentle breeze, he felt a refreshing relief despite the summer heat. Although cultivators are categorized into 8 major realms: Qi refinement, innate, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, returning to void, harmonization, and tribulation, Qi refinement is merely the initial stage. However, even within the Qi refinement phase, there exist 3 minor realms: foundation establishment, profound understanding, and divine C. The foundation establishment stage serves as the gateway for cultivators. Upon achieving it, one possesses the strength to lift immense weights effortlessly and moves with the swiftness of a galloping steed, transcending the limits of the human body and progressing towards a non-human form. Furthermore, one can condense true essence within and inscribe talismans, allowing for the manifestation of minor spells. The profound understanding and divine C stages are collectively referred to as the realm of divine powers. Upon reaching these 2 realms, cultivators acquire divine abilities, capable of summoning winds and rains, and transforming beings into soldiers, appearing as deities in the eyes of mortals. As for the innate realm that follows Qi refinement, it allows one to ride the winds for 90,000 miles, with a lifespan exceeding 500 years. If this isn't the essence of immortality, then what is? The innate stage feels distant. It is prudent to begin with foundation establishment. Chun Fan pondered, contemplating the method to establish his foundation. The reason for his demise in the tribulation of his previous life, apart from his inner demons, was also due to an unstable foundation. Chun Fan began to reflect on his past mistakes. Ultimately, his singular focus on cultivation and relentless pursuit of breakthroughs led to a fragile grounding across the various realms. Though he had lost all his cultivation this time, it could be regarded as a blessing, granting him the opportunity to start anew. Only by solidifying his foundation could he erect a towering edifice. With this thought, Chun Fan couldn't help but sigh, lamenting not only his grave mistakes from his past life, but also marveling at the fortuity and wonder of his rebirth. Though the foundation establishment stage is merely the first realm of a cultivator, it may appear insignificant. However, in order to forge an unparalleled foundation for the Tao, Chun Fan resolved in this lifetime to tread steadily, perfecting every realm he traversed. The myriad secret techniques and divine arts I have amassed over 5 centuries are as vast as the ocean, not to mention the celestial methods that directly point to the Great Way. There are a staggering 13,726 cultivation methods merely for the foundation establishment stage. In my previous life, I practiced the true martial foundation establishment chapter, a rudimentary text for low-ranking disciples of the true martial immortal sect. Yet in this life, I aspire for perfection and must eschew such superficial methods. With regard to the path of cultivation in this lifetime, he had long devised a plan to adopt the void body refinement technique of the Great Tao sect. This sect is also a prominent faction in the universe's cultivation realm. Although they have not produced any peerless masters, their methods for refining Qi and establishing foundations are renowned worldwide. It is said that if one cultivates the void body refinement technique to its utmost, their magical power would surpass that of other Qi refining cultivators by several folds, establishing a firm foundation that would not hinder future transformations. Moreover, the techniques of this lineage emphasize inclusivity and the assimilation of myriad elements. Given that I cultivate in a realm where spiritual energy is nearly depleted, I must rely on various medicinal herbs, treasures, and even malevolent and yin energies, among other means, to assist my cultivation. Utilizing the foundation establishment methods of the Great Tao sect is undoubtedly the most fitting choice, Chun Fan mused. The so-called malevolent energy, yin energy, and death energy, akin to spiritual energy, are all forms of energy present in the universe. However, spiritual energy is abundant and permeates every life-bearing star. making it more suitable for cultivation. In contrast, the other energies necessitate specialized techniques for extraction. A typical cultivator, in the absence of extraordinary methods, must at least reach the golden core stage to effortlessly absorb the myriad energies of the universe. However, the Dao sect's void body refinement technique allows practitioners to acquire certain golden core capabilities even during the foundation establishment phase. The term void signifies the vastness of the cosmos, the boundlessness of space, and the countless energies that can be amalgamated into a singular entity. Whether it is the celestial power of the stars or the demonic essence from the Earth's veins, the void body refinement technique welcomes all. Thus, the Dao sect proudly claims, with myriad paths, we stand alone. Regrettably, despite its lofty ambitions, the Dao sect's aspiration to fuse all paths into one is a challenge exceeding even that of ascension, relegating it to a mid-tier position among the various sects in the realm of cultivation. Chun Fan sighed softly, shaking his head. While the Dao sect's intentions were commendable, true cultivation ultimately emphasizes precision and singularity. The true martial immortal sect, with its focus on mastery of one discipline, produces true immortals who dominate the heavens. Resolutely, he began to recall the incantations of the void body refinement technique. This foundational technique of the Dao sect is not merely an art of Qi refinement. It equally emphasizes the honing of the physical body, embodying the principle of cultivating both inner and outer strength. As he gradually immersed himself in his cultivation, his body seemed to transform into a black hole, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and various forms of energy that surged towards him. Strangely, within a radius of 10 meters, the wind ceased to blow, and even the branches of the willow trees stood still. Time flowed on, the moon descended, and the golden crow rose in the east. It was already dawn. Remarkably, he had been sitting cross-legged beneath the tree, practicing for an entire night. Fortunately, this secluded area, although part of a lakeside park, saw few visitors, thus sparing him any disturbances. As the sun rose, Chun Fan suddenly opened his mouth, and a stream of air, akin to a white silk ribbon, burst forth violently, extending several meters and producing a hiss as it sliced through the air, as if piercing the very atmosphere. This white ribbon lingered in the air for several minutes before gradually dissipating, a sight both extraordinary and peculiar. Chapter 5. A Martial Arts Expert? At this moment, Chun Fan slowly opened his eyes. Should anyone have been paying attention, they would have noticed that his eyes gleamed like light bulbs. After a considerable time, the brilliance in his gaze gradually diminished. The void body refinement technique is indeed the foremost foundational method of this era. To my astonishment, during my initial practice, I have directly shattered the threshold and entered the early stage of foundation establishment. At my current pace of cultivation, I shall reach the profound realm within 6 months at most, Chun Fan mused. He had not anticipated such rapid progress in cultivation on Earth. While this was partly due to his reincarnation and renewed training, it also attested to the remarkable nature of the Taoist foundational methods. Chun Fan stood up, and, with a sudden shake, his body emitted a series of crackling sounds, akin to popping beans. Clenching his fists, he felt as if an inexhaustible power surged within him. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch that struck a nearby willow tree. The ancient willow, capable of being embraced by 2 individuals, trembled violently, shedding countless leaves. Upon retracting his fist, Chun Fan beheld a fist imprint several inches deep left upon the tree. This willow, likely over a century old, possessed an incredibly dense wood. A strike of such magnitude could potentially puncture a human being. It is worth noting that this was merely his first session of practice, and as his cultivation deepens, breaking this willow with a single punch would become trivial. Moreover, he had not employed any inner true essence, relying solely on the strength of his physique. The void body refinement technique not only cultivates qi, but also refines the body. At this moment, Chun Fan could be considered half a superhuman. He shook his head. In comparison to his previous life's ability to shatter stars with a mere snap, this few-inch imprint seemed rather insignificant. He sighed, realizing that he still had much to cultivate. Suddenly, he noticed the sun leaping forth from the distant lake, and it dawned on him that he had been sitting there the entire night. Rather than feeling fatigued, he was invigorated. However, his stomach seemed particularly ravenous. After all, he was still a mortal being, not yet having reached the realm of fasting. A day and night without food inevitably left him hungry. After brushing off his attire, he resolved to return and treat himself to a hearty meal. As he exited the willow grove, he encountered 3 individuals approaching him. A woman clad in a white training outfit was supporting an elderly man in traditional Tang attire, who appeared to be nearly 70. Following them was a young man with sharp eyes, exuding an air of vigor. It was indeed a peculiar assembly. The woman, with her ponytail, possessed an ethereal beauty. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, rivaling that of Jiang Chuan, yet she bore an additional air of martial prowess. Nevertheless, Qin Fan was presently absorbed in the joy of his significant breakthrough in cultivation and paid little heed, merely glancing at them before continuing on his way. Clearly, the trio had taken notice of him. As they brushed past each other, the young man scrutinized him intently. Once Qin Fan had distanced himself, he turned to the elderly gentleman, seemingly seeking counsel. The elder shook his head, suggesting, "It is likely just a young man passing by while jogging, merely a coincidence." Upon returning to his home by the lakeside community, Qin Fan first sought out a breakfast stall and indulged in a hearty feast. Following this, he visited a supermarket to purchase daily necessities, and then made his way to a traditional Chinese medicine shop to order some herbal ingredients. By the time he returned home, it was already noon. At that moment, he received a call from Aunt Tang, inquiring if the gentle Qin Fan would join them for lunch. The thought of encountering the icy faces of Jiang Haishan and Jiang Chuan filled him with dread, prompting him to hastily decline under the pretense of needing to study. After hanging up, Qin Fan suddenly realized that neither of his parents had bothered to check in on him. Despite the fact that he had come to Chuzhou alone for his studies, did they not care about him at all? He mused that his mother seemed less concerned than Aunt Tang. With a resigned shake of his head, he soon cast these thoughts aside. The medicinal herbs he had ordered from the traditional medicine shop had arrived. It was evident that cultivating as an immortal solely through personal efforts would be a sluggish endeavor. Although the herbs from Earth were of relatively low potency and had not matured for long, they were better than nothing. He did not require cumbersome methods such as medicinal baths. Instead, he simply drew a formation on the ground and sat within it, scattering the herbs around the perimeter. With a gesture, he activated the formation, and delightful aromas began to waft from the various herbs, converging towards his being. The spirit-seizing array, one of the most fundamental formations in the realm of cultivation, was suitable even for those in the foundation establishment stage. As its name implies, this array extracts the spiritual energy from the herbs to nourish the cultivator's practice. The celestial realm of cultivation has evolved over countless millennia, resulting in the creation of an abundance of advanced techniques. There was no longer a need to engage in the tedious processes of boiling, brewing, or steeping as portrayed in martial arts novels. Such methods seemed utterly antiquated. The spirit-seizing array could not only siphon energy from spiritual herbs but also from other materials, including spiritual stones, spiritual jades, and even the essence contained within spiritual treasures. Indeed, the efficacy of such formations is contingent upon the skill and cultivation of their practitioner. Qin Fan was undoubtedly a master of the highest caliber in the realm of formations. He continued his cultivation until dusk, at which point he opened his eyes, realizing that the afternoon's efforts had surpassed the entire night prior. Regrettably, this could not be sustained. A frown creased Qin Fan's brow as he pondered why these medicinal herbs, despite their seemingly ordinary effects, bore such exorbitant prices. The funds his mother had provided had nearly vanished in acquiring these traditional Chinese medicines. With what remained, he could scarcely afford another session of cultivation. It was as if he had overlooked the nature of his purchases. Angelica, ginseng, astragalus, and cordyceps, all esteemed herbal remedies. It appeared he must return to the place of spiritual convergence he had discovered the previous night for further practice. Qin Fan had never anticipated that he, a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage, would encounter financial constraints. Why, with his mother's considerable wealth, could she not grant him a bit more pocket money? Sighing with a sense of grievance, he retired for the night. The following morning, around 5 o'clock, he rose early and hastened towards the treasured cultivation site he had unearthed the day before. However, upon arrival, Qin Fan was astonished to find that his sanctuary had been claimed by others. A woman with a ponytail, clad in a white practice outfit, was practicing martial arts beneath a willow tree by the lake. Beside her, an elderly man in traditional attire occasionally coughed and offered guidance. A robust young man leaned against a black SUV parked at the roadside, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Were these not the same 3 individuals he had encountered the previous morning? Qin Fan, filled with curiosity, approached them. The elderly man glanced at him briefly before returning his focus to the woman's practice. Yesterday, Qin Fan left in haste, failing to observe carefully. Upon closer inspection, he immediately discerned something extraordinary. The woman clad in a white training uniform possessed a statuesque figure and striking features, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. Particularly while practicing her martial arts, every movement radiated strength and grace. Her slender waist swayed in the breeze, accentuating the breathtaking contours of her form, embodying a unique spirit of heroism. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real revelation lay in Chun Fan's discovery of traces of true essence within her. Could she be a cultivator? He was astounded, never having anticipated encountering a practitioner of the mystical arts on Earth. However, upon closer scrutiny, Chun Fan realized something was amiss. Her true essence was feeble, dispersed, diminished countless times when compared to that of a genuine cultivator. With such a level of true essence, she could not perform spells, nor could she even draw a talisman. The pathways of her cultivation technique were merely rudimentary. Observing her training attire, the martial arts she practiced, and the elderly gentleman in a Tang suit who had fallen silent since her arrival, a revelation dawned upon Chun Fan. This was what they termed inner strength. In his previous life, growing up in Huagua, he had watched numerous martial arts television shows and had naturally heard tales of martial skills and inner strength. Yet, as he matured, he came to understand that the martial arts depicted in those shows were mere fabrications. However, upon embarking on the path of cultivation, he occasionally pondered that what was referred to as martial arts and inner strength might simply be a diluted version of cultivation techniques, like Chun Fan himself. Though he was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he possessed immense physical power, capable of punching through steel plates, kicking down trees, and leaping several meters high. Not to mention the essence of true energy within, which would undoubtedly categorize her as a martial arts master in the realm of wuxia novels. However, the internal strength or vital energy of the ponytailed woman pales in comparison to the true essence and magical powers of a cultivator. This distinction is akin to the difference between gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuel. The martial artist is like gasoline, sufficient only for a small sedan, while the cultivator's true essence resembles aviation fuel, capable of propelling an aircraft or even a rocket. Although they are all forms of fuel, the disparity is astronomical. Moreover, as cultivators enhance their abilities, they can wield various spells, divine powers, and magical artifacts, even harnessing the forces of nature, attributes unattainable by mere martial artists relying solely on internal strength. Understanding this, one can grasp the vast chasm separating this woman from genuine cultivators. Chun Fan relaxed his mindset and observed the woman's boxing techniques, shaking his head in disapproval. This gesture, though innocuous to him, was intolerable to the well-endowed ponytailed woman. She had long been irked by his gaze fixated on her practice, and his incessant head-shaking seemed to imply that her boxing skills were mediocre. Proud and haughty, she ceased her training, approached him with a frosty expression, and questioned, "Why are you shaking your head? Do you even comprehend what you are witnessing?" Chapter 6. The harm of leaf picking. How could I possibly not comprehend? Chun Fan scoffed inwardly. The true martial sect is renowned as the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. It encompasses everything from the most fundamental body-refining techniques to the lethal arts of sword immortals, excelling in all areas. As the foremost expert of the true martial sect, what martial arts of physical combat has he not encountered? The boxing technique of the woman before him appeared as naive as that of a 3-year-old child. Even the true martial 36 styles of freehand combat practiced by the most junior disciples of the sect far surpassed her boxing in profundity. Such methods were only employed by the servants and lesser disciples of the true martial sect. True cultivators had long abandoned such primitive forms of combat. Nonetheless, Chun Fan had no desire to engage in a dispute nor to reveal his identity as a cultivator. Thus, he promptly offered an apology. "I truly do not understand. My previous headshake was due to other matters. I apologize." "Then do not shake your head so carelessly." The woman was about to continue, but the elderly gentleman in traditional attire suddenly interjected, "Ziqing, return. The gentleman has already apologized." "All right, Grandpa." The woman named Ziqing turned back, responded, and shot Chun Fan a fierce glare before returning to the elder's side. Chun Fan shook his head. This was indeed a misfortune that had befallen him unexpectedly. He glanced at the elderly gentleman and discovered that he too possessed inner strength, and his aura was far more robust than that of the ponytailed woman. In terms of sheer power, the elder appeared to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, surpassing Chun Fan's current cultivation level. Meanwhile, Ziqing had only just begun her journey. barely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Certainly, one cannot simply compare cultivators and martial artists. While the quantitative differences may be minimal, the qualitative disparities are vast. It is akin to the contrast between a block of tofu and a steel blade. No matter how large or abundant the tofu may be, a single strike can cleave it in twain. A venerable elder clad in traditional attire would find himself no match for Qin Fan, who could effortlessly overpower 10 such individuals with a single hand. Having come to this realization, Qin Fan's curiosity waned, and he turned his attention away from Ziqing, who continued her training. Instead, he sought a nearby willow tree, settled cross-legged beneath its boughs, and began his own meditation. He swiftly entered a state of cultivation, and as the void body refinement technique commenced, a vacuum seemed to materialize around him. This peculiar behavior naturally captured the attention of the elder in traditional garb and Ziqing. After all, they had come to exercise in the morning. Who would simply sit beneath a willow tree to doze? After observing for a while, the elder suddenly expressed his astonishment. "What is it, grandfather?" Ziqing inquired, puzzled. "Look closely at him. Is there anything unusual?" A grave expression began to settle on the elder's face. "Unusual?" Ziqing furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him again, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. "Pay attention to his breathing," the elder advised. Upon hearing this, Ziqing noticed that the insufferable child who had interrupted her training exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon. With each inhalation and exhalation, his chest would swell dramatically, only to gradually recede, resembling a bellows in motion. Furthermore, wisps of pale vapor escaped from his nostrils, undulating with his breath like two mischievous serpents, so subtle that one would hardly perceive them without close observation. "What is this?" Ziqing's delicate brow furrowed in confusion. "This is an exceptionally profound internal cultivation method, said to be attainable only by certain venerable masters from ancient sections. This breathing technique requires an extraordinarily powerful capacity of the lungs, enabling one to hold their breath underwater for an extended period." The elder in traditional attire articulated each word with precision. "It is astonishing that in my lifetime, I could encounter such a master, and so youthful at that. It is truly remarkable." "Humph," the woman with a ponytail retorted defiantly. "Isn't it just a matter of breathing more forcefully? What is so impressive about that?" "Grandfather, you are overestimating him. You, my dear, are blissfully unaware of your own limitations," the elder replied with a gentle shake of his head. "Such a master cannot be achieved without decades of practice. I have only heard of such individuals in tales. I have never laid eyes on one. Against someone like you, they need not even lift a finger. Simply exhaling can be lethal. Is it truly that formidable?" A flicker of doubt crossed Ziqing's eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, if he is indeed a master, then his earlier shaking of the head was not due to a lack of understanding, but rather a disdain for my martial skills? "Very well, grandfather. You have sung his praises to the heavens. Let me have a go at him later," Ziqing realized, feeling an inexplicable fire of indignation ignite within her. Sighing at his eager granddaughter, the elder in traditional attire could only express his resignation. However, he had no intention of hindering her. While this young man might indeed be a master, having navigated through the trials of life, he was unperturbed, especially as this was merely a customary exchange of skills. They did not wait long. Approximately half an hour later, the youth sitting beneath the willow tree opened his mouth and exhaled a plume of white vapor. This vapor shot forth several meters, leaving a trail in the air, slightly longer than the day before. Indeed, he was an extraordinary individual, the elderly man in traditional attire mused. However, there was no cause for alarm. Qi was present. And who could surpass a firearm? In modern society, where existed a martial artist unafraid of guns, Ziqing, bold and skilled, though taken aback, remained undaunted. Unlike her grandfather, she had been adored by many since her infancy, coupled with her privileged lineage. She had never encountered a true martial arts master, and thus possessed the audacity of a young calf unafraid of tigers. The rugged young man leaning against the off-road vehicle also took notice of the unfolding events and approached. His countenance was stern, one hand resting at his waist, as if poised to draw something at any moment. Qin Fan stood up, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Although this cultivation haven allowed for a swifter progression than other locales, it paled in comparison to the direct absorption of spiritual energy from medicinal substances experienced the day prior. He turned his head and was astonished to find that the ponytailed woman and the elderly man in traditional garb had not departed. Rather, they stood nearby, observing him. Upon noticing his awakening, The elderly man approached with a smile and clasped his fists, saying, I had no idea this young brother was also a fellow practitioner of the martial arts. I am Wei Fu. May I inquire as to your origins and your esteemed master? Wei Fu. That name seemed vaguely familiar. Chen Fan paid little mind. Having encountered countless individuals over his 5 centuries of existence, it was improbable that he could remember them all. Observing the demeanor of the grandfather and grandson, it seems they have just noticed the peculiar manifestation during his cultivation and have misunderstood it. Chen Fan gently shook his head and remarked, I am not a martial artist. If one must categorize me, I could be considered a practitioner of the Tao. However, calling myself an immortal cultivator would be futile, as they would not comprehend such a term. The beings on earth that resemble immortal cultivators most closely are the ancient Taoist figures, the magicians, priests, and celestial masters. Are they not practitioners of the Tao? Practitioners of the Tao? From the Taoist school? Inquired the elderly man, puzzled. Does the Taoist school also have martial artists? Grandfather, stop wasting time with him. Let me test his abilities first. Ziqing coldly glared at Chen Fan and said, Earlier, you shook your head. What was that about? You claim not to understand. Were you deceiving me? If you have the skill, then come and prove it. Is this a challenge to a duel? Chen Fan found it intriguing. It had been years since anyone had dared to challenge the Beishuan Xianzuan of the true martial immortal sect so directly, especially a delicate and beautiful girl. Should I indulge you, or should I indulge you? However, it seemed somewhat beneath the dignity of the esteemed Beishuan Xianzuan to bully a young girl. Facing this spirited maiden with a ponytail, Chen Fan spread his hands and said, I am merely a practitioner of the Tao, possessing some proficiency in Qi manipulation. I am utterly ignorant of the arts of combat and violence. You have misunderstood me. Humph. You looked down upon me while I was boxing just now. And now you feign ignorance, thinking I am but a 3-year-old child? The girl in the white training attire scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Young friend, there is nothing wrong with lending a hand for a friendly spar. Though my granddaughter's martial arts skills are still in their infancy and her internal strength has yet to fully develop, she possesses a measure of finesse in our family's traditional boxing technique. It would be an opportune moment for you to offer her some guidance. The elderly man in the Tang suit suggested. While his words conveyed encouragement, a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. After revealing his name, he noticed the youth appeared utterly unfamiliar with it, which, though disappointing, also allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he had often encountered those who, upon recognizing his identity, would adopt a demeanor of utmost deference. With a shake of his head, Chen Fan observed that Ziqing had already assumed a stance, her expression resolute, and realized that concealing his abilities was no longer an option. He plucked a leaf from a nearby willow branch, channeling his true essence before flicking it with his fingers. Whoosh! A shadow darted forth in an instant, swift as lightning, grazing the side of the woman's face before striking a willow tree several meters away. The sound of impact echoed, reminiscent of a bullet embedding itself in wood. The stout trunk of the willow shuddered violently, sending leaves cascading to the ground. Be careful. The elderly man in the Tang suit's expression shifted dramatically as the shadow shot forth, instinctively exclaiming, but he quickly realized it was too late. What is this? Ziqing was taken aback. Her right tresses severed cleanly, and her crystal earring had fallen. She touched her cheek, discovering a trace of blood. Turning, she beheld a willow leaf embedded deeply in the tree behind her, as if it were a shard of iron. Can petals and leaves inflict harm? The elderly man felt his heart leap to his throat, and only after confirming his granddaughter was unharmed did he finally exhale in relief. He let out a bitter smile and remarked, I never anticipated witnessing such extraordinary martial prowess in my lifetime. It is truly remarkable. Not to mention my granddaughter. Even I would be incapable of withstanding a single strike from you, my young friend. With that, he solemnly clasped his fists and bowed deeply. It turns out I am in the presence of a grandmaster. My granddaughter and I have been rather reckless. The elderly man in traditional Chinese attire was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, astonished beyond measure. Previously, he believed he had adequately esteemed Chen Fan's abilities. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this youth was an unparalleled master of martial arts, a figure withdrawn from the world. The implications of Chen Fan's prowess were likely understood by none but him among the 4 present. Achieving what Chen Fan had accomplished placed him among the elite masters of the martial realm, a rarity even within the vast expanse of China. Ziqing, disregarding the pain on her face, rushed to the willow tree, plucking the leaf embedded in its trunk, gazing at Chen Fan in disbelief. You severed my hair and earring with this soft leaf and drove it into the tree. How is that even possible? Even the rugged man, poised to draw his firearm, stood frozen in astonishment. Having followed his superior for many years, he had never encountered such martial skill, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. To confront an adversary like Chun Fan meant that a mere leaf could be lethal, swift enough that one would not have time to draw a weapon. It was utterly terrifying. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Chapter 7. The little Pyuan Pilchin Fan, maintaining an expression of calm indifference, remarked, "It is merely a trifling skill in Qi cultivation, hardly worth mentioning." For Chen Fan, this was indeed not a feat to boast about. In truth, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire possessed a cultivation level superior to his own. Theoretically, he could achieve similar feats. However, as previously stated, the internal energy of a martial artist and the true essence of a cultivator are two entirely distinct realms of power, akin to the difference between soft tofu and a steel blade. A steel blade can effortlessly sever a branch with a gentle force, whereas no matter how much force is applied, tofu can only crumble pathetically upon impact with a tree. Thus, even at the early stage of foundation establishment, Chun Fan could infuse true essence into the delicate willow leaf, rendering it as hard as steel, slicing through Ziqing's cheek like a bullet, embedding itself into the tree. In contrast, the elderly gentleman's internal energy might dissipate within mere inches, illustrating the disparity in quality. What may be a trivial skill to you, sir, is truly a remarkable mastery to us, the elderly gentleman exclaimed, dropping the familiar address of little brother and opting for sir instead, as a sign of respect. Despite his lifetime spent in military service and high-ranking positions, he had always yearned for the martial way, lamenting his mediocre talent. In a land as vast as Huaxia, masters of martial arts are exceptionally rare. Given his status, it was challenging for him to seek guidance from such masters. Now, encountering a master so young, he felt as though much of his life had been wasted. Chun Fan's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Is it possible for the master you speak of to perform the same feat I just demonstrated?" This is the essence of nature. The master of transformation has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, having completely transcended the mortal realm. The ability to unleash internal energy and kill from a distance of several paces is not a formidable task. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he reacted with curiosity, remarking, "As a master, do you not know these things? They are common knowledge within the martial arts community." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan contemplated silently, realizing that it was not merely internal force, but rather internal energy. To refine such dispersed energy into an outwardly lethal form, one must at least attain the level of the transcendence phase. Thus, it appears that the so-called masters of transformation are indeed experts within this transcendence phase. Moreover, from the elder's words, it seems that such masters are exceedingly rare. Indeed, in a place like Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce and the methods of cultivation are rudimentary, to forcibly break through to the transcendence phase must require extraordinary genius. It is unlikely that they could be found in abundance like cabbages. Despite being aware of the existence of masters of transformation, Chun Fan felt no fear, not to mention his rapid progress in cultivation, expected to reach the transcendence phase within half a year. Furthermore, beyond the direct application of true essence, he possesses the ability to cast spells, which far surpasses the capabilities of a mere martial arts master. With this in mind, he shook his head and replied, "I am truly just a practitioner of the Tao. What you referred to as internal energy and masters is entirely new to me. I suspect you may have misunderstood." Upon hearing Chun Fan broach this topic once again, the elderly gentleman found himself at a loss. At his level, he had encountered various extraordinary individuals with remarkable abilities. However, the skill of plucking flowers and leaves is a hallmark of a master in the realm of transformation, and it cannot be feigned. Could it be that he is truly not a master? The elderly gentleman in traditional attire resolved to set aside his doubts for the moment and win over this young scholar. Regardless of whether he is a master or not, his remarkable skill alone grants him the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with any master. Furthermore, given his youth and boundless potential, coupled with the fact that he has a beautiful granddaughter, the elderly gentleman could not help but exhibit a common trait among older individuals. He suddenly donned a cheerful demeanor and said with a beaming smile, "It matters not whether you are a master. Let us set that aside for now. By your accent, I surmise you are also from Chuzhou? Indeed, I hail from Sisui County, where I lived for 17 years. I have come to Chuzhou to complete my third year of high school, Chen Fan replied, nodding. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "My name is Chen Fan. But you may also call me Chen Beixian. Beixuan is the title my teacher bestowed upon me." Although the old man was not an immortal cultivator, he had a certain affinity with the world of cultivation and preferred to engage with them using the name Chen Beixian. Sisui County, Chen Fan, Chen Beixian? The elderly gentleman exchanged glances with his granddaughter, realizing they had both never heard of this individual. He turned back, intrigued, and asked, "Let us refer to you as young brother Chen, then. But what of your master? Did he not accompany you to Chuzhou?" "My master is no longer on this star." Chen Fan replied quietly, shaking his head. His teacher, the Sangqing Immortal, was currently traversing some distant galaxy, and the prospect of returning to Earth would be a matter of many years to come. Moreover, with the ever-changing nature of the world, it was uncertain whether the Sangqing Immortal would ever pass through Earth again. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire misunderstood the sentiment, and with a reflective tone remarked, "The cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death is a natural part of human existence. Your master must take great pride in having nurtured a disciple such as yourself. I, Wei, have lived nearly 90 years. Many of my old comrades have long since departed to meet the chairman. Although I have practiced internal energy and prolonged my life by a few years, I have yet to reach the realm of a grandmaster. I suspect my time to reunite with them is not far off." Following these words, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing. "Grandfather," the young woman with the sleek ponytail said tenderly, her usually icy demeanor softened as her eyes glistened with emotion. She supported the elderly gentleman and gently patted his back. "It's nothing, nothing at all, just my old ailment," he reassured his granddaughter with a wave of his hand. Observing this, Chen Fan interjected, "You've overexerted your internal energy, straining your lungs, haven to you? Ah, Mr. Chen possesses medical knowledge. Even this is apparent to you?" The elderly gentleman expressed genuine astonishment. The ponytailed young woman's eyes brightened suddenly, and she eagerly explained, "My grandfather served in the army during his youth and fought before the liberation. Once, during an enemy siege, he forcefully employed internal energy he had not yet fully mastered to protect his comrades during their retreat, resulting in a lung injury. There was no time for treatment then, and the injury has lingered over the years. It is an internal affliction that has remained untreated for decades, leaving him reliant on medication to suppress it. Since you are a practitioner of the Tao, Mr. Chen, and have discerned my grandfather's condition, might there be any remedy to restore his health?" She gazed at Chen Fan with a flicker of hope in her beautiful eyes. As the granddaughter of the elderly gentleman, she was acutely aware of the immense suffering he endured with each coughing fit. Moreover, the injury inflicted by internal forces is one that modern medicine is nearly powerless to remedy. Even many esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine have expressed that while such injuries can be treated immediately, after decades, they become beyond the reach of any medicinal intervention. However, upon witnessing Chen Fan's extraordinary abilities and his immediate discernment of the elder's ailment, a flicker of hope ignited within the heart of the ponytailed woman. "To be candid, Mr. Chen, our Wei family holds a modest influence in Jiangbei. If you can heal my grandfather's affliction, we are willing to fulfill any request," she declared with unwavering resolve as she gazed directly into Chen Fan's eyes. Chen Fan, upon hearing her words, paused for a moment before responding. "Addressing this matter is not a challenge for me. Since fate has brought us together, it is indeed fortuitous." After a brief pause, observing the excitement that illuminated the faces of the three before him, he continued, "Let us do this. I will return home to make preparations, and in a couple of days, I shall visit you to provide treatment, if that is agreeable." "Of course, that would be splendid," exclaimed the robust man, nearly leaping with joy, while even Ziqing's previously frosty demeanor softened into a gentle smile. Chen Fan could not help but gaze at her twice. Indeed, the beauty of an ice queen shines brightest when she smiles. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen." The elderly gentleman in traditional garb, having weathered many storms over the decades, maintained a composed exterior despite his inner joy. He turned to the robust man beside him, instructing, "Xiao Qi, please take note of Mr. Chen's phone number, and later, ensure he returns home safely." He then addressed Chen Fan. "At the appointed time, simply call Xiao Qi, and he will come to escort you. Furthermore, should you encounter any difficulties in Chuzhou, do not hesitate to ask Xiao Qi for assistance. The Wei family still holds some sway there." "That sounds agreeable," replied Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded silently. He returned to the lakeside community in the off-road vehicle driven by Xiao Qi. With his discerning eye, he easily recognized it as a high-end version of the Range Rover, a luxury that could not be acquired for less than 2 or 3 million. Back in 2007, owning such a vehicle in Chuzhou signified considerable influence. However, that was not the true reason for his agreement. The elderly man named Wei Fu, though amiable in speech, could not conceal the aura of martial prowess that surrounded him. It was evident that he had served in the military during his youth and held a respectable position. Chen Fan shook his head, contemplating quietly. In his younger days, he had held deep admiration for soldiers who protected their homeland, and their innate strength, while not akin to that of cultivators, still hinted at a certain level of mastery. Having encountered Wei Fu, he felt compelled to offer assistance, fulfilling a long-held wish from his youth. Upon arriving at the lakeside community, Chen Fan exchanged contact information with Xiao Qi and, under Xiao Qi's respectful gaze, entered the premises with a calm demeanor. While he possessed no medical expertise, he understood that a cultivator need not rely on acupuncture or massage to heal. A single elixir could banish all ailments. He had refrained from making an immediate promise, intending instead to return and refine some medicinal pills. Moreover, he recognized that Wei Fu's internal energy technique harbored flaws that could harm the lungs, and he planned to invest time in optimizing it. Though he had not extracted the details of the internal energy technique from Wei Fu, he was no ordinary individual. He was a transcendent practitioner of the tribulation phase. The so-called internal energy of martial artists was merely a simplified version of cultivation techniques, distilled to their essence, yielding a crude version of true essence. After observing it for a moment, its secrets became apparent. Much like a Nobel laureate observing a primary school student tackle a complex math problem, initially intriguing, but ultimately lacking depth upon closer examination. A wave of distress washed over him as he contemplated the impending depletion of his pocket money. The mere thought of additional expenditures prompted a sigh of resignation. The medicinal concoction required to treat Wei Fu's ailment did not necessitate any extravagant ingredients, prompting Chen Fan to procure a batch from the traditional herbal shop. The alchemical process was rather uncomplicated. Chen Fan aimed to refine a fundamental elixir of the cultivation realm, the lesser Peiyuan pill. This particular pill serves as a potent remedy to enhance one's vitality, regarded as a universal panacea. It is beneficial for ailments, injuries, or general debilitation, and can even extend the lifespan of those unversed in cultivation, allowing them to live a few additional years. The inclusion of the term lesser signifies that the efficacy of Chen Fan's creation pales in comparison to that of the authentic Peiyuan pill, possessing only a fraction of its potency. Regrettably, the ingredients necessary for crafting the genuine Peiyuan pill are likely unattainable, even within the entire expanse of Earth. Even if he sought alternatives, they would need to be of the highest caliber, akin to a century-old ginseng root, which he could not afford even if he sold all his possessions. The lesser Peiyuan pill should suffice for his needs, he mused. Regardless, he was out of funds. Should it fail to yield results, Wei Fu would need to procure the requisite materials himself, at which point Chen Fan would assist in the refining process. Shaking his head, he realized that in the days that followed, he had not had the opportunity to visit his cherished cultivation grounds, opting instead to remain home, crafting the lesser Peiyuan pill for Wei Fu while simultaneously enhancing his internal energy techniques. During this period, Aunt Tang had called several times, inviting him for dinner, but he had skillfully evaded those invitations. On this particular afternoon, as he neared the completion of the elixir and finalized his modifications to the technique, he prepared to inform Wei Fu that he could come for treatment that evening. Just then, Aunt Tang called again, and Chen Fan found it increasingly difficult to decline her invitation. For several consecutive days, he kept postponing, leading Aunt Tang to believe that he held some grievances. Chapter 8. Jiang Charen's best friend. This time, Aunt Tang did not invite him for a meal, but rather informed him that Jiang Charen had a close friend celebrating her birthday, and she was not entirely comfortable with Chen Fan accompanying her. He mused that dining together would consume too much time and dialed the number provided by Aunt Tang. "Hello, is this Ran? This is Chen Fan," he greeted. "Yes, what is the matter?" came Jiang Charen's frosty voice from the other end of the line. Chen Fan, undeterred by her tone, continued, "Aunt Tang mentioned your friend's birthday. She asked me to accompany you." "Oh, I'm at the Starbucks in the city center. You can come over," Jiang Charen replied after a brief pause, as if acknowledging her mother's notification. Ran, who was that on the phone?" Just as the call ended, a petite girl adorned in designer brands inquired curiously. She was Zhang Yumeng, Jiang Charen's affluent best friend and the birthday girl. Beside her sat another tall, elegant young woman. Both had been close companions of Jiang Chuan since childhood. Don't mention it. It's just my mom's friend's child. I don't know what my mother sees in him. She insists on matchmaking us. Jiang Chuan expressed her frustration after hanging up the phone. Oh, intriguing. So you've already met the parents, Zhang Yumeng remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned in, eager for gossip. What does he look like? What is his family background? How does he compare to Yang Chao? Yang Chao was Zhang Yumeng's boyfriend, noted for his tall, handsome stature and his position as the captain of the school basketball team. In our home, we have established the Tianxing Grand Hotel, constructed to 5-star standards, which ranks among the top 5 in the hospitality industry of Chuzhou. In terms of assets, it surpasses that of Zhang Yumeng's family. Numerous girls are enamored with him, and Zhang Yumeng, having finally managed to win his affection, takes great pride in it. You little gold digger, you only care about looks and family background, her tall and aloof friend remarked with a roll of her eyes. What is wrong with valuing appearance and lineage? In this world, if you're not handsome or wealthy, why would you think you could pursue someone like me? Zhang Yumeng retorted, hands on her hips, her confidence unwavering. All right, we understand our dear Yumeng has high standards, Jiang Chuan replied, exasperated. His name is Chen Fan. Hailing from Shishui County, no family, no background, and just an average appearance. The key point is my mother believes he is a good person, honest. Honest? Can that fill your stomach? Zhang Yumeng scoffed. The cold and composed friend shook her head and said seriously, Chuan, while Yumeng's perspective may be flawed, if he truly lacks both looks and a solid family, even if you develop feelings for him, the relationship would likely be fraught with difficulties. Your backgrounds are vastly different, and there will be many generational gaps. I never said I liked him. Stop worrying for no reason. My mother is meddling, and it annoys me, Jiang Chuan replied weakly. Since you don't like him, I'll make sure to set him straight when he comes around, Zhang Yumeng coldly declared. Let him realize the reality of his situation. How dare he pursue our Jiang school beauty with nothing to his name? Jiang Chuan rolled her eyes, feeling utterly drained. When Chen Fan arrived, he immediately spotted them. In 2007, it was the zenith of Starbucks' popularity in the country, where numerous young professionals and children from upper-middle-class families indulged in leisurely afternoons spent at the CAF, sipping coffee, enjoying desserts, and engaging in light-hearted conversations. Yet, even within the confines of Starbucks, the corner occupied by Jiang Chuan garnered the most attention. The young girl stood out remarkably, radiating an aura of elegance among a cluster of coffee-sipping women. Accompanying her were 2 other striking girls, one tall and aloof, the other petite and endearing. Together, the trio subtly became the focal point of the entire CAF. He approached them with a warm smile and a greeting. Accompanying young ladies was always a daunting task for him, yet he couldn't bear to hurt Aunt Tang's feelings, as her intentions were well-meaning. You've come, Jiang Chuan said politely, though it was evident she was deliberately maintaining a distance. The other girl, whose figure was alluring and whose demeanor was icy, didn't even spare Chen Fan a glance. Holding her coffee, her gaze was blank as she stared out at the bustling street through the glass window, exuding an air of a high and mighty goddess who preferred solitude. Are you Chen Fan? Zhang Yumeng inquired, scrutinizing him with a look of disdain. Her ensemble, a lavish display, was worth over 100,000. Her bag, a classic LV model. Her attire, a pink Chanel ensemble, and her strappy Roman sandals, an exclusive Maro Leone from Milan, procured by her father abroad. In stark contrast, Chen Fan's attire was commonplace, easily found on the streets, and could be assembled for a mere few hundred. 2 individuals stood side by side, their contrasting natures starkly apparent. You, aspiring to pursue our esteemed campus belle, Jiangda? Are you even aware of the multitude of admirers that surround Ran at school? The vice mayor's offspring, the top student of the municipal entrance exam who has been guaranteed admission to Hucking, are all her devoted followers. You possess neither wealth nor looks, nor any notable talents. What emboldens you? Zhang Yumeng scoffed. Ming, Jiang Chuan shot her a glare, as if reproaching her for her excessive remarks. Rest assured, I am merely accompanying Aunt Tang for a meal. I harbor no intentions of pursuing her, Chen Fan remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Chuan. Ming did not mean that. Please do not misconstrue, Jiang Chuan replied coolly. What did she mean then? Chen Fan chuckled, unperturbed. Noticing that Jiang Chuan merely glared at Zhang Yumeng without offering him any explanation, he discerned that her reticence was tacit approval of Yumeng's words. Since his return to this life, apart from Xiao Qiong, he regarded other girls with indifference. Given Jiang Chuan's lack of interest in him, He saw no reason to pursue her ardently. The transcendent being possessed his own pride. Zhang Yimeng, satisfied with her triumph, tilted her chin in his direction before engrossing herself in a fashion magazine, disregarding him entirely. Chun Fan quietly ordered a cappuccino and settled into an empty seat. His attention was not primarily directed at Jiang Chuan and her companion, but rather towards the strikingly beautiful girl nearby, Su Rongfei, Jiang Chuan's close friend. In fact, the two shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship from their past lives. The alluring girl donned a black cropped t-shirt that accentuated her slender waist, her figure both captivating and remarkably resilient. Clad in snug denim shorts that accentuate her astonishingly long legs, her fair skin glimmers under the sunlight, complemented by fashionable white sneakers. Although her attire is not from a luxury brand, her tall stature allows her to embody the essence of a supermodel effortlessly. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she possesses a kind heart. In her previous life, she had even advised Chun Fan on whom Jiang Chuan favored, urging him to let go and seek someone he truly loved. In contrast, the nearby Zhang Yimeng, with her charmingly cute appearance and designer wardrobe, hails from a privileged background, epitomizing the quintessential rich girl, yet her lofty gaze has never once acknowledged Chun Fan. I recall that Su Rongfei was an art student who, the following year, gained admission to the prestigious Yanqing Film Academy, eventually becoming an actress celebrated for her roles in several hit dramas, earning the title of one of the 4 young flower goddesses of her generation. As Chun Fan sipped his coffee, he scrutinized Su Rongfei. In his past life, when he was a wealthy heir of Jinxiu real estate, he had some interactions with the then-emerging actress. They had crossed paths at a glamorous party hosted by a major entertainment company. As old classmates, the billionaire heir and the rising star naturally sparked intrigue. Unfortunately, before anything could materialize, Chun Fan faced the most significant upheaval of his early life, the collapse of his company and the passing of his mother. During that tumultuous period, he was too overwhelmed to indulge in any flirtation with an old friend. Later, when he returned to Chuzhou in solitude and despair, he chanced upon some news from a friend. It is said that Su Rongfei offended a powerful figure in the industry, leading to her being marginalized and beset by numerous negative news reports, casting a shadow over her once bright career. Ultimately, unable to bear the pressure, she succumbed to depression and took her own life, extinguishing a life as beautiful and vibrant as fireworks before she even reached 30. At that moment, Chun Fan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of lamentation, recalling their previous meetings filled with youthful exuberance, believing himself to be among the elite of classmates and friends. Who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, one would fall into destitution while the other would tragically end their life? Life indeed is full of unpredictable twists and turns, Chun Fan reflected with a heavy heart. Noticing his unusual gaze, Su Rongfei furrowed her brow and turned to inquire, "Do you know me?" Though her exterior was cool and aloof, her voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a playful tease. Consequently, while she often treated many boys with indifference, her suitors continued to multiply, undeterred. This reminded Chun Fan of a famous actress from his past life. Known as Sister Ji Ling, Su Rongfei entered the entertainment industry under the moniker of Little Ji Ling. Yet her fate proved to be far more tragic than that of her namesake. "I do not know you, but my family has passed down a wealth of knowledge. I am well versed in the art of divination, earning the nickname the fortune teller." Encountering an old acquaintance from a past life, Chun Fan felt a playful spirit awaken within him. Suppressing his sentiment, he half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, "For instance, even though this is our first meeting, I can already deduce that you are an arts student and that your name contains the character Su." "Oh, is that true? Besides that, what else can you see?" Su Rongfei, taken aback by his response, found her curiosity piqued. "Is there more?" Chun Fan feigned contemplation as he remarked, "You shall undoubtedly gain admission to Yanqing Film Academy, embark on a career as an actor, and ultimately ascend to the status of a great star. How do you know I wish to attend Yanqing Film Academy? Moreover, my aspiration is indeed to become an actress." Su Rongfei exclaimed in astonishment, her petite mouth slightly agape, her charming visage reflecting a look of bewilderment akin to a ripe apple, irresistibly tempting to behold. Uft! Zhang Yimeng, seated nearby, could not contain her laughter. "Oh dear, my esteemed Miss Su, you are indeed the belle of Qingqing Ivy High School. Such trivial information is easily discernible with just a bit of inquiry." With that, Zhang Yimeng enveloped Su Rongfei in a warm embrace, planting a playful kiss on her cheek before teasingly adding, "After all, You're not so naive as to fall for his charms, are you? Turning her gaze back to Chen Fan, she regarded him with palpable disdain. You, the lad from Sisui County, should know that winning a lady's heart requires more than mere flattery. And really, you seem rather fickle, having just been rebuffed by Ran Ran. Only to divert your attention to our lovely Sue? Do you take us for fools? Jiang Charan, observing quietly, furrowed her brows in disapproval. She had initially thought Chen Fan to be somewhat boastful yet fundamentally honest, only to discover he was, in fact, a smooth-talking charmer. Chapter 9. Enemies from a past life, believe it or not, Chen Fan shrugged. He had initially intended to reveal the tragic fate that awaited Su Rongfei, hoping to awaken her to the reality of her future. However, after being interrupted by Zhang Yameng, his enthusiasm waned. How could he possibly know that I aspire to apply to Yanjing Film Academy? This matter was only just discussed with my family, and I have yet to inform anyone else. Su Rongfei pondered silently, feeling hesitant to inquire in front of her two close friends. She found this person rather peculiar, possessing a unique allure. At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed young men and women appeared outside the glass walls of Starbucks, waving and shouting enthusiastically. It was Yang Chao. They had arrived. Zhang Yameng leaped up, waved back at them, and turned to her friends, saying, "Let us go. The night of fun officially begins." As Chen Fan exited Starbucks, he witnessed Zhang Yameng leaping into the arms of a tall and handsome young man, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Yang Chao, the boyfriend of Zhang Yameng, and in his previous life, Chen Fan's greatest rival during his studies in Chuzhou. He recalled how, during his pursuit of Jiang Charan, the most significant obstacles he faced came from Yang Chao. Zhang Yameng often compared him unfavorably to Chen Fan, leaving Chen Fan feeling utterly defeated. Yang Chao reveled in showcasing his advantages before the ladies, frequently making Chen Fan feel humiliated. Ming, who is this? Yang Chao asked, embracing Zhang Yameng and casting a curious glance at Chen Fan. While these young individuals were not all strikingly handsome or beautiful, their attire and style exuded a maturity and fashion sense that surpassed others in their age group, enhanced by their youthful exuberance, making them quite captivating. Chen Fan stood among them, feeling distinctly out of place. The child of a friend of Yang Rant's mother had come along to play. After Zhang Yameng finished speaking, she turned her eyes and whispered something in his ear. Yang Chao nodded in understanding, a flicker of disdain passing through his gaze as he looked at Chen Fan. He extended his hand and introduced himself, saying, "Yang Chao, Mengming's husband, my family owns a restaurant, specifically the Tiansheng Grand Hotel in Zhongxing District. It seems you have quite the ambition to pursue our esteemed Jiang school beauty. I wonder about your family's background?" His words were laced with malice. He was well aware that Chen Fan had no noteworthy lineage, yet he brazenly flaunted his own family background while inquiring about Chen Fan's. Clearly, he sought to humiliate him in front of others. Chen Fan did not even glance at him, his hands tucked in his pockets. He calmly replied with two words, "Chen Fan." In his past life, Yang Chao had relished in trampling on him, and in this life, there was no reason to grant him any courtesy. Quite the character. Yang Chao was momentarily taken aback, surveying the others who wore expressions of suppressed laughter, clearly surprised that someone dared to disregard the prestige of young Master Yang. He nodded at Chen Fan, saying, "All right, we're all in the same school. We will gradually get to know each other." After that, he dismissed Chen Fan and gathered the others to discuss their upcoming plans. Su Rongfei cast a worried glance at Chen Fan. Yang Chao was not someone to be trifled with. There were rumors of someone who had offended Yang Chao, only to have their leg broken by him and his basketball team, subsequently forcing them to drop out. Yang Chao's family wielded considerable influence, and in the end, they merely paid some compensation, leaving the matter unresolved, which is why few dared to provoke him within the school. Chen Fan responded to her with a reassuring glance, prompting her to huff and turn away, feeling unappreciated despite her good intentions. What a scoundrel. Since the hour is still early, let us first indulge in some karaoke. Afterward, we shall dine at our hotel, where I have prepared a grand birthday celebration for Meng. Following our meal, we will explore the vibrant bar street in the city center. No one is permitted to return home early tonight. Once Yang Chao's declaration resonated, a chorus of cheers erupted from the group. A newly opened KTV in the new district, named Royal Entertainment, boasts impressive decor. Let us head there. A wealthy second-generation individual, adorned in designer attire and sporting an elegant watch, suggested this. "Very well, we shall go to Royal Entertainment KTV," Yang Chao decisively announced. "I can't believe it at this rate. We will be partying until dawn. No wonder Aunt Tang is worried. Chen Fan stood outside, feeling increasingly impatient. He still needed to tend to Wei Fu's injuries later in the evening, and time was not on his side. The distance from the city center to the new district is considerable. This group of youngsters, around 15 or 16 in number, arrived in 6 or 7 vehicles. Audi A4, BMW 330 convertible, Peugeot 308cc. While not the pinnacle of luxury, they certainly stand out in 2007 Chuzhou. The most impressive among them was Yang Chao's Porsche Cayenne, a 4.8T model valued at over 2 million. It was evident that Zhang Yumeng and the other 2 girls were passengers in his car. As the leader of this circle, Yang Chao naturally assumed command. As the seating arrangement reached its conclusion, everyone was comfortably settled, leaving only Chen Fan standing alone. At that moment, Yang Chao seemed to finally notice him, smacking his forehead in realization. "Oh, my apologies, my apologies. I completely forgot about you." He feigned embarrassment while exuding an air of arrogance, suggesting, "You see, we're all seated now. Perhaps you could just take a taxi on your own?" The taxi drivers are well acquainted with the Royal Entertainment KTV in the new district. As soon as he uttered those words, laughter erupted from the surrounding cars. The onlookers had long harbored disdain for the young man, who stood there with his hands in his pockets, pretending to be aloof. Being yet another suitor of Jiang Chuan, they found delight in his humiliation. Although there were several vacant seats in other cars, no one was willing to undermine Yang Chao's authority at that moment. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, casting a frosty glare at Yang Chao. This fellow had been provoking him since their first encounter, truly believing he would refrain from retaliating. Inside the car, Jiang Chuan frowned as she witnessed Chen Fan being ridiculed by a group of privileged youths. Regardless of the circumstances, he was summoned by her mother to accompany her, and his public embarrassment was equally disheartening for her. Just as she prepared to speak up and request Yang Chao to arrange a seat for him, Su Rongfei, leaning against the car window, unexpectedly chimed in. "Why not sit next to me? We can squeeze together." Her suggestion stunned everyone into silence, even causing Jiang Chuan to cast Su Rongfei a peculiar glance. Yang Chao wondered to himself, what has gotten into Su Rongfei today? Is she actually interested in this guy? It was a laughable notion, considering how renowned Su, the campus belle of Evergreen Ivy High School, was for her lofty standards. Charming Commander Chu's son, Qi Ming, had pursued her for quite some time. Yet she offered no discernible response. Meanwhile, Zhang Yumeng, seated in the front passenger seat, rolled her eyes and remarked with irritation, "My dear young lady, you are once again indulging in misplaced kindness." "Very well, who was it? Chen Fan, right? You take the front seat. I shall move to the back." She alighted from the vehicle, vacating the front seat, and then slipped into the spacious rear of the SUV, a Cayenne, which comfortably accommodated 3 young women without any crowding. Chen Fan cast a surprised glance at Su Rongfei, reflecting on her enduring kindness, which remained unchanged from his previous life. In that past existence, whenever Yang Chao had made things difficult for him, it was Su Rongfei who had come to his aid. He chose not to speak further and quietly entered the car. "All right, let us set off," Yang Chao declared, his irritation evident from his failed attempts to provoke Chen Fan. He shot a fierce glare at him and aggressively pressed the accelerator, swiftly leading the procession of vehicles. The new district was the latest focus of development in Chuzhou, thriving with prosperity, having constructed numerous restaurants, eateries, and entertainment venues such as KTVs. Upon their arrival, the Royal Entertainment KTV was ablaze with lights. A row of elegantly dressed hostesses, clad in uniforms and stockings, stood in the lobby, their appearances commendably appealing, many of whom were part-time students from nearby schools. Upon their entrance, they all bowed in unison, offering their greetings. The affluent second-generation heir who had initially proposed visiting Royal Entertainment strode to the forefront, and upon seeing him, the lobby manager promptly approached. "My friend is celebrating a birthday. Could you arrange a suitable venue for us? Is the Emperor's Hall still available?" "I sincerely apologize, Jun Xiao, but the Emperor Hall has already been reserved for the distinguished guests today. Would you prefer the Queen Hall instead?" The wealthy heir, referred to as Jun Xiao, glanced at Yang Chao and, seeing no objections from him, nodded in agreement. This gathering was in celebration of Zhang Yuming's birthday, naturally hosted by her boyfriend. Subsequently, a few charming princesses were summoned, along with selections of fine imported wines, draft beer, and a platter of fruits. Under the expectant gaze of the manager, Yang Chao generously opened 2 bottles of our Martin Louis XIII, each costing around 20 to 30,000 yuan, eliciting a broad grin from the lobby manager. As Chen Fan sat amidst the opulent surroundings of the private room, he felt akin to a droplet of oil in water, utterly out of place among this crowd. Although the room was filled with fashionable men and women, they were all familiar with one another, while he, an outsider, sensed a subtle exclusion. Even if he wished to engage in conversation, the disparity in social circles rendered any attempt futile. Chen Fan was devoid of such interest. He nestled in a corner, poured himself a glass of Hennessy XO, and pondered whether he should suggest to Jiang Churan that they depart early. He had made plans with Wei Fu to tend to his injuries that evening, initially expecting a simple birthday dinner that would soon conclude. To his surprise, the evening transformed into a lively affair of singing, partying, and bar hopping, and he found himself lacking the time to indulge in such festivities. As the guests took turns selecting songs, the microphone never graced Chen Fan's hands. Unsurprisingly, the most talented singer among them was Su Rongfei. With encouragement from the crowd, she chose to perform the Queen's Years of Flow, managing to evoke echoes of Wang Fei's unique style, earning thunderous applause from all present. Indeed, she is the future rising star. Chen Fan recalls that in his previous life, Su Rongfei had represented Evergreen High School in the National High School Music Competition, where she secured the first prize. She was also the highlight of every school gala. In the midst of the festivities, an elegant woman in her 30s, adorned in a low-cut black evening gown that accentuated her deep neckline, gracefully entered the room. Chapter 10, Royal Entertainment KTV. It turns out that the proprietor of this establishment is affectionately known as Sister Hong. Noticing the high consumption of Yang Chao and his companions, she made a special effort to raise a toast. Upon seeing the matronly figure of the owner offering a drink, Yang Chao and his friends felt a swell of pride, promptly downing their glasses. After a round of toasts, the red wine in her glass remained untouched. Before her departure, however, she instructed the manager to present a bottle of 1990 Lafite, a vintage that commands no less than 5,000 yuan in the market. Given that Chuzhou is not as opulent as the bustling metropolis of Jinling Zhonghai, the total expenditure of over 100,000 yuan, inclusive of drinks, positioned Yang Chao and his friends as significant patrons within the venue. A wealthy young man, known as Jun Xiao, beamed as he remarked, "This time we owe it to Brother Chao. Sister Hong is said to have deep connections. She is rumored to be involved with our local magnate, Brother Hao. Typically, when I accompany friends, the manager handles the introductions. I have never experienced such treatment. Zhou Tianhao? I have heard of him. He is reputed to have influence in both the underworld and the legitimate sphere. It is said that when a city director once disrespected him, he was swiftly dealt with. His connections extend even to the provincial level," interjected a girl of considerable beauty nearby. They were merely a group of affluent youths with decent family backgrounds, unable to compare to a figure of Zhou Tianhao's stature. They often idolized such powerful individuals, and the mere mention of him ignited excitement among the group. Humph. No matter how formidable he is, his woman still has to respectfully toast to our Chao, Zhang Yuming scoffed from the side. Yang Chao smiled with self-satisfaction, casting a defiant glance at Chen Fan. He still harbored resentment over the humiliation he suffered at the hands of this country bumpkin in front of others. He raised his glass and inquired, "So, Brother Chen, are you satisfied with this Royal Entertainment KTV? You seem rather solitary. Should I perhaps call a couple of companions for you?" The onlooker remarked, "They are from Sisui County. How could they possibly be impressed by our modest establishment in Chuzhou?" Jun Xiao scoffed from the side. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, slamming his glass onto the coffee table, and with a half-smile, retorted, "Yang Chao, are you seeking trouble?" "Not at all. Your esteemed presence commands respect, Chen Laoda. How could I dare to provoke you?" Yang Chao replied with sarcasm. "Enough already." Jiang Churan shot a glare at Chen Fan before turning to Yang Chao. "Today is Mengming's birthday. Do you really want to stir up more trouble?" All right. I shall concede for the sake of the illustrious Jiang." Yang Chao exaggeratedly raised both hands in surrender. Chen Fan maintained his composure, yet his displeasure simmered beneath the surface. After a while, Jun Xiao's beautiful companion announced her intent to visit the restroom. She had dressed in a mature fashion for her boyfriend's birthday gathering, donning a seductive black low-cut slip dress that barely covered her, revealing her slender, fair thighs. Though merely 16 or 17, her well-developed figure and exquisite makeup, coupled with high heels, made it difficult to discern her as a high school student. She exuded a blend of maturity and youthful innocence, swaying as she walked. Unexpectedly, just as she exited the restroom and was adjusting her makeup in front of the mirror, a heavy hand struck her pert backside, prompting an immediate scream. Jun Xiao, happening to be in search of her, rushed over upon hearing her cry. He witnessed her being violently pulled by the hair by a portly, middle-aged man, who struck her face repeatedly while hurling insults. "You filthy whore, pretending to be pure while selling yourself. Do you dare to slap me?" The young man, known as Ding Junfei, hailed from a family that owned a clothing factory, with assets amounting to several tens of millions. He possessed a keen social acumen and was well connected in the local scene. Typically, he roamed the bustling district alongside Yang Chao, where few dared to provoke them. Upon witnessing this scene, he could no longer contain himself. He charged forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling on the ground. "How dare you bully my girlfriend, you fat pig? Go to hell." Ding Junfei continued to rain down kicks, eliciting anguished cries from the assailant. Once the portly man managed to rise, he pointed at Ding and shouted, "You brat, just wait. If you have the guts, reveal your name, and I will make you regret this." "Sure, I'll be waiting. My name is Ding Junfei, from the Royal Hall. If you think you can take me down, then come at me." After avenging his girlfriend, Ding Junfei felt a surge of triumph as he took her back to the Royal Hall. When friends inquired about the commotion, he feigned nonchalance, concealing his pride. "Nothing much, just dealt with a fat pig from Jinxi province who dared to harass Xiao Xian. I gave him a few kicks, and he fled in disgrace." Xiao Xian was his girlfriend, with whom he had recently begun a passionate romance, and he would not tolerate any interference. "Look at you, quite the formidable one." A friend playfully punched him, further elevating Ding Junfei's spirits. "It is prudent to exercise caution, for we are not in our territory. Provoking the wrong individuals could lead to unfortunate consequences." A child of the deputy district chief expressed his concerns. This group primarily hailed from the Zhongxing district, where their connections lay. Typically, they could resolve matters with a mere phone call. However, the new district, being a newly developed area situated far from the city center, posed a different challenge. Should trouble arise, their families would be unable to intervene effectively. "Let it be. We have finished our drinks, so let us depart," Jiang Chun declared as she rose. She harbored a deep aversion to such troubles, especially as a young woman. Regardless of how one might retaliate later, she would ultimately be at a disadvantage in face-to-face confrontations. "Fear not. If worst comes to worst, we can call Cao Cao's father. He owns a 5-star hotel and knows everyone," Zhang Yuming chimed in, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chun with a sense of pride. Yang Chao, standing nearby, modestly smiled, clearly pleased with his father's influential connections. He raised his glass and said, "Chun, do not be afraid. With so many of us here, what is there to fear? Let us continue to enjoy ourselves." Upon hearing this, the others raised their glasses in agreement. Jiang Chun, noticing their reluctance to leave, hesitated. After all, they were a group of affluent second-generation heirs, reveling in the presence of a stunning beauty and emboldened by alcohol, unafraid of any ensuing chaos. Chun Fan furrowed his brow slightly, recalling a tale from his past life about an incident involving Ding Junfei, who had crossed paths with a formidable figure from Chuzhou and faced severe repercussions. He realized this was the very place where it transpired. Now seemed the opportune moment to escort Jiang Chun away, thereby sparing her from becoming entangled in the impending turmoil. He stood up, seizing the moment, and said, "Wan, it's quite late. Andy must be waiting for us at home. Shall we head back?" Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yuming's expression shifted immediately. "What do you mean? Are you planning to take Wan away? Are you skipping the birthday party as well? Who do you think you are to make decisions for Wan?" A girl beside her interjected sharply. Yang Chao also turned his head, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Dude, that's not cool. What? Do you not enjoy your time with us? Fine. If you're unhappy, you can leave." But whether Jiang Xiaohua wants to go or not is a question for her to answer. With Yang Chao's words, he cornered Jiang Chun, clearly compelling her to choose between Chun Fan and her friends. All eyes turned to Jiang Chun, including Chun Fan's gaze. Though she felt a pang of resentment, she was compelled to make a decision. After all, one option was merely a stranger, while the other comprised her childhood friends and confidants. Furrowing her brow, she ultimately smiled and said, "Since everyone wishes to continue having fun, I shall accompany you all." Turning her face away, unwilling to meet Chun Fan's gaze, she added, "You can head back on your own. Please convey my regards to my mother." It was evident that this stranger, Chun Fan, held far less significance in her heart than her close friends. Zhang Yuming patted her shoulder, pulling her close and planting a fierce kiss on her cheek. "Now that's my good sister," she declared, casting a disdainful look at Chun Fan. Since Ruan has spoken, Chen kid, why aren't you leaving yet? The entire private room erupted in laughter. All eyes turned to the solitary youth standing apart, isolated by everyone around him. It seemed as if they were mocking his audacity. Even your companions who came with you have abandoned you. What face do you have left to remain here? Su Rongfei anxiously tugged at Jiang Charen's sleeve, yet it was evident that she was resolute in her decision. Although Jiang Charen felt a twinge of sympathy, she understood that to voice her dissent now would only serve to deepen the enmity with Zhang Yumeng and Yang Chao. Thus, she resolved to let things be. After all, a decision once made should not be undone lightly. Chen Fan stood frozen, shaking his head in disbelief. What folly! Since she was unwilling to leave, why should he concern himself? Truly, it was like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart. Just as he prepared to depart, an inexplicable sensation made him pause, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he thought, how amusing. It seems that fate has conspired to keep me here. I shall observe how they navigate this calamity. Meanwhile, the portly, middle-aged man, brimming with fury, approached the opulent imperial hall of the royal entertainment venue. Two imposing figures clad in black suits stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing his disheveled state, they gasped, "Boss Zhang, what has happened to you?" The middle-aged man, seething with anger, did not respond and forcefully pushed open the grand door to the imperial hall. The hall itself was extraordinarily spacious, adorned with unparalleled luxury, exquisite carpets, movable LCD television walls, and genuine leather sofas imported from Italy. The sofas on either side were crowded with an array of charming individuals. Every beauty present surpasses the princesses of the grand hall, each a paragon of royal entertainment. Among them are two who study in the university town, both renowned as campus queens, lured by Hong Jie through various monetary enticements. At the center of the sofa sits a gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, surrounded by a formidable array of imposing figures in tailored black suits, resembling a constellation of stars encircling a central luminary, a clear indication of his stature as a prominent figure. This man, exuding an air of authority, is flanked by two enchanting women. One, a captivating woman in her 30s adorned in a black gown, exudes allure and is none other than Hong Jie, who had just earlier toasted Yang Chao. The other, a younger beauty clad in a white qipao with a hem that ascends to her waist, revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin, bears a cold yet regal demeanor, her understated makeup enhancing her breathtaking beauty. She is undoubtedly the fairest in the entire private room. As he savors the grapes peeled by Hong Jie, one hand rests upon the thigh of the woman in the white qipao, caressing her cool, silken stockings. Though she feels a deep-seated revulsion within, she dares not shift her leg away, fully aware of the terrifying methods this man employs against those who defy him. Upon witnessing the portly man storm through the door in a fit of rage, he looks up in surprise and inquires, "Boss Zhang, what is this all about?" Chapter 10. The Entertainment KTV. It turns out that the proprietor of this establishment is affectionately referred to as Sister Hong by everyone. Noticing the high consumption of her patrons, Sister Hong personally approached to offer a toast. Upon seeing the matron of the establishment extending her courtesy, Yang Chao and his companions felt a sense of pride and promptly drained their glasses in response. After her round of toasts, the glass of red wine in front of the elegant lady remained untouched, yet before her departure, she instructed the manager to present a bottle of 1990 Lafite, a vintage that cannot be acquired for less than 5,000 yuan in the market. Considering that Chuzhou is not as bustling as the grand metropolis of Jincheng Zhonghai, the total expenditure of over 100,000 yuan, including beverages, positioned Yang Chao and his friends as significant patrons of the venue. A wealthy second-generation heir, known as Jun Xiao, beamed as he remarked, "This time, we owe it to Brother Chao. Sister Hong is said to have deep connections. She is the woman of our local magnate, Brother Hao. Typically, when I accompany friends, it is the manager who handles the reception. We seldom receive such treatment. Zhou Tianhao? I have heard of him. It's said he wields considerable influence and wealth, with connections even at the provincial level," chimed in a girl of notable beauty nearby. They were merely a group of affluent second-generation individuals, unable to compare to a figure as formidable as Zhou Tianhao. They often admired such powerful magnates, and the mere mention of him ignited excitement among them. No matter how impressive he may be, his woman still has to obediently toast to our dear Chao, interjected Zhang Yumeng with a disdainful scoff. Yang Chao smiled smugly, casting a defiant glance at Chen Fan. He still harbored resentment over the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of this country bumpkin. Thus, he raised his glass and inquired, "So, Brother Chun, are you satisfied with this royal entertainment, KTV? Seeing you so solitary, shall I call over a couple of companions for your drink?" remarked Jun Xiao with a scoff. Noting the inconsequentiality of their gathering in Chuzhou compared to the grandeur of ZS County, Chen Fan furrowed his brow, slamming his glass onto the coffee table with a sound, and replied with a sardonic smile, "Yang Chao, are you seeking trouble?" Yang Chao retorted mockingly, "Oh, how could I dare to provoke the illustrious Chen? You sit there, indulging in your feasts." "Enough of this," Jiang Chuan interjected, casting a stern glance at Chen Fan before turning to Yang Chao. "Today is Meng Ming's birthday. Do you still wish to stir up chaos?" All right. For the sake of Jiang, the school bell, Yang Chao exaggeratedly raised his hands in surrender. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged, yet irritation brewed within him. After a while, Jun Xiao's attractive female companion excused herself to the restroom. She had dressed with the intent of impressing her boyfriend at this birthday celebration, donning a mature outfit, a black, alluring, low-cut dress. Although merely 16 or 17, her well-developed figure, combined with meticulous makeup and high heels, rendered her indistinguishable from an adult. Unexpectedly, as she stepped out of the restroom and was adjusting her makeup in the mirror, a hefty middle-aged man struck her sharply on her pert backside, prompting her to scream in shock. Jun Xiao, who had been searching for her, rushed over upon hearing her cry, only to witness her being roughly grabbed by the hair and viciously slapped by the man, who hurled insults at her. "You filthy little thing. Pretending to be innocent while out here working? How dare you strike me?" Jun Xiao, known as Ding Junfei, hails from a family that operates a garment factory, possessing a fortune of several tens of millions. His key asset lies in his adept social skills and extensive connections within the local scene. Typically, he associates with Yang Chao in the Zhongxing district, where very few dare to provoke them. Upon witnessing a certain scene, he could no longer contain himself. He rushed over and delivered a powerful kick, sending the middle-aged man sprawling on the ground. "How dare you bully my girlfriend? You wretched pig, perish!" Jun Xiao exclaimed, following up with several more brutal kicks, eliciting anguished cries from his victim. Once the hefty, balding man regained his footing, he pointed accusingly at Jun Xiao and shouted, "You kid, just wait. If you have the guts, reveal your name. I will make you pay dearly." "Fine, I shall await your arrival. My name is Ding Junfei, from the Royal Hall. If you possess any courage, come and eliminate me," Ding Junfei retorted defiantly. After avenging his girlfriend, he felt a surge of satisfaction as he escorted her back to the Royal Hall. When friends inquired about the commotion, he beamed with pride, yet feigned nonchalance, saying, "Nothing much, just encountered a rather hefty fellow." From his accent, he seemed to be from Shanxi province. He dared to harass Xiao Xin. So I gave him a few kicks, and he fled in disgrace. Xiao Xin was his girlfriend, with whom he had recently begun dating. Their romance was still in its fervent early stages, leaving no room for others to intrude. "Impressive, you lad." One of his friends playfully punched him in the arm, causing Ding Junfei's spirits to soar even higher. Nonetheless, a cautious friend, whose family had a minor leadership position, advised, "It's wise to remain vigilant. After all, this is not our territory. Provoking the wrong individuals could lead to undesirable consequences." This group predominantly comprised individuals from the Zhongxing district, where their connections were firmly established. In everyday circumstances, a simple phone call could resolve most issues. However, the XC district is situated at a considerable distance from the city center and is a newly developed area. If trouble arises, their families would be unable to assist. "Never mind, we've finished drinking anyway. Let's leave," Jiang Chuan stated, rising from her seat. She despised attracting such trouble, especially as a young woman. Regardless of any potential retaliation, she would inevitably suffer in direct confrontations. "It's all right. We can always contact Cao Cao's father. He owns a 5-star hotel. Everyone knows him," Zhang Yiming chimed in. Embracing her proudly, Yang Chao, standing nearby, smiled modestly, evidently pleased with his father's connections. He raised his glass and said, "Don't worry, Ranin. With so many of us here, what is there to fear? Let us continue the festivities." Upon hearing this, the others also raised their glasses. Jiang Chuan, noticing that no one wished to leave, hesitated in her stance. They were a group of second-generation wealthy individuals, and with the stunning beauty before them and the influence of alcohol, they were unafraid of causing a ruckus. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He He recalled a story from his past life about a serious incident involving Ding Junfei and a formidable figure from Chuzhou, which had ended poorly for him. It seemed fortuitous to escort Jiang Chuan away to prevent her from becoming entangled in subsequent events. Seizing the moment, he stood and said, "Ranan, it's quite late. Auntie is waiting for us at home. Shall we head back?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuming's expression changed dramatically. "What do you mean? Are you taking Ranan away? Are we not attending the birthday party anymore?" "Indeed, who are you to make decisions for Ranran?" A girl beside them interjected sharply. Yang Chao turned his head slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Buddy, your attitude is rather unamusing. Do you find no joy in our company? If you're unhappy, you are free to leave." However, whether Jiang Xiaohua chooses to depart must be determined by her alone. With these words, Yang Chao cornered Jiang Chuan, clearly compelling her to make a choice between Chun Fan and her friends. All eyes turned to Jiang Chuan, including Chun Fan's gaze. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of resentment, but was compelled to decide. After all, one was merely a stranger, while the other was a childhood friend and confidant. Furrowing her brow, she ultimately smiled and declared, "Since everyone wishes to continue enjoying themselves, I shall gladly accompany you." Turning her face away, she added, "You may return now and inform my mother." It was evident that the stranger, Chun Fan, held far less significance in her heart compared to her close friends and circle. Zhang Yuming patted her shoulder, pulling her closer and planting a fierce kiss on her cheek. "Now that's my good sister." With a disdainful glance at Chun Fan, she remarked, "Since Ranran has spoken, Chun, why don't you make yourself scarce?" Laughter erupted throughout the private room, all eyes now on the boy standing alone, isolated from the group, as if mocking his audacity. "Even your companion has abandoned you. What face do you have left to remain here?" Su Rongfei anxiously tugged at Jiang Chuan's sleeve, yet it was evident that she was resolute in her decision. Although a twinge of reluctance tugged at Jiang Chuan's heart, she understood that to waver now would be to deeply offend Zhang Yuming and Yang Chao. Thus, she resolved that indecision would only bring chaos. Chun Fan stood frozen, shaking his head in resignation. Well, if she was unwilling to depart, why should he burden himself with her fate? Truly, it was akin to a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a benefactor's heart. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed something, pausing in his tracks. Amused by the irony, it seemed that what one thought might come to pass, and now it appeared that leaving was not an option. He was curious to witness how they would navigate this predicament. Meanwhile, the rotund, irate middle-aged man approached the opulent imperial hall of the royal entertainment establishment. Two burly figures clad in black suits stood at the entrance, and upon seeing his disheveled appearance, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss Zhang, what has happened to you?" The middle-aged man, filled with rage, did not respond and forcefully pushed open the grand door to the imperial hall. The imperial hall was exceedingly spacious, adorned with extravagant decor, exquisite carpets, movable LCD television walls, and imported Italian leather sofas. The sofas were crowded with charming young women, each possessing beauty that surpassed the princesses in the main hall, all being the crown jewels of royal entertainment. Among them were two who studied at the university nearby, renowned as the campus beauties, enticed by Hong Jie through various monetary means. At the center of the sofas sat a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Behind him stood a row of robust men clad in immaculate black suits, encircling him as if he were the sun surrounded by stars, unmistakably a figure of considerable influence. This imposing man sat confidently, flanked by two enchanting women. To his left, a captivating woman in her 30s donned a black evening gown. Exuding a seductive charm, she was none other than the alluring Hong Jie, who had just offered a toast to Yang Chao. To his right was a younger beauty, elegantly dressed in a white qipao, her face adorned with subtle makeup, radiating an air of cold elegance and pride. She was undoubtedly the most exquisite presence in the entire private room. Upon witnessing the rotund, balding man burst through the door in a fit of anger. He looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Boss Zhang, what kind of game are you playing?" Chapter 11. Zhou Tianhao. What bad luck. I just emerged from the restroom and encountered a woman dressed much like a hostess, exuding a rather provocative demeanor. A portly middle-aged man plopped down onto the sofa, guzzling a drink with fervor. Mistaking the young woman's age for that of a novice, I playfully patted her backside, intending to inquire about her rates. To my surprise, she retaliated with a sharp slap, and soon after, her boyfriend approached, delivering a few harsh kicks while inquiring about a certain Ding Junfei. "Who is he? Ding Junfei? Isn't he from the royal hall?" Hong Jie interjected. Yes, that lad claimed to be from the royal hall and boasted of waiting for me. His arrogance palpable. Boss Zhang hurriedly added. Hao Ge furrowed his brow and turned to Hongjia, asking, what is the story? Do you know him? It's nothing. I used to frequent there. His father owns a small factory in the development zone, worth several million, I suppose. Hongjia elegantly crossed her legs, puffing on a cigarette designed for ladies. Goodness. I thought he was someone formidable. A mere few million is hardly noteworthy. In Jinxi, I could easily bring him to his knees. Boss Zhang's face, round and fleshy, quivered with indignation. He contracted coal mines in Jinxi, with assets surpassing Ding Junfei's by at least tenfold. His entourage included dozens of guards, often clashing with other mine owners. Was there ever a time without casualties? Today, however, he had been humiliated by a mere boy. He slammed the table, addressing the man in a Zhongshan suit. Hao Ge, what do you suggest I do about this? Huh, quite amusing, isn't it? A mere child of a small-time developer dares to cause trouble in my establishment, Hao Ge remarked, amused rather than angered. A group of beautiful women lounging on the surrounding sofas fell into a stunned silence, fully aware of the terrifying reputation of the man before them in Chuzhou. Zhou Tianhao, a formidable figure who traverses both the legal and illicit realms, is the chairman of Tianhao Entertainment Company, commanding a legion of over 100 subordinates. In Chuzhou, he owns a dozen establishments of the caliber of Royal Entertainment, with substantial shares in nearly all KTVs, bars, and nightclubs throughout the city. Not to mention his interests in various other shadowy enterprises. Previously, a director from the local Bureau of Industry and Commerce had clashed with him, threatening to investigate his establishments. Mere days later, he was taken away by officials from the provincial government. Recently, Zhou had begun to gradually withdraw from his former lifestyle, focusing on cultivating a more refined existence in the legitimate sphere. Boss Zhang, having secured a copper mine in Chuzhou, sought to collaborate with this local powerhouse for development. Yet, faced with such an incident, how could he not feel enraged? Boss Zhang, rest assured, you are my esteemed guest, and I shall provide you with an explanation, he declared, gesturing for a muscular man adorned with a fierce countenance, a robust golden necklace, and a white tiger tattoo, to approach. Abayo, take 2 men to the Queen's Hall, and bring me Ding Junfei and his companion. I wish to see who dares to disturb Zhou Tianhao, he commanded coolly. Understood. Hao Ge, the tattooed man replied with a deep bow. Just as Chun Fan contemplated his departure, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open, and several burly men clad in black suits, their arms covered in tattoos, stormed in. The leader, Abayo, bellowed, "Who is Ding Junfei? Who am I? What's the matter?" Ding Junfei stood up, perplexed. "It's good that it's you. Come with us. Our boss wishes to see you," Abiao beckoned. And 2 burly men in black rushed forward to seize him. "Stop. What do you intend to do? Do you even know who I am?" Ding Junfei struggled desperately, while his friends began to curse at the assailants. "Brother, let us talk this over calmly," Yang Chao interjected, blocking several affluent youths eager to engage. He gazed coolly at Abiao and continued, "This may be a misunderstanding. May I inquire as to why you seek Xiao Fei? He assaulted someone, and that someone happens to be our boss's esteemed guest." Abiao replied with a forced smile. "Are you the one summoned by that fellow from Jinxi?" Ding Junfei's expression shifted dramatically. "Listen, my father is Yang Yifan from the Tianxin Grand Hotel, and we are acquainted with the owner of that establishment. It's unreasonable for you to aid a Jinxi individual in bullying us from Chuzhou, wouldn't you agree?" Yang Chao declared proudly. "I don't care who your father is, be it Yang Yifan or Yang Yibei. If you've got the guts, go tell my boss," Abiao spat dismissively. "Very well, we shall meet your boss, but you must first have your men release him. Is that agreeable?" Yang Chao remained undaunted. After a moment's contemplation, Abiao recalled that the boss had instructed him to bring them over, but without specifying the manner. He nodded. "All right, follow me, and don't even think about escaping. Don't blame my brothers for being unsympathetic later." With that, he led the way out of the private room. "Brother Chao, what should we do? Should we call home?" Ding Junfei anxiously inquired. "It's fine. What connections could a Jinxi person possibly have here? At most, they were merely a group of local tycoons and petty delinquents. With so many of us here, why should we fear them?" Yang Chao scoffed. His father, Yang Yifan, could afford one of the top 5 hotels in Chuzhou, and naturally had extensive connections, knowing many people across various sectors, including the new urban area. A group of intoxicated second-generation rich kids, led by Yang Chao, eagerly trailed behind Abiao and his companions. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Jiang Charan being forcibly dragged by Zhang Yameng, to join the revelry. He thought to himself, let us see how this unfolds. Upon arriving at the imperial hall, Yang Chao and his group were momentarily taken aback by the sight of a cadre of burly men in black behind Brother Hao. It seemed this local boss had some clout. However, each of them came from influential families, and fear was not in their nature. Excuse me, brother. What business do you have with my friend Xiao Fei? Yang Chao proclaimed with arrogance. Oh, and who might you be? Brother Hao, with one arm around Hong Jie and the other around a woman in a cheongsam, regarded the pretentious youths with a smirk. I am Yang Chao. My father is Yang Yifan of the Tianxing Hotel. If I have offended you in any way previously, I kindly ask for your understanding, esteemed brother. Yang Chao offered a courteous bow. Yang Yifan? Brother Hao snorted disdainfully. Let me be clear. Even your father would have to raise a toast and acknowledge me as Brother Hao upon meeting. And you are? Yang Chao's expression shifted, a hint of realization dawning upon him. I am Zhou Tianhao. You have caused trouble in my territory, and you still do not recognize who I am? Zhou Tianhao sneered. Brother Hao. The faces of everyone turned pale, with Ding Junfei feeling a chilling sensation surge from his spine to the crown of his head. They were just discussing how formidable this Hao Gu was, yet unexpectedly found themselves entangled with him. Yang Chao and his companions, though appearing impressive, were merely second or third-tier young masters in Chuzhou. Aside from Yang Chao, the most influential figure among them was merely a deputy district chief, and he resided outside the new district. How could they possibly provoke such a powerful figure who operated in both legitimate and illicit spheres? Boss Zhang, the person is here. What do you suggest we do? Hao Gu tilted his head, glancing at the portly, balding middle-aged man beside him. Boss Zhang rushed forward and, seizing Ding Junfei, delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, his face paling in terror. You think you're quite something, don't you? Tonight. Let us see how I deal with you, he sneered. Please, don't. I was wrong, truly wrong. Have mercy, let me go, Ding Junfei pleaded, shielding his head and begging for leniency, utterly terrified. Let you go? That can be arranged, Boss Zhang laughed heartily. Tonight, let your girlfriend accompany me, and I shall spare you. At that moment, Xiao Xian was already trembling in fear, and upon meeting his gaze, instinctively recoiled. Ah, so Boss Zhang has such preferences. Had I known earlier, I could have effortlessly gathered a group of high school girls for you. Hong Jie responded with a smile. Yang Chao swallowed hard, observing the fearful expressions on his companions' faces, realizing he had no choice but to intervene. Upon hearing the name Zhou Tianhao, he understood that this situation would not end lightly. Summoning his courage, he stated, Hao Gu, my brother has offended your esteemed guest. We sincerely apologize and are willing to make amends. However, please do not involve the young lady. That is acceptable. I have dined with your father a few times, so I can extend him some courtesy, came the reply. Zhou Tianhao wore a smile that was neither here nor there. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Chao's face lit up with joy. You may leave. Just leave these two behind, Zhou Tianhao continued. Instantly, Yang Chao and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. If they departed now, leaving Ding Junfei and his girlfriend behind, their friendship would undoubtedly be irreparably damaged. In the future, whenever Yang Chao's name was mentioned in their circle, he would be ridiculed for his lack of loyalty. How can you leave them here? This is akin to unlawful detention, Zhang Yuming interjected, unable to contain herself. The moment her words escaped, Yang Chao felt a sense of dread. His girlfriend, accustomed to being pampered, had no comprehension of the formidable nature of Zhou Tianhao. Chapter 12. Chun Fan takes action indeed. Zhou Tianhao erupted into laughter. So, you claim I have broken the law, do you? Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, the mirth vanished from his face. Coldly, he declared, I have changed my mind. The rest of you may leave, but you two must remain to share a drink with me before you are allowed to go. He referred to Jiang Churen and Su Rongfei, in addition to Zhang Yuming. He had taken notice of the two young girls as soon as they entered the private room. One exuded an elegant purity, while the other possessed a strikingly tall and beautiful figure, more radiant than the top-tier ladies under Hongjia, rivaling even the one in the white qipao. The crucial factor was their youth. He had long sought an opportunity to engage with them. Now, he was merely seizing this moment to assert his dominance. Brother Hao, she is my girlfriend, a bit naive. I sincerely apologize on her behalf. Please, for my father's sake, Yang Chao quickly interjected, wearing a forced smile. For your father's sake? Go ask him if he dares to claim such a favor. Zhou Tianhao bellowed, violently hurling his wine glass to the ground. When I tell you to leave, you leave. Why are you wasting my time with your chatter? If you do not leave now, none of you shall depart. The sound of the shattered glass startled the group of teenagers, who had never encountered such a display of fury. One exquisitely made-up rich girl tugged on her boyfriend's arm and whispered, "Shall we leave now?" It was evident that many were beginning to waver. Though they typically indulged in drinking and singing without a care, the thought of standing against Zhou Tianhao, a powerful figure in Chuzhou, for the sake of so-called friendship and beauty, seemed to overestimate their bonds. In this world, where camaraderie appeared abundant, the reality was that their loyalty paled in comparison to that of ordinary children. Moreover, Zhang Yiming and others are individuals of notable family backgrounds. Thus, Zhou Tianhao would not dare to truly confront them, at most causing them some inconvenience. "Little sister, just accompany Brother Hao for a drink. With so many of us here, Brother Hao would not dare to take advantage of you." Hong Jie elegantly poured a glass of the 1961 Ch. Latour Bordeaux, a wine that once fetched an astounding price of 130,000 at auction in Hong Kong. She subtly gestured to a Biao, who nodded in understanding and stepped forward to summon the three young women. At this moment, Zhang Yiming's complexion turned pale as she finally grasped the gravity of her situation. Desperately seeking refuge behind her boyfriend, Yang Chao, standing nearby, wore an apologetic smile and offered earnest apologies, yet he did not dare to intervene. Zhou Tianhao's formidable reputation was well known. His father often spoke of him. Although his father owned a sizable hotel and held a respectable position in Chuzhou, Zhou Tianhao's connections were far more powerful, linked to the city's leaders. If provoked, he would not hesitate to disregard any semblance of civility. While his father could navigate such situations, he was merely a child, insignificant in stature, unable to withstand Zhou Tianhao's might. Jiang Churan maintained a cold demeanor, aware that today's events would not conclude easily. However, she was not intimidated. Jiang Haishan was also a person of considerable standing in Chuzhou, being a government official. Zhou Tianhao would not dare to act against her, though some humiliation appeared inevitable. Just as she prepared to speak up, suggesting that Zhang Yiming and the others should leave first, a hand suddenly intercepted a Biao's path. Everyone looked on in astonishment. Chen Fan stood before Jiang Churan and Su Rongfei, one hand in his pocket and the other raised to block their path. He turned to Zhou Tianhao and said, "Brother Hao, right? They are my friends. Do me a favor and let them go." "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Churan prodded him from behind, her voice a low hiss of anger. What should have been a straightforward situation, easily resolved with a drink and an apology, had now become potentially troublesome due to Chun Fan's intervention. "Oh, and who might you be to demand my consideration?" Zhou Tianhao retorted ominously. His anger surged within him. First, a group of ruffians had assaulted his guests in his establishment, and now a mere child dared to ask for his leniency? Was it that my words no longer held weight? Are all manner of creatures now emboldened to challenge me? Who am I? Chun Fan tilted his head, pondering momentarily before replying. "I am someone you cannot provoke." His words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, all gazing at him as though he were a madman. "What the hell? Don't drag us down with you if you're looking for trouble, big brother," Yang Chao lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Had he known this fool would behave so recklessly, he would never have brought him to the KTV. The gravity of the situation struck him. While their initial conflict had been minor, Chun Fan's audacious statement was akin to slapping Zhou Tianhao in the face. Could this formidable figure from Chuzhou possibly tolerate such insolence? Beside him, Ding Junfei trembled involuntarily, unable to fathom the terror that would ensue when Zhou Tianhao unleashed his fury. "Ha ha ha!" Zhou Tianhao laughed, fury transforming into a sinister mirth. "You believe I cannot provoke you? In Chuzhou, is there truly anyone I cannot confront? Young man, due to your words today, I shall ensure you do not leave the gates of the royal entertainment." He laughed mockingly as he pointed at Chen Fan, enunciating each word with deliberate malice. "It is over." Jiang Churan shut her eyes tightly, aware that the situation had spiraled beyond control. This insufferable fool. Why does he relish in displaying his bravado? Can he not see that even someone like Yang Chao does not dare to offend Zhou Tianhao directly? Why must he make an appearance? Is he seeking a swifter demise? Beside her, Su Rongfei was already pale with fright, clutching Jiang Churan's garment, pleading, "Ranan, what should we do? You must save him." "How can I save him? My father is merely the deputy director of the municipal government office. Zhou Tianhao might spare us some consideration due to my father's position. However, Chun Fan lacks any background and has openly confronted him. He is likely to suffer greatly. If not worse," Jiang Churan lamented, her frustration palpable. There was no hope left. No intervention would change the outcome. As anticipated, Zhou Tianhao bellowed furiously, "Abayo, destroy him." The burly man known as Abayo, a fierce-looking individual adorned in a black tank top, cracked his knuckles ominously while eyeing Chen Fan with sinister intent. "Young man, you brought this upon yourself," he said. His physique was formidable, with arms as thick as a man's thigh, and a prominent scar running across his face, instilling fear in those around him. The onlookers turned pale at the sight. Indeed, Abayo was Zhou Tianhao's most formidable enforcer, a man extracted from military prison by Zhou. With a volatile temperament, he had previously injured an instructor during his service, resulting in a prison sentence. For the past decade, he had been instrumental in establishing Zhou Tianhao's dominion. Once, a solitary figure pursued by a group of 17 or 18 individuals found himself in a perilous situation. With a sudden, forceful swing, a fist as robust as a tree trunk surged towards Chun Fan's abdomen, accompanied by a gust of wind that howled ominously. Should that punch land, it would undoubtedly shatter several ribs. Those behind Chen Fan, witnessing the impending strike, turned pale with fear and hastily retreated to avoid being caught in the fray. Su Rongfei cried out in alarm, urging him to evade the blow. At that moment, Chen Fan, seemingly unfazed, turned to her with a serene smile, assuring her, "It's nothing. He is merely child's play to me." With a single hand, he intercepted Abayo's iron fist. Instantly, Abayo's expression shifted. His punch could shatter a wooden door, yet it was thwarted by a seemingly frail youth. Retracting his fist, he felt as though he had struck an iron plate, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his hand, leaving him both astonished and apprehensive. A martial artist? No wonder he dared to act so recklessly. Abayo took 2 steps back, scrutinizing Chen Fan before producing a fearsome-looking knuckle duster, grinning maliciously. "I particularly enjoy dealing with martial artists. Come on, kid, let us play for real." With that, he launched another punch, this one even more forceful than the last, aimed directly at Chen Fan's temple. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Such malice was unwarranted given their lack of enmity. If that punch struck an ordinary person, it could very well be fatal. "Since you are so ruthless, do not blame me for being merciless," Chen Fan declared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Abayo soaring through the air. In the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, Abayo's body was propelled through the air for several meters before crashing thunderously before Zhou Tianhao and his companions, eliciting a chorus of startled gasps from the ladies seated on the adjacent sofas. "Abayo, are you all right?" Zhou Tianhao's expression shifted, revealing his concern. This was his ace enforcer, and yet he had been bested by a mere boy of 16 or 17. Abayo felt as if he had been struck midsection by a motorcycle, his insides in turmoil. With a sharp gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood. Very well. Very well." Zhou Tianhao's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, his rage surging as he sensed that his dignity, cultivated over years as a leader, had been affronted. At that moment, he was consumed by a desire for vengeance at any cost. He gestured fiercely to the crowd behind him. "Why aren't you all joining in? Bring him down." The dozen or so burly men clad in black exchanged glances, nodding in unison as they each drew weapons, machetes and steel pipes, and surged forward. "Can you truly take on more than 10 of us?" Upon witnessing this display, Yang Chao and his companions had long since retreated into the corridor, trembling in fear, leaving only Chun Fan standing resolutely with one hand in his pocket, facing the throng of armed assailants. Seeking death, Chun Fan scoffed, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing into the fray. His physical prowess was akin to that of 1,000 pounds of force. When he struck a foe, it was either death or grievous injury. As for the machetes and pipes, under his extraordinary speed, they could hardly graze even the hem of his clothing. In less than a minute, from the entrance of the Imperial Hall to the Grand Foyer, the floor was strewn with moaning bodies. They clutched their hands or feet, wailing in agony. Chen Fan was filled with disdain at their brutality. Nearly every one of them had suffered broken limbs at his hands. He actually triumphed? Zhang Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had witnessed a ghost. The individual she had perceived as utterly ordinary during their first meeting, destined to languish at the bottom of society, turned out to be a hidden master, single-handedly defeating a dozen armed thugs. This was akin to a scene from a television drama. Yang Chao felt utterly dumbfounded, recalling his previous thoughts of revenge against him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. As Chun Fan approached, amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he gracefully seated himself before Zhou Tianhao and remarked, "Oh, Now do you think I am someone you can provoke? A profound silence enveloped the room. Zhou Tianhao's eyes bore into him, his face a ghastly palette of green, white, and purple. He had never anticipated that his loyal subordinates would be incapable of subduing even a single opponent. The extraordinary prowess displayed by this young man was beyond terrifying. In his extensive years of dominance in Chuzhou, he had scarcely encountered anyone of such caliber. Yet, true to his status as a local magnate, Zhou Tianhao managed to suppress his fury, maintaining a calm facade as he replied, "Young brother, you are indeed formidable. However, no matter how skilled you are, can you contend with firearms? I have encountered many martial artists like you before, and the last one ended up incapacitated after being ambushed. Moreover, in this day and age, mere physical prowess cannot instill fear. Do you believe that with a single phone call, I could have you thrown into prison?" The more he spoke, the more emboldened he became, leaning back with a self-satisfied threat. Zhou Tianhao's dominance in Chuzhou is not solely attributed to his formidable band of brothers. Rather, it is the substantial backing from official circles that serves as the crux of his power. Otherwise, he would have long since been undermined. Upon hearing Zhou Tianhao threaten him with his political influence, Chun Fan furrowed his brow, a silent murderous intent brewing within him. "Allow them to depart. I shall remain here. And we can engage at our leisure," he remarked coolly. Chun Fan intended to first send Jiang Charan and the others away before unleashing his sorcery to silently eliminate Zhou Tianhao, thus resolving this predicament once and for all. After all, magical homicide is nearly imperceptible to modern forensic methods. Zhou Tianhao scrutinized him, then glanced at the group of youngsters outside, contemplating, "Very well. Xiaohong, instruct them to leave. I am curious to see how this young man intends to entertain me tonight." Having already offended a remarkably skilled individual, he was acutely aware of the potential threat posed by the affluent young men outside. Individually, he harbored no fear, but when combined, their prowess and connections rendered the situation considerably precarious. Yang Chao and the others felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hastened to flee. Although Chun Fan had effortlessly dispatched a dozen of them, the pressure exerted by Zhou Tianhao was far more daunting. In the fray between titans, the innocent often suffer. If there was a time to escape, it was now. Su Rongfei, reluctant to leave, was forcibly dragged away by Zhang Yaming. Jiang Churan lingered until the end, casting a deep gaze at Chun Fan before departing. She had never anticipated that this young man would bring her such profound astonishment. No wonder he appeared so self-assured. Yet, Zhou Tianhao was not a foe to be vanquished through mere brawn. She was acutely aware that her presence here would only hinder Chun Fan, so she suppressed her worries and followed the others as they departed. Once everyone had left, Chun Fan felt a profound sense of relief. His concerns were never for himself, but rather for Jiang Churan and Su Rongfei. After all, one was the daughter of Aunt Tang, and the other had nearly become his lover in a past life. As he wore a smile, preparing to unleash his spell to eliminate Zhou Tianhao on the spot, a sudden phone call interrupted the moment. Chapter 13. The Wei family of Jianbei. Chun Fan furrowed his brow and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Xiao Qi? Upon seeing the name, he suddenly recalled his appointment with the elderly gentleman in the Tang suit for treatment that evening. However, the incident involving Yang Chao and Zhou Tianhao had momentarily diverted his attention, nearly causing him to forget. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Fan decided to answer the call. After all, there was no urgency in taking a life. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I am Xiao Qi. I have arrived at the entrance of the lakeside community," a respectful voice echoed in his ear. Since witnessing Chun Fan's remarkable prowess in effortlessly plucking flowers and leaves, Xiao Qi held him in profound esteem. As a soldier, he held a deep respect for strength and power. I am not at the lakeside community," Chun Fan replied somewhat apologetically, realizing he had inadvertently delayed a commitment he had made. "Oh, then where are you? Is there something amiss?" Xiao Qi inquired, his tone hesitant, clearly apprehensive about offending Chun Fan with too many questions. "I am over in the new district, encountering a minor issue," Chun Fan responded, glancing at Zhou Tianhao, who sat calmly, watching him with keen interest and showing no signs of interference. "You are facing a problem? Could you share it with me?" Xiao Qi asked eagerly. He paused, seemingly worried that Chun Fan might misconstrue his intentions, and quickly added, "I merely wish to avoid delaying the old gentleman's treatment. To be candid, although I only serve as the old gentleman's bodyguard, I can manage some minor issues here in Chuzhou. It's nothing serious. Just a conflict that arose while singing at the Royal Entertainment KTV with a person called Hao Go. Chun Fan harbored little confidence in Shao Qi's ability to resolve the predicament. After all, although the elderly gentleman in traditional attire appeared to wield considerable influence, Shao Qi was merely a guard. How much clout could he possibly possess? Nevertheless, he patiently elucidated the situation. Just as he finished speaking, he was taken aback by Shao Qi's astonished exclamation, "Brother Hao? Is it Zhou Tianhao? Indeed, you know him?" This time, it was Chun Fan's turn to be astonished. "The Royal Entertainment KTV? I shall arrive in 10 minutes, Shao Qi hastily declared. "Please inform Zhou Tianhao to wait. I will be there shortly." Upon ending the call, Chun Fan wore an expression of bemusement. It seemed that Shao Qi was indeed acquainted with Zhou Tianhao, and their relationship appeared to be quite extraordinary. Should he act and resort to violence now, or await Shao Qi's arrival? Zhou Tianhao, observing him as he made the call, refrained from interference. Once Chun Fan hung up, Zhou Tianhao smugly crossed his legs and remarked, "So, you called for assistance? Go ahead, I won't stop you. Gather all the connections you can find and see who in Chuzhou dares to stand up for you." At this moment, Hong Jia, who had been somewhat dazed, regained her composure and flashed a smile to flatter. "Oh, who in Chuzhou doesn't he know that your connections, Brother Hao, are the strongest? Who would dare to advocate for this fellow in such a situation?" Having followed Zhou Tianhao the longest, she was well aware of the formidable backing he commanded, individuals of considerable stature in Chuzhou and even Jiangbei. Meanwhile, the woman in the white qipao silently observed the two, a flicker of resentment gleaming in her eyes. Unlike Hong Jia, she had been more or less coerced into Zhou Tianhao's sphere, having no avenue of escape, and thus watched with a sense of satisfaction as Chun Fan dealt a beating to his subordinates. She thought of this and cast a worried glance at Chun Fan. She was well aware of Zhou Tianhao's formidable nature. Although this young man was quite skilled, she held little hope that he could contend with Zhou Tianhao. "Well, my friend mentioned he would arrive in 10 minutes. Until then, you shall wait." Chun Fan pondered for a moment and decided to relay the message verbatim. If Shao Qi could resolve this matter, it would indeed be a blessing. After all, he had just returned to life and had yet to savor the pleasures of modern existence. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to refrain from taking a life. After all, once a life was taken, the situation would escalate dramatically. "Make me wait." Zhou Tianhao seemed to find this notion utterly astonishing, nodding exaggeratedly. "Very well, I shall wait. 10 minutes. I shall wait for 10 minutes. I am eager to see who in Chuzhou dares to challenge me." The hall fell into a profound silence, with only the pained groans of the injured men in black echoing across the floor. What followed was an interminable wait. Chun Fan understood that Zhou Tianhao's silence was merely a precursor to an impending eruption. Before the 10 minutes had elapsed, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Everyone turned to look, and there stood a formidable man, clad in a camouflage shirt and pants, sporting a buzz cut. He scanned the injured on the ground without a flicker of emotion before hastily approaching Chun Fan with utmost respect. "Mr. Chen, are you unharmed? Have they inflicted any injuries upon you? How could they possibly harm me?" Chun Fan chuckled and shook his head. "Indeed, with your prowess, even 10 times their number would not stand a chance against you. It was I who misjudged the situation." The robust man chuckled briefly before suddenly turning and bellowing. "Zhou Tianhao, who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on Mr. Chun?" Zhou Tianhao's complexion changed drastically upon the entrance of this formidable figure. At the sound of his furious reprimand, he sprang up from the sofa, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he stammered, "Qi Gu, what brings you here?" This imposing man was none other than Shao Qi, the bodyguard of Elder Wei. With a cold smirk, Shao Qi retorted, "If I hadn't come, I would have been unaware that you nearly assaulted one of the old master's friends." Zhou Tianhao's face contorted in disbelief as he gazed at Chun Fan. In his mind, the old master was a man nearing his 90s. His friends were undoubtedly of extraordinary stature and well into their twilight years. How could this mere boy, scarcely 16 or 17, possibly be a friend of the old master? Shao Qi continued ominously. "The old master personally dispatched me in his designated vehicle to invite Mr. Chen to the banquet. The car is still parked downstairs. What, do you think I'm deceiving you?" "And no, not at all," Zhou Tianhao stammered, cold sweat pouring down his back. He understood that although the old master's special vehicle was merely an Audi A6, it was state-issued and rarely used unless for matters of utmost importance. Moreover, Shao Qi, as the old master's personal guard, coming to fetch someone in such a manner was a privilege that even the old master's sons could scarcely expect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, He turned to Chen Fan, his voice trembling with trepidation. I had no idea that the young gentleman was a guest of the old master. I was foolish, and I sincerely hope you can overlook my error. All present were left astounded, gazing at the formidable figure in Chuzhou, known for his dominion, as he unexpectedly bowed in apology to a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth. A sense of absurdity washed over them. Could it be that this young lad possessed some extraordinary connections? Otherwise, how could Brother Hao be so intimidated? Yet, even the offspring of the mayor would not elicit such obsequiousness from him. Could it be that the boy's background was even more illustrious? Perhaps linked to the provincial authorities or even the military? Upon noticing Shao Qi's camouflage attire, silence enveloped the crowd. Any mention of military affairs would undoubtedly complicate matters. Only Hong Jie felt a sudden chill run down her spine, her heart gripped by an overwhelming astonishment. She had just been contemplating Zhou Tianhao's connections, never anticipating that the individual present was indeed the very foundation of Zhou Tianhao's power. This was troublesome. The newcomer was not merely the third master, but rather the esteemed Old Wei, a figure of greater stature than the third master. This young man was, in fact, under Old Wei's wing. Chen Fan furrowed his brow as he observed the once arrogant magnate, now expressing sincere trepidation in his apology. Realizing he had underestimated the status of the elderly man in traditional garb, it was likely that his rank surpassed what he had previously assumed. Mr. Chen, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Shao Qi inquired cautiously from the side. His initial outburst towards Zhou Tianhao had been driven by a sense of protection. After all, if he truly wished to confront Zhou Tianhao, he could have done so discreetly, mobilizing his resources after their departure to ensure the latter's utter ruin. Nevertheless, being a quasi-ally, it seemed unjust to condemn Zhou Tianhao to such a dire fate over a trivial issue. Chen Fan, clearly perceiving his intentions, deliberated briefly before responding. Since you are acquainted, let us consider this matter resolved. To him, Zhou Tianhao had not truly offended him. Rather, it was his subordinates who had suffered grievous injuries at his hands. He turned to Zhou Tianhao, whose face bore a look of delight, and said, Brother Hao, this evening's incident is but a misunderstanding, and we shall leave it at that. I do not wish for you to trouble those 3 young girls again. Of course, if you harbor any resentment, you may direct it towards me. I am always ready to engage. Not at all, not at all, Zhou Tianhao replied, drenched in sweat, repeatedly offering his apologies. Only after Chen Fan and Shao Qi had departed did he finally exhale deeply and straighten his posture. At that moment, Boss Zhang, who had been too intimidated to speak until now, mustered the courage to inquire, Brother Hao, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Tianhao, with a bitter smile, shook his head and replied, Boss Zhang, I fear you have witnessed quite the spectacle. Today has not been my day. Boss Zhang furrowed his brow and asked, what is that young man's background to frighten you so? Could he be from the city? Zhou Tianhao remained silent, surveying his surroundings. Hong Jie understood his unspoken request and promptly ushered the unrelated guests away, instructing her subordinates to transport the injured guards to the hospital. She also commanded that no one was to divulge a single word about this incident. Anyone who dared to speak would face dire consequences. In the Grand Imperial Hall, only Brother Hao, Boss Zhang, Hong Jie, and the woman in the white qipao remained. Zhou Tianhao sat on the sofa, sipping the drink poured by Hong Jie, before slowly stating, as for the young man's background, I am unaware. However, the individual behind him is indeed formidable. He is the support of my own support. Oh, may I inquire which family he belongs to? Is it appropriate to disclose? Boss Zhang cautiously inquired. Zhou Tianhao pondered for a moment before uttering 2 words, Wei family. Wei family? Boss Zhang murmured, as if a realization struck him, and his expression suddenly changed. The Wei family from Jiangbei? Indeed, Zhou Tianhao nodded, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The individual named Qi who had just arrived was none other than a personal bodyguard to the Old Wei. I have scarcely encountered him. A chill surged down Boss Zhang's spine, awakening him from his earlier intoxication. The Wei family from Jiangbei is a renowned clan in Jiangnan province, particularly influential in several cities north of the Yangtze River. As merely a small coal mine owner from Shaanxi province, he felt utterly dwarfed by such a formidable family that straddles both political and military realms. Although he was startled by Chen Fan's earlier commotion and Qi's appearance, he remained unfazed, for his business was situated in Shaanxi province. Even if he were unable to confront them, he could simply walk away. However, upon hearing the name of the Wei family from Jiangbei, he could no longer remain composed, especially with the reputation of Old Wei. He had heard of it even while in Shaanxi. Given Old Wei's stature, even if he were not physically present in Shaanxi, a mere word from him would compel many to offer their respect. It would be a trivial matter for him to deal with a coal mine owner. This situation had indeed escalated. He could not help but murmur. Chapter 14. The Wei family's heart method. It is said that Chun Fan was already en route to heal his wounds. This time, Shaoqi did not drive the luxurious Range Rover, but instead opted for an older model Audi A6. Although the price of the Audi was far inferior to that of the Range Rover, the military license plate from the Jinling military region and the permits for the provincial and army districts affixed to the windshield indicated that this vehicle held far greater significance. Traffic officers who dared to stop a Range Rover would think twice before halting this car. As Shaoqi navigated the road, he glanced at Chun Fan through the rearview mirror and suddenly remarked, "Mr. Chun must have already deduced the identity of the leader." Chun Fan nodded, finally recalling the origins of the elderly man in the tank suit. Wei Fu. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. He was the most renowned figure to emerge from Chuzhou in modern times. Chuzhou, located in the northern part of Jiangnan province, had only a middling economy within the province and had always been relatively obscure in both wealth and reputation. Wei Fu stood out as the most notable individual from Chuzhou in nearly a century. It was said that in his youth, he had served in the army and was one of the youngest generals at the time of the founding of the nation. He later participated in the counteroffensive against Annam in the 1980s, earning the moniker of Tiger General. Given his formidable background, it was no surprise that Zhou Tianhao was so intimidated by his name. However, from the looks of it, Zhou Tianhao seemed to have a significant connection with the Wei family. How could an esteemed military figure like Wei, dedicated to safeguarding the nation, be associated with someone like Zhou Tianhao, who walked the fine line of legality? Chun Fan could not help but furrow his brow. Sensing Chun Fan's confusion, Shaoqi quickly elaborated. The leader has 3 sons and 2 daughters, excluding those who passed away at a young age. The eldest son has achieved remarkable success. He entered the political arena and is now appointed to oversee the political and legal affairs committee within the province. The second son, who is also the father of Ziqing, was sent to the military by a superior and currently serves as a colonel on the staff of the Nanjing military region, which is commendable in its own right. However, the youngest son has proven to be quite ineffectual, showing no interest in politics or the military. Instead, he established a company, exploiting the reputations of his father and elder brother to engage in unscrupulous activities. In several cities of Jiangbei, he has been able to leverage the influence of his father and elder brother, living a life of pretense. Zhou Tianhao, one of his subordinates, is also involved in this charade. Even outsiders like Shaoqi cannot tolerate the conduct of Wei Lao's youngest son, which clearly indicates his questionable character. Chun Fan nodded in understanding. The vehicle traversed the Yangue Lake Highway, delving deep into the misty mountains, eventually halting before a spacious courtyard adorned with green tiles and blue bricks. This is a sanatorium established by the military region in Jiangbei, designated exclusively for officials of division rank and above. Given the old leader's frail health, he primarily resides in this facility. After Shaoqi parked the car, he accompanied Chun Fan inside, providing a brief introduction. As they walked along the tranquil path, they encountered elderly individuals and white-clad caregivers, each likely having once held significant positions. Now, in their 70s and 80s, they are relegated to this sanctuary to enjoy their twilight years. The environment is indeed conducive to recuperation, prompting Chun Fan to marvel at how adeptly military personnel select such serene locations. Upon meeting Wei Lao, he was engrossed in calligraphy, with Ziqing beside him grinding ink. Observing from the side, Chun Fan noted that Wei Lao's brushwork likely reflected decades of practice. While it may not quite rival the exquisite calligraphy displayed at Aunt Tang's home by Su Wan, it exuded a commanding presence that seemed to devour the vastness of the world like a tiger. "Mr. Chun is proficient in calligraphy as well?" Old Wei inquired with a smile as he set aside his brush. At that moment, Wei Fu was clad in a traditional Tai Chi practice outfit, exuding a certain nonchalance that contrasted with his earlier attire of tank suit. Perhaps his injuries were on the mend, coupled with the comfort of being in his habitual surroundings. He appeared somewhat more relaxed. "I am not well versed in this." In his previous life, he had been utterly ignorant of calligraphy, painting, or music. Even after returning to Earth for 2 decades, his understanding was primarily rooted in the culture of the future world. "By the way, weren't you supposed to treat my grandfather as injuries? Why have you not brought any silver needles or the like?" Wei Ziqing interjected, unbeknownst to her. She had taken a disliking to Chen Fan and felt compelled to create a bit of mischief for him. Today, she had donned a casual outfit, a fitted white t-shirt paired with ultra-short denim shorts, revealing her long, sculpted legs akin to jade pillars. Notably, her bosom was also elevated, presenting a stark contrast to her usual style and revealing a more alluring aspect of femininity. My method of healing does not require acupuncture or massage, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Take a look at this. Chen Fan handed the elderly man a handwritten copy of Wei Family Heart Method. This so-called Wei Family Heart Method was a refined and optimized technique that Chen Fan had developed based on Wei Fu's internal energy cultivation practices, a name he had chosen himself, deeming it quite fitting. What is this? Wei Fu asked, perplexed, as he accepted the thin booklet. Upon his first glance, his expression shifted subtly. The more he read, the greater his astonishment, culminating in a face awash with incredulity. What happened, Grandpa? Ziqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. After Wei Fu finished reading, he closed the booklet and, with his eyes shut, pondered for quite some time before finally exhaling slowly. He solemnly bowed to Chen Fan, expressing, "The great kindness and virtue of the esteemed sir is something I, Wei, shall never forget. It matters not. You, Elder Wei, devoted your life to safeguarding your homeland, enduring countless hardships that led to your ailments. Given our encounter, I cannot remain indifferent," Chen Fan replied, accepting the bow with composure. "Grandfather, why are you suddenly bestowing such a grand gesture upon him for no reason?" A spirited young woman with a striking ponytail hurried to assist Wei Fu, casting an admonishing glance at Chen Fan, reproaching him for his lack of understanding and for allowing the elder to bow to him. Chen Fan smiled lightly. The girl was indeed fickle. She had been so amiable when agreeing to let him treat her grandfather, yet now reverted to her previous indifference. "Mr. Chen, please explain to Ziqing," Wei Fu said cheerfully after bowing, his mood greatly improved. Chen Fan replied calmly, "Your grandfather's ailments stem from two primary issues. Firstly, he sustained an injury from forcefully channeling his internal energy years ago, which was never treated, resulting in irreversible damage to his lungs. Secondly, the internal energy cultivation method he practiced has flaws that can harm the lungs. Although each instance of damage is minimal, it accumulates over time, leading to illness." "Does that mean my lungs are also affected?" Wei Ziqing's delicate face paled slightly. "In theory, yes. However, your cultivation is still at a nascent stage, so it has not reached that extent yet," Chen Fan shrugged. Upon hearing his words, Wei Ziqing could not help but roll his eyes. "So, it seems her feeble cultivation was to blame?" Wei Lao nodded. "When this technique was passed down in our family, this issue was indeed mentioned. However, at that time, having a martial art to cultivate was already a stroke of fortune. Who cared about whether it harmed the lungs? Thus, I did not impart this flawed technique to any of my descendants. Had it not been for your fervent insistence, Ziqing, I would have taken this imperfect method to my grave." "Then what is this little booklet?" Wei Ziqing inquired, puzzled. "This booklet is a perfected version I revised based on your family's ancestral technique," Chen Fan replied, answering every question posed to him. "Not merely perfected. It surpasses our family's internal energy technique by countless levels. Mr. Chen's mastery in martial arts is truly remarkable, worthy of admiration," Wei Fu expressed with awe. "The Wei family has diligently practiced this technique for decades, even centuries, yet we have not found a way to remedy its flaws. Meanwhile, he transformed it into a flawless version in mere days, and it is exponentially superior to ours. Such capability is indeed formidable. However, I recall that you did not bestow the ancestral technique upon him, grandfather. How did he manage to modify it?" Wei Ziqing was perplexed. This is precisely why martial arts masters are called masters. Their prowess lies in this variability. Wei Fu shook his head, his expression one of admiration. "A true master can discern the essence of your cultivation technique with just a glance. Without such skill, what right do they have to be called masters?" The term master signifies the establishment of a school, the creation of a unique lineage. Chen Fan waved his hand lightly and said, "I am merely a cultivator, certainly not a master. With such abilities, sir, you are not merely a master. You surpass one." Wei Fu laughed heartily. Surprised by Chen Fan's prowess, even Wei Ziqing, who had always held reservations about him, couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. A smile crept into Chen Fan's heart. Even the icy beauty could offer compliments. "By the way, this is the minor Peiyuan pill, a total of 10. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Fan took out a glass vial and handed it to Wei Ziqing. Ensure that Wei Lao takes these at regular intervals. While consuming the minor Peiyuan pills, he should also revise the improved cultivation method. And it should nearly cure your grandfather's condition. After saying this, he added with a hint of regret, "It is a pity that the medicinal materials are too costly for me to afford. Otherwise, I could refine genuine Peiyuan pills. At that point, your grandfather's lung ailment would be trivial. A single pill could eradicate all ailments, even revive those on the brink of death, allowing them to live for several more years. Is it truly that remarkable?" Wei Ziqing hurriedly tucked the glass vial away as if it were a treasured possession. Not forgetting to retort, he said, "You must be exaggerating. What do you mean by eradicating all ailments and reviving the dead? Aren't those just fanciful tales from mythology? Believe it or not, it matters not to me." Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, which left Wei Ziqing fuming, his lips twisted in annoyance. This little brat is insufferable, Wei Ziqing thought angrily. Always contradicting me. Can't he ever give way to his elder sister? And he claims to be a grown man. I, however, find some merit in Mr. Chen's words. Mr. Chen, would it be convenient for you to specify which medicinal herbs you need? I can ask them to assist in gathering them for you. Suddenly, an idea struck Mr. Wei. Certainly, I won't disclose the specific herbs. I can provide you with the formula. However, this particular elixir can only be refined by me on this planet. Chen Fan remained indifferent. He took a piece of paper and inscribed the formula. The Peiyuan Dan must be concocted using the unique methods of the cultivation world. Outsiders who lack understanding will ruin it 10 times out of 10. Mr. Wei took the formula, glanced at it, and noted that it contained exceedingly rare and precious herbs, with very high age requirements. No wonder Chen Fan found them unaffordable. Even with the resources of the Wei family, gathering them would require considerable effort. He nodded slightly and handed the formula to Shao Qi, instructing him to exert his utmost effort in procuring the ingredients. Having resolved the matter of healing, I also wish to inquire about the martial arts world from the elder, Chen Fan stated. Mr. Wei nodded and said, I anticipated you would ask these questions. Feel free to voice any concerns you may have. Chapter 15. Martial arts master Chen Fan departed from the sanatorium on Yunwu Mountain with a profound sense of satisfaction. Old Wei possessed limited knowledge regarding the martial arts realm. After all, he was a figure entrenched within the system, practicing martial arts merely as a familial tradition and a personal interest. According to him, the lineage of martial arts boasts a rich history, tracing back over a millennium. It is said to have originated from Taoism or other esoteric sects that disseminated the methods of refining one's energy, which were eventually simplified by masters of martial arts, leading to the creation of various internal energy techniques and combat skills. The zenith of martial arts occurred during the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, a time when masters emerged in droves and exceptional talents flourished. However, as firearms ascended, the discipline began its gradual decline, and now, even master-level practitioners are exceedingly rare. Martial artists are categorized into 3 realms: external force, internal force, and transformation. The majority of martial artists exist within the realm of external force, with practices such as Eagle Claw, Hong Quan, and Tan Tue predominantly falling under this category. They rely heavily on the power of muscles and bones, presenting little distinction from ordinary individuals. The realm of internal force, however, is exceedingly scarce. Only a select few top-tier internal martial arts schools and familial lineages maintain the practice of internal force techniques. Internal force is further divided into 4 stages: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Old Wei belongs to the stage of major accomplishment. The cultivation of internal force is notoriously challenging. For instance, Wei Ziqing has been training under her grandfather in the Wei family's techniques since childhood, yet she has only recently entered the entry stage in her 20s, still far from achieving minor accomplishment. Not to mention the entirety of Huaxia, even in Jiangnan province, there are but a few practitioners of internal force. In Chuzhou, apart from the esteemed Wei and his grandson, there exists the master of the Weixing Martial Arts Hall in the city center, who is rumored to have attained inner strength. However, his cultivation is deemed insufficient, and even the venerable Wei dismisses his skills. After all, the prowess of inner strength cannot shield one from the lethal force of a firearm. A decade of arduous training pales in comparison to merely 3 days of firearms practice, leading to the inevitable decline of martial arts. Nevertheless, Wei asserts that once one reaches the pinnacle of inner strength or transcends to the transformative realm, the dynamics shift entirely. Masters of the transformative realm possess a formidable aura that can withstand even the might of firearms. Yet, such masters are exceedingly rare. Chun Fan is but the second he has witnessed in nearly a century. Beyond the transformative realm, Wei also mentioned the existence of a higher echelon known as the divine realm, endowed with extraordinary powers. However, this realm remains elusive, shrouded in myth, with no credible witnesses to its existence. Contemplating this, Chun Fan mused that if inner strength corresponds to the foundation establishment stage and the transformative realm aligns with the profound understanding stage, then the divine realm would likely equate to the sea of divine stage. Upon reaching the sea of divine stage, even in the absence of specific cultivation methods, various supernatural abilities would manifest automatically, such as immunity to flames, the ability to walk on water, and telepathic connections. While these feats may seem fantastical, they merely reflect certain attributes inherent to cultivators. Yet, given the scarcity of those in the transformative realm, with only a handful scattered across vast China, the divine realm seems even more unattainable. Chun Fan shook his head, choosing to dismiss such abstract notions. It is possible that someone may have reached that pinnacle, but whether they have survived to the present is another matter entirely. Aside from the martial arts insights shared by Wei, Chun Fan departed with a token of gratitude from the elder, a key to a villa nestled in the misty heights of Yunwu Mountain. According to Old Wei's perspective, this was a gift from his inept third son. However, at the age of 70, he was hardly in a position to enjoy a villa halfway up the mountain. Furthermore, his son's subordinates had offended Chun Fan, so this key was meant as an apology and simultaneously to cover the expenses for medicinal treatment. If it were an ordinary person, they would certainly decline profusely and refuse to accept it. Yet Chun Fan, having once been a formidable cultivator at the crossing tribulation stage, could graciously accept even a planet if offered. In his view, the modified Wei family cultivation method and 10 small Peiyuan pills were sufficient to heal Old Wei's injuries and elevate his cultivation to a higher level, possibly granting him a glimpse into the transcendence realm. These 2 items alone were worth a villa. Moreover, having accepted this favor, he would naturally repay it manifold in the future, such as the confidence of a crossing tribulation celestial being. Seated in the pavilion, observing Chun Fan's retreating figure, Wei Ziqing furrowed her brow and remarked, "Grandfather, did you not give too extravagant a gift? That key unlocks the finest villa at Cloud Mist Mountain Manor, valued at over 30 million. The wealthiest man in Chuzhou gifted it to my third uncle, who then presented it to you. Zipping and my aunt have long coveted it, yet you have never given it to them. Although he has healed your injuries, even a sum of 1 million would have sufficed. After all, the imperial physician from Yanjing, despite his skill, could do nothing and only charged you 100,000. But to bestow a villa worth tens of millions? I truly cannot comprehend the magnitude of this generosity. You do not understand. Merely his version of the Wei family cultivation method is priceless." Old Wei squinted his eyes slightly as he sat in the pavilion, exuding the satisfaction of a cunning fox whose schemes had borne fruit. In ancient times, this internal strength technique would have been worth its weight in gold, a treasure capable of establishing a family legacy that could endure for centuries. Moreover, you remain oblivious to the significance of a martial arts master. As he spoke, his tone conveyed an unquenchable yearning. A martial arts master? Wei Ziqing felt a flicker of confusion. Did you not mention that the number of transformation realm masters in the martial arts world is exceedingly scarce? They can supposedly withstand gunfire with their bare bodies. Yet these tales are merely legends. The reality of withstanding bullets remains uncertain. Even if it were true, what of it? With modern technology so advanced, can one truly withstand handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, tanks, artillery, or even missile strikes? We have also conducted inquiries into that Chun Fan. He hails from an ordinary background, his father merely a minor official in Sisui County, lacking any significant connections. Must we forge a close relationship with him simply because he is a master? At Old Wei's level, he had thoroughly investigated Chun Fan's background, yet the Wang family's influence was so profound that they remained beyond his reach. It is not as simple as you perceive. He shook his head. He turned to gaze at his striking granddaughter, the one who had remained by his side the longest among all the younger generation, the only one willing to inherit his family's martial arts legacy. The others were preoccupied with making money, pursuing careers, or indulging in pleasures, showing little inclination towards the arduous path of martial cultivation. After some contemplation, Old Wei resolved to share a fragment of his thoughts with her. hoping she would comprehend his earnest intentions. "Have you heard of Yinantian?" Old Wei's expression turned serious as he inquired. "Yinantian? The one from the Beijing military region?" Wei Ziqing tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying. "Indeed, that is him. You may not be aware, but he is also a master of unparalleled martial prowess." Old Wei nodded affirmatively. "How can this be possible?" Wei Ziqing's mouth fell agape, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. Although she was not a military person herself, her father served in the army, and many of her relatives and friends were connected to the military, so she had naturally heard of Yi Nanxian's formidable reputation. Yi Nantian, a major general in the Beijing military region, the chief instructor of the special forces, a true legendary figure. She had practically grown up listening to tales of Yi Nantian. In those stories, he was nearly invincible. It was said that he had single-handedly vanquished a fully armed mountain special forces unit from Vietnam with nothing but a dagger in the Southeast Asian rainforest. There were tales of him infiltrating the border alone to dismantle a separatist organization's base. It was rumored that the special forces he trained triumphed in every major competition, even standing their ground against the most elite foreign special forces. The legends painted him as the embodiment of a war god, a figure so powerful that he rendered the 6 major military regions unable to raise their heads. In ancient times, such a person would be akin to the fierce generals Lu Bu or Zhang Fei, unmatched in battle. Could it be that the stories of Yinantian were indeed true? Wei Ziqing looked at her grandfather in disbelief. She had thought such tales were merely the boastful exaggerations of those in the military. How could an ordinary person possibly wield a knife and slay dozens of fully armed soldiers, especially when facing the elite mountain special forces of a nation? To her astonishment, Wei Fu solemnly replied, "Not only is it true, but he is even more formidable than you can imagine. The tales you know are merely a fraction. He has accomplished even more astonishing feats. Otherwise, how could he be called a national treasure? And how could he subdue other military districts?" The mention of Yinantian made even a hero like Wei Fu reflect deeply. Is it truly possible for a martial arts master to possess such terrifying prowess? Wei Ziqing was reluctant to believe it, yet with her grandfather's affirmation, she felt compelled to accept the truth. Previously, she thought practicing martial arts was merely her grandfather's wish and a form of amusement for herself. Unlike other young members of her family who indulged in frivolity, she found joy in accompanying her grandfather through the monotonous training, relishing the sense of her own progress. However, her grandfather now revealed to her that there exist warriors capable of single-handedly facing 100 opponents, even against fully armed special forces. A martial arts master alone may not be so fearsome, but a master fully equipped by the state is indeed terrifying, Wei Fu remarked. This reminder sparked a chilling thought in Wei Ziqing's mind. If a transformation master could withstand gunfire with their internal energy, then would donning layers of specialized bulletproof armor enable them to withstand rifles or even machine guns? Such individuals, swift as the wind on the battlefield, unafraid of bullets, could indeed rival a small special forces unit. If that is indeed the case, then it is only reasonable to attribute the various astonishing miracles to Yi Nantian. Such an entity on the battlefield is nothing short of a pure killing machine. It is not only Yi Nantian. Do you recall Uncle Wu from your brother Zhao's family? It seems that old Wei intends to shatter Wei Ziqing's every illusion, and he continued speaking. Wei Ziqing nodded slightly, a hint of shyness evident. He too is a master of martial arts. Old Wei then dropped another bombshell. This time, Wei Ziqing's complexion changed dramatically. Chapter 16. The beginning of senior year in his youth, Old Wei participated in the revolution, during which Xiao Ji's grandfather served as his superior. Presently, Old Wei has ascended to the rank of a founding general, and the Wei family commands great renown in Jiangbei. His former leader, naturally, holds an even loftier position, an individual of immense stature, whose mere stamp of the foot could reverberate throughout the nation. Even after many years of retirement, his influence remains formidable. The Xiao family, too, stands as a premier aristocracy in Yanjing, and her brother, Xiao Gu, is esteemed among the second and third generations of prominent families. As a young girl, she had once accompanied her grandfather to pay a visit to the old leader, witnessing firsthand the commanding presence of Xiao Gu in Yanjing, where his call was met with immediate response. From that moment on, the image of Xiao Gu was indelibly etched in her heart, a memory that has not faded with time. However, even with Xiao Ji's esteemed status, he must respectfully address the silent middle-aged man beside the old master as Uncle Wu. Grandfather, do you wish to draw in that young man, akin to how the Xiao family has endeavored to engage Uncle Wu? Wei Ziqing seemed to grasp the intent behind Wei Fu's words. It is evident how elevated Mr. Wu's status is within the Xiao family. Haha, you still underestimate the master. Wei Fu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Many years ago, the old leader saved Mr. Wu's family, which is why Mr. Wu has remained with the Xiao family. Otherwise, with the pride of a master, even the Xiao family's high standing would struggle to retain him. This villa at Yunwu Mountain. Number 1. Serves merely as a gesture of goodwill. We are the first family he has engaged with. As long as we treat him with sincerity, earning the friendship of a martial arts master is invaluable beyond measure. Wei Fu leaned back in her armchair, leisurely fanning herself, exuding an air of tranquility akin to Zhuge Liang, who held all the wisdom in his grasp. Wei Ziqing nodded, somewhat comprehending the situation. She still could not fathom her grandfather's intentions, yet she had finally garnered a clear understanding of Chen Fan. This young man, whom she had always found disagreeable, was, in fact, a person whom her father admired, her grandfather praised, and who was of equal stature to her most revered figure, Brother Xiao. Moreover, he was so young, brimming with infinite potential. Although he might not currently rival Yinantian or Mr. Wu, there would certainly come a day when he would surpass them. Wei Fu sighed deeply, seemingly lamenting the vigor of youth. Grandfather, are you referring to the divine realm? Wei Ziqing's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired. If even a transformation master is so formidable, what then could the divine realm, mentioned by her grandfather, possibly be like? It was almost unimaginable. Could one truly stand against an army? The divine realm? Wei Lao chuckled softly, shaking his head. It remains uncertain whether such a realm truly exists. It is merely an ethereal legend. He seemed to recall something, gazing at the distant misty mountains, a flicker of enigmatic emotion crossing his eyes. The following day, Chen Fan received an unexpected phone call from Jiang Churen. She cautiously inquired whether he had experienced any incidents the previous night and expressed a desire to dine with him. Alongside her 2 close friends, Chen Fan gently declined. Although the young girl had embarrassed him the previous night, he, having lived 2 lifetimes, regarded such trivial matters with indifference. Ultimately, their lack of common interests rendered their interactions rather dull. Jiang Churen, feeling somewhat disgruntled, hung up the phone, muttering to herself. What is there to be so proud of? Just because you can fight? I, the young lady, took the initiative to invite you for a meal as an apology. Yet you refuse even the chance. Very well, do not regret this later. Despite her thoughts, the memory of Chen Fan's heroic feats from last night, single-handedly taking on more than a dozen opponents, left her captivated. Meanwhile, disregarding Jiang Churen's sentiments, Chen Fan's life resumed its tranquil course. By the time September 1st arrived, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation establishment, just a step away from advancing to the mid-stage. On this day, the 3rd year of high school commenced. After completing his morning practice, Chen Fan made his way along the Yangui Lake Road towards Ivy International School. This private high school, often regarded as an elite institution, boasted superior facilities, exceptional faculty, and a prestigious reputation, making it the foremost school in Chuzhou. Admission was reserved for those with outstanding academic performance or affluent families capable of affording the steep tuition fees. As he walked, numerous sedans sped past, alongside an array of luxury vehicles. Some were parents dropping off their children, while others were students driving themselves to school. Had I not been in class 9 during my previous life? As he strolled through the familiar campus, he was surrounded by vibrant young men and women clad in British-style uniforms, brimming with youthful exuberance. For a moment, he felt as though he were lost in a dream. Upon arriving at his classroom, he found that only half of his classmates were present. Although they were all dressed in uniforms, each student possessed a remarkable appearance. The boys were tall and robust, while the girls exuded a charming elegance, clearly hailing from affluent backgrounds. Chen Fan reflected on the fact that the quality of the girls in his previous life was indeed commendable, though he had not paid much attention to it at the time. These young women were not all stunning beauties, but most of them had a knack for makeup and grooming, radiating youthful vitality. Upon noticing Chen Fan's entrance, they paid little heed, engrossed in their phones or discussing their travel plans for the upcoming holidays. Many had just returned from abroad, distributing small souvenirs among friends and classmates. Are you looking for someone? Eventually, one student acknowledged him. A new transfer student? Chen Fan shrugged, locating his previous seat and casually tossing his backpack onto it. Initially, the curiosity surrounding the transfer student was palpable, but as they observed his unremarkable looks and ordinary attire, many girls quickly lost interest. turning back to converse about Korean celebrities and cosmetics. Ah, I expected a stunning beauty to transfer here, but it turns out to be just another guy. How disappointing. Sighed someone from the adjacent desk. This individual, possessing a certain handsomeness, bore deep bags under his eyes and a pallid complexion, evidently suffering from the aftermath of a sleepless night of revelry. Chen Fan smiled faintly, opting not to respond. After a brief moment, the homeroom teacher, Shui Hanji, arrived. She was clad in a sleek black suit and black stockings, her demeanor strikingly austere. Having graduated from a prestigious Ivy League institution, Brown University in the United States, she served as the assistant principal and was merely transitioning through teaching class 9 of the senior year. At her gesture, Chun Fan stood to introduce himself. The people around him found his speech rather mundane, his appearance unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing features. They promptly turned their attention back to discussing their summer escapades. Even when Chun Fan took his seat, the applause was sparse. Are you Chun Fan? Your self-introduction is rather simplistic, akin to that of a primary school student. How do you intend to capture the attention of the ladies? Jiang Tanqiu observed him with a sidelong glance. Never mind, that is of little consequence. I am Jiang Tanqiu, often dubbed the prince of nightclubs. In the nightlife of Chuzhou, there is nothing I am unaware of. Chen Fan regarded him briefly. Of course, I know your name. You are not only my deskmate during my senior year, but also my best friend from a previous life. When I returned to Chuzhou in a state of despair, you were the sole companion among my many friends. At that time, you ended up in prison for 7 years over a girl, which even led to your father's premature retirement, ultimately ruining your life. When I returned to Chuzhou, we were two forlorn souls, drowning our sorrows in alcohol daily. You often lamented that if only you could live again, you would never allow that wretched woman to degrade you. In this life, having been reborn, I am determined to lend you a hand. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. Although he harbored these thoughts, he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Jiang Tanqiu, filled with pride, may not have regarded him highly, nor did he yet realize that Chun Fan would become his confidant in the future. Noticing Chun Fan's silence, Jiang Tanqiu finally grew bored. All right. It seems I must demonstrate my true capabilities. Among the girls in our class, they are all quite attractive. But the most beautiful of them all is undoubtedly our class monitor, Chongwon. Look, it's that girl over there. He pointed at a girl with a straight posture, exquisite makeup, and striking beauty. Chongwon was not only the class monitor, but also the host of the school's evening events, making her the leading figure among the girls in our class. In fact, throughout the entire senior year, only Su Rongfei and Jiang Churen, the widely recognized campus beauties, could rival her. Of course, we shall not even entertain thoughts of competing with someone like Su, who, while still in high school, had already gained a modicum of fame as a model and played a supporting role in a certain television drama. It is said that her annual earnings were sufficient to purchase a BMW, far surpassing 99% of students nationwide. Whenever Su Rongfei was mentioned, Jiang Tanqiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Fan chuckled, for he suspected that this fellow remained oblivious to the fact that Su Rongfei had nearly become his romantic interest in a previous life. However, such matters were now mere echoes in Chen Fan's mind. Jiang Tanqiu continued, moreover, we must never cross Chong, the great beauty. She is the one who organizes our cheerleading squad for every football and basketball match against other classes. If we offend her, finding a girlfriend within our class would become an insurmountable challenge. I understand, Chen Fan nodded. Chongwen was indeed stunning, tall, and possessing an unparalleled beauty. In addition to being the host of the school's evening events, capturing the attention of half the boys in the class. However, he added, do not harbor any illusions about Chongwen. Someone of her stature has her standards. Even I am not worthy of her attention, let alone you. As Chun Fan glanced toward Chongwen, Jiang Tanqiu seized the opportunity to tease him. Chun Fan smiled, recognizing that this fellow still retained his former self's sharp tongue. But Chongwen's affections lie with Seeing Xia, Jiang Tanqiu lamented indignantly. However, that fellow has risen to the heights, to the extent that even Chongwen holds him in disdain. As he spoke, he suddenly gestured towards the entrance, saying, there, that is Seeing Xia. Chapter 17, The Rescue on the Road. First update. Chun Fan glanced towards the door, where a slender youth stood, casually slinging a shoulder bag. His bangs slightly obscured his eyes, and he possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. Come in quickly, Su Hanji unexpectedly revealed a rare smile. This was her prized prodigy, a student who had secured medals for her in various national mathematics competitions, a promising candidate destined for guaranteed admission to Yanda University. The entire school cherished him as a treasure, so a minor tardiness was hardly a concern. As the handsome youth walked past the front desk, nearly every girl's gaze was fixed upon him, akin to fervent fans of a future K-pop idol. Meanwhile, Chang-won, who had previously found his introduction dreary, perked up, her beautiful eyes glancing at the young man, revealing a hint of admiration. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his academic performance was also exceptional, consistently ranking first in the school and accumulating a plethora of mathematics competition medals. Remarkably, he never studied outside of class. He would spend entire nights playing Dota at an internet CAF before still managing to place among the top 3 in the city during exams. A true genius with an astonishing IQ, as Jiang Tanxio remarked with a touch of envy. Furthermore, he was a forward on the school basketball team, and the cheerleading squad was composed entirely of stunning beauties, all of whom were enamored with him and Yang Chao. Jiang Tanxio sighed. Fortunately, he has eyes only for Sue, the school beauty. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how many girls would be vying for his affection. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan chuckled softly. Noticing Chun Fan's apparent indifference, Jiang Tanxio cast him a glance and remarked, "You seem rather unimpressed by seeing Xia, don't you?" Chun Fan said lightly, "Is that so? I truly fail to discern anything remarkable about him. In his previous life, Xing Xia was undoubtedly the object of envy among the boys in Class 9 of the senior year, and even throughout the entire Ivy League high school. At that time, he had felt a twinge of jealousy himself. However, in this life, Xing Xia appeared to him no different from the masses, even less significant than the presence of Jiang Tanxio beside him. My goodness, you are rather pretentious," Jiang Tanxio remarked, taken aback by his words. "Although I do not care for him, he is undeniably impressive." Chun Fan responded only with a faint smile, choosing not to engage further. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Tanxio furrowed his brow, perceiving a hint of arrogance in her desk mate. Thus began Chun Fan's senior year. As a transfer student, he maintained a low profile, and his classmates seldom acknowledged him. Only the class monitor, Chang-won, found him to be relatively earnest, often assigning him tasks such as sweeping the floor and moving items. The students at Ivy League High School were unlike those at ordinary institutions. During their senior year, they would often study until 11 o'clock. Most hailed from affluent backgrounds, with a myriad of future options, including studying abroad or attending prestigious private universities, making diligent study a rarity. Jiang Tanxio had already slipped away early, likely off to a nightclub. That evening, after finishing his cleaning duties in the classroom, Chun Fan walked along the road by Yangue Lake on his way home. Unexpectedly, halfway through his journey, he heard a faint cry for help. "What is happening?" Chun Fan frowned, his figure swiftly darting towards the reeds by the lakeside. As the reeds were parted, a man in his 30s or 40s emerged, clad in tattered camouflage attire, desperately covering a woman's mouth. The woman, disheveled, was struggling fiercely with her long, snow-white legs. "Stop!" Chun Fan bellowed. The man, taken aback by the unexpected presence, quickly released the woman and fled in haste. With a cold huff, Chun Fan flicked his foot, sending a stone hurtling through the air like a bullet, striking the man squarely in the back from several dozen meters away. "Ah!" the man cried out, rolling on the ground before scrambling to his feet. Hunched over as he dashed away, Chun Fan made no effort to pursue him. That last kick had been infused with true strength. Any ordinary person struck in such a manner would certainly suffer internal injuries. Even if the man were to reach a hospital and salvage his life, he would be condemned to a bed for the remainder of his days. "Are you all right?" Chun Fan approached, hands on his hips. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the woman, dragged into the reeds, appeared to be around 27 or 28, strikingly beautiful, with flamboyant makeup adorning her face and dressed in a fiery red mini-skirt, resembling a nightclub siren. A woman walking alone at night, dressed so provocatively. No wonder he was tempted, Chun Fan thought to himself, shaking his head subtly. As the woman realized she had been rescued, she gradually calmed down. Chun Fan helped her to her feet. Under the glow of the streetlight, the woman noticed Chun Fan's youthful appearance and his school uniform. With gratitude, she said, "If it weren't for you, young student, I fear tonight would have ended differently." Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. "Fear not, dear sister," Chun Fan consoled. The two stood by the roadside engaging in conversation for a while. It was then that Chun Fan learned the woman's name was Qi Ming, not the nightclub entertainer he had initially presumed. She was, in fact, the proprietor of a bar, and her attire was merely a necessity of her profession. Typically, She drove herself, but having indulged in too much to drink that evening and unable to hail a taxi, she decided to walk back to her residence at Lakeside Community, unaware that she would encounter such an ordeal. Though Qi Ming appeared composed on the surface, she was still grappling with a sense of dread within. Had it not been for this student from Ivy League High School, she might have suffered a grave fate. Despite owning a bar, she prided herself on maintaining a respectable standard in matters of personal conduct. Reflecting on this, her gratitude towards Chun Fan deepened, particularly upon discovering that he also resided in Lakeside Community. The coincidence struck her. They lived in the same neighborhood, shared the surname Chun, and he had saved her this night. Truly a twist of fate. With wide, expressive eyes, Qi Ming felt an increasing affinity with Chun Fan. They strolled towards Lakeside Community, and as her heart gradually settled, her keen sense of observation returned. Here was a student from Ivy League, yet he chose to walk home. Which student from such a prestigious institution lacked transportation or the means to take a taxi? Surely, acquiring an electric bike would not be a financial burden. Moreover, his humble attire suggested that his family might not be well off. Observing Chun Fan in this moment, she was reminded of her own past when she ventured alone to a foreign city for work, and a wave of compassion washed over her for this young man. As they reached the entrance of the community, when it was time for them to part ways, Qi Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Fan, have you ever considered taking on a part-time job?" "Part-time job?" Chun Fan was taken aback. "Yes, my sister has opened a cocoa bar near the university town, very close to your school. If you could work there for 2 or 3 hours after your classes, she could offer you a regular monthly salary as a server, amounting to 3,000 yuan plus commissions." Qi Ming spoke with a cautious tone, evidently concerned about provoking the sensitive pride of the 17-year-old. This, Chun Fan found it somewhat amusing. After all, he was the revered North Xian immortal, reborn. Earning a little money should be a trivial matter for him. How could he possibly regard a mere 3,000 yuan? Nevertheless, Chun Ying's intentions were genuinely kind. In 2007, in Chuzhou, such a salary was quite respectable, especially for only working 2 or 3 hours daily. Noticing his hesitation, Qi Ming hurriedly reassured him, "Rest assured, our place is a quiet bar. Unlike the rowdy nightclubs in the CZ district, it primarily caters to university students, and the atmosphere is very clean. After tonight's incident, I find myself too scared to go home alone. Consider it a way to help your sister, and perhaps accompany me back in the future." Faced with Qi Ming's sincere gaze, Chun Fan decided to embrace the experience of life and refine his heart's resolve. He nodded and said, "All right, thank you, Ingjie. Remember to come to work tomorrow at the Cocoa Bar on the University Town Bar Street. Just look for me when you arrive," Qi Ming exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile upon hearing his agreement. After giving him a few more reminders, she reluctantly took her leave. Chapter 18. A serendipitous encounter at the bar the following day. After enjoying dinner at 7 in the evening, Chun Fan made his way to Cocoa Bar. The university town is a suburban locale surrounded by several institutions of higher learning, including Chuzhou University, Chuzhou Normal University, Chuzhou Institute of Technology, Chuzhou Vocational College, and Chuzhou Medical School. Even Chongqing Ivy School can be considered within the vicinity of the university town, albeit somewhat remote. The bar street lies at the heart of it all. Cocoa Bar, being one of the top 3 establishments on this street, was bustling with patrons even at this early hour of 7, clearly indicating its thriving business. Chun Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Upon entering the bar, he found it devoid of the ear-splitting DJ and pulsating music typical of other venues. Instead, the ambience was enriched by soothing melodies, making it an ideal setting for sipping drinks, engaging in conversation with friends, admiring the lovely patrons, and listening to the performances of talented singers, all while leisurely passing the time. This atmosphere resonated well with the taste of university students and other young adults. He nodded to himself and stopped a waitress, saying, "Excuse me, dear sister, I am the cousin of Ying. My sister sent me to find her." He employed the excuse that Chun Ming had taught him the previous night. The waitress, a charming young woman slightly older than Chun Fan, likely a university student working part-time, was momentarily taken aback. Then, her face brightened with recognition. "You are Ingjie's brother? Given your school uniform, you must still be in high school. Everyone calls me Ziki. You can refer to me as Sister Ziki. I will take you to see Ingjie right away." Just then, a young man with a pale complexion and pronounced dark circles under his eyes approached with a stern expression. "What is going on?" General Yang." The girl named Ziki was startled, quickly saying, "This is Sister Ying's younger brother. here to see Sister Ing. Then why are you not taking him there? Hurry back. What if we delay in receiving our guests? Mr. Yang commanded, his face etched with impatience. Yes, Ziki replied, lowering her head. Once Mr. Yang departed, she stuck out her tongue and remarked, Mr. Yang is our bar's vice president. And it said he has a formidable backing and holds shares. He tends to boss us little servers around, far less amiable than Sister Ing. Chun Fan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. This young girl, Ziki, evidently possessed a carefree spirit. Upon reaching the general manager's office on the second floor, Sister Ing greeted him with delight, offering him a series of earnest instructions before allowing Ziki to show him around the workplace. For a server like him, the tasks were quite simple, just delivering drinks and fruit platters when customers place their orders. There are 3 individuals in our bar you must not provoke, Ziki instructed while guiding him. Aside from our boss, Sister Ing, that would be Mr. Yang. It is rumored that he is backed by Brother Dong, a highly influential figure. In this entire university town, no entertainment venue dares to operate without his approval, and even Sister Ing is cautious around him. The last person to be wary of is our bar's pillar, Sister Ding Ding, whom Sister Ing managed to hire after much effort. She reportedly participated in the Supergirl selection and ranked 20th in the Jiangnan region's auditions. Many regulars come specifically for her. However, Sister Ding Ding has a notoriously bad temper and often reprimands the servers, so be careful. Chun Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. The bar frequented by university students is distinctly different from a typical nightclub. After 7 o'clock, the atmosphere transforms into a vibrant nightlife scene, rapidly becoming crowded. Chun Fan soon found himself engrossed in his duties. Indeed, Manager Yang had a penchant for barking orders at the waitstaff. Even when Chun Fan faltered slightly in his pace, he was met with a series of reprimands. It was particularly disconcerting for Chun Fan to observe that Manager Yang often harassed several of the attractive female servers, seizing any opportunity to make unwelcome advances. How could Sister Ing permit such a person to operate within the bar? Chun Fan furrowed his brow, yet refrained from voicing his concerns, as he was ultimately not well acquainted with Chun Ing. For the past few days, Chun Fan had been attending classes during the day and working at the bar in the evenings, quickly forming friendships with a group of fellow workers. These servers were all students from the nearby university town, hailing from modest backgrounds and seeking part-time employment at the bar. In contrast to the haughty young elites from Ivy League schools, Chun Fan found himself more inclined to spend time with them, as they were far less prone to casting disdainful glances his way. Furthermore, being the youngest in the bar and the brother of Sister Ing, he became the target of playful teasing, much to his embarrassment, which only served to irk Manager Yang further. Move faster, Xiao Chun. Can't you see the patrons at table 7 are growing impatient? Manager Yang scolded upon spotting Chun Fan whispering with a female server. Understood, Chun Fan replied, turning back to his task. In this establishment, the most despised individual was undoubtedly Manager Yang. The female server cast him a sympathetic glance as Chun Fan reluctantly rose, balancing a pint of dark beer as he made his way to table 7. Upon reaching the second floor, he suddenly heard a voice filled with surprise. Chun Fan? Turning his head, he spotted a group of young boys and girls seated in a booth, among them a girl clad in surprise, who was none other than Jiang Churen, someone he had not seen in quite some time. What are you doing here? Jiang Churen rose, her gaze flickering uncertainly upon him. So, Ran, is he your friend? A nearby man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a mature demeanor, inquired gently. Jiang Churen's expression shifted slightly before she replied. He is the child of a friend of my mother, also a senior at school. The man nodded and introduced himself. I am Li Yichen, a friend of Ran's. Since we are all classmates, why not join us? No, thank you, Chun Fan declined coolly. He had recognized the man immediately. Li Yichen, the greatest rival of Chun Fan during his first love, the son of the deputy mayor, and the president of the student council. He was also Jiang Churen's future boyfriend, as they later both gained admission to Zhonghai University, soaring together in life. Furthermore, in Chun Fan's recollections, he was a close friend of Shin Junwen. Seeing Jiang Churen at a bar with Li Yichen inexplicably stirred a feeling of discontent within Chun Fan. I have something else to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves, he stated, offering Jiang Churen a faint nod before decisively turning to leave. Hey, wait. Jiang Churen stood frozen for a moment, her eyes filled with indecision before she ultimately chose to pursue him. Brother Chun, this fellow seems to share an unusual bond with Sister Ran, remarked a tall man beside Li Yichen in a gruff voice. His name was Mo Xiaoshan. the head of the sports department in the student council. In attendance were primarily the leaders of the student council, who had gathered for an evening of revelry following a communal meal. Jiang Chuan, a member of the academic department, found herself reluctantly dragged along by a group, only to unexpectedly encounter Chen Fan here. A worker at a bar, how could Chuan possibly associate with him? A nearby girl, adorned with heavy makeup, let out a scoff. Yet, given Chuan's affluent background, how could she have such a friend? Perhaps they had met in some social setting. After her remark, the girl discreetly cast a glance at Li Yichen. She was Lu Xiaoxiao, the head of the cultural department, who harbored a fondness for Li Yichen. Seizing this opportunity, she aimed to undermine her rival. Li Yichen's expression remained impassive, though a shadow flickered in his eyes. Jiang Chuan chased after Chen Fan as he descended the stairs, grabbing his arm and imploring, "What are you doing working at this bar? Does your mother know? Aren't you concerned about your studies and future?" Chen Fan regarded her with a half-smile, responding, "You are well aware of my academic standing. Do you genuinely believe that even with a year of diligent study, I could secure a place at a prestigious institution?" Jiang Chuan felt a pang of embarrassment. In front of Jiang Haishan, Chen Fan had previously revealed that his ranking in Sihui County was approximately 500, and he stood at the bottom of his class in Ivy League Academy. With such results, no matter how hard he studied, he could only aspire to enter a second-tier university. Furthermore, he mentioned, "I merely work 2 hours each night. It serves as a way to experience life and step into society early." Aunt Tang wouldn't mind. Just as he spoke, Charin's friends upstairs began calling for her. Chen Fan withdrew her hand from her clothing and said, "Your friend is calling you. You should go up now. I must get back to work." With that, she turned and left, carrying the tray, leaving Jiang Chuan standing in place, lost in thought. At that moment, shouts echoed from upstairs, prompting her to glance back. She saw Li Yichen and the others on the second floor watching her, and with a frustrated stomp of her foot, she turned and ascended the stairs. As she walked, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her. The once formidable Chen Fan, who had dominated at the Royal Entertainment KTV, now seemed to merge with this version of herself, balancing a tray for others. It was as if this juxtaposition was a reminder that this was reality, no matter how valiant Chen Fan had been. She ultimately had to bow to life's demands. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Chuan noticed that everyone remained silent, especially under Li Yichen's distant gaze, causing her heart to tremble. She forced a smile and said, "Forget about him. Let us continue to drink." "Indeed, why should we allow a worker to dampen our spirits?" Mo Xiaoshan exclaimed, slapping the table. "Come on, beautiful Jiang, you must toast our brother Chen with a drink. If it weren't for him, that hefty sponsorship of 100,000 for our student council wouldn't have come so easily." "All right, I'll raise a glass to each Chuan," Jiang Chuan replied, lifting her cup in salute. Yet internally she sighed. Perhaps, in the end, he and I are destined to inhabit different worlds. Chapter 19, Mid-Foundation Period, Third Update. Since that fateful meeting, Jiang Chuan had not reached out to him again. Even when they crossed paths at school, they merely exchanged nods and passed by one another. Meanwhile, Jiang Tanqiu gradually grew acquainted with Chen Fan. Although he held a low opinion of his deskmate, he could manage to engage in casual conversations with him and occasionally dine together. Among their classmates, it was perceived that he was the closest to Chen Fan. One day, Chang Wen approached the two. "The school basketball team is holding a practice match at noon. Jiang Tanqiu and Chen Fan, could you assist in moving the drinks?" Without waiting for their agreement, she turned and left. Jiang Tanqiu scoffed behind her. "TCH, she just wants to pursue seeing Xia, and now we're being treated like her lackeys." Turning back, he noticed Chen Fan remained silent, which only fueled his frustration. "You have such a good temper, letting Changwen boss you around. And now I'm dragged into this too." Chen Fan feigned ignorance, choosing to follow his own path. After lunch, they arrived at the basketball arena and discovered that a considerable number of seats were already filled, predominantly by girls. They whispered among themselves, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the official team members and reserves, who received little attention. However, when Si Yingxia entered the venue, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. How astonishing! Though aware of Si Yingxia's popularity among young girls, Chen Fan was still taken aback. Comparisons can be disheartening, Jiang Tanqiu sighed. "I've spotted 3 or 4 beauties of the class leader's caliber already, and she still acts aloof." Chen Fan shook his head. He harbored no envy towards this. In his previous life, he had traversed the starry rivers for 5 centuries, encountering countless divine maidens, sanctified women, and unparalleled beauties. How could he possibly be captivated by a mere cluster of young girls from Earth? What amused him more was that, after a fortnight, he once again laid eyes on Yang Chao. Among the members of the school team, it was Yang Chao and Qi Ming who garnered the most admiration, with girls flocking around the two. Do you see that tall figure? That's Yang Chao, the captain of the team. An extraordinary individual, Jiang Tanxiu remarked, gesturing towards Yang Chao. His father is the chairman of the Tiansheng Hotel. You'd need no less than 3,000 yuan to dine there. There was an incident where someone provoked him, and he had that person's legs broken with the help of the team. The school didn't even pursue it. He wore a countenance filled with envy and resentment, lamenting, if only we could possess a fraction of Yang Chao's prestige. Afterward, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fan and couldn't help but shake his head in despair. Never mind, I suppose I am overthinking it. Yang Chao and we are worlds apart. Chen Fan merely smiled in silence. Though Jiang Tanxiu's family was reasonably well off, it paled in comparison to the vast fortunes of families like Yang Chao's, which numbered in the hundreds of millions. The training match was essentially a showcase for Qi Ming. Every time he received the ball, he effortlessly breached the defenses of his opponents, exhibiting a dazzling display of dribbling and layups. Each basket he scored elicited thunderous cheers from the girls in attendance. Ultimately, the training match concluded with the school team triumphing 82-22 over the substitutes, with Qi Ming achieving a remarkable 30 points, dominating the court. As the match concluded, Chang Wen hurried over and handed a chilled beverage to the perspiring Qi Ming, gently using a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Qi Ming maintained his cool demeanor. Jiang Tanxiu, Chen Fan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and distribute drinks to the other players. Chang Wen turned to the two motionless individuals, frustration evident on her face. Let's go, Chen Fan said, patting Jiang Tanxiu's shoulder before carrying the drink cooler away. Thank you. Yang Chao casually reached for a drink, only to suddenly freeze upon seeing Chen Fan, his face resembling a palette of sauces, green, red, and pale. What's wrong? A teammate nudged him. Oh, nothing. Yang Chao chuckled awkwardly. Long time no see, Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, it's been many days, Yang Chao replied, mechanically accepting the drink, his expression a blend of sorrow and confusion. Chen Fan did not linger in conversation. After distributing the beverages, he departed with Jiang Tanxiu. Once they left, Yang Chao exhaled deeply, a profound sense of apprehension in his eyes. Isn't that Jiang Tanxiu and the transfer student? Qi Ming remarked, sipping his drink. Do you know him? Yang Chao asked, casting a curious glance at Qi Ming. His name is Chen Fan, a newcomer in our class. Quite an ordinary individual. I asked him to move some things. Chang Wen scoffed dismissively from the side. In her eyes, Chen Fan paled in comparison not only to Qi Ming and Yang Chao, but even to Jiang Tanxiu. Were it not for her position as class monitor, she wouldn't have wasted a single word on him. Yang Chao furrowed his brow, about to voice his thoughts when he hesitated. After all, the incident at the Royal KTV had left him feeling quite embarrassed. Were he to disclose it, he would undoubtedly become the subject of their ridicule. Unbeknownst to them, as Chang Wen began to speak, Chen Fan's figure paused momentarily, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Unconsciously, he had been attending school for half a month. That evening, Chen Fan sat cross-legged atop the rooftop of his residential complex. Since the first day of school, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, but today, he finally sensed a shift. It appeared that he was on the verge of entering the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Remaining perfectly still, he activated the void body refinement technique, drawing in the spiritual energy within a Tinjiang radius, which coalesced into wisps of ethereal smoke that permeated his body's acupoints. As he gradually pushed against the barrier, the technique surged with increasing velocity, causing even his breath to cease. An invisible force expanded wildly within him, yearning for more energy. At that moment, the moonlight above seemed to be drawn in, transforming into streams of frigid energy that infused his being. From an external perspective, Chen Fan was enveloped in a soft, white glow, resembling a being beyond the ordinary. Typically, one at the foundation establishment stage would be unable to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Yet the void body refinement technique was exceedingly domineering. If one's cultivation were sufficient, it could even refine the void itself for energy. The true essence within him surged at a remarkable pace, and in Chen Fan's perception, the barrier of the mid-stage foundation establishment was loosening. However, it still fell short. Both the spiritual energy and the power of the moonlight were yet one step away from breaking through. Fortunately, He had saved a few pills while refining medicine for Wei Fu back then. He reached into his pocket and retrieved 3 small nourishing essence pills, swallowing them whole. As the elixir descended into his abdomen, it surged through his limbs like a torrent of warmth, evoking a profound sense of satisfaction. Ultimately, with a resounding bang, the barrier shattered. Countless cells within his body erupted in jubilant celebration, as an even more potent essence of true energy danced through his meridians, growing stronger with each passing moment. Not only the true energy, but even his physical form began to fortify itself with the influx of power. Cultivation transcended mere advancement in skill. It represented the very evolution of human existence. As one ascends to higher realms of cultivation, humanity gradually transforms from mere corporeal beings into entities of vital energy, or even into spiritual beings. At such a juncture, one could be deemed immortal and indestructible. Upon entering the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while outwardly unremarkable, Chun Fan's physical body and cultivation had significantly surpassed their previous state. With a deep sigh, he rose from the ground. After a month of effort, he had finally reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Had it not been for the minor Peiyuan pill, he mused, the breakthrough would have been delayed by at least another fortnight. It seemed he needed to prioritize his profit-making endeavors. The following day, Chun Fan received an unexpected phone call from Zhou Tianhao, with whom he had previously had a conflict. Zhou Tianhao proposed to host a banquet at the Mingdu Grand Hotel at noon, wishing to extend his apologies. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Fan nodded in agreement. Chapter 20. Master of Internal Strength. Upon his arrival, Chun Fan was astonished to discover that Ah Biao had his hand bandaged. It was evident that, at some point, someone had broken his hand. Who could have done such a thing? Chun Fan pondered, for Ah Biao was quite formidable, after enduring a leg injury from their previous encounter. He should have recovered from any internal wounds after half a month. Yet, here he was with a broken hand. Contemplating this, he approached. Brother Hao, it seems this is not an apology, but rather a matter of concern. Indeed, you cannot conceal anything from Brother Chun. Zhou Tianhao, undeterred by the revelation, chuckled heartily. My friend, I have encountered a minor predicament and would like to ask for your assistance. Speak candidly, Chun Fan replied with a slight nod. Zhou Tianhao fell silent, and Red Jie swiftly signaled to the unrelated individuals to vacate the room. Once the majority had departed, and only a few remained in the Golden Ju Pavilion, he managed a wry smile. Since you are connected to Old Wei, we are akin to family. Thus, I shall not withhold the truth from you. A rival of mine from years past has returned from overseas and has already wreaked havoc on 3 of my establishments, injuring around 20 to 30 of my brothers, including Ah Biao, who suffered greatly at his hands. You should involve the police. Why come to me? Chun Fan replied with a bemused smile, lacking any interest in participating in a gang conflict. If it were merely a struggle for power as you suggest, it would be straightforward. Zhou Tianhao sighed deeply. However, my adversary has returned alone, possessing formidable martial skills acquired from an unknown source. He only harms others without seeking wealth. It seems that I severely offended him back in the day. Moreover, not even dozens of people can stop him. What use is it to call the police? Oh, this revelation piqued Chun Fan's interest as he glanced at Ah Biao and inquired, how does that person's skill compare to mine? He is terrifying. I cannot withstand even a single punch from him. I fear he may be even more formidable than you. Brother Chun, Ah Biao replied with a wry smile. I have been involved in this world for over a decade, and I have never encountered such a master. It seems we may have to resort to firearms. Chun Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He harbored certain suspicions. This individual was likely a practitioner of internal strength. As for Ah Biao's assertion that he was stronger, Chun Fan paid it no mind. He had only used 30% of his strength when he previously dealt with Ah Biao and the others. Otherwise, a single punch could have resulted in their demise. Now, having entered the mid-stage of foundational cultivation, his prowess had significantly increased beyond comparison. This person has arranged to meet me tonight on the small island at Yingui Lake. If Brother Chen could lend his support, I would reward you handsomely afterward. Zhou Tianhao extended both hands. 100,000? Chun Fan furrowed his brow. No, it is 1 million. Zhou Tianhao declared. The extra amount shall serve as an apology to you, Brother Chun. Chun Fan shook his head inwardly, aware that this man did not genuinely wish to hire him. Otherwise, he would have offered payment up front as a gesture of sincerity. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. The prospect of earning money while gaining insight into a new practitioner of internal strength was too enticing to resist. Although Zhou Tianhao recognized him as a valued guest of old Master Wei, he still held modest expectations regarding Chen Fan's abilities. Inviting him was merely a precautionary measure. Very well, Chen Fan agreed with a nod. Indeed, Brother Chen is remarkably straightforward, and Zhou Tianhao is elated. Shortly, another formidable expert is expected to arrive, whom I shall introduce to Brother Chen. Chen Fan comprehends that this forthcoming expert is likely Zhou Tianhao's true pillar of support, while his own invitation serves merely as a precaution. As they savor the exquisite De Hong Pao tea, a new group of individuals floods through the entrance. This time, Zhou Tianhao stands eagerly, welcoming them with warmth. "Ah, we have finally awaited Master Gua. Please come in." Leading the way is a middle-aged man clad in a black martial arts uniform, exuding an imposing presence, with his eyes gleaming with intensity. Followed closely by a cadre of martial arts apprentices. Zhou Tianhao enthusiastically introduces, "Brother Chen, this is the esteemed expert I mentioned earlier. Master Guo Wei of Weisheng Martial Arts School, the foremost martial artist in the Chuzhou region." Master Guo casts a brief glance at Chen Fan and scoffs. "You are relying on such a young lad. Is this a path towards demise?" Zhou Tianhao's expression shifts to one of embarrassment as he protests. "Master Guo, you misjudge him. My brother Chen has previously taken on over a dozen opponents single-handedly, and even my ace, Abayo, falters against him. He possesses genuine martial prowess." Master Guo, shaking his head dismissively, retorts, "Individuals of your subordinate's caliber are utterly insufficient. No matter how many, they could not withstand the opponent's might. His strength transcends your imagination. He is far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to confront." "Oh, how so?" Zhou Tianhao inquires, intrigued by the implications. Chen Fan merely smiles, refraining from contradiction, and turns his attention to Master Guo's impending demonstration. He recalled that Master Wei once mentioned that aside from the Wei family, there existed a Weisheng martial arts school in Chuzhou, which also housed practitioners of internal strength. This Master Guo appeared to be one of them. And indeed his prowess was quite limited, merely possessing a rudimentary level of internal strength. No wonder Master Wei regarded him with disdain. At that moment, Master Guo did not even spare a glance at Chen Fan. After sipping some tea to clear his throat, he slowly inquired, "I wonder if Brother Hao has heard of practitioners of internal strength?" "Practitioners of internal strength?" Zhou Tianhao furrowed his brow, pondering. "I believe I have heard of it somewhere." Suddenly, a Biao, who was beside him, jolted and exclaimed, "Are you implying that person is a practitioner of internal strength?" Master Guo nodded, casting a sidelong glance at him. "If he hadn't attained internal strength, how could he possibly break your arm with a single punch? His power has already surpassed the limits of the human body." "A Biao. Did you know this?" Zhou Tianhao looked at his subordinate in astonishment. A Biao forced a smile and replied, "I heard about it during my early years when I studied boxing under my master. It is said that when martial arts are cultivated to their peak, achieving a unity of internal and external forces, one can attain internal strength, possessing terrifying skills akin to those martial arts masters depicted on television. However, at the time, I thought my master was merely telling tales, so I paid no heed. Furthermore, my master also mentioned that in modern society, those who achieve internal strength are exceedingly rare. Even he had scarcely encountered such individuals. What your master said is indeed correct. In today's world, those who have attained internal strength are truly few and far between. Such individuals are not ones that ordinary people can hope to contend with. Even if you were to point a gun at them, they could still eliminate you before you had the chance to pull the trigger." Guo Wei, with a dignified demeanor, stated, "Certainly. Internal strength is not the pinnacle of martial arts. Beyond it lies a realm of transformation, where beings akin to celestial beings reside, capable of traversing the vastness of the world." Zhou Tianhao, as if enchanted by a fairy tale, skeptically replied, "Is it truly as exaggerated as Master Guo claims? If such formidable individuals existed, the entire world would surely be aware of them." With a proud smile, Guo Wei extended a hand and gently pressed it against the table. Upon retracting his hand, the hall was filled with gasps of astonishment. There, imprinted on the surface, was a shallow palm mark, approximately half an inch deep, with intricate lines clearly visible. This is internal strength?" Zhou Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief. A Biao, feeling a cold sweat break out, thought to himself, if such a hand were to strike me, wouldn't it create a gaping wound? Beside them, Chen Fan merely shook his head. Guo Wei's display was merely a demonstration of internal strength applied to shatter the table, which was composed of fragile plastic. In contrast, He had once left a mark several inches deep in a century-old willow tree with a single punch, a feat far surpassing Guo Wei's demonstration. At that moment, Zhou Tianhao was utterly captivated, exclaiming, "So Master Guo is also a master of internal strength. With him around, who would dare to be arrogant?" He could no longer conceal the resentment brewing within him. That fellow, named Lin Bao, had once competed with me for territory in Chuzhou, and I had him shot in the leg. Who would have thought that after all these years, he would return with martial prowess? These past few days, I have hardly eaten or slept peacefully. Today, upon encountering Master Guo, a sense of certainty settled within me. After speaking, Zhou Tianhao produced a safe, placing it before Guo Wei, and confidently declared, "Rest assured, Master Guo. This contains 5 million. Upon successful completion, there will be an additional 5 million, and I assure you, not a single cent will be missing. Furthermore, I can introduce you to Lord Wei San. Given his character, he will undoubtedly treat you as an esteemed guest." At this moment, a satisfied smile graced Guo Wei's face. His visit was not solely about the financial incentive. Far more significant was the opportunity to connect with the influential benefactor behind Zhou Tianhao. The Wei family holds an illustrious reputation in Jiangbei, and even someone of Guo Wei's internal martial prowess yearns to elevate his status. Chen Fan observed with a discerning eye. It is likely that Zhou Tianhao remains oblivious to the fact that Old Wei is also a practitioner of internal strength. Even Wei San's niece may possess a cultivation level that rivals that of Guo Wei. Thus, it is unfathomable that he would regard Guo Wei with any esteem. Throughout the ensuing meal, Guo Wei became the center of attention, with Zhou Tianhao, a Biao, and even several of the other subordinates, including Hong Jie, vying for proximity to him. It was evident that Guo Wei's skills had left them utterly astounded, broadening their horizons. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan made phone calls to Sister Ying and his homeroom teacher, requesting leave for the afternoon and evening. After the meal, Guo Wei, without hesitation, selected a few individuals, Zhou Tianhao, a Biao, 2 gunmen, and one of his own disciples, who had recently begun to practice internal strength. In total, 6 individuals were assembled for the evening's rendezvous at the island and the lake. Upon noticing that Chen Fan had been excluded from the group, Zhou Tianhao hastily interjected, "Master Guo, this young brother, Chen, is also someone I invited to assist. It would not be appropriate to leave him out. I have already stated that an ordinary person like him, no matter how skilled, cannot withstand a single blow from a master of internal energy. Sending him is akin to delivering him to his demise," Guo Wei remarked with a furrowed brow. Zhou Tianhao displayed a troubled expression, glancing at Chen Fan. Chen Fan replied calmly, "Since you have invited me, I bear the responsibility to protect you. As for these so-called internal energy practitioners, I find them to be mere exaggerations." Guo Wei scoffed. Young people truly lack an understanding of their own limitations. Zhou Tianhao appeared conflicted, but ultimately, considering Chen Fan's connection with Elder Wei, he resolved to allow Chen Fan to accompany them. Finally, Guo Wei huffed in discontent, refraining from further opposition. After all, he was not the master of the household and could not make decisions on their behalf, yet his disdain for Chen Fan grew even stronger. Chapter 21. The terrifying lynx. As night fell, a group of 7 arrived at the heart of Yangue Lake aboard a speedboat. This small island, no larger than several football fields, was a prime piece of real estate, adorned with numerous hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues, marking it as a high-end destination in Chu Prefecture. It seemed that the lynx had chosen this location to evade pursuit, ready to plunge into the water at a moment's notice should he need to escape. Observed Master Guo. "With you here, Master Guo, how could he possibly escape?" Zhou Tianhao laughed heartily. "Better to be cautious," Guo Wei replied, nodding. Though he could not entirely mask his sense of superiority, having dominated Chu Prefecture for over a decade, he had grown accustomed to a sense of complacency. Furthermore, in this modern era, skilled martial artists were a rarity. Guo Wei had hardly encountered a few, which left him unperturbed by the prospect of facing the lynx. Their duel was set at the Egret Tower, which Zhou Tianhao had already secured with a group of burly men clad in black, all armed with knives and guns. Awaiting them, given Zhou Tianhao's stature, it was inconceivable that he would place his entire fortune on Guo Wei, Chen Fan, and a couple of gunmen. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Guo Wei confidently sank into a sofa, while a trembling attendant hurried to pour tea for the group. At this moment, the island was alive with activity, bustling with voices, yet the Egret Tower remained eerily silent. Chen Fan sat, sipping his tea, and gazed at the modern, yet classically inspired structure before him. Building such an edifice on the central island, overlooking the lake, certainly conveyed a sense of artistry. As midnight approached and impatience began to creep in among them, Guowei suddenly opened his eyes and declared in a low voice, "They have arrived." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs, followed by a series of crashing sounds and even a few gunshots, which quickly faded away. The expressions of those on the third floor shifted to one of alarm as they gazed toward the staircase. The sound of footsteps echoed as someone ascended the stairs with an air of composure. Zhou Tianhao felt a dryness in his throat. Down below were his dozen or so subordinates, all capable fighters, some even armed. Had they been swiftly dispatched? He realized he had severely underestimated Lin Bao's strength. Before long, the footsteps reached the staircase, and Chen Fan focused his gaze, spotting a man clad in a black martial arts uniform, his feet adorned with black cloth shoes. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a scar cutting across his face, rendering his countenance rather menacing. "What's this? Brother Hao, aren't you pleased to see an old friend?" Lin Bao sauntered over, disregarding Zhou Tianhao and his companions, and casually seated himself across from them, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Zhou Tianhao. As a prominent figure, Zhou Tianhao suppressed his shock and spoke, "Lin Bao, I never anticipated you would dare to return. The scar on my face and the gunshot wound on my leg, both gifts from you, serve as constant reminders." Lin Bao's smile deepened, pulling at the scar on his face, making it appear even more grotesque. "These years, I have been overseas, training tirelessly for this moment. Shall we not sit down and discuss things amicably?" "Certainly, but first, let me have a turn to stab you and shoot you," Lin Bao replied coldly. "So, it seems there is nothing left to discuss?" Zhou Tianhao spoke in a deep voice. "Do not presume that mastering internal energy grants you the liberty to act at will." "Oh, you are aware of internal energy?" Lin Bao cast a glance at him and scoffed. "Since you comprehend internal energy, why not surrender? Surely, you must realize that in the presence of a master of internal energy, your mere handful of guards are nothing more than insignificant creatures." "Haha, Lin Bao, do you think you are the only one skilled in internal energy?" Zhou Tianhao laughed heartily. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Master Guo, it seems we must call upon your assistance." Guowei nodded slightly and addressed the young man standing nearby. "Dongshan, why don't you give him a try?" The young man, clad in a form-fitting training outfit, nodded and approached Lin Bao, adopting a gesture of invitation. "Dongshan is my eldest disciple, who has been with me for over a decade. He has just begun to grasp internal energy, and I believe handling Lin Bao will pose no challenge," Guowei stated with confidence. "Huh, you are sending this boy to his demise?" Lin Bao sneered, looking at Dongshan. "A mere novice in internal energy dares to provoke me? I shall leave you with your whole corpse." Seeking death, Dongshan, being a young man who trained daily in martial arts, could not tolerate such provocation. He moved swiftly, charging forward. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos as one figure was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, causing the entire ancient-style building to tremble. Dongshan, Guowei's expression changed dramatically at the moment of their clash, unable to contain his exclamation. It was then that everyone realized the one who had been thrown was indeed Dongshan. A fist imprint was visibly indented into his chest, and he slumped against the wall, reduced to a lifeless heap. "Your disciple is not dead yet. It is your turn now." Lin Bao grinned, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. A chill ran through Guowei's heart, causing the confidence he had upon his arrival to dissipate. Dongshan was considered the strongest among his disciples, yet he could not withstand even a single punch from this man. Did that not imply that this individual's skill surpassed his own? However, there was no turning back now. He had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Guowei slowly rose to his feet and, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, approached Lin Bao, cupping his fists in respect. "I am Guowei, the master of the Weixing Martial Arts Hall in this city, practicing Xingyi Quan. May I inquire about your lineage? It's pointless to discuss such matters. My master resides overseas and has no connection to your mainland. You might as well come and meet your demise," Lin Bao retorted coldly. "Humph, you are exceedingly arrogant." Even aware of his disadvantage, Guowei could not suppress his anger and summoned his internal energy to charge forward. With a flurry of sounds, the two figures exchanged blows rapidly, colliding with each other's fists and feet several times in an instant. Onlookers could only witness two shadowy forms engaged in a fierce struggle on the floor, each strike accompanied by a howling gust of wind. Wherever they battled, vases, tables, and decor were shattered into fragments. So this is the power of an internal energy practitioner? It is truly terrifying. Zhou Tianhao felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. It was only now that he realized his narrow perspective, having dominated in Chuzhou for over a decade. He had foolishly believed himself to be invincible, unaware of the numerous individuals outside who could easily crush him. After this confrontation, even if it required a considerable sum, he would have to hire an internal energy master as a bodyguard, for one could never tell when disaster might strike. He contemplated in his heart, fervently praying that Master Guo would emerge victorious. Otherwise, he would not survive even this night's peril. Suddenly, a resounding ping echoed through the air, and the figures in the arena sharply divided. One remained steadfast while the other staggered back several paces, swaying precariously. As the onlookers focused their gaze, a chill gripped their hearts. The one retreating was none other than Guo Wei. Trembling visibly, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he forced a bitter smile and remarked, "I never anticipated that you had already mastered your internal energy. It appears I underestimated the heroes of this world." Lin Bao, merely slightly out of breath, evidently retained his combat prowess in excellent condition, declared with arrogance, "How could one who resides in such a confined space comprehend the vastness of the world? For over a decade, I have had the fortune to study under a martial arts master, receiving his guidance. Having fought for my life in the mercenary realm abroad, honing my skills on the battlefield, I have swiftly attained the pinnacle of internal energy mastery. A sheltered flower like you. Not only are you far from achieving even the slightest mastery, but if our strengths were equal, in a life and death struggle, it would surely be your demise or my injury. So, he is a disciple of a master? No wonder. I cannot contest this defeat." Guo Wei's expression shifted, and he could only sigh deeply. At that moment, Zhou Tianhao and the others had already plunged into an abyss of despair. When Lin Bao turned his gaze toward them, Zhou Tianhao shouted furiously, "Act quickly!" The two gunmen behind him, hired at great expense and reputed for their remarkable marksmanship, were Zhou Tianhao's last line of defense. However, as they drew their pistols, before they could even fire, Lin Bao abruptly seized the chopsticks laid upon the table and launched them with precision, embedding them in the hands of both men. Ah! With a single anguished scream, the firearms clattered to the ground, leaving the two men with wooden chopsticks embedded in their hands, clutching their wrists in pain. It had barely been 10 minutes since Lin Bao made his entrance, and already Zhou Tianhao's forces lay in disarray, injured or incapacitated, leaving only the wounded of Biao and Chen Fan, who sat nonchalantly sipping tea. Lin Bao showed no regard for either of them as he advanced steadily towards Zhou Tianhao. The latter's complexion had turned ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet he mustered the courage to speak. "Brother Lin, we have no deep-seated enmity. It was merely a territorial dispute. Now that you have returned as a master of martial arts, this is your moment to shine. I concede half of my holdings to you. Let us divide Chuzhou equally, shall we?" "Huh? Do you truly believe I would covet your meager possessions?" Lin Bao replied, his stride unwavering. Just as a Biao stepped in front of Zhou Tianhao, he was effortlessly cast aside, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. "After roaming the world for so many years, my enterprises far exceed yours. Zhou Tianhao, you have been confined to this small locale, blinding you to the broader horizon. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well." As Lin Bao approached him, he playfully tapped Zhou Tianhao's face with the back of his hand, a smile dancing on his lips. "Brother Bao, I admit my fault. I am indeed a mere frog at the bottom of a well. Please, spare me." Stripped of his last vestige of support, even a once powerful figure resembled an ordinary individual in this moment of despair. Trembling, he pleaded, "You know I am aligned with Master Wei. If you were to kill me, Master Wei would not let you go unpunished. The Wei family? Such a formidable reputation indeed." Lin Bao let out a cold laugh and said, "If I were to kill you now and simply walk away, do you think the Wei family would be able to track me down overseas? If they truly possessed such capability, you, Zhou Tianhao, would not be merely a ruler of a city, but a conqueror of the world. Indeed, Brother Bao speaks the truth. Please spare my insignificant life." Zhou Tianhao, unable to withstand the pressure of impending death, fell to his knees, clinging to Lin Bao's thigh and fervently bowing his head. Even the most formidable figures can succumb to fear when confronted with mortality, and perhaps they fear it even more than ordinary individuals. For they have tasted the sweetness of power and wealth, thus dread losing their lives all the more. "Ha ha!" Lin Bao laughed triumphantly, relishing the sight of his former adversary, who once chased him like a stray dog, now kneeling and begging for mercy. The frustration that had lingered in his heart for over a decade dissipated in an instant. Guo Wei stood with his arms crossed, feeling trapped and sighing inwardly. Today has truly been a miscalculation, leading to total defeat. Meanwhile, a Biao lay on the ground, watching the once mighty figure in Chuzhou now reduced to begging for mercy, bitterness filling his heart. Had he known it would come to this, he would have followed his master to learn martial arts, no matter the cost. How formidable he could have been. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the side. Zhou Tianhao, if you give me 10 million, I will save you. Chapter 22. Exhaling to kill who? Lin Bao abruptly halted his laughter, casting an irritated glance. There stood a delicate youth, his back turned to the crowd. Leaning against the window, gazing at the distant lake, seemingly oblivious to everyone within the third floor. Who are you? Lin Bao inquired, furrowing his brow. He had seen this young man when he ascended the stairs, but he had not deemed him worthy of notice. His attention had been wholly consumed by Guo Wei, Zhou Tianhao, and the two hired gunmen. Now, it appeared that everyone had witnessed Lin Bao's ferocity, yet this young lad dared to speak so boldly, clearly possessing some form of leverage. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the overseas underworld for many years, surviving amidst a hail of bullets, Lin Bao relied not only on his martial prowess, but also on his constant vigilance. Even when confronted by an ostensibly ordinary youth, he refused to underestimate him. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. So, Zhou Tianhao, will you agree or not? Just a simple affirmation from you, and I shall deal with this scar-faced fellow. Chen Fan continued. Zhou Tianhao knelt upon the ground, caught in a dilemma. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing seemed a viable option. His inner voice urged him to recognize that if even Guo Wei and the two hired gunmen had been defeated, what could this young man possibly accomplish? Yet, this was the last thread of hope he clung to, for he found himself teetering on the brink of life and death. Oh, you intend to dispose of me? Such audacity. Despite Lin Bao's composure, he could not suppress the surge of anger within him, the scar on his face flushing with a menacing hue. Chen Fan nonchalantly turned around, leaning against the window, and regarded Lin Bao with a steady gaze. You, a mere practitioner of the inner strength at its peak. What reason do I have to fear your words? Should your master stand before me, he would still engage in a few exchanges. You seek death. Lin Bao's expression abruptly shifted, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. In his heart, his martial arts master was akin to a divine being. He had witnessed his master eliminate adversaries amid throngs of soldiers, leaving with a casual demeanor. Neither the government forces of a nation nor the operatives of a powerful intelligence agency could contend with his master, even within the overseas Chinese community. His master held a position of immense significance. The audacity of this young man to insult his master warranted immediate and severe retribution. I shall twist your head from your shoulders, dismember you, and cast your remains into Yangui Lake to feed the fish, Lin Bao declared, each word dripping with venom, instilling fear in the hearts of everyone present. Even Guo Wei could not suppress the alarm ringing in his mind, exclaiming internally, what time is it? This ignorant fool is seeking his demise. Has he not witnessed Lin Bao's terrifying presence? A Biao was left dumbfounded. He knew Chen Fan was arrogant, but he had not anticipated such extreme arrogance. Chen Fan straightened, nonchalantly responding, oh, is that so? He extended his right hand towards the window, as if grasping the very wind. Then, with his fingers poised like a blade, he made a swift cut across his chest and struck down with tremendous force. I possess a sword that can slay all under heaven. A beam of white light surged forth from his palm, etching a mark several feet long upon the ground. Crack. The table standing between Lin Bao and Chen Fan shattered explosively, the breakage as smooth as a mirror. The luxurious carpet beneath them split open, creating a gash that stretched several meters, extending right to Lin Bao's feet. Lin Bao was utterly astonished. The third floor of the Bailu Tower was as silent as the grave at that moment. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the long scar etched into the ground. Goodness, is this person a deity? A Biao's mouth gaped open in disbelief, yet he was oblivious to his own astonishment. Trembling as he spoke, if Guo Wei and Lin Bao's martial prowess was already within the realm of imagination, merely greater strength and swifter speed, then Chen Fan's airborne strike, which cleaved the heavy wooden table and carpet in two, transcended anything the onlookers could fathom. Many hearts echoed a Biao's thoughts. This was not sorcery. It was the external manifestation of internal energy. Guo Wei fixated on the scar on the ground, murmuring after a long pause. A martial arts master can kill from 10 paces away, wielding the might of a 100-step fist. I always believed it to be mere legend. Yet to witness it firsthand is truly a fulfillment of my aspirations. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and the crowd turned to see Lin Bao retreating swiftly, fleeing towards the staircase. Is he trying to escape? Of course, Lin Bao was running. The moment he witnessed Chen Fan strike, his heart plummeted into an abyss. He had not anticipated encountering a master of the martial arts realm while merely seeking retribution in his homeland. With a master at his side, no one understood the terrifying nature of this realm better than him. It was the ability to kill with a breath, to wield the wind as a blade. Even 10 Lin Baos would not suffice against this young man. The fact that he had attained mastery at such a tender age was utterly inconceivable. My master was a prodigious talent, achieving this realm only at 50, already a formidable figure overseas. It is imperative that I convey this message to the master. The emergence of such a prodigy in the domestic martial arts realm heralds a significant transformation, Lin Bao thought to himself as he hastened his retreat. However, Chen Fan let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Is it not too late to think of fleeing now?" With a sudden intake of breath, his chest swelled, and he expelled a concentrated stream of energy. A meticulously refined white beam shot forth with the velocity of a bullet, traversing several meters before striking Lin Bao squarely on the back. Lin Bao felt as if he had been struck by a colossal hammer. Darkness enveloped him, and his body involuntarily soared into the air, colliding forcefully with the wall. The externalization of internal energy, a breath that could kill. Indeed, a master is truly a master. Guo Wei trembled as he observed this. At that moment, he harbored no doubt regarding the identity of this youth. This boy, seemingly only 16 or 17 and still attending high school, was, in fact, a master standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, elusive as a dragon. Had anyone dared to assert such a thing before him, he would have delivered several resounding slaps, scoffing. How could a master possibly be 17 or 18? Even those under 30 are extraordinary talents. Such boasts are hardly credible. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianhao, having regained his composure from the shock, sprang to his feet. Hastening to Lin Bao's side, he delivered a fierce kick, sneering, "Boy, did you ever anticipate this day? I could chase you like a stray dog back then. And today I can just as easily end your life." Ha ha. Suddenly, a soft voice emerged from behind him. "Lin Bao is not dead. He has merely fainted. Be cautious not to wake him with your kicks." Zhou Tianhao resembled a duck with its neck grasped. His laughter abruptly ceased. He turned his face, donning a solicitous smile. "Brother Chun, no, Master Chun, you haven't slain this villain, have you?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes. "He is, after all, a martial artist of considerable inner strength. How could I possibly kill him with just a breath? At most, I rendered him unconscious." After stating this, he approached Lin Bao, patting him down a few times, and said, "All right, I have disrupted his energy reservoir. Even with inner strength, he cannot wield it for the time being. The rest is up to you." Indeed, Master Chen's methods are extraordinary. I am in awe, Zhou Tianhao flattered, his face contorted in feigned admiration. It was amusing to witness a man in his 30s or 40s adopt such a demeanor. Little did they know that Zhou Tianhao had experienced a tumultuous day, teetering on the edge of life and death, having long discarded any semblance of dignity. He now yearned desperately to cling to Chen Fan's leg. With such a formidable expert as his support, he would no longer fear any inner strength practitioner or formidable opponent in the future. "Can any of you surpass Master Chen? Who can kill in midair?" Zhou Tianhao silently mused. "Master Chen, can disrupting the energy reservoir truly prevent one from utilizing inner strength?" Guo Wei, disregarding his injuries, inquired eagerly. The inner strength of a martial artist differs fundamentally from the internal power depicted in martial arts novels. It emanates from the entire body rather than being concentrated in the dantian. Thus, there are virtually no effective means to seal inner strength. I employed my unique technique to seal several key points in his body, dispersing his inner strength into a formless mass, preventing it from coalescing. Without that, it loses its potency, Chen Fan explained. Chen Fan casually explained. Guo Wei listened, utterly astonished. What kind of technique was this, reminiscent of the pressure point tactics seen on television? Truly a master, it was nothing short of miraculous. Well, the matter has been resolved. How good. It is time for you to fulfill your promise, Chen Fan declared while clapping his hands. Promise? Zhou Tianhao smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Yes, the promise. Rest assured, Master Chun, your 10 million will not be short by a single cent. and it shall be doubled. I will have someone deliver it to your residence immediately, without a moment's delay." Zhou Tianhao vowed fervently, thumping his chest. He would not hesitate to part with 1 billion if necessary, though it pained him somewhat. The value of securing a connection with such a formidable expert was immeasurable. Just look at Lin Bao, who has thrived overseas, amassing more wealth than Zhou Tianhao himself. How could one even begin to quantify the worth of someone like Qin Fan, a master of martial arts? At that moment, Lin Bao gradually regained consciousness and offered a wry smile, saying, "Today, I concede defeat. However, should you take my life, my master will undoubtedly seek vengeance on my behalf." Qin Fan regarded him with keen interest and inquired, "Are you referring to your master, the Grandmaster?" Upon Lin Bao's nod, Qin Fan responded with a smile, "How fortuitous. I have long wished to meet him. Until now, I have yet to encounter a true Grandmaster of martial arts. I hope he does not disappoint me." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely down the stairs, leaving behind a scene of chaos on the 3rd floor. This was the true demeanor of a master. Biao felt that a true man should be like this. Even if he cannot reach it, his heart yearns for it. Chapter 23. The challenge at the Taekwondo dojo. As Qin Fan sat on the cruise ship returning to shore, he exhaled deeply against the night breeze. He resolved to refrain from employing such ostentatious techniques in the future. A single strike had drained 1/3 of his true essence. The finger technique, sharp as a blade, and the outward release of inner energy, though visually impressive, proved to be immensely taxing. It was only after advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment that Qin Fan could execute such maneuvers, and even then, he could manage only a few strikes at full effort. Had it not been for the need to intimidate Zhou Tianhao, thereby ensuring his future utility, he would have dismissed such extravagant expenditures of true essence. A single spell could obliterate that Lin Bao into mere dust, he mused, shaking his head. Once he entered the transcendent stage and mastered the sword cannon, he would effortlessly unleash a Tenjong sword radiance, a force far superior to the mere ability to slice through a table that he currently possessed. Lost in thought, he soon reached the shore. The following morning after returning home, Zhou Tianhao personally visited, presenting him with a bank card containing 20 million, the compensation for Qin Fan's recent endeavors. Qin Fan accepted it without much thought. Although this sum was several times greater than his current assets, to a cultivator of his caliber, money was merely a sequence of numbers. At noon, Changwen approached Qin Fan once more, informing him of a competition involving the school team and requesting their assistance in moving equipment. This time, Qin Fan declined without hesitation. "What did you say? You won't go?" Changwen was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. "Indeed, the school team's competition should involve the sports department. It has nothing to do with our class." Qin Fan replied coolly. His previous assistants had merely been out of consideration for their shared status as classmates. After offering assistance, Qin Fan found himself the target of Chang Wen's ridicule, which significantly diminished his fondness for her. Unbeknownst to Chang Wen, who assumed Qin Fan had distanced himself, he was a cultivator with hearing abilities far superior to that of an ordinary person. "Are you truly not going?" Chang Wen's expression darkened as her beautiful eyes coldly scrutinized Qin Fan. "No," Qin Fan retorted with unwavering conviction. "Is it then that you regard the school team's competition as trivial?" Chang Wen huffed, her anger mounting. Coming from a privileged background, being both beautiful and the class monitor, she had always been adored by numerous boys, treated like a princess. Only exceptionally outstanding boys like Xia could make her slightly lower her guard. When had she ever been so outrightly rejected, particularly by an inconspicuous transfer student in her class? This time, Qin Fan could hardly be bothered to respond, choosing instead to immerse himself in his book. "Hey, Qin, do you dare to disrespect the school team?" A tall boy rose from the front row, striding over with an intimidating glare directed at Qin Fan. His name was Ji Xingyu, the sports representative of the class and a substitute player on the school basketball team, who held the team's honor in high regard. Xia had evidently noticed the commotion, frowning as he looked over. "And what if I do?" Qin Fan replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ji Xingyu's face flushed crimson with rage, his hand raised as if to strike. However, Jiang Tanxiu swiftly intervened, embracing him. "Brother Yu, please, grant me this favor. He is a transfer student and doesn't he understand? Do not stoop to his level." After speaking, filled with frustration at Qin Fan, he remarked, "Isn't it just fetching beverages? I'll accompany you." "Fine then. If you want to go, go on your own. I certainly won't." Qin Fan reclined lazily. "All right, kid. You've got some guts, Qi Ming said, seething yet laughing. He menacingly threatened, the last person who disrespected the basketball team ended up with a broken leg. I hope you can maintain your bravado when that time comes. I'm always ready. Chen Fan remained unfazed. The onlookers were astonished. It is worth noting that the members of the school basketball team are tall and strong, having reached the quarterfinals of the Jiangnan Province High School League last year, bringing honor to the school. Thus, they dominated at Chongqing Ivy High School, with few daring to provoke them. Previously, Yang Chao had led the team to break the leg of a boy who had crossed him, which included Qi Ming. Who would have thought this transfer student would have such a temper? Yet, what difference does it make? Such defiance is merely a sign of overestimating oneself. Indeed, he should consider his own capabilities before daring to provoke Qi Ming and class leader Chang. Some individuals snickered with glee. Although Chen Fan had kept a low profile over the past month, he had shown no inclination to integrate into the class circle. By standing apart from this circle, he naturally garnered resentment. Thus, when conflicts arose between Chen Fan and Qi Ming, no one stepped forward to defend him. Even Jiang Tanxiu, witnessing Chen Fan's unrepentant demeanor, felt compelled to sit down in frustration. The afternoon classes were nearly over, and the final session was a taekwondo class. Participation was voluntary, requiring a fee for attire and lessons. The Ivy League High School, claiming to align with international standards, has naturally commenced several elective courses. Consequently, physical education classes have been transformed into swimming, running, taekwondo, and the like. While the entire class has mostly enrolled, Chen Fan finds no interest in these activities and decides to tidy up and head to the bar early. Despite the presence of the annoying Mr. Yang, the other patrons are quite amiable. At that moment, someone suddenly obstructs Chen Fan's path. Hey, don't leave, brother. Why are you skipping taekwondo class? Qi Ming said with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. What does it matter to you whether I attend class or not? Chen Fan furrowed his brow. You've been absent for so long. Can it be that you can't even afford the class fee? You should have mentioned it earlier. I could have helped you pay. Qi Ming retorted mockingly. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Fan's eyes as he prepared to respond. Just then, the class monitor, Chang Wan, approached. She coldly regarded Chen Fan and stated, You've been consistently late and have left early these past few days, not participating in collective activities. If you skip taekwondo class again today, do not blame me for informing teacher Shui. Oh, Chen Fan glanced at the two of them, as if struck by an idea. He suddenly relaxed his furrowed brow. Fine, I will attend. The taekwondo gym at Ivy League High School is magnificently built, comparable in size to the basketball court. This particular taekwondo class is a large session, not only involving class 9 of the senior year, but also several other classes, including first-year and second-year students. Jiang Tanxiu introduced, Our school's taekwondo program is quite renowned. The master has won the second prize in the national taekwondo competition and holds a 5th-degree black belt, showcasing formidable strength, capable of defeating 10 opponents with ease. After he spoke, he glanced at Chen Fan and sighed. You should be cautious. Qi Ming's invitation to join the taekwondo class is far from benevolent. He holds a blue belt, and there's no telling how he might challenge you during class. However, if you simply ignore him, you should be fine. Chen Fan nodded, acknowledging the well-meaning advice. At that moment, the coach arrived, prompting Jiang Tanxiu to rise and bow along with the others. The coach, a 2nd-degree black belt, first led everyone through some warm-up exercises before proceeding to sparring sessions. Yingxia, you demonstrate first, the coach called out. Yingxia nodded coolly and stepped forward, taking her position in the center of the mat. Her belt was red, a rank just below black in taekwondo, symbolizing danger and aggression. Reaching this level requires years of rigorous training. The coach then selected a blue belt to spar against Yingxia. A blue belt is ranked just below red and black, typically requiring over a year of dedicated practice. In a matter of 10 moves, Yingxia effortlessly dispatched the blue belt with a spinning kick. As expected, the boss C is formidable, remarked the blue belt, Qi Ming, as he picked himself up and raised his hand in surrender. Indeed, Yingxia has been practicing taekwondo since childhood. A beautiful girl in the audience proudly declared. Absolutely, among all the students in the taekwondo club, Yingxia is undoubtedly the strongest, another girl chimed in, unwilling to concede. The onlookers, composed of younger students, responded with fervent applause, many girls gazing at the dashing Yingxia, their eyes twinkling with adoration. Upon learning that he was the renowned academic prodigy of the senior class, a wave of astonishment swept through them. Yingxia, however, paid them no heed and instead frowned, remarking, "You have been practicing far too little. Otherwise, you could have executed 3 more moves." Qi Ming, with a sulky expression, replied, "I merely practice for fun. I cannot be as serious as Boss C." With Xingxia's level of skill, achieving a black belt would pose no challenge. It leaves those of us with red belts feeling rather disheartened. Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward and practice? The coach, fully aware of Xingxia's prowess, wore a broad smile. If not, we shall proceed with the original pairings for practice. Oh no, I am going to be mercilessly beaten again, lamented the boy selected to face Xingxia, his face etched with despair. The spectators relished his misfortune. For Qi Ming had previously been considered the second best in Taekwondo within the class, while the other blue belts fell short of his capabilities. In fact, only 6 or 7 students in the class had attained the blue belt rank. At that moment, Qi Ming suddenly declared, "Coach, before we engage in mutual sparring, I would like to issue a personal challenge." With a mischievous glint in his eye, he looked towards a corner and taunted, "Qin, you were quite cocky at noon. Do you have the courage to come up and spar a little?" Everyone turned in surprise to see a solitary figure seated in the corner. It was none other than Qin Fan, proudly wearing a white belt around his waist. Chapter 24. The Great Defeat of Qi Ming in the Realm of Taekwondo. Ranks are delineated by the color of belts: white, yellow, green, blue, red, and black. The black belt stands as the pinnacle, while the white belt signifies the most novice level, embodying a complete lack of knowledge about Taekwondo. The black belt is further categorized into 9 degrees, with the 7th degree and above considered an esteemed honor. Attaining the 2nd degree grants one the ability to open a dojang and teach students. Conversely, the white belt represents the lowest tier, indicating that an individual is less informed than a mere beginner. How could Qi Ming possibly challenge a white belt? Indeed, as a blue belt, he would effortlessly dominate a white belt. Was it possible that the transfer student had provoked Qi Ming? Many found themselves perplexed. Most students at Ivy League Middle School had participated in Taekwondo summer training camps during their primary and secondary education, acquiring varying degrees of proficiency, even if they had not reached the levels of red or black belts. Nevertheless, there were numerous green and yellow belts. Individuals like Qin Fan, who held a white belt, were exceedingly rare. Even the observing juniors were bewildered. Only those privy to the situation, who had witnessed the events of noon, chuckled with schadenfreude. Naturally, they were more inclined to support Qi Ming over Qin Fan, who had only arrived 2 weeks prior. The coach furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to challenge this white belt?" He then turned to Qin Fan and added, "Given that you are a white belt and he is a blue belt, the disparity in your ranks is substantial. You possess the right to refuse." Qi Ming eagerly regarded Qin Fan, taunting, "Hey, weren't you quite cocky at noon? Why are you hesitant now?" Upon witnessing this, Xingxia frowned slightly, intending to intervene, but was restrained by Chong when beside her. "I do not practice Taekwondo," Qin Fan replied, shaking his head. "It matters not. I will engage with whatever you choose," Qi Ming declared with unwavering confidence. "Oh," Qin Fan observed him with a half-smile. "So, you are determined to fight me? Are you afraid?" Qi Ming jabbed his finger into Qin Fan's chest, articulating each word. "If you are afraid, then cease your bravado and shrink back. This Ivy League school is not a place where someone from a small county like you can stir up trouble." With a derisive snort, Qin Fan retorted, "What I fear is that you may not be worthy of my efforts." "Not worthy of your efforts?" Qi Ming could hardly believe his ears. He turned to the surrounding crowd and proclaimed loudly, "This fellow claims I am not worthy of his efforts. Do you find that amusing?" At this declaration, the onlookers erupted in disbelief. How audacious of him to suggest Qi Ming was no match. Qi Ming was indeed the second strongest in the class. Who, aside from Xingxia, would dare assert they could easily defeat him? Perhaps he is a hidden master of martial arts? Laughter ensued among the spectators, eager for the unfolding spectacle. Many had initially felt sympathy for Qin Fan due to the stark contrast in their physiques. Qi Ming towered at nearly 2 meters, while Qin Fan stood at a modest height of a little over 170. It was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Additionally, given the blue belt versus white belt dynamic, it was natural for them to empathize with Qin Fan. However, after Qin Fan's audacious proclamation, many began to think he was somewhat deluded regarding his own capabilities. Those who had trained in Taekwondo understood that rank, while significant, is not the ultimate truth. However, there exists an inherent disparity between the white belt and the blue belt, not to mention the stark difference in height and physique between the two individuals. Unless Chun Fan has mastered other martial arts with exceptional proficiency, it is implausible that he could be a match for Ji Xingyu. Come on, watch how your elder brother deals with you. Ji Xingyu provocatively beckoned Chun Fan. He assumed a standard taekwondo stance and executed 2 flawless spinning side kicks midair. As his feet soared, a gust of wind accompanied his movements, startling many young women in the vicinity. After completing his kicks, he turned to Chun Fan, intending to illustrate the disparity between them. To his surprise, Chun Fan disdainfully scoffed, flowery fists and embroidered legs. This remark not only caused Ji Xingyu's expression to shift dramatically, but also darkened the countenances of Professor Wu and Xia standing nearby. In the realm of Taekwondo, to dismiss it as mere flowery fists and embroidered legs was an affront not only to Ji Xingyu, but to the entire discipline of Taekwondo. The onlookers around them began to lose all sympathy for Chun Fan. It is essential to possess self-awareness. At such a moment, stubbornness would only lead to disdain from others. Come on, show him what you're made of. Someone in the crowd shouted, filled with indignation. You're courting death. Ji Xingyu bellowed as he charged forward. Compared to the average person, his skills were indeed formidable. Whether executing a flying kick or a side kick, his movements were simple yet powerful. A strike to the head could easily leave an opponent unconscious. However, in Chun Fan's eyes, even Wei Ziqing or a Biao, one of Zhou Tianhao's subordinates, was leagues above him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chun Fan effortlessly evaded several of Ji Xingyu's side kicks and high leg raises. Seeing him strike with such ferocity, I could not help but let out a snort, raising my leg high and bringing it down like a colossal axe. Ji Xingyu, taken aback, instinctively raised his hands in defense, only to be struck down with a resounding crash, kneeling on the ground as Chun Fan's powerful kick overwhelmed him. Fortunately, the ground was cushioned. Otherwise, this blow might have left him bedridden for half a year. Victorious? The spectators were left in utter disbelief. Zhang Tanxiu nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. He had assumed that Ji Xingyu would dominate Chun Fan. Yet it turned out that a mere kick from Chun Fan had sent Ji Xingyu sprawling. Was Ji Xingyu truly that weak, unable to contend with that lad? Clearly, this transfer student was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed considerable skill. Whispers of speculation filled the air, and the gaze of many turned towards Chun Fan with newfound respect. Initially perceived as a stubborn fool, the fact that he had even bested Ji Xingyu indicated he had some merit after all. Chang Wen's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Chun Fan's triumph, and such an effortless one at that. Ji Xingyu had previously boasted of his strength in her presence. Only to falter against a single kick from another, how could he still claim to be the second strongest in their class? Chang Wen felt an inward resentment. Only Xia furrowed his brow. Approaching Ji Xingyu to assess his condition, he noted that there was no serious harm, just unconsciousness, before turning to Chun Fan with a glare, saying, "We are all classmates. Why did you strike with such severity? Setting aside the fact that he provoked you, if I had been on the receiving end of those kicks, what do you think would have happened?" Chun Fan replied indifferently. Xia found himself momentarily at a loss for words. A normal person's spinning side kick, if it strikes the head, typically results in mild injury. However, given that Ji Xingyu stands at nearly 2 meters tall and weighs over 200 pounds, a full-force kick to the head could very well lead to a concussion. Strictly speaking, Chun Fan had shown restraint. Yet, Ji Xingyu was ultimately his friend. They were teammates in the school team, and this time, he was standing up for Chang Wen. With this thought in mind, Xia rose and declared, "Since you possess such remarkable strength, how about I challenge you?" Chang Wen's expression instantly changed, and she rushed over to intervene, only to be halted by a wave of Xia's hand. Chun Fan's earlier kick was indeed astonishing. Both its speed and power were far beyond what an ordinary person could deliver, undoubtedly indicative of a trained fighter. Nevertheless, Xia was confident in his abilities. Ever since he first saw a dashing Taekwondo master on television as a child, he had become enamored with the sport, dedicating over a decade to rigorous training. Although he was still a red belt, it was merely due to his reluctance to undergo testing. In terms of true skill, even Coach Wu, a second-degree black belt, was no match for him. Only the owner of the Taekwondo school could surpass him slightly. "Do you still wish to fight me?" Chun Fan squinted. Seeing Xia daring to step forward after witnessing his kick suggested that his previous display was not a true reflection of his strength. "You must understand. If it comes to a real fight, I will not hold back," Chun Fan stated calmly. "Do you really think you can defeat our Xia?" Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, discontent stirred among the onlookers, with a girl from the class scoffing in response. Indeed, just now, his kick did not appear particularly impressive. It merely exhibited a touch of speed and a hint of power. Our Jingxia is revered even by seasoned black belt masters. Another girl interjected with enthusiasm. Among the girls in the class, at least half are admirers of Qi Jingxia. Chun Fan's words instantly stirred up a hornet's nest. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan could only laugh helplessly. These girls possess only a superficial understanding of combat and martial arts. They are merely spectators reveling in the spectacle. They mistakenly believe that great strength and swift speed are remarkable feats, unaware that this is merely the essence of martial arts. My strength far surpasses yours, and my speed eclipses yours. Why should I bother with technique? It is akin to an adult sparring with a child. No matter how many punches or martial arts techniques you possess, a single blow from me will bring you to your knees. Chapter 25. A stunning blow. Although Chun Fan had previously triumphed decisively over Ji Xingyu, the crowd remained steadfast in their confidence in Qi Ming, whose prowess had captivated countless admirers over the years. Even Changwen felt her apprehensions dissipate. Indeed, Qi Ming had previously vanquished a taunting martial arts student, one who had garnered national accolades. How could she possibly fear someone like Chun Fan? With this thought, she cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking, do not presume that defeating Ji Xingyu grants you any sense of superiority. Yingxia is no soft target like Ji Xingyu. Among those present, perhaps only Qi Yingxia and Coach Wu comprehended the true magnitude of Chun Fan's abilities. Coach Wu observed Qi Yingxia with a solemn expression, noting his unwavering resolve. He could only sigh and advise, we are all students here. If a match is to occur, let it be within reason. With that, he shot a cold glare at Chun Fan, who had irreparably offended the coach with his dismissive remarks about flowery punches and embroidered kicks. Thus, he refrained from intervening and instead hoped that his prized pupil would decisively defeat Chun Fan, imparting the true essence of Taekwondo. As Qi Yingxia stepped into the arena, he was immediately met with a chorus of cheers from numerous admirers. Handsome and tall, clad in a pristine Taekwondo uniform, he resembled a character straight out of a Hong Kong television drama. In stark contrast, Chun Fan, standing at just over 1.7 meters with an unremarkable appearance, seemed diminutive by comparison. Whether from an emotional standpoint or based on past achievements, everyone firmly believes that Qi Yingxia will undoubtedly teach this arrogant young man a stern lesson, ensuring he understands that Ivy League high school is not a place where a mere transfer student can act with such audacity. Let the confrontation begin. Chun Fan stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. Humph, Qi Yingxia scoffed in anger. Although he did not appear as haughty as Ji Xingyu, within him lay an even greater pride. The number of individuals from Ivy League high school who caught his eye could be counted on one hand. If he deemed someone unworthy of his attention, how could he possibly regard them? However, Chun Fan's demeanor clearly belittled him, igniting Qi Yingxia's fury. With a thunderous shout, he took several powerful strides before abruptly executing a stunning side-spinning kick. His right foot arced through the air, completing a magnificent 270-degree rotation. Utilizing both momentum and the torque of his waist, akin to a dragon's tail sweeping through the air, creating a fierce gust. Before his foot made contact, a subtle sting could already be felt on his face. This Qi Yingxia is no ordinary opponent. Aside from experience, he shares little difference with a Biao. A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Fan's mind. A Biao was the ace enforcer under Zhou Tianhao, a figure renowned throughout Chuzhou. The fact that Qi Yingxia, at just 17, was approaching a Biao's level speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent. Moreover, he excels academically, is a forward on the school basketball team, and possesses striking good looks. Such a remarkable young man is bound to attract countless admirers. The girls in the audience could not contain their excitement upon witnessing such a high-level maneuver, erupting in cheers. Coach Wu silently applauded. With that single kick, Qi Yingxia had clearly surpassed him. It is feared that Qi Yingxia has already attained the prowess of a 4th-degree black belt, mused Coach Wu. In the entirety of Chuzhou Taekwondo, there are no more than 5 individuals who possess a rank above 4th degree. Given Qi Yingxia's current level, she is more than capable of participating in the National Youth Taekwondo Championship and advancing to the top 16. How would Chun Fan respond to this strike? Coach Wu speculated that if it were himself, he would hastily retreat to evade the oncoming force. However, such a tactic would only invite Qi Yingxia's relentless barrage. For as the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable defeat. A moment's carelessness could lead to her seizing the opportunity. Yet, to his astonishment, Chun Fan merely smiled faintly, raising one hand to lightly deflect the full force of Xi Yingxia's kick. How is this possible? Xi Yingxia's pupils constricted in disbelief. Even in his highest estimations of Chun Fan, he never anticipated such strength. Come again, he bellowed, swiftly retracting his leg and, utilizing the strength of his waist, executed a spinning kick, following it without pause with a series of 5 or 6 whip-like kicks in quick succession. This level of technique is exceedingly advanced in Taekwondo, typically beyond the capabilities of most black belts. Clap, clap, clap. After a flurry of strikes, even Xi Yingxia had to halt, slightly out of breath. He cast a glance at Chun Fan, who remained stationary with one hand behind his back, using the other hand to effortlessly block all of his assaults. This is bad. Coach Wu felt a sinking sensation in his heart, utterly unprepared for the ferocity Chun Fan exhibited. As the voices of supporters for Xi Yingxia gradually diminished, even those lacking understanding could discern that Chun Fan, with merely one hand, rendered Xi Yingxia's efforts futile. Was defeat imminent for Xi Yingxia? An unsettling thought crept into the minds of the spectators. Since you have delivered so many kicks, allow me to demonstrate the power of my punch. Chun Fan slowly raised his left hand, which had been resting behind him, forming a fist. He bent backward, his entire form resembling a taut bow, akin to a fully drawn, powerful crossbow, with his left fist poised like an arrow ready to be unleashed. Be cautious. Coach Wu's expression shifted dramatically. As the threat posed by Chun Fan's punch far exceeded the numerous kicks Xi Yingxia had delivered prior. Before he could finish his warning, Chun Fan shifted his stance, launching his punch with the speed of lightning. The punch erupted like a cannonball, producing a cacophony of tearing sounds, crashing forward with the intent to obliterate any obstacles in its path. Xi Yingxia had already crossed his arms in defense before Chun Fan raised his fist, fully alert. However, the speed and force of Chun Fan's strike were overwhelming. He had no time to react before a formidable power broke through his defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. Fearing excessive force, Chun Fan had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Yet, Xi Yingxia was merely an ordinary individual, not a master of internal energy. How could he withstand the might of Chun Fan's punch? In an instant, he was sent hurtling backward, soaring 4 to 5 meters through the air before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Cough, cough. Xi Yingxia fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently a couple of times. As she attempted to rise, she discovered that her entire body had succumbed to weakness, and her chest felt numb all over. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with everyone rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that Chun Fan would truly triumph over Xi Yingxia, and with such ease. A single punch had vanquished the seemingly invincible Xi Yingxia, if even Xi Yingxia had been defeated. It was only natural to conclude that Chun Fan was indeed the foremost expert in the school. This thought struck the crowd immediately. Many who had previously underestimated Chun Fan now felt a pang of regret, their minds racing to recall if they had offended him in any way. Meanwhile, some girls entertained different thoughts. Although Chun Fan might not excel overall compared to Xi Yingxia, he exhibited superiority in certain aspects, making him a worthy consideration. Only Chong Wen's expression shifted drastically as she hurried over to assist Xi Yingxia. Upon witnessing her state of utter weakness, a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. Rest assured, he is unharmed. It is merely a momentary loss of strength. Suddenly, the voice of Chun Fan reached her ears. Rather than expressing gratitude, Chong Wen scoffed and cast a fierce glare at Chun Fan, her eyes brimming with animosity. Chun Fan shook his head, realizing that he had undoubtedly earned this woman's ire. Yet he remained unfazed. His punch at the last moment had ultimately been restrained. Otherwise, Xi Yingxia would have suffered a far graver injury, with a hole punctured through her body. It is essential to acknowledge the immense power Chun Fan now possessed. Capable of breaking through steel with a single blow, what chance did the human body have against such strength? With a calm demeanor, Chun Fan surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Is there anyone else who dares to contest my authority?" Silence enveloped the surroundings. Not only the students of Class 9 from the 3rd year, but also the younger students from adjacent classes and the members of the Taekwondo club fell into a hushed stillness. Chun Fan's punch had thoroughly shattered their arrogance, imparting the lesson that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. With a dismissive shake of his head, Chun Fan turned to Xi Yingxia and remarked, "I previously stated that Taekwondo is merely a display of superficial skills, without the guidance of a master to acquire true prowess. Even a decade of practice will not make you my equal. Xi Yingxia, however, remained impervious, his eyes dull and lifeless. He was a person of considerable pride, and it was unprecedented for him to recognize someone like Qin Fan. Today he had been publicly defeated by Qin Fan, and the ease with which it occurred left him reeling, his confidence irrevocably shaken. Humph, boy, don't get too smug. Our master has yet to arrive. Coach Wu interjected with a huff of indignation. If our master weren't at the National University Taekwondo competition, you wouldn't be so brazen. Indeed, we have our master. The other Taekwondo members chimed in, their eyes suddenly alight with hope. Oh, you have a master? Qin Fan seemed unperturbed. Then summon your master. I am always ready. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled past Jiang Tanqiu, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Shall we go for a meal? Of course. Jiang Tanqiu responded, startled, springing to his feet in a manner reminiscent of a carp leaping from water, his eyes regarding Qin Fan with newfound admiration. He had never anticipated that his typically reticent desk mate could exhibit such vigor. No wonder he had previously dismissed Xi Yingxia so easily. Perhaps his academic performance does not rival that of Xi Yingxia, yet in matters of combat, not even 10 Xi Yingxia could stand against him. Jiang Tanqiu pondered this in his heart, realizing that he must recalibrate his perception. He could no longer regard Qin Fan as merely an ordinary friend. The other students of Class 9 in their final year observed the two as they exited the Taekwondo dojo, their hearts filled with an indescribable sentiment. This transfer student had been at the school for merely half a month, maintaining a remarkably low profile, and no one had paid him much heed. Yet, unexpectedly, his silence was shattered, resonating like a thunderclap. From this day forth, he would undoubtedly be recognized throughout the school. This thought flickered in the minds of many. Chapter 26. Welcome Party. Since Qin Fan's victory over Xi Yingxia, the sentiments of many towards Qin Fan have undergone a subtle transformation. Numerous individuals who previously stood in opposition to Xi Yingxia have gradually begun to center their allegiances around Qin Fan, forming a new circle. In contrast, Xi Yingxia has remained taciturn and withdrawn since that fateful defeat, leaving his supporters deeply concerned. After all, Qin Fan's superiority lies solely in combat. In every other aspect, be it basketball, athletics, academics, piano, or even physical appearance, Xi Yingxia excels far beyond him. Thus, he still retains a considerable following. One day, after the school team's training session, Yang Chao patted Xi Yingxia on the shoulder and remarked, "You seem a bit preoccupied these days. What troubles you?" Xi Yingxia managed a faint smile, his mind still occupied with thoughts on how to best Qin Fan. Jixingyu, standing nearby, expressed his indignation. "It's all due to that transfer student from our class. He was incredibly arrogant at the Taekwondo dojo, and not only did I fall to him, but even our esteemed Xi Yingxia was bested. Now that brat struts around the classroom as if he owns the place, and no one dares to confront him." Other members of the school team gathered around in astonishment, exclaiming, "So the rumors are true. Xi Yingxia was genuinely defeated by a transfer student. Jixingyu, I heard that you were knocked down by a single kick." They teased. Go away, go away." Jixingyu retorted loudly. "Xi Yingxia and I merely had a moment of oversight, and he seized the opportunity. If we were to face off again, the outcome would be uncertain. He genuinely felt wronged by the defeat, having succumbed before he fully realized what had transpired." Later, Qin Fan's confrontation with Xi Yingxia escaped his notice, leading him to believe that his abilities were not vastly inferior to Qin Fan's. Chang Wen coldly remarked, "Jixingyu is right. If they were to fight again, the outcome remains uncertain. Besides, he is merely a brawler. In terms of academics, family background, and appearance, how could he possibly compare to Yingxia?" The cheering squad of beautiful girls nearby eagerly nodded in agreement. To them, this delinquent brawler paled in comparison to the handsome, intelligent Xi Yingxia. Xi Yingxia finally spoke up. "Indeed, Qin Fan's strength surpasses mine significantly, yet I refuse to believe I am lacking in other aspects." Upon hearing Xi Yingxia's response, Chang Wen beamed with encouragement. "Exactly. How could you possibly lose to him? Tomorrow is the welcome party. You will take center stage. Show everyone your prowess and decisively diminish that brat's arrogance." Inspired by Chang Wen's words, Xi Yingxia's eyes began to shine with renewed confidence. Yang Chao, observing from the sidelines, hesitated to speak, ultimately letting out a sigh. Qin Fan was not merely a troublemaker. He was someone capable of holding his own against the formidable Zhou Tianhao from Chuzhou. However, revealing this truth now could potentially shatter the confidence Xi Yingxia had painstakingly built. When they arrived in class, Jiang Tanqiu was unusually excited. Tonight is the welcome party, and my goddess Su Rongfei will undoubtedly be present. The welcome party? Chen Fan was taken aback, recalling that he had witnessed this event in his previous life. At that time, the enchanting Su Rongfei took the stage as the grand finale, performing a solo dance that captivated the entire audience, thus becoming the goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. It seemed that Qi Ming accompanied her on the piano. Following that event, the two were celebrated within the school as a golden couple, though sadly, they never ended up together, leaving many to lament their fate. Chen Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. To be fair, although he did not harbor strong feelings for Su Rongfei, he certainly did not wish for her to be with Xia. Indeed, it was high time for the freshman military training to commence, having been delayed for over half a month, remarked Jiang Tanqiu. At that moment, Ji Xingyu passed by, scoffing at the conversation. With your stature, you still hold a candle for Su Rongfei? She is already firmly in the grasp of our leader, Si. Jiang Tanqiu appeared flustered. He wanted to retort, but realized the vast disparity between himself and Xia, ultimately releasing a frustrated sigh. Chen Fan chuckled. I have heard that Su Rongfei considers Xia merely a friend. Ji Xingyu sneered. Even if Su Rongfei does not fancy our leader, she would never be interested in a transfer student from the countryside like you. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. That may not be the case. Indeed, who said Su Rongfei could not develop feelings for our fangirl? Jiang Tanqiu interjected, rising to assert his point. You, who were knocked unconscious by our fan Ji's kick the other day, what? Do you wish to experience it again? A flicker of caution crossed Ji Xingyu's eyes, and he merely huffed before turning to leave. Jiang Tanqiu sat down triumphantly. Chen Fan found amusement in the fact that this fellow had resorted to calling him Fan good to save face. Due to the welcome party taking place in the evening, Chen Fan called ahead to request leave, to which Sister ingraciously agreed. Hurry, hurry, my goddess is about to take the stage. Sitting in the grand auditorium, illuminated by dazzling lights, Jiang Tanqiu eagerly watched the performance unfold. The hosts of the welcome party were Changwon and a new male student. The young man was handsome, and the young woman strikingly beautiful, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Changwon addressed the audience. Clearly, everyone has been waiting for quite some time. Next, let us invite our classmate Su Rongfei from the 3rd year, Class 2, to present a solo dance entitled The Swan Princess. Upon hearing this, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd. After all, what everyone had been eagerly anticipating was this grand finale. As the lights dimmed, a beam illuminated a tall young man seated before a white Steinway piano. Jiang Tanqiu remarked with a hint of envy, It's seeing Xiao again. He accompanies Su Rongfei every time she dances. Chen Fan paid no heed, continuing to observe the stage, where another beam of light revealed a woman clad in a form-fitting ballet costume. It was none other than the long-absent Su Rongfei. As the music began, Su Rongfei's body appeared to bend as if it were a delicate branch, then sprang forth, transforming into a graceful swan. The entire hall fell silent, with everyone captivated by the enchanting performance of the girl on stage, whose movements were both lyrical and poignant. It was not merely Su Rongfei's skillful dancing that left the audience in awe, but the sheer wonder of witnessing a familiar classmate express such artistry. The piano of Xia and the dance of Su Rongfei would undoubtedly become an indelible memory for this year's freshmen. As the final notes of the dance faded, the venue erupted into fervent applause. Unable to contain her excitement, Xia rose and approached the stage, taking Su Rongfei's hand. Together, they bowed gracefully to the audience, which responded with even more enthusiastic clapping, accompanied by the spirited shouts of some onlookers urging, Be together, be together, while Su Rongfei maintained her smile on stage. She discreetly withdrew her hand, causing Xia's eyes to momentarily dim. After their exit, the evening's event was nearing its conclusion. Jiang Tanqiu, still caught in a whirl of thoughts, mused, My goddess truly lives up to her title. Her figure, that slender waist, her poise, she rivals the professional dancers of the esteemed Russian ballet troupe my father once took me to see. Yet, he couldn't help but feel aggrieved that Xia had once again seized an opportunity to encroach upon his goddess. With a sigh, he declared, All right. It's time for us to leave. Chen Fan stood up, having savored the sight of Su Rongfei's solo performance to his heart's content. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the front row, and Jiang Tanqiu's eyes brightened. Goodness, our class leader has invited Su Rongfei over here. Chen Fan focused his gaze, and indeed, Changwon was leading the way, flanked by a striking young man and woman. The man, clad in a refined tailcoat, exuded an air of elegance and striking handsomeness, while the woman, adorned in a white, handcrafted ballet costume, possessed an unparalleled beauty. They appeared as if they had stepped straight out of a television screen, embodying the allure of celebrity. As they approached, they waved to the crowd, eliciting a chorus of excited shrieks from countless boys and girls. Qi Ming and Su Rongfei strolled together, engaged in conversation, their camaraderie evident. Qi Ming was no longer wearing a cool demeanor, but instead wore a warm smile. Su Rongfei seemed amused by his words, laughing delightfully. This damned Qi Ming. Could it be that my goddess is also to be deceived by his youthful visage? Jiang Tanxiu was heartbroken. Never mind, I shall take my leave. Chun Fan had no desire to meet Su Rongfei. He patted his shoulder and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke the air. Oh dear, why does our esteemed Master Chen wish to leave prematurely, without greeting the two esteemed contributors of the welcome gala? Chun Fan frowned and turned to see Chong Wen wearing a mocking smile. At that moment, Chong Wen was reveling in the most glorious moment of her life. Having stepped down from the spotlight, she basked in the envy of the crowd, while her rivals stood before her diminished in comparison. It was akin to a prize winner flaunting their success before one who had failed. Qi Ming, standing nearby, regarded him with a condescending gaze. The gala had entirely restored his confidence, and the support and cheers from countless fans had inflated his vanity to its peak. Just then, a lively voice exclaimed, "Chun Fan?" Unexpectedly, a soft figure leaped towards him. Chun Fan helplessly opened his arms, only to be enveloped in a fragrant embrace. The room fell into a stunned silence. Countless onlookers gaped at the scene, their expressions a mix of astonishment. With Jiang Tanxiu's eyes nearly popping out, and Qi Ming glaring at him as if his beloved had been snatched away before his very eyes. Chun Fan could not help but smile wryly. This situation has escalated significantly. Chapter 27. Why must I justify my actions to you? Though Su Rongfei quickly regained her composure, covering her face and stamping her feet in distress before fleeing. The scene had already been witnessed by many in the auditorium. Qi Ming's face turned an ashen hue in response to the unfolding drama. It was a moment when Su Rongfei and Qi Ming had just concluded their performance, basking in the limelight, admired by countless first and second-year students who viewed them as their idols. To their astonishment, the goddess had forsaken the god, seeking solace in the arms of a rather ordinary-looking classmate, shattering the worldviews of all who beheld it. The news spread like wildfire, akin to a bombshell, and by the following day, it had become common knowledge. Su Rongfei was romantically involved with a transfer student and had even embraced him in public. Li Yiqian was momentarily taken aback. He had been pursuing Jiang Chuan and was well aware of her best friend's discerning taste. She had dismissed even school luminaries like Qi Ming and Qi Ming. How could she possibly fall for an average transfer student? Indeed, it was the very individual we encountered at the bar in the university town, Lu Xiaoxiao remarked with a smirk. Su Rongfei, who prided herself on her lofty standards, had chosen a mere bartender, which was utterly laughable. As thoughts of Chun Fan crossed his mind, Li Yiqian's pupils constricted slightly. He recollected the expression on Jiang Chuan's face when she was with Chun Fan, a look he had never witnessed before. From that moment on, Li Yiqian's wariness towards Chun Fan had escalated significantly. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested, "Shall we relay this news to Qi Ming? I am curious to see how Su Rongfei's young lover will respond. She serves as the head of the cultural department in the student union and has long been displeased with being overshadowed by Su Rongfei." Li Yiqian remained silent. Noticing his demeanor, Lu Xiaoxiao understood and smiled, choosing to shift the conversation towards issues concerning the student union. The following day, when Chun Fan entered the classroom, the gazes directed at him had shifted dramatically. Previously regarded merely as a formidable transfer student, he now found even the school beauty vying for his attention. What was beyond his reach now? If I were to claim that I have no connection with Su Rongfei, merely having encountered her once, would you believe me? Chun Fan maintained his composure. Of course, I wouldn't, Jiang Tanxiu replied, gnashing his teeth in resentment as he glared at him. However, given that you significantly embarrassed Qi Ming last night, I shall reluctantly forgive you this time. Suddenly, Jiang Tanxiu's expression changed, and he burst into laughter. You should have seen Qi Ming's face. It turned ashen. He stood there for 10 minutes, and no one could pull him away. Regardless, I am fully supportive of your pursuit of the school beauty. It would be splendid if you could win her heart and parade her in front of Qi Ming every day, driving him to despair. It seemed that Jiang Tanxiu harbored a deep-seated grudge against Qi Ming. Chun Fan shook his head. He truly had no connection with Su Rongfei. At that moment, she had merely been surprised to see him, and her excitement had momentarily overwhelmed her, but she quickly regained her composure. However, explaining this to all the boys in the school would yield no belief. In this life, having been reborn, he still had Xiao Qiong waiting for him in Jinling. How could he possibly be interested in such a girl? Chun Fan found the situation amusing. Throughout the day, he sensed the elusive gaze of Qi Ming fixed upon him. After each class, students from other classes gathered around Class 9, eager to glimpse the individual who could win the affection of Su Rongfei. Naturally, their expectations were met with disappointment. Once the afternoon classes concluded, Chun Fan nonchalantly departed. Observing his exit, Chong Wan, who had been simmering all day, sneered. I thought Su Rongfei had discerning taste, but it seems she settled for someone like him. Aside from his fighting prowess, Chun Fan possesses neither academic achievements nor striking looks. Nor does he come from a notable family. Has Su Rongfei truly lost her senses? With that, she cast an intentional glance at Xi Xia, only to find her expression inscrutable, yet her fists clenched tightly, deep in thought. Indeed, if Su Rongfei could overlook our esteemed Xi, then choosing a transfer student from a small county was baffling. Ji Xingyu shook his head, suddenly bursting into malevolent laughter. However, Chun Fan's misfortune is imminent. Qi Ming will return to school in a few days. Once he learns of this, do you think he will let it slide? Qi Ming was the offspring of the city's military district commander, a pre-selected national defense student who spent half the year training with the military, rarely attending school. He had always been Su Rongfei's most ardent admirer. If he discovered this news, would he spare Chun Fan? The thought elicited secret chuckles among the boys. They had long harbored disdain for this transfer student, and should Qi Ming decide to confront him, the crowd would undoubtedly cheer in approval. As Chun Fan was delivering drinks to a patron at Cocoa Bar, Ziqi suddenly grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "There's a stunning beauty at table 3 on the second floor, an absolute knockout." With a playful wink, she added an air of intrigue. Rolling his eyes in bemusement, Chun Fan ascended to the second floor, where he beheld a girl of ethereal grace, leaning against the railing, her chin resting delicately on her hand as she gazed down at the stage below. This evening, the bar star performer, Sister Ding Ding, was captivating the audience with a poignant rendition of Chun Shuhua's inquiry, eliciting waves of applause. "Why are you here alone? Where are your friends from the student union?" Chun Fan inquired as he approached, leaning against the railing to observe her. At that moment, Jiang Chun was adorned in a flowing, bohemian-style gown that accentuated her youthful beauty and allure exquisitely. It was no wonder even a girl like Si Chi referred to her as an absolute beauty. However, Chun Fan's gaze remained clear and discerning. He regarded her with a mere hint of appreciation, no matter how breathtaking Jiang Chun appeared. She could not eclipse the memory of a departed loved one in his heart. "They didn't come," Jiang Chun replied softly. "I specifically came to find you tonight." "To find me?" Chun Fan asked, puzzled. "Did Aunt Tang send you?" "It's not about my mother. It's regarding Fei Fei." Jiang Chun turned to face him, her eyes piercing as if seeking to delve into the depths of his soul. "I hope you refrain from entangling yourself with Fei Fei. She is a wonderful girl, harboring her own aspirations of stardom. Her future lies in Yanjing, within the entertainment industry, on stages bathed in brilliance, rather than laboring alongside you in a bar." Chun Fan's expression turned cold as he spoke. "Are you here tonight to issue a warning?" "Indeed, I have come to caution you," Jiang Chun replied, unwavering. Locking eyes with Chun Fan, "I am grateful for your rescue of me and Fei Fei that night, but I implore you not to exploit Fei Fei's compassion and gratitude. Although she frequently ventures out for roles, she is still a rather innocent girl, shielded too well by her mother. In terms of family background and academic achievements, you fall woefully short compared to Fei Fei. You claim you can only manage a second-tier university. How do you intend to bring her happiness in the future?" As Jiang Chun spoke with righteous indignation, Chun Fan suddenly chuckled. "Have I spoken in error?" he queried, noticing her displeasure. "Jiang Chun, you hold yourself in too high esteem while viewing me as insignificant. You have no idea who you are truly conversing with." In that moment, Chun Fan's demeanor shifted. He emanated an aura that seemed to transcend all, surveying the world from a lofty vantage. This was the true visage of the revered Xianxian of Beixian. All his previous concessions were mere performances in the guise of Chun Fan. To him, the mundane world resembled a mere game. Would one truly care about the insults and provocations from NPCs within it? If displeased, one could simply crush them at will. Chun Fan's voice resonated as if it were emanating from the vast expanse of the heavens. My previous forbearance was solely out of respect for Aunt Tang. Without her, you are no different from the countless insignificant creatures in my eyes. Let us set aside whether I have any relationship with Su Rongfei, even if I did. What of it? I conduct my life as I see fit, with no need to justify myself to you. Having said that, she flicked her sleeves and departed, leaving Jiang Chuan in a daze. After a considerable time, Jiang Chuan finally came to her senses, shaking her head and murmuring to herself. Chun Fan, do you understand? Words hold no weight. The divide in the circles we inhabit remains stark. I have witnessed countless exceptional individuals passionately striving, only to ultimately suffer grievous defeats in the face of true strength. I cannot fathom the source of your confidence, but until the day you prove yourself worthy of Fei Fei, I shall never consent to your union. With that, a resolute determination shone in her eyes. P.S. Many have commented on the protagonist's temperament, suggesting that she does not embody someone who has been reborn after 500 years. I have taken note of this and assure you it will gradually evolve. Thank you all for your support and insights. Chapter 28. The Antique Auction Gala. A few days later, the incident involving Su Rongfei gradually subsided, leaving only a handful of individuals lurking in the shadows, eager for amusement. Meanwhile, Si Yingxia exerted herself with even greater fervor than before, immersing herself in relentless study, rigorous training in basketball, and honing her taekwondo techniques, seemingly intent on transforming herself into the epitome of excellence to prove her worth to Su Rongfei. On Friday afternoon, Chun Fan contemplated whether he should return to Sishui County this week. He had been away from home for over half a month and had yet to reunite with his father or childhood companions since his rebirth. Just then, his phone rang. It was Wei Ziqing, whom he had not seen in a long time. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? There is an antique auction gala tonight. Would you like to attend? Chun Fan paused momentarily at her words. Well, this auction is essentially a networking cocktail event, primarily aimed at fostering connections among attendees. The antiques up for bid often carry an air of mystery, akin to the infamous cursed Hope Diamond. Wei Ziqing spoke with a hint of reverence. Moreover, it is said that there will be mysterious magical artifacts available for auction. I believe, Mr. Chun, that as a cultivator, you might find this particularly intriguing. Since Wei Lao had enlightened her about the stature of the individual she was addressing, she finally comprehended the magnitude of the person before her. Magical artifacts? Chun Fan furrowed his brow. Are they the artifacts akin to flying sword treasures? Indeed, it is said that these artifacts possess extraordinary abilities to stabilize households, regulate feng shui, summon good fortune, avert misfortune, and even safeguard their owners. Of course, whether these claims hold any truth remains a mystery, Wei Ziqing patiently elucidated. Well, your words have indeed piqued my interest. Chun Fan said. All right, shall I pick you up tonight? Wei Ziqing replied cautiously. No need. Chun Fan shook his head. He was well aware of Wei Ziqing's beauty. If he were to wait for her in a luxury car at the school gate, rumors would spread throughout the entire school by morning, insinuating that he had fallen for someone else. He had already garnered enough attention during the welcome party and had no desire to become the center of everyone's gossip again. Just give me the address, and I shall take a taxi directly there. All right, just let them know my name upon your arrival. Wei Ziqing nodded. After finishing the call, Jiang Tanqiu, who was across from him, asked with curiosity, who was that? Oh, just a friend inviting me out tonight, Chun Fan responded, while simultaneously dialing Ying Jia's number to request a leave. Ying Jia, being quite understanding, readily agreed. After his afternoon classes concluded, Chun Fan stood up and prepared to leave. Once he had departed, Chang Wen coldly remarked, Ying Xia, do not mourn for that woman. She would rather choose a ruffian than you, which only proves her lack of discernment. I managed to procure 3 invitations for tonight's antique auction gala from my uncle. Let us accompany you and lift your spirits. On the opposite side, Ji Xingyu interjected eagerly, Boss C, I've heard of this gala as well. It's a high-end gathering hosted by Fangsheng International, a major company in Chuzhou. One must possess a fortune exceeding 50 million to even obtain an entry ticket. Moreover, it is said there will be mysterious antiques available for live bidding. It would certainly be an enlightening experience for us. Indeed, if it weren't for my uncle's influence, I wouldn't have been able to secure 3 invitations. Individuals like Chun Fan, it seems, may never have the opportunity to attend such an exclusive soiree. Chang Wen smiled with a sense of triumph. Si Yingxiao nodded in agreement. After a period of diligent study, he had gradually regained his confidence and now indeed felt the need to unwind. The gathering was hosted at a prestigious venue known as Qianlong Villa, nestled beside the misty Yunwu Mountain in Chuzhou, a tranquil locale far from the hustle and bustle of the city. After returning home to change, Chun Fan took a taxi to Qianlong Villa and was greeted by a plethora of luxury cars parked in the square. BMWs and Audis were merely the lower echelon. Even Mercedes-Benzes were considered mid-range. The sight of numerous opulent sports cars, including Lamborghinis and Porsches, was not uncommon, and he even spotted a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a license plate of 86s. This vehicle, valued at over 6 million yuan in 2007, was a rarity in Chuzhou. It was evident that the affluent of Chuzhou were plentiful, he mused to himself. After announcing Wei Ziqing's name to the doorman, he was respectfully ushered inside. The interior of Qianlong Villa was extravagantly adorned, showcasing unique craftsmanship that clearly signified its high status within Chuzhou. The grand hall was ablaze with light, filled with elegantly attired members of high society. Several children, likely around Chun Fan's age, were also present, presumably brought by their parents to broaden their horizons. Most attendees were familiar with one another, forming small circles engaged in animated conversation. Chun Fan, dressed in casual attire, stood out as the only one of his kind, drawing considerable attention. As the event was a buffet-style gathering, Chun Fan noticed that the auction had yet to commence, and it appeared that Wei Ziqing had not yet arrived. He simply dashed to the buffet and took a plate, busily searching for food. Just as he was about to indulge in a colossal Australian lobster, a voice of surprise suddenly emerged from nearby. Chun Fan? The voice, soft and melodious, seemed unique. Chun Fan turned to see Su Rongfei, her face painted with astonishment, and couldn't help but smile. Why is it that you can come, yet I cannot? Upon seeing Chun Fan, memories of the welcoming party flashed through Su Rongfei's mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She quickly shifted the topic. I came in with Ming Ming. I've heard that the items up for auction this time are quite intriguing, with many extraordinary pieces, so we decided to take a look. After speaking, she blinked her large eyes at Chun Fan. Who did Chun Fan go come with? Are you planning to bid as well? Humph. With his meager funds, he could hardly afford to bid, let alone buy that Australian lobster. A frosty Jiang Churin approached swiftly, her vigilant gaze fixed on Chun Fan. Observing this elegant and proud girl, Chun Fan's smile faded, and he replied coolly, Ranyan is correct. I indeed lack the funds to participate in the bidding. I merely came to enjoy a meal. I must say, the cuisine at this establishment is quite delightful, and there are many delectable desserts. Would you care to try some? Really? Su Rongfei stifled a giggle, seemingly tempted. Witnessing the cheerful exchange between Chun Fan and Su Rongfei, Jiang Churin let out a cold huff, her warning gaze intensifying. A short distance away, several girls gathered, observing the scene. Are those Feifei's friends? Why haven't they been introduced? Among them, the eldest, adorned in a black, low-cut evening gown and sporting an elegant updo, expressed her perplexity. The boy appeared unfamiliar to her. Upon witnessing Feifei's exuberance, she wondered if he might be her boyfriend. He was rather unremarkable in appearance, so could it be that he hailed from immense wealth? These young women had grown up alongside Su Rongfei and Jiang Churin, and today was a rare occasion for them to gather. Yet, upon encountering Chun Fan, Su Rongfei promptly abandoned her companions, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Yamong, clad in designer attire, scoffed. What a ridiculous notion of a boyfriend. He is merely a lad from a small county, somewhat skilled, but currently working in a bar near the university to cover his tuition. With a hint of bitterness, she added, I can't fathom what Feifei sees in him. She is utterly captivated by that boy. The revelation left everyone astonished. Su Rongfei was renowned for her discerning taste within their circle, and yet she had chosen such an unremarkable youth, which was truly astonishing. Some had already begun to shake their heads in dismay. Feifei is still so naive. She has been deceived by someone like him, and it won't end well. These girls hailed from affluent backgrounds, each possessing fortunes in the millions, with several having been sent abroad for education since middle school and just recently returned home. How could their refined standards possibly allow them to regard a mere laborer? The woman in the low-cut evening gown frowned and declared, as the elder sister of this circle, I must step in as a seasoned voice of reason. Engaging with a boy like him during high school was one thing, but she must never allow herself to develop true feelings. Your familial background and social circle dictate the difficulty of your desire to be together. He may become a burden to you. The women fell silent upon hearing this. The woman known as Han Yun is the eldest among them, having already graduated from university. In her high school years, she harbored feelings for a boy from a struggling family, leading to tumultuous conflicts with her own family. Ultimately, after they quarreled and broke up in university, he left with a girl from Yinjing, rendering her a cautionary tale within their circle. At this moment, outside Qianlong Mountain Villa, a military-registered jeep came to a halt at the entrance, and a robust young man in civilian attire stepped out. "Is Su Rongfei definitely coming tonight?" he inquired of his companion. "Rest assured, Brother Chu, Lu Xiaoxiao's information is reliable," replied the young man with a buzz cut. "All right, let us proceed," the robust young man declared after a brief pause. Chapter 29. Qi Ming. This soiree is essentially divided into two distinct circles. At the core are the genuine luminaries of Chuzhou, who congregate to engage in spirited discussions about the future of the region's major industries and the direction of policies, perhaps silently determining business deals worth tens of millions or even billions. On the periphery, however, a group of young individuals, accompanying their parents or friends, revels in the social atmosphere. Within the youthful circle, Su Rongfei and Jiang Churan, both exceptionally beautiful young women, naturally draw the attention of the crowd. As Su Rongfei approached Chen Fan, curious glances began to surface. "Who is that young man? I don't recognize him. He doesn't seem to belong to this circle. Is he an outsider? Goodness, they appear quite close. Could he be Su Rongfei's boyfriend?" The whispers of intrigue filled the air. Those who recognized Chen Fan began to enlighten others. He is a student from Chongqing Ivy School, hailing from Xi County, and is reputed to be quite skilled in combat. Just a few days ago, Su Rongfei publicly expressed her affection for him. Is that true? What could Su Rongfei possibly see in him? Indeed, with such an appearance and dressed in what seems like bargain bin attire, he is hardly impressive, even compared to my family's employees. By heavens! How dare an outsider attempt to mingle in our circle and pursue beautiful women? Can this be tolerated? Upon learning that Chen Fan was indeed Su Rongfei's boyfriend, many felt a pang of envy. Su Rongfei and Jiang Churan represent the pinnacle of beauty within this social sphere, and it is no secret that countless individuals, including those who have entered university or even graduated, secretly covet these two exquisite treasures. Today, an unexpected young man audaciously infiltrated their circle with the intent of seizing a prize. Had Qi Ming been present, he would surely have delivered a stern lesson to the lad, someone remarked with a hint of envy. It was well known that Qi Ming once confronted a suitor of Su Rongfei, leaving him bedridden for 3 months, a tale still relished within their circles. At the heart of the gathering, a congregation of prominent figures engaged in lively discourse. Li Yiqing trailed behind a formidable middle-aged man, his countenance adorned with a smile as he observed the introductions of various dignitaries. While these individuals might appear inconspicuous across the vast expanse of Huaxia or Jiangnan province, in Chuzhou, they were titans within their respective industries. Suddenly, he noticed his aide, Emo Xiaoshan, discreetly signaling him. Li Yiqing excused himself from his father, approaching with a hint of annoyance. "What is it? Can't you see my father is introducing me to important guests?" "I just spotted that fellow from the bar in the food area," Emo Xiaoshan replied hastily. Chen Fan. Li Yiqing's gaze sharpened, curiosity piqued. How did he gain entry? "This event has been stringent with invitations. Without assets in the tens of millions or equivalent membership guarantees, one cannot possibly enter. He merely works at a bar. He shouldn't even qualify for an invitation. I suspect he may have snuck in," Emo Xiaoshan continued. With his agility, infiltrating such a venue wouldn't be a formidable challenge for him. "Well, that is not entirely implausible." Li Yiqing nodded in approval. "However, what does it have to do with us?" Although Li Yiqing harbored a degree of wariness towards Chen Fan, he did not regard him as a significant threat. Beside them, Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled with satisfaction. "I just sent a message to Qi Ming, informing him that Su Rongfei is at the gala. Who would have thought that brat would be here too? I fear." Li Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Given Qi Ming's volatile temperament, should he encounter that brat at the gala, a confrontation could very well ensue. "Look, is that not Qi Ming? He arrived quite swiftly," Emo Xiaoshan suddenly exclaimed. The two turned to see a robust young man in casual attire pushing through the crowd, striding in with an air of authority. This was bound to be entertaining, Li Yiqing mused. At that moment, Su Rongfei was engaged in an enthusiastic discussion with Chen Fan about which desserts were delectable when a figure strode up and stood before the trio. "Fei, come with me. I have something to discuss with you," Qi Ming stated, his gaze fixed intently on Su Rongfei, seemingly oblivious to the other two. "Huh? Is there something you can't say here?" Su Rongfei's eyes flickered with a hint of panic upon seeing him, forcing a smile. Here? Qi Ming surveyed the surroundings and then curtly commanded the two, "Step aside. Fei and I need to speak privately." Before Jiang Chuan could respond, Chun Fan furrowed his brow and retorted, "On what grounds should we yield? Who are you?" Qi Ming appeared taken aback by the audacity of the challenge, turning his gaze to scrutinize him before his expression shifted slightly. "You wouldn't be Qin Fan, would you?" "Indeed I am." "What of it?" Qin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Heh, I've heard of you," Qi Ming proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "They say you possess remarkable fighting skills, having bested even Xia. Yet you must understand, Xia's taekwondo is merely a decorative fade. It may suffice for performance, but in a real confrontation, it is tantamount to courting death." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Fan remained unperturbed. With a dismissive smile, Qi Ming seemed to regard this so-called rival with utter disdain. He then turned to Su Rongfei, whispering, "Fei, do come with me for a moment. There is something I wish to discuss." With that, he reached out to grasp Su Rongfei's arm. Startled, Su Rongfei quickly recoiled, seeking refuge behind Qin Fan. "Qi Ming, what do you intend to do?" As Qi Ming advanced, Qin Fan interposed himself, coldly stating, "You are not welcome here. I ask you to leave. Get out of my way." Qi Ming's expression darkened as he forcefully shoved, yet Qin Fan remained unmoved. With a mocking grin, he challenged, "Boy, do you truly wish to oppose me? And if I do?" Qin Fan's gaze was devoid of emotion. "Do you even know who I am?" Qi Ming scoffed, as if he had stumbled upon the most amusing of jokes. "At the age of 12, I trained alongside the military. At 15, I was specially recruited into the reconnaissance battalion of the Jiangnan military district, and by 16, I was granted admission to a military academy. The firearms I have handled far exceed those you have merely encountered. I once engaged in a one-on-one duel with the most elite special forces soldier." Upon finishing his statement, he regarded Qin Fan with a gaze that suggested amusement. "Now, do you still wish to challenge me?" "So what?" Qin Fan retorted, unwavering. Many had already been observing this corner, and the appearance of Qi Ming instantly ignited the crowd. "Isn't that Qi Ming? What is he doing here? Goodness. This lad seems intent on confronting Qi Ming head-on. Look at the expression on Qi Ming's face. It appears he is ready to eliminate Qin Fan." With the excitement palpable, a throng began to gather. "Who is Qi Ming?" Some newcomers, seemingly fresh to the scene, inquired with confusion. Qi Ming is the scion of the Chu commander's family. It is said that he spends half of his schooling time training alongside the elite reconnaissance battalion of the provincial military district. There was once a wealthy heir from the development zone who clashed with him, and he single-handedly dispatched 7 or 8 individuals with a mere belt. Furthermore, he is a devoted suitor of Su Rongfei. Others, with an air of superiority, took it upon themselves to enlighten the newcomers, leaving them in stunned silence at the prowess of such an individual. It was clear that misfortune awaited Qin Fan. With this thought, many cast gleeful glances in his direction. On another side, Xia and Changwen were engaged in casual conversation. A striking youth like Xia was a rarity even within the circle, prompting many girls to gaze upon him with admiration. So far, 7 waves of young ladies, not lacking in beauty comparable to Changwen, have approached him in hopes of striking up a conversation. "Bossy, guess who I just saw?" At that moment, Ji Xingyu hurried over, brimming with excitement. "Who?" Xia furrowed his brow, feeling rather troubled. "It's Qin Fan, he actually came," Ji Xingyu exclaimed, his enthusiasm unabated. "I also spotted Qi Ming going to find him. Given Qin Fan's temperament, he is bound to clash with Qi Ming. Moreover, Su Rongfei and her friends are present too." "Really?" Changwen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she quickly tugged at Xia. "Let us hasten to see," she declared, her tone laced with malice. "This lad has audaciously infiltrated the soiree. Now that he's encountered Qi Ming, he is sure to face a severe humiliation." Xia's eyes narrowed at the mention, and he followed suit. Though he remained silent outwardly, his resentment towards Qin Fan deepened, teetering on the brink of hatred. Chapter 30. Get out. As the conversation between the two grew increasingly tense, Jiang Chuan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Qi Ming, this is a banquet hosted by Fangsheng International. Not a place for you to act recklessly. Where Fei goes does not require your approval." Qi Ming, dismissive of her words, stepped forward with a fierce glare directed at Qin Fan. "You, boy, are the first to ever dare to provoke me in such a manner. I will make you acutely aware of the chasm that lies between us." Qin Fan chuckled derisively. preparing to respond when a stern-faced middle-aged man pushed through the crowd and approached, demanding, "What is happening here? Who dares to cause a disturbance at a banquet hosted by Fangxing International? Wow, even Supervisor Zhu is here. Someone is bound to face consequences," a bystander whispered. Recognizing the middle-aged man, Fangxing International held significant influence in Chuzhou. It was uncertain how this situation would unfold. Han Yan also frowned in concern. Zhang Yiming sneered. "It would be best to expel both Chen Fan and Qi Ming. I find both of them quite bothersome." "Supervisor Zhu, I am Qi Ming," he said. Taking a step back, his expression a blend of amusement and disdain as he glanced at Chen Fan. "I suspect this individual lacks an invitation and has sneaked into the banquet. I request that you remove him immediately." Supervisor Zhu paused, evidently recognizing Qi Ming, and responded with a hint of deference. "Yes, young Master Chu." He then turned to Chen Fan and said, "Sir, may I kindly ask you to present your invitation?" Su Rongfei protested. "Why should we have to show our invitations based on his mere word? Why does he not present his invitation?" Manager Zhu's expression remained indifferent. "Because Mr. Chu is a close friend of our family's young master. It seems, however, that this gentleman is rather lacking in discernment. All the invitations were personally penned by me. May I inquire who you are?" "He is Chun Fan, an unknown youth from Sisui County." Qi Ming snorted coldly. "I refuse to believe he possesses the qualifications to attend this soiree." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Rongfei felt a jolt of surprise. She had previously wondered how Chun Fan, given his background, managed to gain entry to the auction. It is worth noting that the antique auction held by Fangxing International only extends invitations to the Cr. Mi de la Cr. Mi of Chu Province's elite. Even Su Rongfei had benefited from Zhang Yiming's connections. "I suspect this young man lacks an invitation and has slipped in uninvited," someone in the crowd remarked with a smirk. "Indeed, judging by his attire, which looks like it came from a street stall, I am the first to doubt his claim of an invitation," another scoffed. "This spells trouble for him. Fangxing International is not a company to be trifled with. Having offended Qi Ming, he is unlikely to leave unscathed," someone else sighed. Shaking their head, "Sir, please present your invitation immediately, or I shall be forced to summon security," Manager Zhu said, his demeanor growing increasingly severe. "I do not possess an invitation," Chun Fan replied after a brief pause. The crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. "See, I told you so," Qi Ming proclaimed, a haughty smile gracing his features as he regarded Chen Fan with a condescending gaze, as if looking down upon a lowly ant. "How did you manage to enter without an invitation?" Manager Zhu's face turned ashen, regarding Chen Fan as if he were a thief who had infiltrated his home. He is the person in charge of this antique auction gala, yet he was completely unaware that someone had sneaked in, leading to a complaint to his superior, which undoubtedly reflects his negligence. Cold sweat trickled down his back, relieved that he had not disturbed the esteemed guests in the main hall. "I am curious to see how he will handle this predicament." Upon witnessing this scene, Chang Wen felt a thrill akin to enjoying ice cream on a scorching summer day. A refreshing sensation from head to toe. Ji Xingyu shook his head and remarked, "Why bother? If you do not belong to this circle, it is best to refrain from entering. Otherwise, you will only become a subject of ridicule." Even Si Yingxiao furrowed her brow, astonished to discover that the rival she had sought to surpass was merely a petty thief who had infiltrated the venue. This realization was akin to uncovering that the goal she had tirelessly pursued was merely a paper tiger, leaving her deeply disheartened. Jiang Churen also exhibited a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Only Su Rongfei, anxious, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Brother Chen Fan Yu." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Fan interjected once more. "Although I do not possess an invitation, I was indeed invited in. You may verify this with the reception." "Invited in?" Supervisor Zhu paused, looking at him with suspicion. "The only individuals authorized to invite guests to the gala are our company's CEO and his son. For instance, young Master Chu, a close friend of our boss's son, does not require an invitation. Our boss has only one son. Are you certain it was them who invited you?" At these words, Chen Fan was taken aback, realizing that Wei Ziqing did not seem to be the owner of Fangxing International. Moreover, it had been explicitly stated that their boss had only a son, not a daughter. Seeing Chen Fan fall silent, Supervisor Zhu hesitated as well, contemplating whether to send someone to inquire at the guard's post. "I pondered the potential repercussions of mistakenly offending the boss's guest, which would undeniably lead to significant trouble." At that moment, a voice pierced through the murmurs. "Is he even invited?" "I cannot say." The crowd turned to see a striking young lady adorned in an exquisite evening gown. her makeup bold and captivating, who coldly remarked, "But I recall encountering him at a bar some time ago. At that time, he appeared to be just a waiter. I doubt a mere bar attendant could have the connections to meet the esteemed owner and heir of Fangxing International." Her words ignited a stir among the attendees. They had initially assumed that this was merely a young boy sneaking into the venue to catch a glimpse of his beloved. They were utterly unprepared for such an underlying revelation. The figures of Fangxing International were not just anyone. How could a humble bar waiter possibly be acquainted with them, let alone receive an invitation? It seemed this young man had unwittingly boasted beyond his means, only to have his facade swiftly dismantled. The revelation that Su Rongfei was dating such a person was truly astonishing. At that moment, the gazes directed at Chen Fan were laced with scorn and disdain. If he had merely sneaked in for the sake of his beloved, many might have been understanding. However, having woven a lie that was subsequently exposed raised questions about his character. Few would harbor any fondness for a deceitful intruder. Yet, amidst the torrent of accusations, Chen Fan remained unfazed, his attention shifting towards the young lady. "Is that you, Lu Xiaoxiao? Then, it follows that the person directing her is." Supervisor Zhu stated solemnly. "Miss, are you certain that what you are saying is true? I can provide proof." Another individual stepped forward. He first offered an apologetic smile to Jiang Chen, then turned to say, "We indeed encountered Mr. Chen at the bar. Of course, Mr. Chen may have certain connections unknown to us, so Supervisor Zhu might as well inquire with the security guard. Is it Li Chen?" Almost everyone in this circle recognized the illustrious figure. Jiang Chen furrowed her brow, uncertain as to how Chen Fan had offended Li Chen. Yet it was not entirely fair to place the blame on him, since it was Chen Fan who had lied first. She gazed at Chen Fan, silently lamenting. "Is this your source of confidence? That night at the bar, I truly believed you harbored grand ambitions. Little did I know, it was merely bravado and deceit." Jiang Chen felt profoundly disillusioned. "Mr. Li has spoken. What further proof is required?" A smile appeared on Supervisor Zhu's face. This youth was renowned throughout Chuzhou. How could he not be familiar with him? With the endorsement of the son of the deputy mayor, this matter was as good as settled. Without even sparing a glance at Chen Fan, he turned and called out loudly, "Where is the security? Hurry and evict this thief from our Fangxing International event. To dare infiltrate our gathering is not something that can be easily forgiven. Call the police. Let us see how they will respond to this trespass." The crowd regarded the solitary youth with pity. At this moment, who would dare to step forward to plead his case? In the face of Qi Ming, Li Chen, and Fangxing Guoji, even those with considerable backgrounds must tread carefully. Changwen remained silent, yet the satisfaction in her eyes deepened. Lu Xiaoxiao let out a soft scoff, delighting in the sight of Su Rongfei, who appeared on the verge of tears. Xian Xiao subtly shook his head, recognizing that even someone in Chen Fan's position was ultimately doomed. Li Chen, however, did not spare a glance at Chen Fan, leisurely sipping his red wine. His nonchalant strike had thoroughly trampled Chen Fan beneath him, but to him, it was merely a trivial matter. Someone of Chen Fan's ilk was unworthy of being his adversary. Zhang Yameng, Han Yun, and the other companions of Su Rongfei merely shook their heads. Perhaps it was for the best. This incident could effectively sever Su Rongfei's misguided aspirations, for the two were inherently ill-suited for one another. Only Su Rongfei, in a state of desperation, rushed to Supervisor Zhu, pleading earnestly, yet Supervisor Zhu paid her no mind, instead reaching for the intercom to summon security. Qi Ming stood proudly, casting scornful glances at Chen Fan. "Kid, I told you, we are not on the same level. With a mere word, I could have you thrown out. And you? What can you do now?" At that moment, voices began to echo Qi Minghui's sentiments, shouting for Chen Fan to get out. Chen Fan stood there, solitary, his gaze cast downward, motionless, lost in thought. To outsiders, it seemed as though he had resigned himself to his fate, while the triumphant smiles of Qi Minghui, Ji Xingyu, and Lu Xiaoxiao began to emerge. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the air. Who dares to suggest he should leave? Chapter 31. The dominance of Wei Ziqing as the crowd parted like a tide. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in a white qipao strode forward with confidence. Standing tall, her height exceeded 178 centimeters when including her high heels. She surveyed the venue with an air of superiority that made many girls shrink back in self-doubt. Her enchanting eyes, filled with a chilling coldness and haughty disdain, compelled countless onlookers to bow their heads, as if a queen from a realm of ice had descended among them. "Who is she? How dare she speak on behalf of that Chen Fan?" sneered a bystander. A companion nearby, recognizing the woman, turned pale and hastily covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? You don't even know the princess of the Wei family?" The mention of the Wei family princess stunned the speaker momentarily, and as realization dawned upon him, his face drained of color, prompting him to fall silent. The newcomer was none other than Wei Ziqing. Upon seeing her, Supervisor Zhu's expression shifted, a wave of foreboding washing over him. He forced a smile and inquired, "What brings you here? You could have informed us." "Humph. I am not your company's lady of distinction," Wei Ziqing retorted coldly. Her naturally aloof demeanor rarely revealed a smile, and in her current state of anger, her delicate features appeared capable of slicing through frost. "Mr. Chun is my esteemed guest. What is your intention in chasing him away and calling the police?" Upon hearing Wei Ziqing's words, Supervisor Zhu's countenance changed completely. This young man was, astonishingly, the lady's honored guest? How could that be? It was common knowledge that even their own esteemed young master treated her with utmost respect. How could someone of such noble status as the young lady possibly be acquainted with a mere worker clad in inexpensive attire? He attempted to justify himself, saying, "I had no idea this gentleman was invited by you. Had I known, I would not have dared to act this way." Wei Ziqing remained unfazed, instead offering an apologetic smile to Chen Fan. "Mr. Chun, I apologize for my tardiness. I did not anticipate that my subordinate would behave so thoughtlessly and cause such a scene." Her heart simmered with genuine anger. Who was Chen Fan? A rare master of martial arts, on par with Yi Nantian and Master Wu, a figure whom even her grandfather would go to great lengths to appease. Yet, here he was, publicly humiliated by a mere junior supervisor at a banquet, being threatened with expulsion from the venue. If Chen Fan were to leave in a fit of rage today, all the efforts of the Wei family would be in vain, and they would have unnecessarily offended a martial arts master. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged, as if the prior accusations were non-existent. "It is of no consequence. Merely some buffoons making a fuss," he remarked, casting a glance at Supervisor Zhu, and calmly added, "It seems this supervisor holds a bias against me. I have stated that I was invited. A simple inquiry with the reception would clarify the matter, yet he flatly refuses to listen." Supervisor Zhu trembled at these words, nearly losing his footing. He forced a smile and said, "Young lady, please allow me to explain." "No need for explanations. I shall report the matter to your superior and recommend your immediate dismissal," Wei Ziqing stated nonchalantly, yet her words plunged Supervisor Zhu's heart into the depths of despair. At this moment, Supervisor Zhu could only cast a pleading glance towards Qi Ming, hoping that this distinguished young man would lend him a hand in light of his earnest efforts. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Ming was also feeling a deep-seated trepidation. The instant Wei Ziqing made her entrance, his heart began to race. When she apologized to Chen Fan, he could scarcely believe his eyes. This was Wei Ziqing, the granddaughter of Wei Lao, the daughter of Wei Changgang. Not only he, but even his father would have to wear a smile and speak with utmost civility in the presence of Wei Ziqing. Though both their fathers held the rank of colonel, one was merely the commander of a small military district in Chuzhou, a secondary position, while the other was a minister in a major military district staff, positioned at the heart of power with boundless prospects. How could they even be compared? Not to mention the Wei family's profound roots within the military, which far surpassed those of the Chu family. Seeing the desperate look in Supervisor Zhu's eyes, Qi Ming could only brace himself and step forward. "Sister Ziqing." Wei Ziqing turned to him with a half-smile, her tone laced with irony. "What? Do you have an explanation to offer? Don't think you can fool me with lies. I know your true nature." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming could no longer contain the fury boiling within him and retorted, "But it was that brat who stole my girlfriend first." Silence. Wei Ziqing's expression turned frigid as she rebuked him sharply. She regarded Qi Ming with a gaze filled with disappointment, as if he were a failure she could not bear. "I had thought that Uncle Chu sending you into the military would help you shed your frivolous ways, yet it seems you have only become more brazen. If even Mr. Chun, a man of such amicable demeanor, can be pushed to this extent by you, it is evident what your true character must be. I shall personally discuss this matter with Uncle Chu." After she finished speaking, she disregarded the pale-faced Qi Ming, turning to Chen Fan and saying, "Mr. Chun, the auction is about to commence. Allow me to take you to view the exhibits." "Very well," Chen Fan replied, nodding in agreement. After casting a brief glance at Qi Ming, he smiled and turned away. Supervisor Zhu could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the floor, his complexion ashen. Meanwhile, Qi Ming bowed his head, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Chun Fan's final glance, akin to that of someone observing a farcical spectacle, pierced through his pride like a sharp blade. This scoundrel! Once the two had distanced themselves, Qi Ming finally erupted in frustration, seizing a nearby wine glass and smashing it violently onto the ground. "Mr. Chu, please be mindful of your conduct," cautioned the manager, who had long been tasked with maintaining order, as he frowned and intervened. Qi Ming surveyed the room, noting the smirks on everyone's faces, and, recalling the public humiliation he had just endured, he could only depart in bitterness. How could he know Wei Ziqing? That is impossible. Upon seeing Wei Ziqing, Li Yichen's expression shifted, and he gasped in a hushed tone. "President, who is Wei Ziqing?" Mo Xiaoshan inquired, puzzled. Wei Ziqing had always been low profile, seldom engaging with the elite circles of Chuzhou's young gentlemen, which is why few had heard of her. Had it not been for Chen Fan, she would not have attended this soiree. "She is the granddaughter of Wei Lao and the sister of Wei Ziqing," Li Yichen murmured, his facial muscles twitching. "Is it truly her?" Upon hearing the words, Mo Xiaoshan was struck with an inexplicable shock, while Lu Xiaoxiao's heart also skipped a beat. Compared to Wei Ziqing, Wei Ziqing's reputation was overwhelmingly greater. As the legitimate son of the Wei family and the offspring of the esteemed third master Wei, Wei Ziqing was indeed one of the most notorious young rakes in the entire Jiangbei region, let alone Chuzhou. Individuals of Mo Xiaoshan's caliber were not even qualified to aspire to the likes of Wei Ziqing, given that she was Wei Ziqing's sister. It was evident that Wei Ziqing held a status that surpassed his brothers. It was said that among the 3 sons of the Wei patriarch, the third son was the least accomplished. Lu Xiaoxiao whispered, "Is Wei Ziqing from the eldest son's family or the second son's?" "She is from Wei Chonggong's household," replied Li Yichen. Mo Xiaoshan nodded. While not from the most formidable eldest son's lineage, Wei Chonggang was still a force to be reckoned with. Considering Wei Chonggong's current status, a future as a general seemed promising. However, whether it was Wei Ziqing or Wei Ziqing, both were far beyond the reach of someone like Mo Xiaoshan, and even Li Yichen would seem insignificant before them. "We have greatly offended him this time. What if he retaliates?" Lu Xiaoxiao lamented in regret. This was the Wei family of Jiangbei, not someone to be trifled with lightly. Who knows how that young man managed to secure such a powerful ally? Li Yichen's face darkened, his silence betraying his inner turmoil. What he had initially presumed to be a trifling nuisance had now escalated into a significant predicament. At that moment, Zhang Yuming and the others were observing this astonishing scene in disbelief. Had Chen Fan, cornered into a desperate situation, truly mounted a counteroffensive? And who was that woman? Observing her lofty demeanor, even Fang Sheng International and Qi Ming felt overshadowed. Indeed, was it not said that he worked in a bar? How could he possibly know such a formidable woman? Are there individuals of her caliber within the upper echelons of Chuzhou? At their level, they might have merely heard the name Wei Ziqing, yet meeting her is an impossibility, leaving them utterly astonished. Only Han Yun's gaze sharpened as she murmured, "That is Wei Ziqing from the Wei family." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the women shifted noticeably. The Wei family of Jiangbei commands an unparalleled reputation, and as the legitimate daughter of the Wei family, Wei Ziqing is akin to a celestial princess, existing in a realm entirely distinct from those whose families possess mere tens of millions or whose parents navigate the complexities of county affairs. This young man is indeed a friend of Wei Ziqing. Moreover, observing Wei Ziqing's extraordinary demeanor towards him, could he possess some other remarkable background? Contemplating this, many began to regard Su Rongfei with newfound respect. Initially, they thought this foolish girl had been deceived, yet it turned out she possessed an extraordinary vision, having chosen not a piece of refuse, but a diamond. At that moment, Su Rongfei remained in a daze, seemingly unable to awaken from the prior upheaval. Zhang Chern approached, tugging at her sleeve, and softly urged, "Everyone has left. Don't just stand there in a stupor." Yet, beneath her calm exterior, her heart was anything but tranquil. "Is this your source of confidence? The princess of the Jiangbei Wei family? No wonder she can afford to look down upon Qi Ming." Zhang Chern sighed gently. Chapter 32. The magical artifact. Si Yingxia and the others could hardly believe their eyes. Just as Chen Fan was on the verge of being expelled, a woman appeared and, with a single stroke, defeated Qi Ming, emerging as the ultimate victor. Their astonishment deepened when they learned of Wei Ziqing's identity. Chang Wen turned pale. Her uncle was also a supervisor at Fangxing International, holding the same rank as Supervisor Zhu. If even Supervisor Zhu could be dismissed by Wei Ziqing with a mere word, Then Qin Fan could easily retaliate against them by simply speaking to Wei Ziqing, potentially leading to her uncle's expulsion from Fangxing International as well. He was actually a friend of Wei Ziqing? Ji Xingyu felt incredulous. Wei Ziqing was unlike girls like Jiang Churan and Su Rongfei. Although she maintained a low profile, her name was well known among the upper echelons of Chu state, particularly since her father's career was flourishing, with rumors of a promotion to Major General on the horizon. At that point, the Wei family would boast 2 generals, elevating their status significantly. Such a personage commanded respect, not just from Ji Xingyu and his peers, but even from Li Yiqin and Qi Ming, who would find themselves humbled in her presence. "Let us depart," Si Yingxiao finally uttered after a moment of contemplation, then turned to leave. With Qin Fan boasting a friend of Wei Ziqing's caliber, they were not in a position to challenge him. Ji Xingyu sighed and followed suit, while Chang Wen lingered behind, her gaze flickering with uncertainty, lost in thought. "Fangxing International is actually my uncle's company. I refrained from mentioning it earlier, fearing you might hold a grudge against him. Unexpectedly encountering such a situation, I sincerely apologize," Wei Ziqing remarked with a hint of regret. "It is of no consequence. I owe you my gratitude for coming to my aid," Qin Fan replied nonchalantly. Although his words seemed courteous, Wei Ziqing felt a tightening in his chest. If Qin Fan were merely an ordinary individual, he might have believed such sentiments. Yet, Qin Fan was no ordinary man. He was a martial arts master capable of inflicting harm with a mere flick of a leaf, a master of killing in the shadows. Could one truly suppress such indignation? With this thought, Wei Ziqing hurriedly added, "Although Qi Ming has offended you previously, he is someone I have watched grow since childhood. May I implore you to spare him this once?" "Oh." Qin Fan paused, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips as he regarded Wei Ziqing. Under the indifferent gaze of Qin Fan, Wei Ziqing's heart trembled, yet he fortified his conjecture, unable to conceal a pleading expression. Jiang Churan believed that his trump card was Wei Ziqing, unaware that in Qin Fan's eyes, his own strength was the ultimate ace. Why would he need to rely on another for assistance? Regardless of how much power or influence Qi Ming possessed, what did it matter? To take his life would be but a matter of an instant. It was merely Wei Ziqing's sudden appearance that had temporarily thwarted his opportunity. Qin Fan was rather astonished that Wei Ziqing had keenly sensed his murderous intent. The two locked eyes for half a minute, with Wei Ziqing resolutely holding his ground. Finally, Qin Fan let out a cold snort and declared, "Should there be a next time, he shall be a corpse." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wei Ziqing as pale as a ghost. "Very well," Wei Ziqing replied, a sigh of relief escaping his heart as he lowered his head to follow. Yet, secretly vowing to impose strict discipline upon Qi Ming upon their return, Wei Ziqing appeared to have finally grasped the disparity between the two of them, adopting an increasingly cautious demeanor following the earlier incident. Upon exiting the hall, an elderly gentleman awaited them. "This man, Uncle Lin, was my third uncle's right-hand man, and prior to the commencement of the auction, he would escort us to the exhibition hall for a preview," as Wei Ziqing graciously introduced. "Miss, you are too kind. Please follow me," the elderly gentleman replied, impeccably dressed, resembling a butler of British nobility. Previously, when Xiaozhu had offended the guest of the young lady, his dismissal was well-deserved and did not require the intervention of the third master. As he led the way, he spoke with respect, yet his gaze never once fell upon Qin Fan, as if he were invisible. In the presence of the esteemed third master Wei, Uncle Lin held considerable influence within the Fangxing International Group. Even city officials greeted him with smiles, hardly acknowledging the existence of someone like Qin Fan. Whether it was the dismissal of Supervisor Zhu or the escorting of the two to the exhibition hall, it was merely a matter of maintaining Wei Ziqing's favor. As for Qin Fan, merely a student, hardly worthy of his attention. These exhibits were the result of the third master's extensive efforts, gathered from around the globe. This is the heart of sky blue diamond from South Africa, reputed to bestow extraordinary luck upon its wearer. This is a jade pendant discovered in the tomb of a noble from the Han dynasty, for which 3 or 4 grave robbers lost their lives. This is a renowned compass from the Ming and Qing dynasties, crafted by a master of feng shui. The exhibition hall was filled with a myriad of exhibits, soon to be auctioned off, eagerly sought after by the elite of Chuzhou. Uncle Lin, brimming with pride, narrated the origins and intricacies of each piece as though recounting treasured anecdotes. Each item boasted significant provenance and mysterious backgrounds, prompting Wei Ziqing to nod in acknowledgement. "Mr. Chun, what do you think of these items?" Wei Ziqing inquired with curiosity. Chun Fan cast a discerning glance, then gently shook his head, responding, "It is merely a case of hearsay. These are nothing more than ordinary antiques." With his keen insight, he discerned that the so-called mystical relics and cursed gemstones were nothing but exaggerated tales, lacking any real miraculous properties. Uncle Lin, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, these were treasures painstakingly collected by his employer from across the globe, only to be dismissed by a mere 16 or 17-year-old with a casual remark. How could he remain at ease? "It seems I must show him a thing or two," he thought, and with a smile, he said, "Miss, we have a grand finale treasure. Please follow me." "Oh, is that true?" Wei Ziqing, filled with excitement, trailed after him. Upon reaching the center of the exhibition hall, her gaze was immediately captivated by a vividly colored orb displayed prominently. Her expression shifted from a hint of confusion to sudden realization, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the artifact set for auction?" "Indeed," Uncle Lin replied with a satisfied smile. He glanced at Chun Fan, only to find his expression unchanged, which left him even more astonished. Upon first glance, this artifact captivates the average onlooker with its enigmatic power, as if drawing them into a vortex from which it takes considerable time to awaken. It is indeed rare for someone like Wei Ziqing to regain consciousness so swiftly. However, Chun Fan remains utterly unmoved, a peculiarity that arouses curiosity. This artifact is a celestial bead worn by a living Buddha from Tibet, having been adorned since birth and only removed upon his transcendence, never parting from him throughout his life. It possesses the ability to regulate the human magnetic field, consolidate feng shui, and invoke blessings while warding off evil. The esteemed proprietor personally journeyed to Tibet to procure it, expending millions in the process. Uncle Lin introduced it with a hint of pride. "It is indeed extraordinary," as Wei Ziqing acknowledged with a nod of approval. Uncle Lin, upon hearing this, beamed even more broadly. He turned to Chun Fan with a smile, only to see Chun Fan slightly shake his head, causing Lin's expression to darken. "Mr. Chun, do you seem to dismiss our third master's collection?" Chun Fan replied nonchalantly, "It is merely superficial, not a genuine artifact." Lin was taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation rise within him. "What do you, a mere youth, know of antiques? Were it not for Miss Wei, you wouldn't even have the privilege to gaze upon these relics, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly?" He could not help but sneer. "If this Kong Duo Tian Zhu does not meet your standards, might you enlighten me as to what a true artifact entails?" "A true artifact?" Chun Fan glanced at him and replied calmly, "A true artifact resembles the legendary flying swords of myth, unparalleled treasures capable of commanding storms, harnessing thunder, and endowed with various supernatural powers. Rather than being akin to this bead, which is captivating only at first glance yet devoid of any true efficacy," Uncle Lin scoffed, declaring, "What you speak of are mere legends. Where is the reality in that?" Conversely, Mr. Chen asserted that this celestial bead was but a fade, a notion with which I could not possibly concur. "Indeed, I find this celestial bead quite extraordinary," Wei Ziqing echoed, perplexed. Surely, Mr. Chun must be exaggerating. Uncle Lin's eyes glimmered with derision, nearly accusing Chun Fan of boasting. "Is that so?" Chun Fan remained noncommittal. He gestured towards the celestial bead, and an inaudible yet profound bang resonated through the void, a sound imperceptible to the average ear, discernible only on a mental plane. In that fleeting moment, Chun Fan employed a secret technique to project his mental energy, erasing the residual psychic anomaly within the celestial bead. "What do you perceive now?" he inquired, retracting his finger with an expression of calmness. The two glanced again, their faces paling in astonishment. "How can this be?" Uncle Lin exclaimed. The celestial bead had suddenly lost its peculiar allure. "How could it not?" Chun Fan explained coolly. "It merely bore the residue of the wearer's mental energy. The dizziness experienced by ordinary individuals stemmed from interference caused by this residual energy. Once I eliminated it, the bead regained its true form." Upon hearing this, Wei Ziqing couldn't help but express admiration, genuinely impressed. Mr. Chen truly possesses extraordinary abilities. Now, upon closer inspection, the celestial bead appeared far less extraordinary, revealing itself to be merely an ordinary bead. Uncle Lin, standing nearby, involuntarily gasped, feeling a profound sense of apprehension. "It appears I have misjudged. This young man possesses considerable skill and should not be underestimated." On the surface, Chun Fan maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally he lamented. Even the so-called magical artifacts are so lacking. There is no need to mention the other antiques. It seems this visit will yield no fruitful discoveries. Just as he was about to suggest their departure, his gaze inadvertently swept across a corner, causing his pupils to constrict in sudden surprise. Chapter 33. The Chalcedony. What transpired? Wei Ziqing, noticing his silence, followed his gaze to a dusty piece of ancient jade nestled in the corner. The jade bore numerous marks, suggesting an age long past. And as Wei Ziqing scrutinized it, she found nothing particularly remarkable. It paled in comparison to the resplendent celestial pearl from before. To her surprise, she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. Chun Fan's smile grew broader the more he gazed upon it. He turned to Wei Ziqing and declared, "I shall take this jade. Please name your price." At that moment, he was in possession of a 20 million yuan bank card gifted by Zhou Tianhao, exuding an air of financial confidence. "Since it is Mr. Chun who desires it, what need is there for payment? Please, take it," Wei Ziqing replied with a smile. In her pursuit to cultivate a relationship with a master of transformation, her grandfather would not hesitate to bestow a villa worth tens of millions. What was a mere piece of inconspicuous ancient jade in comparison? "Uncle Lin, what do you think?" Uncle Lin quickly adopted a more agreeable demeanor, saying, "Miss is absolutely correct. After all, these items were delivered by third master for auction. Whether given to one person or another, it matters not. Mr. Chun, if you wish for it, please take it." He was taken aback by Qin Fan's earlier display, realizing that he was no ordinary individual, and thus his attitude shifted to one of utmost respect. "Very well, I shall accept this favor from the Wei family." Unexpectedly, Qin Fan nodded earnestly, then took the ancient jade, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of a racing enthusiast spotting a top-tier sports car. Wei Ziqing felt a rush of both astonishment and delight at his words. Even when the old gentleman presented him with the key to the luxurious villa atop Yunwu Mountain, Chun Fan maintained an expression of indifference, failing to utter even a word of gratitude, clearly unimpressed by the tens of millions worth of property. Yet, a humble piece of ancient jade could elicit from him a definite promise of a favor. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Could it be that this jade was more valuable than an entire villa? What peculiar qualities could this ancient jade possess? Wei Ziqing could hardly contain his curiosity. "Were you not just inquiring about what constitutes a genuine magical artifact?" Qin Fan paused thoughtfully before responding, "Indeed." Wei Ziqing and Uncle Lin exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's bewilderment. "Mr. Chun, could it be that this is the true magical artifact?" Uncle Lin inquired cautiously. This piece of jade appeared utterly unremarkable, filled with impurities, and its appearance was vastly inferior to that of premium materials such as mutton fat jade, emerald, or yellow dragon jade. It displayed no evident peculiarities. "Not yet," Qin Fan replied leisurely, tucking the jade into his pocket. "Once I refine and polish it, it shall be transformed into a genuine treasure, imbued with supernatural powers." Uncle Lin and Wei Ziqing were taken aback by this revelation. Did Qin Fan possess some arcane method of refining artifacts? However, noticing his reluctance to elaborate further, they repressed their astonishment. "There is nothing more of interest here. Let us depart." After acquiring the ancient jade, Qin Fan regarded the myriad of other precious antiques in the exhibition hall with disdain. Upon returning to the main hall, the way everyone looked at him had changed entirely. Aside from the prominent figures of Chuzhou gathered at the center of the hall, the young attendees had all witnessed the recent spectacle. Even Qi Ming was ruthlessly trampled beneath his feet, rendering the others inconsequential. Naturally, they no longer dared to regard him as merely an ordinary bartender. "Have you arrived?" Jiang Chuan felt somewhat awkward upon seeing him again. Indeed, Qin Fan's expression remained calm as he offered her a slight nod. He then turned to affectionately ruffle the hair of the delighted Su Rongfei beside him, saying, "Thank you for standing up for me this time, Fei Fei. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall certainly help in any way I can." Throughout the entire soiree, not a single soul had supported him, save for Su Rongfei, who had staunchly defended him. Qin Fan would not easily forget this. Su Rongfei, unaware of his status as a cultivator or the backing of the Wei family, had selflessly stood by his side. This stirred a sense of warmth within Qin Fan. She was perhaps the kindest person he had encountered since his rebirth, aside from Aunt Tang. He had already begun to regard the young girl as a sister. Feeling the intimacy of Qin Fan's gesture, Su Rongfei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze shyly. "Ha!" Qin Fan chuckled softly, his hands clasped behind his back as he walked away. Even Wei Ziqing, rarely known for his amiability, offered a friendly nod to the pair before departing. Uncle Lin's gaze flickered as he summoned a nearby manager, instructing him to arrange the seating for the two in the front row of the auction and to extend the utmost hospitality to these esteemed guests, particularly to Miss Su Rongfei. The accompanying ladies of Su Rongfei shot envious glances, their eyes tinged with jealousy. It has long been recognized that this elder is the foremost confidant of Master Wei, holding a position within Fangsheng International that is second only to one, far surpassing the previous supervisor Zhu. The fact that even this individual must curry favor with Chun Fan indicates that Chun Fan's status is far from that of a mere laborer. Upon returning to the lakeside community in Wei Ziqing's crimson BMW Mini, Chun Fan eagerly retrieved the ancient jade. To his astonishment, amidst a world where spiritual energy is nearly depleted, the existence of jadeite still persists. This is the finest treasure for a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. A genuine smile blossomed on Chun Fan's face. He had initially believed that Earth was a desolate realm for cultivators, yet he discovered the remnants of such precious artifacts. Jadeite, the most exquisite variant of jade, transcends mere materiality and belongs to the category of heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures. He had intended to purchase several pieces of premium jade to craft protective jade talismans. However, how could ordinary jade possibly compare to jadeite? Typical jade talismans are disposable, whereas artifacts forged from jadeite can be utilized repeatedly, Chun Fan mused. Currently, he was merely in the mid-stage of foundation building, still a mere mortal. Should he be struck by a bullet, it could prove fatal. If he possessed a protective artifact made from jadeite, even the most basic of such artifacts would significantly enhance his safety, alleviating his fear of small-caliber firearms. This was the first piece of celestial material he had acquired, and he needed to use it judiciously, for such fortune might not come again. With this thought, Chun Fan invoked his technique, summoning a flame of true fire to envelop the ancient jade in a scorching embrace. Before long, the ancient jade emitted a series of crackling sounds, and the mottled outer layer began to shed, revealing a small, child-sized piece of resplendent jade. This exquisite jade surpassed even the finest mutton fat jade in delicacy, radiating a gentle, lustrous glow. Were it to be sold, it could fetch an astronomical price at auction. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Even if someone offered 100 million or even 1 billion, he would not part with it. If he could successfully refine this piece of jade, it would be akin to gaining an additional life, an immeasurable value beyond mere currency. Once the magical artifact was crafted, he planned to acquire some premium jade to forge protective talismans, one each for his parents, one for his sister, and one for Xiaoqiang. In this life, his greatest concern was for these few individuals. As he thought of Xiaoqiang, a tremor coursed through his heart, prompting him to lift his gaze towards the south. There lay Jinling City, home to the girl he had cherished since childhood, whose absence haunted him. By this time, Xiaoqiang should be in her senior year of high school in Jinling City. In his previous life, their paths had crossed once more during their university years. Although he had only returned to this moment a month prior, his longing for Xiaoqiang had intensified. Xiaoqiang, wait for me. This time, I have returned. I shall not waver. I will become immensely powerful, able to protect you and ensure you are never harmed, and then stand before you to boldly declare my feelings. He resolutely made this vow within his heart. Previously, due to his insufficient cultivation, he had been unable to achieve such ambitions. Now, having entered the mid-foundation stage, he could begin to forge protective treasures, naturally turning his thoughts to the safety of his family. Subsequently, Chun Fan embarked on the creation of his first magical artifact in this lifetime. This endeavor was far more complex than the crafting of minor pei-yuan pills. It was the true art of artifact forging. Even the most rudimentary of magical instruments demanded an exceptionally high level of cultivation. Without reaching the transcendent stage, one could not even brush the surface of the art, yet only Chun Fan dared to attempt it prematurely. In the class, the only individuals privy to the events that transpired at the auction were Si Yingxia, Chang Wen, and Ji Xingyu. Ji Xingyu was thoroughly intimidated and refrained from approaching Chun Fan again. Conversely, Si Yingxia chose to retreat into silence, immersing herself in her studies, seemingly intent on channeling all her energy into her academic pursuits, in hopes of one day achieving remarkable success. Only Chang Wen regarded him with newfound interest, frequently lingering around Chun Fan, eager to infiltrate his inner circle. The process of crafting the magical artifact progressed methodically. With his limited magical power, Chun Fan relied solely on diligent effort, meticulously inscribing various runes, incantations, and formations onto the jade essence each day. After several days, the surface of the jade was densely covered with countless minute symbols, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This was entirely due to Chun Fan's direct imprinting of his magical energy deep within, a feat only achievable with remarkable precision. That evening, Chun Fan exhaled a long breath. The first step was finally complete. The next phase involved nurturing the spiritual resonance with his true essence. Before him, a jade talisman, roughly the size of a child's palm, radiated a luminous glow, hovering gracefully in the air. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless minuscule golden runes swirling within, bestowing upon it an air of enchanting mystery. My magical power remains woefully inadequate. He inscribed only the 3 fundamental incantations: Spirit Gathering Array, Vajra Mantra, and Demon-Repelling Divine Thunder. Chun Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Fortunately, there remained ample space for future engravings, allowing for the addition of several more spells once he reached the transcendent stage. The Spirit Gathering Array was his most pressing requirement at present. The previous cultivation site had become inadequate following his advancement to the mid-foundation stage. By placing the Spirit Gathering Array within the Jade Talisman, it functioned as a miniature portable spirit energy aggregator, effectively condensing and amplifying spiritual energy, which would suffice for his cultivation through to the late foundation stage. With this Jade Talisman in hand, his cultivation speed would increase by at least 30%. A smile broke through Chun Fan's weary visage. The other spells, the Vajra Mantra and the Demon-Repelling Divine Thunder, were the most elementary types of magic, one serving as a protective shield and the other as an offensive strike, each possessing its own unique mystique. Now that the magical artifact had been crafted, it seemed only fitting to seek a venue to validate its practical efficacy. Chun Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Before he could conceive of a method to test this new magical artifact, an unexpected visitor arrived at his door. Chapter 34. Is it you, Master Wei-san? Upon seeing the visitor, Chun Fan expressed considerable astonishment. Mr. Chun, I apologize for my impromptu visit, and I hope you will forgive my boldness. The visitor was none other than Uncle Lin, whom Chun Fan had encountered a few days prior at Qianlong Villa. He inclined his body slightly before continuing. My master has taken a keen interest in the matter regarding your genuine artifacts from a few days ago and wishes to meet with you. Master Wei-san. Chun Fan furrowed his brow slightly. His prior interactions with Zhou Tianhao and the manager Zhu at the antique auction had left him with a rather unfavorable impression of this Wei family scion. Indeed, my master has recently set his sights on a genuine artifact, yet he finds himself uncertain and would like to enlist your expertise to appraise it, Uncle Lin added with a smile. Initially, Chun Fan contemplated declining the invitation, feeling that there was little of value to discuss with this Wei-san. However, Uncle Lin's words piqued his curiosity. Although the previous celestial pearl had proven to be more show than substance, the agate had indeed originated from Wei-san's collection, suggesting that he possessed some authentic items. Very well, let us meet then. Chun Fan was intrigued and wished to observe how the artifacts of this world compared to the ones he had crafted. As he exited the community gate, a Bentley Continental awaited him at the entrance. Even if it were not Wei-san's personal vehicle, it was undoubtedly among his finest luxury cars, valued at 3 to 4 million. Once seated in the car, Uncle Lin elaborated. A buyer from Zhongzhou province brought an artifact to our Chuzhou for sale. A few days ago, Master Sin had already viewed it twice, and since then, he has been utterly preoccupied, declaring that all his previous collections were mere trifles. He has instructed me to auction them all. Chun Fan arrived, slightly taken aback. It was no wonder that after the previous antique auction, old Master Wei had something to compare against. He must have found his own collection rather hard to bear. However, as you are aware, in Chuzhou, old Master Wei is not the only one of his ilk. Within their circle, treasures that can harmonize feng shui, avert misfortune, and provide peace of mind are held in the highest esteem. Not only the affluent from Chuzhou, but even a notable figure from Tianhe City has graced us with his presence. This marks their third gathering to acquire this prized possession, and it is anticipated that the hammer will finally fall this time. Uncle Lin sighed, remarking that such artifacts are unattainable without a few tens of millions at the very least. Thus, Master Wei wishes for you to take a final look. If it proves genuine, he would be willing to part with everything to secure it. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan shook his head slightly. These magnates, in their relentless pursuit of so-called feng shui artifacts and consecrated treasures, would indeed spare no expense, even if it meant depleting their fortunes. It is hardly surprising. Just consider the tycoons from Hong Kong who elevate every feng shui master to celestial heights. Although old Master Wei has formidable connections, his net worth might not even place him within the top 10 in Chuzhou, with many rivals vying for his position. Before long, the vehicle reached a secluded courtyard on the outskirts, a tranquil haven tucked away by the lakeside. From the outside, it appeared rather unremarkable. Who could have imagined that stepping inside would be akin to entering a picturesque Jiangnan water town, complete with pavilions, terraces, and flowing streams? Upon entering the grand hall, one was greeted by the antique elegance of the space, furnished with 2 rows of scholar-esque chairs reminiscent of a grand mansion from the Republic era. Seated upon these chairs were several individuals, and among them, a middle-aged man in the prominent position greeted warmly. "Mr. Chen has arrived?" Wei Laosan's complexion was as pale as death, his eyelids heavy, and his body seemed frail, exhibiting an air of frivolity. Despite being clad in designer attire, he gave off the impression of a monkey dressed in finery. Chun Fan silently shook his head. It was no wonder that Shao Qi hesitated to speak of him, and even Wei Ziqing was reluctant to elaborate. This man paled in comparison to his esteemed father, Wei Lao. Even with his injuries, Wei Lao exuded a composed aura during their initial encounter, a testament to decades of military service. Before Chun Fan could utter a word, a man seated in an adjacent armchair scoffed. "Wei Lao-san, is this the best you can do, entrusting a mere youth with the oversight? Has Chuzhou run out of capable individuals? If you require assistance, I could lend you some." Wei Laosan's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "Xingzhong, this is Chuzhou, not Tianhe. There is no room for your antics here. Speak again, and I shall have you thrown out immediately." "Huh, if your second brother were present, I would gladly fall silent. Or if the eldest of the Wei family were here, I would not hesitate to return to Tianhe at once," Xingzhong sneered disdainfully. "As for you, Wei Laosan, you lack the qualifications." His countenance was fearsome, and behind him stood a row of burly men clad in suits and sunglasses, some revealing muscular forearms, clearly seasoned fighters. Beside him sat an elder wearing a white centipede button shirt, his silver hair radiating an ethereal presence, exuding an aura of frost. His eyes remained half-closed, even upon Chun Fan's arrival, displaying an air of great superiority. "You," Wei Laosan, incensed, slammed the table and glared at Xingzhong, who remained unfazed, seated with an air of contempt. Seated in the foremost position of the grand chair, an elderly gentleman clad in a tang suit furrowed his brow and spoke. "Third master, do not take offense. Xingzhong's tongue is merely as sharp as his character. After all, we have been acquaintances for several decades, and you are well aware of his disposition. And to our esteemed guest, since you have arrived, please do take a seat." Wei Laosan's countenance twitched, clearly indicating that the speaker held considerable influence. He could only grunt in response and gradually settled into his seat. Uncle Lin promptly leaned closer to Chun Fan's ear to elucidate the situation. The impudent Xingzhong, who had just spoken out of turn, was a prominent figure from the coastal city of Tianhe, commanding a maritime trade conglomerate and engaging in overseas business ventures. He wielded significant power in Tianhe, rivaling the affluent magnates of Chuzhou and holding a prominent position even in Jiangbei. Wei Laosan's Fangxing International was also engaged in foreign trade, thus leading to considerable friction between the two. Their fleets had clashed on multiple occasions in the open seas, resulting in deep-seated animosity. The ethereal elder beside them was the expert whom Xingzhong had invited. The last to speak, the gentleman in the tank suit, was known as Zheng Jiuling, a celebrated tycoon of Chuzhou, whose vast assets spanned hotels, construction, hospitals, transportation, and chain supermarkets, earning him the moniker Half-City, second only to the wealthiest man in Chuzhou, Shenronghua. He was universally respected as Old Zheng. In comparison, Wei Laosan's modest assets paled in significance. Without the backing of the Wei family, he would not even be qualified to stand alongside Zheng Jiuling. "I see." Chun Fan nodded absently, his gaze drifting beyond Xingzhong, contemplatively fixated on the silver-haired elder. As Zheng Jiuling observed that everyone had settled in, he leisurely remarked, "Now that we are all present, perhaps Mr. Gu could unveil the goods for us." Sitting across from the main seat, a portly gentleman, exuding an air of affluence, furrowed his brow and retorted, "This marks the 3rd time this week you have perused the merchandise. Do provide us with a definitive answer regarding your intentions. Rest assured, this will be the final occasion." Should the items prove authentic, we shall undoubtedly acquire them, asserted another prominent figure, thumping his chest with conviction. He was a major tycoon from the development zone, presiding over a textile conglomerate that employed thousands, and was indeed a notable magnate in Chuzhou. The assembly of such distinguished individuals for the third time could hardly be attributed to mere leisure, could it? Echoed another attendee. Very well, Mr. Gu nodded, signaling his subordinate to place an antiquated chest upon the table at the front of the hall. Within the chest lay a wooden bagua plate, its material substantial and its surface weathered, which, upon its unveiling, seemed to imbue the entire hall with a refreshing aura, drawing the gaze of all present. Upon the box's opening, even Chun Fan diverted his attention from the silver-haired elder. The sight of the bagua plate elicited an involuntary gasp from him. Mr. Chun, what is your impression? Inquired Wei Lao-san, his countenance still grim, his tone laced with impatience. He had little faith in Chun Fan, yet found himself without alternatives. Having heedlessly summoned Chun upon Lin Shu's suggestion, he soon regretted this decision upon his arrival. The young man appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any semblance of a master-esque demeanor, a stark contrast to the esteemed individual invited by Xing Zhong and another skilled expert. Consequently, his old rival, Xing Zhong, seized the opportunity to mock him, leaving him utterly humiliated. At that moment, Xing Zhong's sardonic remarks resurfaced. What else could be expected? This was not our first encounter. Is it even necessary to question the authenticity? However, this inexperienced lad likely didn't even comprehend the concept of a magical instrument. Inquiring of him would be akin to seeking guidance from a blind man. Chun Fan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Upon first sight of the bagua plate, he was indeed taken aback. The surface was inscribed with a formation, or something akin to a formation. Its function bore resemblance to his gathering spirit array, both possessing the capability to condense the essence of heaven and earth. Yet their potency was worlds apart, much like the disparity between a diploma from an unremarkable institution and one from a prestigious university. I never anticipated such artifacts existed on Earth. This could be considered a rudimentary form of a magical instrument. Chun Fan mused inwardly, shaking his head in disbelief. With his protective jade talisman, he held no regard for such counterfeit items. Moreover, the bagua plate evidently showed signs of overuse, its material unable to withstand the burden, resulting in numerous cracks. Surely, it could not last much longer. Surrounded by individuals whose eyes gleamed with avarice, treating the item as a treasure, both Wei Lao-san and Xing Zhong, along with the others, seemed resolute in their pursuit. Among the gathering, aside from Uncle Lin, it appeared that none regarded him with any respect. Thus, there was no need for him to enlighten them. Observing Chun Fan's silence, Zheng Jiuling turned to clasp his hands in respect, addressing Master Qi. We rely on your discernment. Zheng Lao was being modest. A man in his 50s rose with his hands clasped behind his back and strolled over. All the wealthy magnates of Chuzhou leaned slightly forward, their gazes solemnly fixed upon Master Qi, clearly recognizing him as their pillar of support. Chapter 35. The arrogance of Master Wu. Master Qi withdrew an ancient compass from his bosom and circled the box 3 times while muttering incantations, his demeanor gravely serious. A hush fell over the assembly, all eyes fixed intently upon him. Only Elder Zheng, squinting with a smile, remarked, Master Qi is a renowned geomancer in Chuzhou over the past few decades. No feng shui artifact, consecrated relic, or incense tool can evade his keen perception. Upon hearing this, the prominent businessmen present in Chuzhou nodded in agreement. However, Xingtong, seated across, expressed his dissent with a derisive smile. What is he compared to our Master Wu? He pales in comparison. At his words, the atmosphere shifted and the faces of those present darkened. Master Qi huffed in indignation, retracting the compass and stating, My abilities are indeed limited. I can only discern that this object is extraordinary, yet the specifics of its uniqueness elude me. Perhaps we should solicit the insights of Master Wu. At this moment, the ethereal Master Wu slowly opened his eyes, casting a dismissive glance at Master Qi before shaking his head in disdain, which caused Master Qi's face to flush with anger. Well, your skills are truly modest. Recognizing the object's exceptional nature is a commendable feat. His tone was audacious, and the affluent patrons of Chuzhou wore expressions of discontent. For Master Qi represented them, and was thus publicly humiliated. Only Master Qi maintained a cold smile, awaiting the spectacle of Master Wu's impending embarrassment. Earlier, He had utilized his ancestral methods alongside the compass to surmise that this was indeed a powerful feng shui artifact. Yet he remained unaware of how to wield or activate it. After decades of arduous cultivation, he could only reach this juncture. How could he possibly believe that the pretentious Master Wu could surpass him? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, Master Wu slowly rose and approached the bagua plate. Pausing before it, with his eyes slightly closed and his hands forming a mystical gesture, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The sleeves of his robe began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind, swelling outward as though a hidden fan resided within. What is this? Master Qi's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on his face as he regarded the silver-haired elder. Has he entered the Tao? Suddenly, with a forceful stomp of his foot, Master Wu exhaled with a sound akin to thunder, startling everyone present. He extended a finger towards the bagua plate, releasing a plume of white mist that enveloped it. To the astonishment of all, the bagua plate began to vibrate, resonating with a low hum as 8 distinct symbols materialized upon its surface. As these symbols emerged, a refreshing breeze swept through the hall, transforming the atmosphere from the oppressive heat of September to the gentle warmth of spring. The onlookers seemed on the brink of disbelief, their eyes fixated on the pulsating bagua plate, a genuine magical artifact. The voice that had previously spoken belonged to Mr. Yin of the textile group, trembling in awe. Wei Lao San, too, struck his thigh in excitement, his eyes wide, as if beholding an unparalleled beauty, unwilling to divert his gaze from the bagua plate. Even the typically composed Zheng Lao, known for his shrewdness, could not suppress a tremor in his hands, his face betraying a glint of avarice. Observing the crowd's ecstatic reactions, a flicker of inexplicable derision crossed Master Wu's eyes. He retracted his mystical gesture and returned to his seat, causing the vibrations of the bagua plate to gradually subside. As the temperature in the hall gradually rose, returning to a sweltering heat, how do you find it? Now you comprehend what it means to be a true master. Xiang Zhong chuckled with satisfaction. It was at this moment that the wealthy individuals from Chuzhou managed to regain their composure. Their gazes towards Xiang Zhong and Master Wu transformed significantly. A few of them even resolved to establish a closer acquaintance with Master Wu upon their return. This was genuine skill, far surpassing that of Master Qi. Indeed, Master Qi could only offer a wry smile, rising to respectfully clasp his hands together and say, I never anticipated facing an adept of such caliber. It seems I have been showing off my humble skills, much to the amusement of all. After Master Wu resumed his seat, he returned to his previous state of semi-slumber. Upon hearing these words, he slightly opened his eyes and let out a soft exclamation. You are aware of the concept of entering the path. It appears your decades of existence have not been in vain. Master Qi could only respond with a series of bitter smiles, acknowledging that no matter how much he might reproach himself, he could only accept his inferiority in skill. He sighed and returned to his seat, seemingly aged by several decades. Following this encounter, the reputation he had built over decades in Chuzhou was rendered worthless. At the moment Master Wu made his move, Chun Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as he finally confirmed certain suspicions. This individual possessed a modicum of magical power within him. Although the power was minimal and of low quality, it was still a tier above that of a martial artist's internal strength. By the standards of cultivation, he should be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Could this be what it means to be a practitioner in Huaxia? Chun Fan was quite astonished. However, the mid-stage of Master Wu's foundation establishment was an entirely different concept from his own. If one were to regard martial artists as vocational school students, then Master Wu would merely be equivalent to a junior college or a third-tier institution, while true practitioners of the mystical arts would represent a prestigious university. Among such practitioners, Chun Fan stands as the pinnacle, akin to an elite academic institution or even a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Even when both parties exist within the same realm, their combat prowess diverges drastically. It appears that there indeed exists a lineage of certain practitioners on Earth. Both the internal energy of martial artists and the magical prowess of Master Wu seem to stem from the authentic techniques of these practitioners. However, their heritage is so fragmented that they can only cultivate a mere imitation. Contemplating this, Chun Fan could not help but shake his head in disappointment. He had anticipated encountering a genuine practitioner, only to find remnants of a legacy instead. This situation is akin to primitive individuals stumbling upon a modern firearm and utilizing it merely as a tool for kindling, completely missing the essence of what a true practitioner embodies. At this moment, Wei Laosan's expression was exceedingly grim. His nemesis, Xing Zhong, had unexpectedly invited a genuine master. Even if he bled to acquire this magical artifact, he would have no idea how to wield it. And it is likely that he would have to beseech Master Wu for assistance. Just then, Bosku spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, having witnessed the capabilities of my treasure, shall we proceed to make our bids?" Upon hearing this, Boss Yin impatiently declared, "I bid 10 million. I bid 20 million. I bid 25 million. Among those present, aside from Wei Laosan, Zheng Lao, Boss Gu, and Xing Zhong, there were also 3 or 4 affluent entrepreneurs from Chuzhou, all of whom were distinguished tycoons with fortunes reaching hundreds of millions, if not exceeding $1 billion. In the present day, encountering the legendary artifact evokes an overwhelming desire to exchange one's entire fortune for it. Naturally, the bidding remains measured, despite the artifact's allure. It ultimately pales in comparison to tangible assets. Thus, once the price ascends to 25 million, it begins to rise incrementally by 1 million. At this moment, the ancient proprietor beams, his eyes nearly obscured by the abundance of flesh. Wei Laosan observes the fierce competition around him, torn by internal conflict. He is both covetous of the artifact and reluctant to succumb to Xing Zhong's coercion, finding himself in a precarious predicament. Suddenly, Xing Zhong interjects, disrupting the auction. He points a finger at Chun Fan and proclaims, "Both esteemed masters have showcased their prowess, yet our esteemed Master Chun remains utterly silent. Shall we await Master Chen's esteemed insights before determining the authenticity of this artifact?" His words incite a chorus of astonished murmurs among the crowd. Master Wu has already activated the artifact, and everyone present has experienced its formidable power. It is indeed invigorating, akin to basking in warm water, leaving one feeling utterly refreshed. If one were to dwell within the force field created by the artifact for an extended period, it might not only prolong life, but also prevent ailments. Yet now, a mere youth is to assess its authenticity. Is this not a source of ridicule? The onlookers cast peculiar glances at Chun Fan and Wei Laosan, aware that Xing Zhong's maneuver was intended to undermine Wei Laosan's standing. Wei Laosan's countenance darkens, rendered speechless. At that moment, a woman standing behind Elder Zheng unexpectedly bursts into laughter. "Xiao Yun, what is amiss?" Elder Zheng inquires, his brow furrowed in discontent. This is his distant niece. Previously, upon her graduation from university, she had a falling out with her parents due to a romantic relationship. Old Zheng took her under his wing, intending to nurture her for a few years before assigning her as a departmental supervisor at a subsidiary. Generally, she is quite sensible, possessing commendable abilities, and has never erred in her duties. How could she falter in front of so many esteemed figures? The woman, clad in the attire of a professional, was none other than Han Yun, the prominent figure within Su Rongfei's circle. When Chun Fan first entered, Han Yun was taken aback. Although she was aware of Chun Fan's connections to the Wei family, she did not anticipate his appearance as the master of ceremonies. A stark contrast that elicited a laugh from her. Upon seeing old Zheng pose a question, Han Yun could only explain in a hushed tone. Her voice was soft, yet the hall was small enough for everyone to hear. When it was revealed that Chun Fan was merely a student from Ivy League High School, working part-time at a bar, a hint of disdain crept into the expressions of those present, with Xing Zhong bursting into laughter. This infuriated Wei Laosan, whose eyes turned red with anger as he glared fiercely at Uncle Lin, blaming him for bringing such a lively character. Old Zheng shook his head and sighed. At his level, he conversed on equal terms with the mayor and the secretary. While he would treat Wei Changing with due respect, the daughter of Wei Changing was of a significantly lower standing. As for the friends of Wei Changing's daughter, what significance did they hold in such a solemn occasion? Involving a transaction worth millions, to have a bar worker serve as the master of ceremonies was a disgrace to the Wei family's reputation. I fear Xing Zhong will not let this matter rest easily. Old Zheng mused, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Xing Zhong chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Who says that those who toil in bars cannot be extraordinary individuals? I believe this Master Chun is truly remarkable. Master Chun, pay no heed to their nonsensical chatter. Please proceed with your appraisal, and let us witness your prowess." As he spoke, a smirk of derision played upon his lips, while the affluent figures from Chuzhou oscillated between indignation and amusement. This time, Wei Laosan not only brought shame upon himself, but also cast a shadow upon Chuzhou's elite circle. Only Han Yun felt a pang of regret within. Having revealed Chun Fan's background not only subjected him to public humiliation, but likely rendered him unwelcome among the Wei family henceforth. In the face of scorn and ridicule from the crowd, Chen Fan, however, regarded Xing Zhong with a bemused expression. Are you certain you wish for me to authenticate the legitimacy of this artifact? Chapter 36. Thunder approaches. How audacious, he truly dares to speak. Xing Zhong's smile faded as he furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Chen Fan. He had merely regarded this high school student as a target to humiliate Master Wei. The individuals present were prominent figures from Chuzhou and even Jiangbei. There was no place for Chen Fan to voice his opinions. Unexpectedly, this young man displayed no sense of awareness and boldly stepped forward. Master Wu, what do you think? A vague sense of unease stirred within Xing Zhong as he turned to quietly inquire of the silver-haired elder. Upon hearing the question, Master Wu narrowed his eyes and cast a disdainful glance at Chen Fan, shaking his head dismissively. That fellow named Qi possessed some degree of capability. But this lad is merely an ordinary person. Even if you placed a magical artifact before him, he would fail to recognize it. At that moment, Chen Fan had already risen voluntarily, clasping his hands behind his back as he paced. This bagua plate is inscribed with 8 distinct talismans, forming a miniature magical array. The efficacy of this array, as everyone has just experienced, is to create a zone of concentrated spiritual energy, or what you refer to as a feng shui field. Within this zone, the human body is perpetually nourished by the spiritual energy, naturally fostering strength and vitality. Chen Fan had come to understand that the so-called feng shui array was, in fact, a crude imitation of a spirit-gathering formation. In the feng shui array, the concentration of spiritual energy benefits both humanity and other life forms. On certain celestial bodies with exceptionally high spiritual energy density, humans can live to an age of 100 or 200 without the need for cultivation. Beasts, too, become immensely powerful, growing several meters in length or even exceeding 10 meters, resembling the remnants of the primordial wilderness. Such is the profound effect of concentrated spiritual energy. There is some merit here. At last, Master Wu opened his eyes wide, regarding Chen Fan with newfound respect. As others listened to Chen Fan's articulate words, they exchanged glances, secretly astonished. Could this young man truly possess such remarkable insight? Could it be that this magical artifact is genuine? Mr. Yen was impatiently eager. Well, sort of, Chen Fan replied, but then he suddenly turned to look at Xing Zhong and the others. But what? Inquired another chairman from the wine industry promptly. However, this artifact is actually on the verge of collapse. It cannot withstand much more use. Chen Fan pointed to the bagua plate, saying, Observe, it is riddled with cracks. These are not natural patterns, but rather evidence of excessive usage, soon to fall apart. At his words, the entire assembly was taken aback. They scrutinized the bagua plate and indeed discovered it was covered with numerous fine cracks, which they had previously mistaken for natural wood grain or the marks of time. It became evident that this plate would not endure much longer. How dare you? Master Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he slammed his palm on the table. In that moment, he disregarded his authoritative demeanor, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan, filled with deep regret. He had failed to recognize that this young man was, in fact, a kindred spirit. Otherwise, how could an ordinary individual discern the intricacies of this artifact? It was entirely normal for wood to have cracks, yet if articulated, especially in such a reasonable manner, it would raise suspicions. Mr. Xing, Mr. Gu, what is the meaning of this? Elder Zheng inquired, frowning. Xing Zhang's expression shifted slightly. While the corpulent Mr. Gu was already sweating profusely, unable to concoct a plausible explanation in his state of urgency. The people of Chuzhou sensed something amiss and cast suspicious glances at the 3 individuals. It was evident that Mr. Xing, Master Wu, and Boss Gu had conspired together to deceive this group of affluent, yet naive Chuzhou magnates. Chen Fan smirked coldly. He had sensed something was off from the beginning. Master Wu, despite his considerable flaws, was at least at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and possessed some level of spiritual power. How could he possibly overlook such a secret? Instead of revealing the truth, he deliberately activated the divination disc, pushing it further down the path of obsolescence. Upon witnessing the silent exchange of glances between Xing Zhong and Boss Gu, Chen Fan suddenly realized the truth. These 3 were indeed in cahoots. Their scheme, using a nearly defunct magical artifact to dupe the wealthy of Chuzhou, likely aimed at targeting old Master Wei in the end. Is this truly the case, Xing Zhong? As soon as Chen Fan's words fell, Wei Laosen abruptly stood up, glaring fiercely. The wealthy patrons of Chuzhou also began to comprehend the situation, their gazes towards the trio shifting dramatically. Boss Gu was drenched in cold sweat, trembling and unable to articulate a response. Xing Zhong's expression darkened as he turned to Master Wu. At this moment, Master Wu was filled with rage. His eyes fixated on Chun Fan as if he wished to tear him apart. The intricate trap he had painstakingly set up had been unraveled by this young man. Originally, this defunct magical artifact could have netted over 50 million from Chuzhou, but with a single utterance from Qin Fan, his scheme lay in ruins. How could he not be filled with wrath? You dare to undermine my efforts? Master Wu spat through gritted teeth, the chilling aura around him intensifying. Do you still wish to make a move? Qin Fan remained undaunted. His interest peaked as he regarded Master Wu. Having been reborn, he had yet to engage in a genuine battle of wits. Although Master Wu's knowledge might be limited to rudimentary and flawed spells, it was nonetheless sufficient to stir Qin Fan's curiosity. Mr. Wu, this is Chuzhou, not a place for you to run rampant. Elder Zheng slammed the table, his hair bristling in anger, clearly incensed. As he spoke, the bodyguards surrounding them advanced, their eyes fixed menacingly on Master Wu and his companions. Xing Zhong's expression shifted dramatically. He had brought only 7 or 8 subordinates with him. If these affluent individuals turned hostile on the spot, would he be able to leave Chuzhou alive? The ancient businessman from Zhongzhou was so terrified that he slumped, sliding off his seat. Master Wu appeared unfazed by the multitude of black-clad bodyguards. Instead, he menacingly addressed Qin Fan. You have thwarted my endeavors. How can I possibly let you off the hook? Did you not claim that this was not a magical artifact? Behold this. With that, Master Wu produced a ceramic jar, flinging open its lid. A chilling gust erupted forth, enveloping those in proximity, instilling a bone-deep cold that threatened to freeze their very blood, causing the temperature of the entire hall to plummet. Behold my treasure, young Chun. As soon as he finished speaking, a swirling mass of black mist emerged from the jar, shifting shapes as if it were a multitude of faces, accompanied by harrowing screams that echoed as if from the depths of a hellish abyss. Help! The wealthy individuals were utterly terrified, their earlier arrogance completely shattered. They scrambled behind a multitude of bodyguards, trembling uncontrollably. Although many of these bodyguards were retired military personnel, and some were even award-winning martial artists, they had never encountered such a formidable presence. Their faces turned ashen, caught in a state of indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. Is this the art of spirit control? Master Qi exclaimed in horror. Indeed, those who have transcended the mundane can command spirits and wield thunder. To witness such magic in my lifetime is a profound blessing. He shook his head, his expression one of despair. Impressive that you can recognize my craft, Master Wu replied with a smug nod. He surveyed the crowd, relishing their fear. However, upon noticing Qin Fan leisurely sipping tea, his anger flared, and he barked, Aren't you afraid, young man? Master Wu's question prompted not only himself, but also Xing Zhong, Wei Lao San, Lin Shu, and others to gaze at Qin Fan as if he were a fool. Before us stands a formidable figure capable of spirit control. Yet he shows no sign of fear. Has he lost his senses? Others shared similar sentiments of bewilderment. It was known that once Master Wu unleashed his spirit control technique. Apart from Qin Fan and Xing Zhong, only Zheng Lao remained seated, relying on decades of cultivated energy, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. Wei Lao San had long since retreated behind the others, while even the bodyguards appeared weak-kneed. How could a mere child be so fearless? Han Yun was shaking all over, on the verge of tears. Qin Fan, quickly evade. He will kill you. A torrent of remorse surged within her. Had she not exposed Qin Fan's identity, he would not have been compelled to reveal the truth under Xing Zhong's relentless pressure, and thus, Master Wu's wrath would not have culminated in murder. Yet, Qin Fan remained unfazed, sitting there with an air of composure. I see you face imminent death yet still maintain your bravado? Master Wu, now consumed by rage, disregarded the legal ramifications of murder. He forcefully executed his incantation, his silver hair billowing as he pointed his sword toward the ominous black mist. The mist trembled, seemingly reluctant, before it slowly surged toward Qin Fan. Witnessing the malevolent spirit charge at Qin Fan, the onlookers gasped in terror, convinced that he was doomed. Afraid? Is this mere specter meant to intimidate me? Qin Fan suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head as he did. I expected some earth-shattering prowess from you. Yet it turns out you merely rely on a ghost-raising jar. With your own abilities, you likely cannot even control this spirit, can you? To think such a trinket could be deemed a magical artifact. What a jest that would be to the world. He paused, then continued, very well. Allow me to demonstrate what a true magical artifact truly is. With that, Chun Fan removed the jade talisman from his chest and held it firmly in hand. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, he calmly uttered 2 words, "Thunder come." In an instant, the void crackled with electricity, thunder erupted, illuminating the hall as if it were day. He grasped the lightning, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. Chapter 37. Reverence as to the Divine. Among the 3 spells contained within the protective jade talisman, the mightiest is the demon-repelling thunder, embodying the essence of utmost rigidity and brilliance. Designed specifically to vanquish various spiritual thoughts, malevolent souls, ethereal entities, and sinister energies. At the moment the thunder roared, the black mist emitted a chilling, piercing scream, retreating at a speed tenfold that of its arrival. Yet, how could the spells of a cultivator be so easily evaded? Chun Fan seized the lightning and hurled it forth with great force. Boom! It was as if the heavens had split asunder, a bolt of lightning unfurling from his hand, serpentine and sinuous as it danced through the air, striking the black mist with a resounding crack. The dark mass offered no resistance, vanishing as effortlessly as snow beneath the scorching sun. The lightning, unrelenting, surged onward, crashing into the ceramic jar held by Master Wu. Ah! A wail escaped Master Wu as he collapsed to the ground. The jar shattered to dust, dissipating into the ether. The thunder rolled incessantly, akin to an invisible wave sweeping through, shattering the glass windows and cups within the hall. The chamber resembled a scene ravaged by a tempest, left in utter disarray. Heavens! The thunder technique of the celestial masters. Master Wu's hair stood on end from the electric charge, his hands covered in soot, unable to suppress his astonishment. His gaze toward Chun Fan was akin to that of a rabbit before a tiger. Upon witnessing Chun Fan conjuring another bolt of lightning, his pupils dilated. Abandoning all semblance of composure and dignity, he fell to his knees, prostrating himself in fear. "Master, spare me. I shall never dare again, never dare again." Master Wu was utterly shattered by Chun Fan's strike, stripped of any will to resist, and could only bow repeatedly in supplication. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chun Fan stepped forward and declared, "I shatter your spells. Do you submit?" "I submit, I submit, I submit." Master Wu trembled in response. Chun Fan advanced another step, commanding, "I will destroy your artifacts and ruin your path. Do you submit?" "I submit, I submit, I certainly submit," Master Wu insisted, bowing his head fervently. With control over thunder, Chun Fan bellowed, "I will smash your business, tarnish your reputation, and bring you to your knees in desperation. Do you submit?" "My heart and mind are in submission." In complete submission, Master Wu cried, his head bleeding from the fervent bowing. Since he had expressed his total submission, Chun Fan granted him a temporary reprieve. "Begone. Should I ever learn of your return to Chuzhou, I shall ensure your utter annihilation." As Chun Fan released his grasp on the thunder, he gazed down upon the kneeling Master Wu as one would regard an insignificant insect. Yes, yes, yes. Master Wu dared not lift his head, trembling as he crawled from the ground, disregarding the others, and scuttled away in fear. Chun Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, turning his attention to Xing Zhong and Boss Gu. Despite being a formidable figure who had commanded respect in Jiangbei for over a decade, Xing Zhong felt a chill travel down his spine, and his legs trembled under Chun Fan's calm scrutiny. Master Wu, a figure capable of commanding spirits and slaying foes from the skies, renowned throughout the province of Zhongzhou, had been utterly vanquished before Chun Fan, reduced to pleading for mercy and devoid of any semblance of resistance. He, Xing Zhong, was merely an ordinary man, unworthy to contend with such celestial beings who command thunder and lightning. "Master Chen, in modern society, murder is a crime," he said, his complexion ashen and his hands trembling as they supported his frail body. "Just now you summoned me with such authority. Why do you lack that grandeur now?" Chun Fan observed him with a hint of amusement. The very gaze of Chun Fan sent shivers down Xing Zhong's spine, causing his heart to quiver. "Master Chun, I beseech you to spare my life. I shall grant you whatever you desire," Xing Zhong implored, bowing his head in submission. The other affluent individuals of Chuzhou, who had witnessed Xing Zhong's earlier arrogance, standing tall and equal among them, were now taken aback as they observed him grovel before a mere 16 or 17-year-old high school student, pleading pitifully. Their emotions were a tumultuous blend of astonishment and confusion. Initially, upon encountering Chen Fan, they had dismissed him entirely. When they learned he was merely a friend of Wei Ziqing, still a student working part-time in a bar, they regarded him as a subject of ridicule. Yet, the tide had turned. Chen Fan now wielded thunder, vanquished Master Wu, rebuked Xing Zhong, and commanded the scene with an air of superiority, determining the fates of those present. Not a single soul dared to utter a word in opposition, despite their immense fortunes and vast powers, in the presence of Chen Fan. They seemed to possess not an ounce of leverage. This was the essence of a true magnate. Elder Zheng clutched the arms of his grand chair, his heart resonating with shock. Even the provincial and ministerial dignitaries he had previously encountered, or the billionaires listed in Forbes, paled in comparison to Chen Fan's current charisma. Such an aura of disdain for the world, such an imperial presence, could only belong to one who truly wielded formidable power. Ultimately, wealth and authority are but transient possessions, proving unreliable in moments of critical consequence. At this moment, Hanyan gazed in disbelief at Chen Fan, her exquisite eyes wide with astonishment. Just a minute ago, Master Wu had been arrogantly flaunting his power, leaving Chen Fan to await his demise in silence. Now, however, Master Wu was on his knees, begging for mercy and fleeing in disgrace, while the formidable figure of Xing Zhong, the influential figure of Tianhe, bowed his head in acknowledgement of his faults, refraining from any rebuttal. Chen Fan stood alone, a paragon of confidence, compelling the wealthy elite of the hall to bow before him. I initially believed you were merely a friend of Wei Ziqing, which is why you seemed unperturbed by Qi Ming and his ilk. Little did I know, this was your true source of strength. As Han Yun observed the young man with his hands clasped behind his back, she could not help but juxtapose him with the Chen Fan who had once wielded divine thunder. It became clear to her why he had dismissed Qi Ming, Li Chen, and others so effortlessly. It was no wonder he remained indifferent in the presence of eminent figures like Master Wei, Elder Zheng, and Boss Yan. It was evident that Master Wu's earlier bravado had crumbled before someone truly formidable. In the grip of thunder, the arbiter of life and death, Chen Fan, despite his unremarkable appearance, exuded an allure in Han Yun's eyes that surpassed even the most handsome of men. That foolish girl, Su Rongfei, truly embodies the adage that fools are blessed. She had unwittingly chosen a hidden dragon. How had I failed to see beyond his fade at that time? Had I cultivated a better rapport with him then, perhaps I could have seized him from Su Rongfei's grasp. A wave of regret surged within Han Yun. She understood that from this day forward, Chen Fan would no longer be the ordinary youth he once was, but rather a genuine titan of Chuzhou. The affluent individuals present are essentially the titans of commerce from Chuzhou. One need only observe the fervent expressions in their eyes to discern that they have already succumbed to Chen Fan's charisma from this moment forth. They are likely to revere him as a deity. However, Chen Fan, seemingly indifferent to their admiration, turned to Boss Gu and inquired, "What was the highest bid for that bagua plate?" Boss Gu's lips trembled, rendering him speechless. It was Boss Yan of the textile group who, summoning his courage, responded, "Master Chen, the highest bid reported by Boss Xing was 45 million. 45 million, you say?" Chen Fan flicked his fingers and directed his gaze towards Xing Zhong. "In that case, I shall not raise the price. How about you purchase your life for that sum?" At these words, Xing Zhong's face contorted in discomfort. Despite his wealth exceeding 1 billion, much of it was tied up in real estate, with considerable bank loans looming over him. Even if he were to procure the 45 million at this moment, it would inflict significant damage upon his finances. Yet, he dared not utter a word of dissent. He had no desire for Chen Fan's wrath to strike him down like that of a clay pot demon, obliterated to ashes. Yes, 45 million it is. I shall pay, he declared, all the while his heart bled. I will have the 45 million ready within 3 days. Otherwise, Chen Fan smiled, leaving his sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was unmistakable to all present. Should Xing Zhong dare to withhold the payment, and Chen Fan were to come demanding his due, it would transcend mere monetary matters, turning into a question of life and death. Although Chen Fan spoke with a calm demeanor, Xing Zhong dared not disregard his threat, repeatedly nodding in assurance, eager to pledge his loyalty. "Very well, you may leave now," Chen Fan said, waving his hand impatiently as if shooing away a bothersome fly. Xing Zhong and Boss Gu, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, wasted no time and fled in haste. Han Yun approached, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with an unusual glimmer. Gathering her courage, she inquired, "Master Chen, are you truly allowing them to depart unscathed?" She hesitated for a moment, contemplating her words. While Xing Zhong and Boss Gu were manageable, that man surnamed Wu appeared to be no good. His cultivation methods were shrouded in mystery, and she feared that he might harbor intentions of vengeance after their departure. In response to Han Yun's concern, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. He has been thoroughly intimidated. From this day forth, he will regard me with the reverence one would afford a deity." His tone was mild, yet it resonated with unparalleled confidence. Han Yun felt a stirring in her heart, her admiration for the young man deepening. At that moment, a jubilant voice interjected, "Master Chun, I knew you possessed extraordinary powers and boundless abilities. That man surnamed Wu is merely a trifling character, unworthy of your might." It was old Master Wei, bursting forth from behind a group of bodyguards, hastening to Chen Fan's side with fervent admiration, akin to an ardent fan encountering their idol. "How did such an extraordinary figure like you emerge from a lineage of such repute?" Chen Fan could only sigh, pressing his forehead in exasperation. Chapter 38. What does entering the path mean? Once everyone had regained their composure, old Zheng instructed the staff to rearrange the space. The bodyguards, security personnel, and club staff who had rushed in upon hearing the cries for help and the thunderous sounds were astonished by the chaotic scene in the hall. However, they dared not inquire further and quickly set about tidying up. Before long, Chen Fan and the others moved to the courtyard, where a banquet had already been prepared. Without hesitation, Chen Fan took the seat of honor, and despite the presence of numerous affluent guests, it seemed entirely natural to everyone. At this moment, Chen Fan turned to Han Yun and asked, "Do you know me?" He had been quite taken aback that Han Yun could so readily recount his background, and she appeared to be quite familiar with him. After Chen Fan had displayed his extraordinary prowess, she was bold enough to approach him first. With a charming smile, Han Yun replied, "I grew up alongside Fei Fei, Ran, and the others. I consider myself their elder sister." Chen Fan nodded in understanding. "Since you are a close friend of Fei Fei, please take a seat beside me." Old Zhang, overhearing this, was delighted and quickly signaled to Han Yun. She understood his intent and, with a radiant smile, took her place to Chen Fan's left. Her natural beauty, coupled with her professional attire, added an extra allure to her presence. The other wealthy guests observed this interaction with growing resentment, silently cursing old Zhang, that crafty old fox. Employing the beauty trap, some were already contemplating whether they had any attractive daughters or nieces to present. After all, Master Chen appeared to be merely 16 or 17. An age rife with youthful passions and particularly susceptible to such charm. Chen Fan, however, did not ponder deeply. He merely sought to extend a gesture of goodwill towards Han Yun, considering his connection with Su Rongfei. Once everyone was settled, Chen Fan turned his gaze towards Master Qi. "Master Qi, I previously heard you mention that Master Wu has entered the Tao. Could you elucidate what entering the Tao entails?" Upon hearing this, Master Qi felt a surge of trepidation. "Master Chen, you flatter me undeservedly. In your presence, I hardly dare to claim the title of Master." Having been disheartened by Master Wu's ghost exorcising techniques, and witnessing Chen Fan wield thunder with such authority, he had come to regard Chen Fan as a divine figure. Moreover, Master Qi had one foot in the realm of cultivation and naturally understood that while Master Wu's methods were formidable, they ultimately belonged to a lesser path. In contrast, Chen Fan's command over lightning and his ability to summon the winds marked him as a truly powerful practitioner, far superior to Master Wu. He bowed slightly and explained, "The term entering the Tao is a colloquialism within our cultivation community. To enter the Tao signifies the attainment of magical power, enabling one to employ various spells and artifacts, distinguishing oneself from ordinary beings. In Taoism, it is referred to as refining essence into Qi. In Buddhism, it is known as the womb of meditation for martial artists. It signifies the transition from the external to the internal, cultivating inner strength. Each school and lineage has its own terminology, yet fundamentally, they all adhere to the same principles." While Master Qi spoke, he felt a sense of confusion. It was evident that Master Chun was an individual who had indeed entered the Tao, with a level of cultivation far surpassing that of the Wu family. The ability to control thunder and summon rain places one among the ancient immortals, a status that should surely preclude ignorance of such foundational concepts. Though he harbored doubts, he refrained from uttering a single word of inquiry. To question someone of Chen Fan's stature recklessly would be to offend him. "Ah, I see." Chen Fan nodded, his mind enlightened. The so-called entry into the Tao, or the refinement of essence into Qi and internal strength, all pertain to the foundational realm of an immortal cultivator. However, the various schools of cultivation within China possess distinct traditions, and their external methods differ greatly, resulting in a multitude of terminologies. It appears that the number of sects on Earth that have inherited the art of immortal cultivation is by no means insignificant. Regrettably, from Master Wu, Elder Wei, and even Lin Bao, it is evident that they have only grasped the most superficial aspects, far from the true path of immortal cultivation. Contemplating this, Chun Fan shook his head inwardly. Master Wu, seemingly in his 60s or 70s, had only reached the mid-foundation stage of cultivation. As for Master Qi, he was even less impressive, having lived for decades and barely scratching the surface, not even attaining the initial stage of foundation. Given this trajectory, it seems that the lineage of Taoist traditions on Earth is likely to be exceedingly rare, with those reaching the transcendent stage being proverbial phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone the divine sea realm or even the innate realm. He suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, what did the surname Wu mean when he shouted Tianshi Dao Lei Fa? Was it related to the Tianshi Dao of Mount Longhu? Chun Fan pondered. When Master Wu first witnessed his demon-repelling divine thunder, he exclaimed something about the Tianshi Dao Lei Fa. The first thing that came to Chun Fan's mind was the Zhang family of Mount Longhu, the Tianshi who had inherited the legacy of 2 millennia in China. However, like the Kong family, he had previously believed it to be mere deception. Could it be that the Zhang family truly possesses some extraordinary spells or abilities? Master Qi chuckled, saying, the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain has a history spanning thousands of years. Even if there were any inheritance, it has long since been severed. The Tianshi Dao is a grand sect of the Taoist tradition, and although its mountain gate is located at Longhu Mountain, it bears no relation to the Zhang family. According to my master, this lineage wields the divine thunder technique, adept at vanquishing various malevolent spirits and demons. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, a great Tianshi descended from the mountain, sweeping across the realm and dismantling countless sects, causing innumerable evildoers to flee in terror. Unfortunately, in recent decades, there has been little news regarding the Tianshi Dao. That Master Wu, judging by his roots, likely hails from the eastern capital of Zhongzhou province, known for its esteemed practitioners of exorcism and ghost taming. It is also the region most fearful of the Tianshi Dao's thunder techniques, and upon witnessing your divine lightning, he was led to a misunderstanding. At this juncture, Master Qi could no longer suppress his curiosity. May I inquire about the lineage of Master Qin? According to my master, in this present age, where Taoist practices are in decline, it seems that only the disciples of the Tianshi Dao still possess the knowledge of thunder techniques. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan shook his head with a gentle smile. Since my youth, I have followed my master in cultivation and am not well versed in the affairs of the cultivation world. However, I can assure you that my lineage bears no connection to the Tianshi Dao. Although my exorcising divine thunder is among the most rudimentary of cultivation techniques, it is incomparable to the fragmented traditions that exist on Earth. While Master Qi still harbored some doubts, he refrained from probing further, nodding in admiration. Master Chun, at such a young age, possesses such astonishing cultivation. I can only imagine that your master is a truly celestial figure. In comparison to the two of you esteemed individuals, I have merely lived these past 50 to 60 years like a dog. As he spoke, Master Qi could not help but let out a long sigh. In his eyes, Chun Fan was likely a cultivator of a realm surpassing even the Tao, a figure so rare that one could scarcely find another within the vast expanse of Huaxia, a true dragon whose presence was elusive. To have a disciple of Chun Fan's caliber, his master must indeed be an extraordinary being. Chun Fan remained silent, his thoughts drifting to his teacher, the Sanqing Immortal, who had lived for 840,000 years. Even among the many true immortals, he was renowned for his longevity. To call him a deity would not be an exaggeration. Compared to the ordinary mortals of Earth, the Sanqing Immortal, capable of devouring the sun and creating from the void, surely epitomized divinity. As the two conversed, the wealthy elites of Chuzhou listened intently, as if deciphering an arcane text, yet they dared not interrupt. Until today, they would have never believed in the existence of beings capable of exorcising spirits and wielding thunder. Had anyone claimed such to them, they would have dismissed it as mere superstition and had the person escorted away. Yet now, they hung on every word exchanged between Chun Fan and Master Qi with unwavering belief. It turns out there exists such a realm of cultivation within our society. It truly opens one's eyes, several mused in astonishment. Only Elder Zhang had heard whispers of such matters and was not particularly surprised. He smiled and remarked, Master Chun. Master Qi, both of you are esteemed figures in Chuzhou. Master Chun, at such a tender age, possesses such astonishing prowess. You are indeed a prodigy. And Master Qi, with your vast experience and esteemed reputation, there is no need for further modesty. Old Zhang, a seasoned tycoon who has navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for decades, effortlessly extolled the virtues of both individuals, ensuring not to offend either. Though Master Qi felt a twinge of guilt within, a smile inevitably graced his face. He reassured himself that, despite his modest cultivation, his knowledge was still quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have recognized Master Wu's lineage at a mere glance. Indeed, Master Chun, he continued, you are still in high school, yet possess such remarkable prowess. Your mere words could summon lightning. Should you hone your skills for another decade, you might well ascend to the status of a celestial being. Old Wei, with a chuckle, chimed in, my niece is truly fortunate to have a friend like you. Chun Fan shot him an irritable glance, thinking how this lively character excelled in nothing but boastful banter. As Wei spoke, the other affluent individuals present suddenly regained their senses, joining in with a cascade of unreserved praise for Chun Fan. Surrounded by the most distinguished magnates of Chuzhou, he received accolades that even the mayor would envy. The bodyguards and attendants nearby looked at Chun Fan with envious eyes. He was merely 16 or 17, yet had achieved such heights. His future was indeed boundless. A veritable treasure trove of potential. Hanyan gazed at him with eyes that sparkled like honey. At that moment, Old Zheng spoke again, Master Chun. How shall we proceed with this bagua plate? Chapter 39. Reunion with an Old Friend, Part 1. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively slapped their foreheads. Indeed, what shall become of the bagua plate? They had originally come for this artifact, engaging in fierce competition that resulted in numerous injuries. Xingzhong had driven the bidding up to 45 million, and it was likely that others would continue to raise the stakes. Such a price could have built an ordinary residential complex or purchased a 3-star hotel in Chuzhou back in 2007. Now, upon discovering that the bagua plate was, in fact, damaged and would scarcely function a few times before becoming as worthless as a chicken rib, tasteless and regrettably disposable, Chun Fan remarked nonchalantly, it can hardly endure more than 1 or 2 uses. His words elicited a collective sigh from the assembly. They had all witnessed the efficacy of the bagua plate. However, compared to Chun Fan's ability to summon lightning, these affluent individuals were evidently more intrigued by artifacts that promised health benefits and the harmonious alignment of feng shui. After all, the divine powers belonged to others, while the artifacts were of their own possession. Xingzhong, that scoundrel, had the audacity to present a nearly defunct artifact to deceive us. The next time I encounter him, I shall not let him off easily, lamented Wei Laosan, striking his thigh in frustration. Among them all, he had the most fervent desire for the artifact. Though he had just crossed into his 40s, years of indulgence had ravaged his health, rendering him weaker than even the 60-year-old Zheng Lao. Yet, this mattered little. Chun Fan calmly continued, the formation within this bagua plate is exceedingly rudimentary. Its effect little more than negligible. The artifacts I casually forge far surpass it in strength. His declaration sent a shockwave through the crowd. Boss Yan, in particular, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, Master Chun, are you saying you can also forge artifacts? Chun Fan smiled faintly as he removed the jade talisman from his chest and placed it upon the table. The crowd gazed at the talisman with fervent intensity. It was this very artifact that had enabled Chun Fan to send the arrogant Master Wu fleeing in terror. This was indeed a genuine treasure. The delicate golden runes within the talisman surged and ebbed like a tide, enhancing its enigmatic allure. Once Chun Fan activated the spirit-gathering array, a misty veil enveloped the courtyard, and everyone felt as though they were luxuriating in a hot spring, their bodies relaxed and lightened, as if they could leap 3 zhang high. This jade talisman was, in fact, a recent acquisition from Boss Wei, and I had spent several days refining it to perfection. Chun Fan's casual revelation dropped like a bombshell among the onlookers. The crowd was taken aback, their gazes swiftly shifting to Wei Laosan, who was utterly bewildered. Where could he possibly acquire such a treasure? If he possessed such an artifact, he would surely cherish it as one would a beloved companion. Uncle Lin hastily stepped forward to elucidate the events that had transpired at Qianlong Mountain Villa. Upon hearing Lin's account, the crowd's perception of Chun Fan shifted dramatically. While Qin Fan wielded thunder and displayed formidable magical prowess, it was ultimately his personal power that garnered admiration rather than blind allegiance. However, the ability to continuously refine magical artifacts represented an entirely different paradigm. It was akin to a physician who could only heal himself, while they earn admiration. They do not inspire reliance. Yet, should they be capable of healing others, patients would eagerly seek their expertise. Master Chun, please, name your price. I desire nothing more than your assistance in crafting a magical artifact akin to a bagua plate. Boss Yin was the first to react, rushing forward as if he wished to tightly embrace Qin Fan's leg. The other wealthy individuals soon awakened to the opportunity, gathering around Qin Fan. I will offer 30 million. One declared. I will raise it to 40 million, another countered. You provide a clubhouse, and I shall present a hotel. The bidding escalated rapidly, soon surpassing 50 million. This sum, even for these billionaires, felt akin to sacrificing flesh and blood. Enough, I do not require your money. If you can procure for me a piece of exquisite jade, I will gladly forge a magical artifact for you at no cost, Qin Fan interrupted. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the attendees. Rest assured, Master Chun, you can count on me, Boss Yin proclaimed, stepping forward with a confident pat on his chest. The other tycoons, unwilling to be outdone, also rose to their feet. While several million was indeed a painful expenditure, what was a mere piece of jade in comparison? Even Elder Zheng, the most influential figure present, was visibly stirred, as no one could rival his connections, not even Elder Wei. Qin Fan smiled gently. He held a rather indifferent view towards money. He had scarcely touched the 2 million that Zhou Tianhao had previously offered him. Conversely, exquisite jade was exceedingly rare. Although he possessed wealth, the finest jade had been monopolized by the affluent elite, rarely entering the marketplace, making it nearly impossible to acquire. The magnates assembled here were indeed the pinnacle of Chu province, and enlisting their help would surely yield remarkable results. Long before he began crafting jade artifacts, he had contemplated simultaneously creating some protective jade talismans for Sister Qiong Un and her companions. However, he had been hindered by a lack of materials. Now, with this opportunity, he found himself unexpectedly fortunate. After finalizing the matter of the magical artifact, Qin Fan promptly departed, leaving the wealthy patrons too intimidated to utter a word of retention. At that moment, they yearned to take flight, eager to hastily summon their subordinates and exhaust every avenue to procure the exquisite jade that Master Qin desired. Meanwhile, after a dismal retreat from Chuzhou, Xingzhong and his group hurried back to Tianhe City that very afternoon. Convening at a clandestine venue, Xingzhong could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his hand on the table and erupted in a tirade. That damned Wei Laosan. If it weren't for him inviting that Qin fellow, we wouldn't be in such a wretched position, not to mention being forced to fork over a staggering 45 million. The mere mention of the money twisted Xingzhong's face with anguish. 45 million. It was a fortune. With that sum, he could purchase 10 more 1,000-ton vessels to establish a fleet for business with Korea. Boss, what if we simply refuse to pay? One of the junior members trembled, fear evident in his voice. Refuse? What if that Chun comes knocking at our door? Am I to offer your head as payment? Xingzhong, incensed, reached for a beer bottle on the table, threateningly brandishing it, causing the junior member to flee in terror, pleading for mercy. Calm down, Boss Xing. Given the situation, we ought to consider our next steps. Master Wu, appearing despondent, finally spoke up. Reluctantly, Xingzhong sat back down. Although Master Wu had proven ineffectual before Qin Fan, he was ultimately a figure of considerable power, not to be trifled with. Contemplating the future, an idea sparked in Xingzhong's mind, and he pulled the trembling junior member closer for inquiry. How do they speak overseas? When will Lord Hu return to the country? News from abroad suggests that Lord Hu will arrive in Huaxiao within 10 days at the latest, stammered the younger brother. Excellent, Xingzhong exclaimed, striking the table with palpable frustration. I wonder where Wei Laosan and Zhou Tianhao will run this time. Last time, Lin Bao unexpectedly fell in Chu province. But this time, with Lord Hu returning in person, at the very least, Zhou Tianhao must be eliminated. Without Zhou Tianhao, Wei Laosan is merely a toothless tiger. At this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Wei Laosan's current influence in Jiangbei is largely attributed to the Wei family, and secondarily to his subordinate, Zhou Tianhao. With Zhou Tianhao's support, he has adeptly navigated both the underworld and legitimate dealings, leaving Wei Laosan as merely a figurehead. Contemplating this, a glimmer of pride sparkled in Xingzhong's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the group inadvertently overlooked Chen Fan, not considering what might happen if Lord Hu were to encounter him. After all, the impression Chen Fan had left upon them was indelible, causing them to shudder at the mere thought. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained unaware of all this. With the National Day holiday upon him, he had initially planned to return to Sisui County to visit his father and other friends. However, his father called to advise him against returning, urging him to focus on his studies in Chuzhou. His mother and sister were far away in Zhonghai and would not return until the new year. Resigned, Chen Fan found himself in need of work. Due to the bustling holiday, the bar was short-staffed, and Ying Jie called to request his assistance. He had little else to occupy his mind, contemplating that after this act of assistance, he would discuss with Sister Ying the possibility of no longer working at the bar. After all, with a fortune amounting to several tens of millions and a villa to his name, he was no longer in want of money. That evening, Cocoa Bar was exceptionally lively. As Chen Fan was serving drinks to the patrons with a tray, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Chen Fan?" He turned to see his former classmate, Jiang Tanqiu, gazing at him in astonishment. Chapter 40, A Slap in the Face. Second update. What a coincidence. Chen Fan smiled. This marked the second occasion he had encountered an acquaintance in a bar, which was quite normal. Ivy League High School was situated in the university town, and it was only natural for students to frequent the bar street for nightlife, making such encounters inevitable. Indeed, Jiang Tanqiu's gaze flickered uncertainly. He had never participated in an auction wine event, nor had he heard Chen Fan mention his job at the bar. Unsurprisingly, he was unaware of the connection between Chen Fan and Wei Ziqing. Therefore, encountering his classmate working as a server in a bar was quite astonishing to Jiang Tanqiu. He knew this classmate to be proud and somewhat of a notable figure at school. How had he fallen to the point of working in a bar? "Xiao, is this your friend?" a girl inquired, rising to her feet. "Yes, Qianjie, this is my classmate and friend, Chen Fan," Jiang Tanqiu replied, lowering his voice, seemingly a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed that beside Jiang Tanqiu stood a young man and woman, both around 20 years of age. The young man was tall and handsome, while the young woman possessed considerable beauty, rivaling Changwen. Upon seeing the girl, Chen Fan's pupils constricted slightly, though no one noticed. "Hello, I am Xiao Qiu's neighbor and older sister. I am called Xiao Qian," the girl said, extending her hand graciously. In response to Xiao Qian's outstretched hand, Chen Fan's gaze remained indifferent. Unexpectedly, he turned to Jiang Tanqiu and said, "You enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you." With that, he turned and walked away, completely disregarding Xiao Qian's kind gesture. Xiao Qian's expression immediately soured, a flicker of dissatisfaction evident in her eyes. Jiang Tanqiu wore an expression of embarrassment, stammering, "Qianjie, please don't take it to heart. My deskmate is rather arrogant, so—" "Well, Qianqian, you should sit down quickly." The gentleman beside her, wearing a gentle smile, urged her. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Qian huffed and reluctantly took a seat. The gentleman then spoke earnestly to Jiang Tanqiu. "Xiao Qiu, although this is our first meeting, I feel compelled to say this as your senior and as Qianqian's brother. When it comes to friendship, character and ability are paramount. His job at the bar is inconsequential. Self-sufficiency is commendable. However, his lack of regard for your friends reflects poorly on his character. Such a person may be acceptable in casual settings, but he should not be considered a true friend. Indeed, Xiao Qiu, Senior Qi speaks wisely. You ought to learn from him." Xiao Qian chimed in, nodding in agreement. Jiang Tanqiu felt a tightness in his chest, unable to retort, and could only manage a sheepish smile. Deep down, he harbored some discontent. He valued Chen Fan as a friend, yet Chen Fan showed him no respect, leaving him humiliated before his crush and rival. Was this the essence of friendship? Unbeknownst to Jiang Tanqiu, Chen Fan had recognized Xiao Qian the moment he laid eyes on her. Xiao Qian, the daughter of his neighbor, was a year his senior and currently studying at Chuzhou University. Jiang Tanqiu had harbored a secret crush on her since childhood. In a previous life, Jiang Tanqiu was solely devoted to her, committing acts of violence in a bar, ultimately serving a 7-year prison sentence that irrevocably shattered his existence. As for Xiao Qian, she swiftly turned to romance and marriage with another man, never once visiting Jiang Tanqiu over the span of 7 years. Why should Chen Fan show any regard for such a woman? "Ah, it seems your friend is encountering a bit of trouble," remarked Senior Qi suddenly. The two turned to observe. Indeed, Chen Fan appeared to be embroiled in a heated dispute with a pale-faced young man. "I recognize that individual. He is General Yang from Cocoa Bar. He has a formidable background, rumored to be the brother-in-law of Dong Gu. Senior Qi shook his head. Your friend is clashing with General Yang, and it appears the situation is rather dire. Who cares? People like him can go to hell. Xiao Qian retorted angrily. Xiao Qiu, let us drink and ignore him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tanxiu, who had already risen halfway, paused and slowly seated himself again. Had it not been for the earlier scene and Xiao Qian's comments, he would have rushed to assist. However, Chen Fan's blatant disregard for him left Jiang Tanxiu feeling quite uncomfortable. Senior, who exactly is Dong Gu? Xiao Qian inquired, leaning closer to Senior Qi with curiosity. Senior Qi chuckled and elaborated. Dong Gu is the kingpin of our university town. Virtually every bar, KTV, and entertainment venue here has shares owned by Dong Gu. Without his permission, not a single establishment can operate. Then it seems General Yang holds considerable influence, Xiao Qian exclaimed, a glimmer of delight evident in her eyes. Upon hearing the conversation, Jiang Tanxiu's expression shifted dramatically, and his body swayed slightly, yet he ultimately remained seated. At this moment, Xiao Qian interjected. However formidable Dong Gu may be, he remains merely a lowly thug, far inferior to our senior. By the way, Xiao Qiu, I haven't mentioned this to you yet. Senior Qi's father is the executive deputy district chief of Yinshan district. If that Dong Gu were to encounter our senior, he would likely be rendered speechless. Xiao Qian proudly introduced this to Jiang Tanxiu. A faint, bitter smile crept across Jiang Tanxiu's face. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Dong Gu has Zhou Tianhao backing him, a significant figure who straddles both the underworld and the legitimate world, and is rumored to have connections with the Wei family, Senior Qi modestly remarked. Nevertheless, I believe Dong Gu would still show me some courtesy. His apparent humility was a clever prelude to praising Dong Gu, thereby enhancing his own stature. Indeed, Xiao Qian gazed at him with increasing fervor, tinged with admiration. Observing this, Jiang Tanxiu's eyes darkened with a sense of despair. The Qi family, with their superior background and appearance, overshadowed him, and being a few years older, he exuded a maturity and steadiness that was precisely what a girl like Xiao Qian yearned for. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was expressionless as he regarded General Yang. Beside him was the sobbing Ziki. What? Is it unacceptable for me to discipline my subordinates? General Yang's finger jabbed accusingly at Chen Fan, his expression grotesque, saliva flying. You, Chen, don't think that with Ying Jie backing you, I cannot deal with you. I am a dignified vice president, and you are merely a waiter. I have every right to reprimand you. Have you lost your mind? Please remove your hand, Chen Fan said softly. And what if I do not? Yang, filled with indignation, retorted. He was in the midst of reprimanding a female server when this young man suddenly approached, questioning his authority over Ziqi. How dare he speak out? Yang thought to himself. I am the vice president, the deputy general manager of Cocoa Bar. Reprimanding a mere server is hardly a significant matter. Xiao Fan, please stop. It is all my fault, Ziqi quickly interjected, her eyes glistening with tears and her expression filled with distress. If you have justifiable reasons, you may certainly admonish them. But what has Ziqi done wrong? Was it merely a slight delay in serving drinks to a customer? You not only berated her for 5 minutes, but also intend to dock her a week's wages. Do you comprehend what those 800 yuan mean to her? Chen Fan asked calmly. That is equivalent to a month's living expenses. Oh, you do not understand, nor do you wish to. Before Yang could respond, Chen Fan continued. From your perspective, being the vice president with powerful connections grants you the right to chastise these subordinates, who, in their struggle for survival, dare not retort, correct? Indeed. My benefactor is Brother Dong. I am the deputy general manager of Cocoa Bar. What does it matter to discipline a few servers? Yang exclaimed, his face twitching with fury, pointing disdainfully at Chen Fan. Let me be frank. I have found you displeasing for quite some time. A mere student with nothing to his name. Yet you strut about in the bar as if you own the place. But for the favor of Miss Ng, I would have already kicked you out of the bar. Is that so? Since that's the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Chen Fan suddenly sighed. What, are you conceding? Fine, if you obediently apologize. I may consider forgiving you. Upon hearing this, Yang became even more arrogant, his nostrils seemingly pointed towards the sky. The girls watching felt a sense of relief for Chen Fan. Although they were all displeased with Yang, confronting him in a bar would lead to dire consequences. It was better to apologize and avoid trouble. At that moment, however, Chen Fan unexpectedly smiled. Apologize? What I mean is, since you know nothing and refuse to understand, I shall beat you until you do. You? Yang's expression changed, and as he pointed at Chun Fan swiftly delivered a powerful slap. With a resounding smack, Yang was sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing into a table behind him, scattering drinks and debris everywhere. A scream erupted from a female patron. Before the waitstaff could react, Chun Fan had already rushed over, seizing Yang by the hair and delivering a series of slaps to his face. This slap is for Sister Yin Yin, whom you unjustly deducted half a month's salary from. This slap is for Xiao Dong, a 16 or 17-year-old bartending apprentice whom you relentlessly bully. This slap is for Ziqi, to teach you what it means to respect others. The final slap was delivered on behalf of Sister Ying Ying. You, a mere mouse droppings, have spoiled the entire broth of the bar. With each strike, Chun Fan uttered a statement. After more than a dozen slaps, even though he exerted merely a fraction of his strength, he was ultimately a mid-stage cultivator. Yang's face swelled grotesquely, blood seeping through, his mouth trembling to the point where he could not utter a word. By the time those around him reacted and prepared to restrain Chun Fan, he had already finished. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Chun Fan, what are you doing? Stop at once." The crowd turned to see the manager's office door on the second floor swing open, revealing two women and a man. One of the women, her brows furrowed in anger, glared at Chun Fan. Chapter 41. A Call from Brother Hao. The one who spoke was none other than the bar's pillar, Sister Ding. Beside her, the proprietress, Qi Ming, wore a look of embarrassment, which deepened into a glimmer of worry as she observed the unfolding situation. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qiu remarked in astonishment, "I didn't expect your friend to have such a fiery temper. He dares to strike their vice president." Jiang Tanqiu smiled with pride. "Indeed, my brother may lack other talents, but when it comes to fighting, he ranks among the best. He once defeated a Taekwondo black belt during our school days." Upon seeing the man among the two women, Senior Qi's expression shifted slightly, and he shook his head, saying, "Things may not be as straightforward as they seem. Did you notice the man standing between the two women?" "What about him?" Jiang Tanqiu asked, taken aback. As the trio emerged, the man lagged behind but positioned himself prominently between the two women, as if he were the leader. With one arm draped around Sister Ding, his demeanor suggesting displeasure. "That is Brother Dong," Senior Qi stated gravely. Both were taken aback. They had just been discussing Brother Dong, and now they were face to face with him. This meant trouble for the young man, surnamed Chun. Xiao Qiu cast a knowing glance at Jiang Tanqiu, who turned pale, his eyes betraying a sense of struggle. Upon seeing the three approach, Manager Yang seemed to have found a savior. Stumbling to his feet and hurriedly making his way toward the man on the second floor, pleading, "Brother Dong, you must help me. The young man struck me over a dozen times, leaving me in this state." Sobbing, I beheld the dismal visage of General Yang up close, and the man's countenance darkened further. Upon hearing General Yang's words, the crowd below erupted in astonishment. "Brother Dong? Is he really Brother Dong? The one from the university town? It is said that he is under the command of Brother Hao, the local overlord of this area. What a calamity! What a calamity! How could Brother Dong be here today? What will become of Xiao Fan now?" Some waitresses who were close to Chun Fan were so anxious that they began to stamp their feet in distress. "Sister Ying, this incident originated from me. It is not Xiao Fan's fault," Ziqi proclaimed, taking a deep breath and raising her voice. Her friend beside her turned pale, pulling her aside to whisper in dismay, "Have you lost your mind? How can you take the blame at a time like this? Xiao Fan acted out of concern for me. I cannot allow him to bear the burden alone. He is still a student," Ziqi stated firmly, despite her own trepidation. Before Chun Ying could interject, the man in the center spoke in a low, grave tone. "Are you Chun Fan? Sister Ying has mentioned you before. Ordinarily, I would not trouble you, given that you saved Sister Ying's life. However, Xiao Yang is my brother-in-law, and he is also my spokesperson at Coco Bar, a dignified vice general manager. Yet you have left him in this condition? What do you propose we do about it?" Sister Ying's expression shifted dramatically as she forced a smile. "Brother Dong, Xiao Fan is merely inexperienced. Please spare him this time." "Spare him?" Sister Ding Ding scoffed. "General Yang is under Brother Dong's command, and he dares to strike him? Isn't that a slight to Donggo? Don't you agree, Donggo?" After saying this, she nestled entirely into the man's embrace, and a look of approval spread across Dong Ji's face. Donggo, whose full name is Lu Zhendong, shares a name almost identical to that of a computer repairman and CD seller. He is known for his vengeful nature, but also possesses a penchant for reputation, preferring to occupy the moral high ground before delivering a crushing blow. Qi Ming felt a sinking sensation in her heart, but dared not voice her concerns. Instead, casting a helpless glance at Qin Fan. She owned the cocoa bar, while her primary funding came from her own resources. The establishment could not have been initiated without Dong Ji's consent. Xiao Fan, just lower your head and admit your mistake. I will do everything within my power to protect you, she urged. However, the outcome did not unfold as she had hoped. Qin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lu Zhendong. What to do? Quite simple. He should apologize to me, to Ziqi, and to the entire staff of the cocoa bar, and then vacate the premises. What did you say? Dong Gu appeared to mishear him, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at Qin Fan. The surrounding girls turned pale with fear, while Ziqi rushed forward, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? That's Dong Gu. Xiao Fan. What kind of talk is that? Hurry up and apologize to Dong Gu." Qi Ming's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately scolded Qin Fan while pleading with Dong Gu. "No, let him continue," Dong Gu interjected, raising a hand to halt Qi Ming. His gaze playful. "What other demands do you have? Speak freely. I, Lu Zhendong, am a reasonable man." Everyone around desperately gestured towards Qin Fan. But he only grew more emboldened. "Any other requests?" "Certainly. For instance, you should immediately divest from this bar and vacate this street. From now on, the cocoa bar shall be under my protection. You are no longer welcome here," Qin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Are you asking me to leave the bar street?" Dong Gu exclaimed, pointing at himself, staring at Qin Fan as if he were a lunatic. "Indeed. I suggest you depart before I change my mind and decide to expel you from the entire university town," Qin Fan continued, with plans to resign. He no longer wished to conceal his intentions, resolved to create a scene as a parting gift for Sister Ying and the other ladies of the bar. Not only Dong Gu, but even the patrons surrounding them deemed Qin Fan to be out of his mind. Lu Zhendong could no longer contain his rage. Slamming his palm onto the railing and sneering, "You little brat, I had initially intended to show Sister Ying some respect, but seeing your insolence, it appears you are inviting trouble upon yourself. Since I began my journey with Hao Gu, I have navigated Chuzhou for many years, and never has anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Yes, indeed, Dong Gu, this fellow is utterly arrogant. You should quickly find someone to deal with him." Yang Zong's eyes gleamed with malice. Sister Ying closed her pained eyes, realizing the dire situation. Qin Fan's words had irrevocably escalated tensions. Even if Dong Gu wished to resolve matters amicably, he could no longer do so. If he allowed Qin Fan to remain unscathed today, others would perceive him as weak and emboldened to challenge his authority. To maintain his position, Dong Gu felt compelled to make an example of Qin Fan. "Why must you be so haughty? Is it so difficult to humble yourself?" Sister Ying lamented inwardly. The other bar staff trembled in fear. Dong Ji's infamous reputation was widely acknowledged throughout the bar street. Once one crossed him, could there be any favorable outcome? Ziqi was already in a state of disarray, uncertain of what to do. Jiang Tanxiu abruptly stood up and declared, "This is unacceptable. I cannot allow Qin Fan to bear this burden alone." With that, he attempted to leave his seat, but Xiao Qian quickly grasped his arm, exasperatedly retorting, "He is courting disaster on his own. What do you intend to accomplish?" "Sister Qian, he is my friend," Jiang Tanxiu pleaded. Xiao Qian raised an eyebrow and glanced towards Senior Qi, who was equally taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he could only shake his head. At the outset, Dong Gu might have heeded my plea, but now that he has fallen out with Dong Gu, it would be futile for anyone to intercede. "Xiao Qiu, have you heard what Senior Qi has said? Please, sit down," Xiao Qian urged, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Qin Fan. Hearing Senior Qi's words, she hastened to dissuade Jiang Tanxiu. Jiang Tanxiu stood frozen, caught in indecision. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Initially, it went unnoticed, but soon the crowd was forcefully parted. All eyes turned to witness a group of burly men in black suits advancing through the throng. "Who are you? Can't you see Dong Gu is here?" Ding Ding Jia shouted, pointing at the intruders. Silence. Upon spotting a muscular man adorned with tiger stripes, Dong Ji's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly struck Ding Ding Jia across the face. "Dong Gu?" Ding Ding Jia covered her face, bewildered as she beheld Dong Gu. At this moment, Dong Gu had already swiftly descended the second floor to greet the newcomer. "Ah, Biao Gu, what a rare guest. What brings you to the university town?" Upon witnessing Dong Ji's obsequious demeanor, everyone was utterly perplexed. Who was this individual? Why did Dong Gu seem somewhat intimidated? Could it be Biao Gu? The most favored subordinate of the formidable Zhou Tianhao from Chuzhou City? If so, it was no wonder Donggu appeared this way. He was merely a local overseer in the university town, hardly a match for Biao Ge. What could have prompted his arrival? It was rumored that Biao Ge never strayed far from Zhou Tianhao's side. Could it be that Zhou Tianhao had come as well? Some individuals exchanged anxious glances, pondering the implications. As the crowd remained in suspense, Biao disregarded Donggu entirely, pushing him aside with a casual motion. In the midst of Dong Ji's astonished gaze, Biao approached Chun Fan, bowed deeply, and proclaimed, "Mr. Chun, San Yi and Hao Ge have sent me to invite you to a banquet." The dozen or so men in black behind him simultaneously bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Mr. Chun." An eerie silence enveloped the room, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Countless eyes turned to Chun Fan with expressions of disbelief. Ziqi and a group of bar girls covered their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment, while Ding Ding Jie and General Yang stood frozen, as if petrified. Donggu, having been pushed aside, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Chapter 42. The Overseas Brotherhood. Brother Biao, what brings you here? Dong Ji's face turned ashen. At that moment, Biao seemed to finally notice him, lifting his head in surprise. Lu Zhendong? What are you doing here? Damn it. Donggu felt an urge to spew blood. You shoved me aside like some rubbish, and now you question my presence here? This is the university town, my territory. Nevertheless, this was not the time to dwell on such grievances. Recalling Biao's earlier respectful demeanor and his words, Lu Zhendong felt an ominous premonition. Forcing a smile, he inquired, "Brother Biao, are you implying that Hao Ge has also arrived?" Not only has Hao Ge arrived, but even Third Master is here, at Qianlong Mountain Villa, Biao replied. The villa and the university town were situated in Yunshan district, in close proximity to one another. With each revelation from Biao, Dong Ji's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Third Master is here too. Donggu felt his legs tremble. If he hadn't misheard, it was Third Master and Hao Ge who had jointly invited this fellow to the banquet. What on earth have I gotten myself into? He lamented internally. At this moment, Biao sensed something amiss. Though he appeared rough on the outside, he possessed a keen intellect within. Otherwise, he would not have survived numerous battles to become the most favored subordinate of Zhou Tianhao. With a grin that did not reach his eyes, Biao remarked, "Lu Zhendong, have you perhaps offended Mr. Qin?" Donggu found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Biao's countenance transformed entirely as he delivered a resounding slap to Dong Ji's face, exclaiming in indignation, "Mr. Chun is a distinguished guest of San Yi and Hao Ge. How dare you provoke him?" After uttering these words, he swiftly turned to Chun Fan, his demeanor rife with trepidation, and remarked, "Mr. Chun, this young man Lu Zhendong is unaware of your esteemed reputation and has inadvertently offended you. I shall certainly report this matter to Hao Ge, who will not let him off the hook." Witnessing Biao's overt humility, Donggu felt his heart plummet into the abyss. "It is of no consequence." Chun Fan replied with a faint smile, his gaze penetrating as he addressed Lu Zhendong. "Donggu, do you recall what I just said?" Yes. Donggu nodded vigorously. "I shall vacate the bar street immediately. By the way, regarding that Yangmu fellow, I will compel him to apologize to everyone in the bar. Should he dare to set foot in Cocoa Bar again, I shall break his legs." If Chun Fan were merely a guest of Hao Ji's, Donggu would not have been so thoroughly intimidated. He believed he could still intercede on Hao Ji's behalf. However, Wei San Yi was an entirely different matter. In comparison to a petty figure like Lu Zhendong, Wei San Yi was akin to a celestial dragon, one not even granted the privilege of an audience. Having offended both Wei San Yi and the esteemed guest of Hao Ge, what favorable outcome could one expect? Remember, from this day forth, Cocoa Bar shall be under my protection. If any misfortune befalls it, I shall not seek out anyone else. I will hold you, Donggu, accountable, Chun Fan stated calmly. Yes, I understand, Donggu replied, drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing with indignation. How could it be that you are the protector? Yet I bear the brunt of any mishap? Yet in this moment, he dared not utter a single rebuttal. Witnessing Dong's obsequious demeanor, both Sister Ding and General Yang were so terrified that their legs trembled, rendered speechless for fear that Chun Fan might turn his attention towards them. Yet, Chun Fan held no regard for such insignificant figures. After acknowledging Sister Ing with a nod, he departed alongside Biao, under the incredulous gazes of Ziqi and others. As soon as Chun Fan left, the bar erupted in a frenzy. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? Dong actually apologized to a high school student? That fellow is truly remarkable. Despite his usual appearance as merely a waiter, he turned out to be a prestigious guest of Hao Ge. Indeed, I have been colleagues with him for over half a month and failed to perceive this at all. Both patrons and staff alike buzzed with excitement, discussing the astonishing scene. It was an unprecedented reversal of fortunes for the underdog. Just moments ago, Dong had been imposing and formidable, but now his authority lay in tatters. Dong, feeling utterly humiliated, shot a fierce glare at Sister Ding and General Yang before storming off. Sister Ding opened her mouth to speak but ultimately refrained from detaining him. She suddenly felt a profound transformation within herself. If Chen Fan truly was a valued guest of Hao Ge, then Dong would not only refrain from causing trouble for Cocoa Bar, but would also strive to protect it. This must be the reason Chen Fan chose not to take action against him. Otherwise, he could have easily informed Zhou Tianhao to eliminate Lu Zhendong at any moment, Sister Ding mused, a flicker of understanding dawning upon her. Xiao Qiu, is he really your friend? Xiao Qian inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Tanxiu. Jiang Tanxiu, too, was left dumbfounded. This defied logic. When did he come to know Zhou Tianhao? He was respectfully invited to a banquet by a dozen men clad in black, exuding an air of authority. Only Senior Qi, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. These individuals were solely focused on Zhou Tianhao, oblivious to the presence of the enigmatic third master in Abayo's words. If he were to hazard a guess, this third master was likely the legendary Wei San from Chuzhou. The esteemed guest of the Wei family's third son held an extraordinary status. Contemplating this, he cast a conflicted glance at Xiao Qian and Jiang Tanxiu. Senior Qi had never regarded Jiang Tanxiu, this brash young man, as a worthy rival. How could he possibly compete? Yet now, the circumstances felt markedly different. Chen Fan was respectfully ushered into a sleek black Mercedes, and within mere minutes, they arrived at Qianlong Mountain Villa. A gathering awaited him at the entrance, where he even spotted the figures of Wei San and Hao Ge. The last time he visited this establishment, he had arrived in a taxi, without a soul to greet him. This time, he was transported in luxury, with a Hummer leading the way and a Land Rover providing backup. While prominent figures from Chuzhou awaited him at the door. Master Chen, you have finally arrived, Wei San exclaimed, his face alight with a welcoming smile as Chen Fan stepped out. Accompanying him were Zhou Tianhao and a familiar face, Guo Wei, the owner of Weixing Martial Arts School. Third Master Wei, Hao Ge, Master Guo. Chen Fan greeted them in turn. The three men felt both honored and astonished. What sort of individual was Master Chen? To be so approachable? As this realization dawned upon them, their smiles grew more genuine. Master Chen, please come in. As he walked, Chen Fan inquired with a hint of confusion. How is Master Guo with Third Master and Brother Hao? Guo Wei replied respectfully. The purpose of this visit is primarily to deliver the news regarding Lin Bao, which Brother Hao entrusted me to investigate last time. As it happens, Third Master is also present. Upon hearing about your situation, he reproached Brother Hao for not informing him sooner and sent someone to invite you over. Wei San Yi interjected. Indeed, Brother Hao has made a blunder this time. Had he informed me earlier, I could have been acquainted with Master Chen much sooner. My apologies. I shall drink 3 cups as punishment later. Brother Hao clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition. The guests took their seats, with Chen Fan first directing his gaze towards Guo Wei. Master Guo, do you have any news regarding Lin Bao? Guo Wei nodded. Ever since Brother Hao asked me to look into Lin Bao's affairs, I have sought the counsel of seniors and fellow practitioners of the Xingyi lineage. Ultimately, I learned from a colleague who runs a martial arts school overseas that Lin Bao is a direct disciple of the renowned Grandmaster Lei Qianjue of the Hongmen overseas. Hongmen overseas, Lei Qianjue? Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Does this organization still exist? Wasn't it supposed to have vanished after the founding of the nation? Guo Wei replied. Not at all. That only pertains to the domestic context. In fact, there is still the Zhigong Tang within the country. Among the overseas Chinese and immigrant circles, Hongmen remains one of the few significant organizations. Guo Wei reflected, my overseas colleague is also part of the Honchuan lineage. Yet even he must seek the approval of the Hongmen to open a martial arts school locally. Anyone with a modicum of influence among overseas Chinese is considered part of Hongmen. Is it truly that formidable? Chen Fan found it hard to believe. Indeed, Master Chen, I have also heard from friends abroad about this. Overseas Chinese are often marginalized in their local communities, which compels them to band together. Naturally, when forming such alliances, they seek organization, and that leads them to the Hongmen. The Hongmen boast the most formidable reputation and influence. Many business dealings between domestic and overseas Chinese are conducted through the Hongmen's channels. Wei San nodded in agreement. What status does Lei Qianjue hold within the Hongmen? Zhou Tianhao inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. For someone of his stature in Chuzhou, he felt a significant disparity when compared to the leaders of the Hongmen. Upon hearing this, Guo Wei could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This is precisely where the situation becomes complicated. Lei Qianjue holds a highly esteemed position within the overseas Hongmen, regarded as a titan, a master among the few in the overseas Chinese community. It is said that even the president of the Overseas Hongmen Association must address him as Brother Lei upon meeting him. As Guo Wei's words echoed in the room, even Wei San's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 43. Master Lei Qianjue. Though the Wei family wields considerable power, it ultimately reigns supreme only within the confines of Jiangbei, a relatively modest locale. In contrast, the Hongmen society extends its influence both overseas and domestically, boasting an extensive network of latent power that far surpasses that of the Wei family. The esteemed position of Lei Qianjue, who stands on equal footing with the president of the Hongmen, renders him someone the Wei family cannot afford to offend. While Wei Lao may not necessarily fear Lei Qianjue, his son, Wei Lao San, is merely a scion of the Wei family, and Zhou Tianhao is but a local figure in Chuzhou. They're leagues away from such a globally encompassing organization. The incredulity of Wei Lao San regarding Lei Qianjue's elevated status is palpable. How could a martial artist attain such lofty heights? Martial arts masters are indeed rare gems, Guo Wei remarked. Not just in the overseas Chinese community, but even within the vast expanse of Huaxia. He continued, when I relayed the news of Master Chun to the Xingyi lineage, skepticism abounded. They dismissed the notion that someone merely 16 or 17 could achieve mastery. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have been equally incredulous. As he spoke, Guo Wei gazed with deep reverence at the composed Qin Fan, his admiration swelling anew. Lei Qianjue, a martial arts master, engages in jovial discourse with Chinese tycoons featured on the Forbes list, while Qin Fan, decades younger than Lei Qianjue, has already ascended to such heights. It is nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Tianhao and Wei Lao San, too, began to perceive Qin Fan in a different light. Previously, they acknowledged his prowess, yet the full extent of it remained an enigma. In stark contrast to Lei Qianjue's formidable influence within the overseas Chinese community, Qin Fan's standing and identity are certainly not inferior. At this moment, however, Qin Fan was not preoccupied with these thoughts. Instead, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "Oh, does Lei Qianjue know that I have slain his disciple? Does he harbor any intentions of revenge?" Although he had not directly killed Lin Bao, the latter's demise could certainly be attributed to him. Wei Laosan and Zhou Tianhao felt a tightening in their chests as they turned their gazes toward Guo Wei. Guo Wei, with a smile, shook his head and reassured them. There is no need for concern. Even if Lei Qianjue were to learn of this, he would be unable to set foot in the country. Oh, and why is that? Qin Fan inquired, puzzled. According to the elder masters of my lineage, Lei Qianjue had once entered the country in his youth, engaging in combat with esteemed figures from various sects in Huaxia. Ultimately, he was defeated by a prominent grandmaster, leading him to vow never to set foot in Huaxia again. Therefore, as long as we remain within our borders, there is no cause for alarm regarding him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group eased. If he could not enter the country, then what was there to fear? After all, one could simply refrain from international travel. Only Qin Fan's eyes revealed a hint of regret. He genuinely wished to witness the prowess of a master who had achieved martial excellence. However, Guo Wei paused, noticing the group's expectant gazes upon him, and continued, Lin Bao was merely a registered disciple of Lei Qianjue. He has an elder brother named Lin Hu, who is Lei Qianjue's second disciple. It is said that his martial skills far surpass those of Lin Bao, and he possesses a considerable reputation in the overseas circles. Why should we be afraid of him? Wei Laosan waved his hand dismissively. We have Master Qin here with us. Do not speak of trivial matters or insignificant characters. It is said that the formidable Lei Qianjue has indeed arrived, capable of surpassing Master Qin. Indeed, Master Qin possesses unparalleled martial prowess. How could he possibly fear Lei Qianjue? Zhou Tianhao quickly echoed this sentiment. Although Guo Wei held reservations, he concurred that both Lei Qianjue and Qin Fan were masters of the transformation realm, and any assertion of superiority could only be validated through combat. The banquet soon commenced, featuring an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, white, red, yellow, and even beer, culminating in a feast that lasted until midnight, followed by nocturnal revelries. However, Qin Fan had no inclination to partake in such frivolities. After dining, he simply departed. That evening, he called Sister Ing, delicately conveying that his academic responsibilities were overwhelming and that he would no longer be returning to work. Sister Ing, possessing a keen understanding of social dynamics, readily acquiesced without inquiring about his relationship with Zhou Tianhao, which relieved Qin Fan, sparing him the need to fabricate an explanation. The following day, Xing Zhong dispatched an individual to deliver a bank card containing 45 million to Qin Fan. At this juncture, his total assets approached 65 million. Certain thoughts began to stir within Qin Fan's mind. Since his reincarnation, he had advanced to the mid-foundation stage within merely a month. However, he estimated that reaching the late foundation stage would require no less than 3 additional months. The void body refining technique, while powerful, demanded an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Each level achieved resulted in a geometric increase in consumption. The previously ample spiritual energy of his cultivation ground was now insufficient, relying on the small gathering array within the Jade Talisman to barely maintain a normal pace of cultivation. As I find myself with idle time and financial means, Qin Fan naturally wishes to accelerate his cultivation pace. To cultivate more swiftly, there are primarily 2 avenues to explore. The first is to seek a place rich in spiritual energy, and the second involves utilizing external resources such as spirit stones and elixirs. Leaving aside the latter, let us focus on the former. Over the past month, I have traversed the entirety of Chuzhou's urban and suburban areas. Yet I have failed to discover a site where spiritual energy converges. To find a spiritual vein, one would need to depart from Chuzhou and venture into the deep mountains and vast swamps of the inland, which is unfeasible given my academic commitments. Although natural spiritual sites are lacking, I can create one myself. A confident smile graces Qin Fan's face. Many sects of immortality possess the means to construct their own spiritual grounds for disciples to cultivate. These artificial spiritual sites are akin to magnified gathering arrays. The more expansive configurations can encompass an entire star system, while the smaller ones may only cover a radius of 10 zhang. Once, the sacred ground of the true martial immortal sect was a colossal formation composed of countless stars. To establish an artificial spiritual site, one must first secure a base. Clearly, a densely populated residential building like the lakeside community is unsuitable. Fortunately, Elder Wei gifted me a villa. Qin Fan retrieved the key to Villa No. 1 of Yunwu Mountain Villa, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. I had previously visited that villa, which is perched near the summit of Yunwu Mountain, offering a breathtaking view of the entire mountain and Yingui Lake, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. In terms of price alone, it would be utterly unattainable for less than 50 million. In this light, it is indeed true that Elder Wei has bestowed upon me a remarkable gift. However, the Wei family's heart method that I presented to him is not of lesser value. Contemplating this, Qin Fan began to formulate a plan. If I could establish a grand formation within the Misty Mountains, channeling the spiritual energies of Yingui Lake and the mountains themselves to converge here, I could create a miniature paradise of ethereal essence. The density of spiritual energy therein would be more than sufficient for me to reach the profound realm of cultivation. This formation must not only focus on gathering spiritual energy, but also incorporate defensive capabilities. It would be unwise to practice at home, only to fall victim to a sudden ambush. The mention of Lei Qianjue and Lin Hu by Guowei has indeed heightened Qin Fan's vigilance. While Lei Qianjue may be restrained by his oath from entering the country, he possesses disciples and commands a vast influence within the Hongmen. Should ordinary internal energy practitioners come knocking, Qin Fan would not be concerned in the least. However, what if they resorted to modern weaponry? A single missile could easily claim Qin Fan's life. Though he possesses protective talismans, the diamond symbol within the jade amulet can withstand only conventional sniper rifles. It would be utterly futile against missiles or high-caliber specialized firearms, not to mention armor-piercing rounds. Modern weaponry advances at an astonishing pace. If internal energy practitioners exist, it stands to reason that there are also specialized weapons designed to combat them. Thus, this plan still lacks a central suppressive talisman. The only protective talisman I possess is the jade amulet, but if I were to use it as a suppressive instrument, I would essentially be left defenseless when I venture outside. Qin Fan furrowed his brows, recognizing the complexity of the dilemma before him. Nevertheless, he understood that establishing the formation was not an endeavor to be achieved overnight. and soon he cast aside the troubling thoughts. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will surely straighten itself out. Perhaps a solution will reveal itself in due time. Resolute in his decision, Chun Fan promptly set his plans into motion. Chapter 44. The Grand Array. The establishment of such a grand magical formation is a complex endeavor, requiring the crafting of numerous smaller artifacts that ultimately converge into a singular entity. Additionally, the array must be arranged in accordance with the contours of the mountains. It is evident that Chun Fan alone cannot accomplish this task. Chun Fan's thoughts first turned to Wei Sanyi. Although Wei Sanyi's abilities are limited, his connections are vast, with acquaintances in various fields. Upon Chun Fan's approach, Wei Sanyi was taken aback. Master Chun, you wish to establish a magical array? At the summit of Cloud Mist Mountain? At this moment, he was more puzzled about how his villa had come into Chun Fan's possession than the purpose of the array itself. The term magical array was entirely foreign to him. He could only vaguely recall the Bagua formation devised by Zhuge Liang in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Master Qi, who had been specifically summoned by Chun Fan, hurriedly arrived and was equally astonished upon hearing Chun Fan's words. Master Chun, you intend to set up a magical array? Indeed. I plan to use the villa atop Cloud Mist Mountain as the focal point to arrange a large-scale magical formation encompassing the entire mountain, Chun Fan elucidated. Master Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. What does it entail to envelop an entire mountain with a magical array? In the ancient realm of cultivation on Earth, this concept possesses a specialized term, protective mountain array. Such a monumental undertaking could only be achieved by the most elite lineages, requiring the cumulative strength of generations, sometimes spanning several decades or even centuries. Furthermore, this knowledge is largely recorded only in ancient texts. In contemporary times, the notion of a protective mountain formation has become nearly obsolete. Even a mere ordinary magical array is a rarity. It is likely that only the most ancient sects may still possess knowledge of such protective formations, but this remains mere legend, and whether anyone has truly witnessed them is shrouded in mystery. After hearing Master Qi's discourse, Wei Laosan's demeanor shifted significantly. The idea that Master Chun aspired to establish an unprecedentedly grand magical array was truly astonishing. Chun Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is not as exaggerated as you all seem to think. A typical protective mountain formation should at least safeguard a mountain peak, correct? However, the formation I intend to create will suffice to protect a villa. The remaining aspects will primarily involve auxiliary arrays for spirit attraction, spirit gathering, and mist concealment. The construction of a genuine protective array necessitates an immense quantity of rare materials. To establish a formation capable of enveloping an entire mountain and resisting modern weaponry, one would typically require cultivation at the level of the Divine Sea or above. Yet, by condensing the core components, the complexity naturally diminishes. Of course, even so, given my mid-foundation cultivation, it remains quite challenging, and I must proceed step by step. Nevertheless, the endeavor is indeed remarkable. It involves channeling the spiritual energy of the entire Yangue Lake and Yunwu Mountain. This is tantamount to recreating a spiritual vein. Such ambition is unprecedented and truly astonishing." Master Qi shook his head in admiration. Suddenly, he inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Chen, as far as I know, there are very few adept practitioners in the world today who can deploy magical arrays. Who do you intend to enlist for such a monumental formation? Oh, is it true that there are hardly any individuals in the cultivation realm who comprehend magical arrays?" Chun Fan responded with surprise. The formation, talismans, alchemy, and artifact refinement are fundamental skills. Even a novice foundation cultivator could speak eloquently on these subjects. Yet, the path to enlightenment is seldom traversed, with few capable practitioners, most of whom, like myself, linger at the threshold. Master Qi sighed in resignation. Is it truly the case that even those who dabble in the supernatural are considered masters? The cultivation lineage has indeed fallen into decline. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan furrowed his brow and shook his head. "It's of no consequence. My presence alone suffices." "You alone?" Master Qi was genuinely taken aback. Such a grandiose formation, brimming with vigor, he had assumed was the work of Chun Fan's elusive master. To his astonishment, it was indeed crafted by Chun Fan himself. "Indeed, I summoned you to assist me in procuring the following items," Chun Fan said, producing a list. The list detailed the numerous materials required for the formation. With the depletion of Earth's spiritual energy and the scarcity of various spiritual materials, Chun Fan had to select suitable substitutes. A total of 36 small formation artifacts needed to be crafted, but only 5 core spirit-gathering artifacts were essential. Please assist me in sourcing the jade stones necessary for these 5 artifacts, he instructed, tapping his fingers on the table. Should you succeed, I shall forge a similar artifact to the Bagua plate for each of you, free of charge. The words ignited a surge of joy in Wei, Sen Yi, and Master Qi. For them, any artifact, regardless of its efficacy, was a coveted treasure, tantalizingly out of reach. Since Chun Fan had made a promise, they naturally sprang into action immediately. Taking advantage of the National Day holiday, Chun Fan remained at home, embarking on the creation of his first array artifact. He decided to name this formation at the Yunwu Mountain Villa the Yunshan Grand Array. The Yunshan Grand Array comprises 4 integral components: the innermost spirit gathering array, the protective array safeguarding the villa, the spirit guiding array extending to the Yengui Lake, and finally, the mist array enveloping the entire peak of Yunwu Mountain. Chun Fan ingeniously intertwined the array with the fog of Yunwu Mountain, enhancing the power of the mist through the mist array, ensuring that the summit remained shrouded in dense fog at all times. This would make it exceedingly difficult for anyone attempting to enter to find their way. Meanwhile, the surging spiritual energy from Yengui Lake would be drawn into the villa by the spirit guiding array, where it would be confined by the spirit gathering array. This energy could not only be utilized for cultivation but also serve as fuel to activate the protective array, achieving multiple objectives with a single effort. At the heart of this system lies the spirit gathering array. Without it, the other 3 arrays would be akin to a car without an engine, incapable of functioning. The materials required for establishing this large-scale spirit gathering array primarily consist of jade stones, specifically premium jade stones. Only these exquisite jades possess the capacity to contain the tumultuous spiritual energy. To procure these jades, Chun Fan swiftly expended over 20 million from his 65 million funds. Seated cross-legged in his apartment, a round disc of exquisite green jade floated before his chest. This jade radiated a brilliant green light from within, as if a gaseous essence were flowing inside. With his eyes gently closed, Chun Fan occasionally uttered an ancient and profound syllable, which, upon resonance in the air, transformed into golden runes. These golden runes incessantly imprinted upon the verdant jade disc, reminiscent of a master sculptor meticulously crafting a masterpiece. Suddenly, Chun Fan opened his eyes wide, exhaling a plume of white vapor. This was his innate true essence, far purer than Master Wu's own magical energy, the vapor dense as a silken ribbon. Crashing against the jade disc, the disc vibrated with a resonant hum, its inner spiritual energy swirling like an ocean, radiating a brilliant green light. At that moment, the golden runes engraved on the surface of the jade disc sprang to life, resembling chains that ensnared the green light, gradually compressing it towards the center of the disc. The jade disc trembled violently, yet ultimately succumbed to the golden chains, settling into a tranquil state. Chun Fan exhaled deeply, reaching for the disc. At this juncture, the brilliance upon the disc had diminished, resembling an ordinary piece of exquisite jade, yet adorned with countless golden runes, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. This spirit-gathering disc had finally been refined. With 5 such discs, complemented by jade marrow talismans, he could establish a grand spirit-gathering array encompassing the entire villa. Chun Fan felt a twinge of regret. He only possessed a single piece of jade marrow. Had he obtained several, the process would not have been so arduous. Unlike ordinary jade, jade marrow could accommodate numerous spells and arrays. With just 5 pieces, he could set up the entire grand array. However, for now, Chun Fan was compelled to dismantle the individual arrays, each requiring several smaller magical artifacts for assembly. The jade stones required to construct the spirit-gathering array are relatively easy to procure, provided one has the financial means. In contrast, the materials for other arrays are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Relying on Wei Laosan and others is ultimately not a sustainable strategy, and I must devise ways to open my own channels. Chun Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. The spirit-gathering array necessitates the capacity to bear and condense spiritual energy, thus requiring the finest jade, as jade is the material most akin to spiritual energy, second only to spirit stones. Natural jade inherently contains a trace of pure spiritual energy. The other 3 arrays, however, differ markedly. The spirit guiding array requires the ability to channel the vast water energy from Yengui Lake, necessitating materials of the water attribute. It is certain that one cannot find all the mystical aquatic materials such as seawater stones, ice crystals, and water element stones from the realm of cultivation on Earth. Therefore, Chun Fan included in the list for Wei Laos and the need for stones from the depths of the ocean, a depth of 10,000 meters. Even ordinary stones, after being shaped by the relentless currents over tens of millions to billions of years beneath the ocean floor, would harbor a fragment of pure water essence, barely sufficient to sustain the operation of the spirit guiding array. The mist array requires ancient submerged pine wood, which is inherently of the Yin nature. A millennium-old submerged pine can rival the Yin crystal stone. However, such aged submerged pine is exceedingly rare, and it is likely that Wei Laosan may not be able to procure it. Lastly, the defensive array demands particularly unique materials, which Chun Fan planned to seek out only at the end. On the final day of the National Day holiday, Chun Fan successfully refined all 5 spirit-gathering jade plates and, utilizing the leftover materials, crafted 2 jade pendants for Wei Laosan and Master Qi. The 2 jade pendants are inscribed with a diminished version of the spirit-gathering array. Their effectiveness, of course, pales in comparison to the spirit-gathering jade plate and jade essence artifact crafted by Chun Fan himself, yet they still surpass the previous Bagua plate by a considerable margin. Chapter 45. The great enemy approaches. After completing the refinement of the necessary artifacts for the gathering spirit array, Chun Fan relocated to Villa No. 1 at the summit of Yunwu Mountain. Although he had visited this place previously, it was merely to explore the periphery. This was his first genuine entry into the villa. The interior was extraordinarily opulent, adorned with an array of the latest imported furnishings, with even a refrigerator costing tens of thousands. Chun Fan merely cast a cursory glance before redirecting his focus to the array formation. He placed 5 gathering spirit jade discs in accordance with their designated positions in the corners of the villa. Then, stepping into the center of the grand hall, he gestured with his hands to connect with the 5 artifacts, followed by a decisive stamp of his foot. In an instant, 5 beams of emerald light erupted from the corners of the villa, soaring to a height of 30 feet. The radiance shot into the air, resembling a fountain, and fanned out in an umbrella shape, perfectly enveloping the entire villa, which spanned over 1,000 square meters. Chun Fan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the formidable power of the gathering spirit array. Despite the absence of air conditioning, the temperature within the villa plummeted abruptly. As the spiritual energy coalesced, a faint mist of white seemed to rise in the air. Chun Fan sensed an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy being drawn in from the surroundings, completely contained within the villa, with not a trace escaping. Indeed, the large-scale gathering spirit array lived up to its reputation, boasting a density of spiritual energy at least 30% greater than what he experienced during his cultivation with the jade marrow artifacts. As he opened his eyes, he marveled at the astonishing results, which far exceeded his expectations. It appeared that the efficacy of the array was not solely responsible. The density of spiritual energy at the summit of Yunwu Mountain was evidently much higher than that at ground level. If the entire Cloud Mountain formation were to be established, channeling the spiritual essence of Yangui Lake, this place could truly transform into a realm of spirituality. Contemplating this, even Chun Fan's composed demeanor faltered momentarily. Not every location is worthy of the title spiritual ground. The most fundamental criterion for such a designation is the spiritual mist. This occurs when the density of spiritual energy in the air is so high that it manifests as a swirling white fog. A step further is the liquefaction of spiritual energy, where spiritual liquid descends from the atmosphere. This liquid, if consumed by mortals, can significantly prolong life, and for cultivators, its effects rival those of spiritual stones, possessing a more balanced and harmonious essence. The highest echelon is the crystallization of spiritual energy, resulting in the formation of spiritual crystals, commonly known as spiritual stones. Each spiritual ground capable of producing spiritual stones is coveted by various cultivation sects. For these stones serve not only as a means of cultivation, but also possess numerous extraordinary applications. Naturally, these represent the standard levels of spiritual grounds. Places like the true martial immortal sect, being a grand cosmic sect, draw upon the ethereal energies of the celestial realm, reaching levels far beyond mere spiritual crystallization. Given the current density of spiritual energy on Earth, achieving spiritual mist brings a smile to Chun Fan's face. As for liquefaction and crystallization, those notions are far beyond reach. After meditating in the villa and experiencing an unprecedented pace of cultivation, he rose to deactivate the formation. The spirit-gathering jade plate, after all, is not made of precious jade but rather ordinary stone, unsuitable for prolonged use. Similar to that Bagua plate artifact, the more it is utilized, the more it bears the burden of wear. After leaving the villa, Chun Fan descended along the winding mountain path. It was evening, and many affluent ladies and daughters residing nearby or at the foot of the mountain, having finished their meals, were taking leisurely strolls along the trail. Upon seeing Chun Fan coming down from the mountain, they were quite astonished. After all, there was only one villa at the summit. Could he possibly reside in the enigmatic number 1 villa? As he walked, a voice suddenly called out, "Chun Fan?" Turning around, Chun Fan was met with the surprised gazes of Jiang Churen and her family. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Churen inquired, glancing behind Chun Fan. This path led directly to the mountaintop, right in front of number 1 villa. Typically, most would stop here, enjoying the sunrise and sunset from the nearby platform and pavilion, relishing the sea of clouds, seldom venturing further up, as it was considered private territory. "Hello, Aunt Tang, Uncle Jiang," Ranan, Chun Fan greeted them with a smile. Although Aunt Tang had refrained from urging him to dine at their home in recent days, seemingly aware of the tensions between him, Jiang Churen, and Jiang Haishan, she still called occasionally to check on him. Chun Fan, a sentimental individual, felt a deep sense of gratitude. He then replied, "I actually live there." "You live in number 1 villa?" Jiang Churen exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes," Chun Fan affirmed with a nod. At this moment, Jiang Haishan, who had been visibly impatient, let out a chuckle. Number 1 villa was given to Chairman Wei of Fangxing International by our city's wealthiest, Mr. Shun Ronghua, after its completion. As he spoke, a scornful glance was cast upon Chun Fan. "You must be Chairman Wei, right? He has already gifted me this villa." Chun Fan furrowed his brow and replied with a hint of indifference. After uttering his words, he ignored Jiang Haishan and instead turned to Aunt Tang. "Aunt Tang, I appreciate all your help lately. I was just about to invite you over to my home. Haven't you always wanted to witness the sunrise over the sea of clouds?" Faced with Chun Fan's candid gaze, Aunt Tang felt a tumult of emotions within her. Logic dictated that Chun Fan was merely boasting. What right did a 16 or 17-year-old high school student have to receive a villa worth tens of millions from the renowned Wei Sanyi of Chuzhou? Yet, seeing the sincerity in Chun Fan's eyes, she hesitated to shatter the boy's pride. Perhaps he was merely trying to maintain his dignity in front of her daughter, which was understandable. Thus, she smiled and said, "I just finished my meal and am out for a stroll. Perhaps another time." She added, "Xiao Fan, you and Ran are both young. It's perfect for you to explore the area together. Your Uncle Jiang and I shall not intrude upon your time." With that, she hastily led the reluctant Jiang Haishan away. As they walked, Jiang Haishan shook his head disdainfully, muttering, "These kids today, they boast grandly just to impress girls. Fortunately, our daughter isn't the type to be easily swayed." "You should say less." Aunt Tang shot him an admonishing glare. Once the pair had retreated to a distance, Jiang Churen turned her gaze towards Chun Fan, her eyes filled with a wistful curiosity. "What brings you here? Is it for me?" Chun Fan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I truly reside in Villa number 1. If you don't believe me, I can take you up there right now." As soon as he spoke, Jiang Churen's expression changed dramatically. She exclaimed, "Chun Fan, we are alone here. Must you still be so obstinate? I am aware that you are a friend of Wei Ziqing, but what of it? Wei Ziqing is Wei Ziqing, and you are you. You must understand that someone as exceptional as Wei Ziqing may occasionally show favor to ordinary individuals like us. However, if we persist in seeking her assistance, especially as the disparity between us widens, it is impossible for us to become true friends." As she spoke, a hint of mist clouded her eyes. During their time at Qianlong Mountain Villa, Jiang Churen had indeed been astonished by him. Yet upon reflection, she realized she had overestimated Chun Fan. Wei Ziqing, though a princess of the Wei family and a paragon of excellence, was merely his friend. Which wealthy heir does not have impoverished relatives or friends? These influential acquaintances may assist you once or twice, but can they support you for a lifetime? If one continually relies on Wei Ziqing's help, even the strongest of friendships may erode under the weight of repeated favors. After that auction at the banquet, Jiang Churen had secretly visited Cocoa Bar. Discovering Chun Fan still working there, summoned by others as if he were a mere servant. Like Cinderella in a tale, he transformed splendidly, captivating the crowd. Yet, past midnight, he would ultimately revert to being Cinderella rather than a Snow White. Chun Fan, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of impatience within. I have already stated that this has nothing to do with Wei Ziqing. That house indeed belongs to me. Believe it if you wish, or disregard it if you prefer. With that, he turned and walked away. The girl remained rooted to the spot, her complexion shifting between shades of blue and white. Astonished that Chen Fan could so callously abandon her once more. This was the second time. Chen Fan, do not presume that your connection to Wei Ziqing will ensure your lifelong comfort. Jiang Chuan's face was etched with disappointment, while her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Although she utterly disbelieved Chen Fan's words, a faint glimmer of hope flickered within her. What if he spoke the truth? Could he truly be the one who garnered the favor of Master Wei to the extent of receiving a villa? When one genuinely cares for another, only then can they truly feel disappointment and frustration. Otherwise, that person is scarcely a thought in their mind. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, situated in Chuzhou, remained oblivious to the fact that, 1,000 miles away on the open sea, a smuggling vessel was making its way toward Tianhe City. Master Hu, we are still about 10 kilometers from the coastline. We cannot proceed further. If we do, we risk capture by the maritime police of Huaxia. Allow me to take you over in the speedboat, the captain of the smuggling ship said. His voice laced with trepidation as he addressed a middle-aged man standing at the bow of the ship. This man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His body as straight as a javelin, impervious to the crashing waves and the biting sea breeze. The crew members aboard the smuggling vessel regarded him with a mixture of awe and fear. He had stood there motionless for an entire day. If this were not the behavior of a monster, what could be? No need, the middle-aged man finally spoke, his voice calm and measured. His gaze seemed to traverse a distance of 10 kilometers, landing on the distant coastline. You all should return. I shall venture forth alone. The group was momentarily stunned. After all, that was a span of over 10 kilometers of coastline. How could one possibly cross it alone? Was he intending to pilot the speedboat himself? Such an endeavor would be perilous for anyone lacking expertise and familiarity with these waters, especially under the cover of night when the waves roared and the winds howled. Just as the captain was about to offer further counsel, the middle-aged man suddenly thrust his hands against the railing and leaped, plunging into the sea. Good heavens! The crowd gasped in astonishment, eagerly leaning over the railing to catch a glimpse. In an instant, their expressions froze, eyes wide with disbelief. They witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The man, seemingly defying gravity, ran atop the waves as though traversing solid ground, leaving a long trail of white foam in his wake as he raced toward the shore. With a resounding thud, the captain collapsed onto the deck, his face pale with shock, lips trembling. Could it be that he has encountered the Sea Dragon King? Chapter 46. Approaching the sea at 10 o'clock in the evening. The coastal area of Tianhe City sparkled with lights, with several Mercedes SUVs parked nearby. Xing Zhong stood on the beach with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the pitch-black sea in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Beside him, apart from the ethereal Master Wu, were more than a dozen burly men clad in black. They were the most elite enforcers under Xing Zhong's command, among whom the fiercest had once fought 10 adversaries without faltering. At that moment, Master Wu glanced at his watch, revealing an expression of impatience. When, I wonder, will Lin Hu arrive? We have been waiting for 3 to 4 hours. This Hong Min seems utterly unreliable. They previously sent Lin Bao, who perished within days. Now we have Lin Hu arriving, disregarding even the appointed time. With such subordinates, it is no wonder Hong Min was expelled from the continent in days gone by. Xing Zhong offered an awkward smile, refraining from retorting. Although Master Wu had been defeated by Chen Fan, he was nonetheless a figure well-versed in the arcane arts. Feeling somewhat anxious himself, Xing Zhong turned to his subordinate. The younger man, responsible for overseas communications, was fixated on his phone when he suddenly exclaimed, "He is coming." The message states that the smuggling vessel has reached 10 kilometers off the coast. It also mentions that Lord Hu is approaching alone. What does that mean? Is he coming by himself? Is he navigating the speedboat alone? Xing Zhong furrowed his brow. Being men who relied on the sea for their livelihood and frequently traversed international waters, he and his subordinates were acutely aware that in such dark weather, only seasoned sailors would dare venture out into the open sea, especially in this area they were waiting for. With its numerous reefs and treacherous waters, it seldom attracted visitors, allowing them to evade the pursuit of the Coast Guard. In such weather, venturing out alone was akin to courting death. Master Wu shook his head slightly. At that moment, the sea was raging, with waves towering over a meter high. While a vessel weighing hundreds of tons could barely approach the shore, a typical small boat, unless navigated by an expert, would almost certainly capsize upon departure. A worried expression also surfaced on Xing Zhong's face. This was the master he had longed for, and he couldn't bear the thought of his demise before they even met. Just as Xing Zhong was about to urge his subordinate to make a call for clarification, one of his men suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, look over there. What is that?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the darkened sea, where a white streak was rapidly extending towards the shore. Is it a speedboat? That speed seems rather excessive. Just as their minds began to fill with questions, they were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. As the white streak drew closer, it became evident that it was a vague silhouette racing across the water. How is that possible? How can a person run on the surface of the sea? Could it be that we are mistaken? All were struck dumb, staring in astonishment as the white streak approached relentlessly, reaching the shore. Suddenly, the figure propelled off the water, sending up a massive spray, and soared into the air like an eagle, ultimately landing gracefully on the shore. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with only the howling sea wind breaking the stillness. Beneath the shimmering lights, the silhouette of a middle-aged man emerges. He is drenched from the sea, yet his body remains as erect as a javelin. "Tiger. Master Tiger?" Su Zhong stammers. "Indeed, it is I," Lin Hu replies, his gaze sharp as a blade. Although Su Zhong is a prominent figure in Jiangbei, he cannot suppress his astonishment, his words coming out in fragmented bursts. "You are Su Zhong? It seems I have not come to the wrong place." Lin Hu surveys the scene, his eyes briefly glancing over the elite subordinates brought by Su Zhong, yet they linger instead on Master Wu. "I did not expect to encounter an enlightened one here," Lin Hu remarks calmly. "Nor did I anticipate that Master Tiger's martial prowess had reached such a level, nearly bordering on the divine." Master Wu responds with a wry smile. Once a revered master from the eastern capital, he had faced repeated setbacks upon arriving in Jiangbei. With Chun Fan summoning thunder and Lin Hu traversing the seas, both exhibiting near mystical abilities, Master Wu is filled with despair. "Have you uncovered how my brother Lin Bao met his demise?" Lin Hu inquires directly. At this moment, Su Zhong finally manages to steady his emotions, responding with difficulty. "Master Bao was killed by Zhou Tianhao of Chuzhou." "Impossible," Lin Hu retorts firmly. Lin Bao had already mastered his internal energy, even when threatened with a gun. He could not be slain. How could an ordinary man like Zhou Tianhao possibly kill him? There must only be one possibility. Xing Zhong and Master Wu exchanged a glance, hesitating before speaking. "During our recent encounter in Chuzhou, we came across an extraordinary individual who wields control over thunder and lightning. If Lord Leopard indeed met his demise there, it is highly likely that he fell victim to this person's power." The notion of mastering thunder caused Lin, whose previously calm demeanor, to shift. With a hint of astonishment, he remarked, "Is it possible that there exists a successor to the ancient art of thunder in Huaxia? I had presumed it had long been lost to time." Master Wu replied solemnly, "I suspect he is a direct disciple of the Celestial Master sect, known to many as Master Chun." The memory of Chun Fan summoning thunder with a mere gesture and effortlessly defeating his adversary sent a tremor through Wu. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Chun Fan, the mere mention of his name instilling profound dread within him. "The Celestial Master sect, Master Chin?" Lin Hu scoffed, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "No matter how high his cultivation or how formidable his spells, what does it matter? Without achieving true immortality, he remains but a target for us martial artists, within 10 paces. He would be as easy to slay as a chicken." As his words echoed, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the surroundings, chilling the hearts of all present. Master Wu felt the intensity acutely. He sensed that the moment he contemplated casting a spell, Lin Hu could effortlessly sever his neck. It was no wonder that, while magical arts had waned, martial prowess continued to thrive. Against an expert like Lin Hu, whose internal energy was perfected and whose mastery was just a step away from transcendence, there was virtually no chance for resistance if one were to draw too close. Master Wu could not help but lament in his heart. "Lord Tiger, are you truly prepared to seek vengeance in Chuzhou at this moment?" Xing Zhong inquired cautiously. "There is no need for haste." Unexpectedly, Lin Hu shook his head. With a calm gaze, he stated, "I have been dispatched to Huaxia not only to avenge Lin Bao, but also to consolidate the forces in Jiangbei, establishing a stronghold for the Hongmen." Upon hearing this, Xing Zhong was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is Hongmen making its way into the country?" "Indeed," Lin Hu nodded, a hint of resentment creeping into his tone. "In the 1990s, during the initial opening of Huaxia, Hongmen made a significant entrance. Unfortunately, my master was defeated by Yi Nantian of the Yi family, which rendered Hongman's endeavors in the country exceedingly arduous for over a decade. Now, with my master's skills reaching their zenith, he intends to return to Huaxia and confront Yi Nantian once more. As his disciple, it is my duty to clear some obstacles first. At this moment, Xing Zhong was filled with elation. His primary dealings revolved around overseas trade, which naturally entailed interactions with Hongman. Years ago, he had joined Hongman, relying on its influence to establish a foothold in Tianhe, thus gradually growing and flourishing. However, Hongman's presence was ultimately distant, providing him with limited support. Otherwise, he would have already surged beyond Tianhe City and swept across Jiabei. With Lin Hu's arrival and his intention to integrate the forces of Jiabei, how could he not rejoice? In that case, please wait a moment. Master Hu, Xing Zhong pondered, there are still 2 weeks until the annual underground arena competition. This event not only features underground boxing, but also serves as a venue for the various lords of Jiangbei to resolve their conflicts and determine their shares for the year. Zhou Tianhao will undoubtedly be present. We need merely to spread the word that this upcoming competition will feature numerous skilled contenders. And it is certain that Zhou Tianhao will bring the master Chen into the fray. At that moment, Lord Hu shall sweep through Jiangbei, publicly vanquishing Master Chen. The unification of Jiangbei will then be an inevitable outcome. As Xing Zhong spoke with increasing fervor, his thoughts crystallizing, Lin Hu nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. Very well. Let Zhou Tianhao and the one surnamed Chen live for another fortnight. Upon finishing his words, a gaze filled with animosity radiated from his eyes. Chapter 47. The birthday banquet of Su Rongfei. After the National Day holiday concluded, Chen Fan returned to campus. Aside from Jiang Tanxio's incessant inquiries about the events that transpired in the bar, everything else remained rather uneventful. No classmates elevated their opinion of him. Yet none looked down upon him either. Only Xiying Xiao remained diligently focused on her studies, reportedly earning the teacher's private commendation for her potential to excel in the provincial college entrance examination. On this particular day, Su Rongfei, rather unusually, sought him out in class. Amidst the clamorous voices of her admirers, Chen Fan calmly accompanied her outside. My birthday is next week. Will you come? Su Rongfei asked, her toes drawing circles on the ground, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. Of course. Chen Fan replied with a smile. You are my sister, after all. He looked at the young girl with a sense of affection. Although he did not harbor any romantic feelings for her, having another sister was quite agreeable. Having cultivated for 500 years beneath the starry skies, Chen Fan found no one particularly close to him, save for his teacher, the celestial master Tsangqing. He understood that indulging in emotional entanglements would hinder his progress. Otherwise, he could not have achieved his current level of mastery in such a short span. Just a sister, huh? Su Rongfei's gaze dimmed momentarily, but she swiftly brightened, skipping away while turning back to wave. Next Saturday at 7 p.m., don't forget. Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head, committing the time to memory before dismissing it from his mind. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with configuring the formation at his mountaintop villa. Although Wei Laosan had discovered the sea stones from the depths of 10,000 meters, the results were still less than satisfactory. After all, it is merely an ordinary stone. Even after being battered by the sea for countless years, the essence of water it harbors is exceedingly scarce. Viewed in this light, it is likely that the efficacy of the spirit summoning array will not even reach 1/10 of its potential. A silent lament echoed within him. Yet, even 1/10 is quite substantial, considering it represents the entire spiritual energy of the Yangui Lake. The vast lake, teeming with its abundant aquatic spiritual essence, could, if solely allocated for his cultivation, propel him to the realm of profound understanding in an astonishingly short period. Upon returning to class, Chen Fan naturally became the object of envy and jealousy among his male peers, while only Xiying Xiao occasionally cast a gaze at him, her eyes as cold as ice. Saturday arrived swiftly. That evening, following the address provided by Su Rongfei, he took a taxi to the Jinkang Huafu Villa complex. Jinkang Huafu is a mid-range residential area where a modest 2-story villa is priced at 2 to 3 million. A far cry from the luxurious mansions of Yunwu Mountain, which often exceed 10 million. The residents here are primarily families of moderate affluence from Chuzhou. Welcome, welcome. The birthday girl, Su Rongfei, stood at the entrance, greeting her guests with a radiant smile. She was exquisitely adorned today, dressed in a fitted, white chiffon waist-length dress that accentuated her slender waist, and a pair of long, fair legs. Her face was lightly made up, adorned with delicate earrings, and her hair styled in soft waves. She resembled not a student, but rather a sophisticated and elegant urban professional. Chen Fan, brother, you've come, she exclaimed. I thought you wouldn't make it. Upon seeing Chen Fan, her smile broadened, her large eyes nearly curving into crescent moons. You are my sister. How could I possibly not come? Chen Fan smiled gently, presenting a small gift box with both hands. Happy birthday. This is a gift from your brother. Inside the box lay a pair of earrings crafted from jade, intricately engraved with a mystical array, their efficacy rivaling that of the spirit-gathering plates bestowed upon Wei Laosan and others. As long as one adorned these earrings, they would be enveloped within a miniature spirit-gathering formation, continuously nourished by spiritual energy, alleviating a multitude of ailments, both minor and major. Another gift? Thank you, Brother Chen Fan, Su Rongfei exclaimed in delight, hastily reaching for the box and nearly opening it on the spot, only to be restrained by the icy demeanor of Jiang Churen beside her. It is generally considered impolite to unbox gifts in front of the giver. Since you are here, let us proceed inside and not block the doorway, Jiang Churen remarked, her expression seemingly frozen, her large eyes fixed on Chen Fan with palpable annoyance. Chen Fan chuckled softly, disregarding Jiang Churen's demeanor, and greeted the guests as he stepped through the door. Inside the villa, a multitude of guests were already present, some seated, others standing. They were either childhood companions of Su Rongfei or classmates from her secondary school. Many faces were familiar, such as Li Yiqin, Zhang Yameng, and Yang Chao, with even Han Yun making an appearance. Mr. Chen? Han Yun's eyes brightened upon seeing him as she approached, a glass of red wine in hand. Being the eldest among the group, she was already in the workforce, dressed elegantly in a tailored Chanel outfit, her face adorned with light makeup, exuding an air of sophistication. She appeared as if she had stepped straight out of a Korean drama, embodying the essence of a highborn lady. Miss Han, Chen Fan acknowledged with a nod. Han Yun smiled gently and said, Mr. Chen, you are too polite. Just call me Xiaoyan. You and Elder Zheng are peers, and I am merely your junior. Let us each address one another by our names. I shall call you Han Yun, and you may refer to me directly by my name. Chen Fan shook his head. If one were to consider age, what was Elder Zheng in his eyes but a mere child? Yet, he had ultimately returned to life anew, more inclined to assimilate into his current age and lifestyle, having grown weary of solitude. Very well, I shall call you Chen Fan. Your presence will surely bring joy to Fei Fei, Han Yun remarked, her eyes sparkling as if they could almost spill with water. Among all present, only she comprehended the true stature of Chen Fan. Even the most affluent individuals in Chuzhou would bow respectfully. Addressing him as Master Chen, he was not merely a friend of Wei Ziqing to be trifled with. Humph, Sister Han Yun is rather indiscreet, nearly leaning on that Chen fellow. How old is she? She should have some modesty, Zhang Yuming huffed in annoyance from across the room. She had previously been taken aback by Chen Fan at the auction, but after discussing with friends, she realized that Wei Ziqing had a cool demeanor and her acquaintances were often not from the same circles. They were rather unconventional individuals. Although these people possessed an air of pride, they had not achieved any significant accomplishments. Furthermore, Wei Ziqing was Wei Ziqing, and Chen Fan was Chen Fan. Given Wei Ziqing's character, if one did not encounter her in person, she would likely be unwilling to assist even if you sought her out. Witnessing Han Yun's obsequious demeanor, Zhang Yumeng could not bear to watch, even though they were longtime friends. All right, Han Yunjie is ultimately the matriarch of our circle. The other friends hurriedly urged her. Li Yichen, holding a wine glass, cast a knowing glance at Chen Fan. Since his previous failure, he had resolved to regard this opponent with seriousness. After conducting a thorough investigation into Chen Fan's background, he discovered that his father was also a government official, serving as the deputy county chief of Sichuan County. It was quite unusual for the son of a deputy county chief to find himself working in a bar while also becoming acquainted with the princess of the Wei family in Jiangbei. There must be some unexpected circumstances surrounding Chen Fan. Yet, no matter how formidable he may be as an individual, he ultimately cannot overcome the vast disparity brought about by familial connections. The distinction between the son of a deputy county chief and the son of a deputy mayor, though merely a single character apart, is as different as heaven and earth. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. A woman, seemingly not yet 40, descended the staircase. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Su Rongfei, albeit with a more mature elegance. Upon her arrival, everyone promptly stood and greeted her in unison. "Hello, Auntie." Sue's mother smiled and nodded, followed by a robust and imposing young man, Qi Ming. It seemed that Qi Ming shared a close relationship with Sue's mother, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Ming, please invite Fei Fei and the others in," Sue's mother said to Qi Ming with a smile. "Certainly, Aunt Sue," he replied, striding confidently out of the room. As he passed by Chen Fan, he paused for a moment, casting a sharp glance in his direction, followed by a disdainful snort as he continued on his way. Chen Fan's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any joy or sorrow. He once declared that if Qi Ming dared to provoke him again as he did last time, he would not show any mercy. The words of a revered celestial sovereign carry a weight 1,000 or even 10,000 times greater than the edicts of ancient emperors. At that moment, no matter how formidable your background may be, it would be futile to prevent Chen Fan from ending your life. Once Su Rongfei and the others entered, the banquet commenced in earnest. Qi Ming presented an enormous 7-tiered cake adorned with 17 candles, symbolizing Su Rongfei's 17th birthday. The guests gathered around the birthday girl to sing the celebratory song, and after she extinguished the candles, she closed her eyes to make a wish. As Su Rongfei clasped her hands in silent prayer, she discreetly opened her eyes to steal a glance at Chen Fan. "I made this wish at 17. I hope that my brother Chen Fan and I can grow old together." Though she silently repeated her wish in her heart, Chen Fan seemed to sense it. Faced with the girl's eager gaze, tinged with a hint of affection, he could not help but smile wistfully. Having traversed the starry skies for 500 years, undefeated in countless battles, he was well acquainted with the admiration that had captivated countless prodigies and goddesses. Yet, he lamented inwardly, in this lifetime, "I must ultimately forsake you all. I have waited 500 years for this opportunity of rebirth, not for your sake." As the wish was made and the guests eagerly began to share the cake, the doors were abruptly thrust open, accompanied by a throng of burly men. A refined and handsome middle-aged gentleman stepped inside. "Why are you here?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Su Mu's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Su Rongfei exclaimed with delight, "Father?" Chapter 48. The Proud Su from Haidong. "Fei Fei, upon hearing that you have celebrated your 17th birthday, your father has specially traveled from Haizhou to be with you." The middle-aged man exudes an air of refinement and elegance, reminiscent of a highly esteemed university professor. He first offers an apologetic smile to his daughter, then gazes tenderly at Su's mother, stating, "As a father, it is only fitting that I attend my daughter's birthday." Under his gentle gaze, Su's mother cannot help but soften, her tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Do you still remember us, mother and daughter? Why don't you seek out your legitimate wife?" The middle-aged man promptly steps forward, enveloping Su's mother in his embrace, soothing her with tender words. She feebly resists for a moment before resting her head on his shoulder, quietly weeping. Su Rongfei's eyes glisten with tears as she rushes towards them, crying out for her father and mother. Is this truly Fei Fei's father? Wasn't it said that Fei Fei came from a single-parent family? I had heard that when she was young, her father abandoned her and her mother to marry into another family elsewhere, yet here he is, returned. Judging by his presence, he seems to have fared well. I wonder if Fei Fei will finally experience the fruits of her suffering. Witnessing this scene, the crowd murmurs softly among themselves. Only Chen Fan's gaze drifts past the cultured man, landing instead on a gaunt elder standing behind him. This elder's arms are veined and sinewy, resembling dark, coiling dragons, while his half-closed eyes occasionally flicker with intensity. The surrounding brawny attendants cast wary glances at the elder, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Unexpectedly, they encountered another martial artist of profound internal strength, one whose mastery was on par with Lin Bao and Elder Wei. Chen Fan was taken aback, pondering the significance of Su Rongfei's father and why a master of such caliber would be in close proximity to her. At that moment, someone, with a tone of astonishment, whispered, "Isn't her father somewhat reminiscent of Lord Ao?" "Lord Ao? Which Lord Ao?" The others blinked in confusion, indicating their unfamiliarity with this figure. Did such a person even exist in Chuzhou? Following Elder Zhang, the well-informed Han Yun suddenly exclaimed, "Haidong Su Ao." Upon hearing this name, the crowd was collectively stunned. While the title of Lord Ao may have been obscure, Haidong Su Ao was a name that resonated with thunderous clarity. Haidong is a county-level city near Haizhou, which is adjacent to Zhonghai and Jinling, renowned for its economic prosperity and vast territory. Indeed, It is the largest city in northern Jiangsu. Su Ao is the preeminent figure in Haizhou, arguably the foremost authority in northern Jiangsu. Haidong Su Ao, alongside Tianhe Xingzhong and Chuzhou's elder Wei, is a prominent figure of great renown in northern Jiangsu. In contrast, Zhou Tianhao pales as a mere pawn. It is said that Su Ao possesses deep roots in a prominent southern clan, making him a formidable presence in Haizhou, a place where few dare to provoke him. To think that he is the father of Su Rongfei. Li Yichen's expression shifted, and his gaze towards Su Rongfei transformed entirely. Previously, she had been perceived as an ordinary individual with a beautiful appearance, merely a decorative figure striving to integrate into Chuzhou's elite society. Yet now she has transformed into Su Ao's daughter. Should this news become public, the number of those in Chuzhou who dare to provoke her would be exceedingly limited. However, it appears that Su Ao is a family man, and that Fei Fei is his illegitimate daughter? Zhang Yumeng whispered discreetly. Perhaps not. It is said that Su Ao's son is merely 10 years old, suggesting that Fei Fei may have come first, prompting Su Ao to divorce and marry his current wife. Han Yin shook her head. Regardless, she is indeed Su Ao's daughter. Had Zhou Tianhao been aware of this information at the time, he would certainly not have dared to coerce her into serving drinks. At that moment, after bringing joy to the tearful mother and daughter, Su Ao approached with a smile. You must all be good friends of Fei Fei. I suspect some of you have already recognized me. I am Su Ao from Haizhou. Over the years, Fei Fei has greatly benefited from your companionship. Upon hearing Su Ao introduce himself, everyone promptly stood, expressing their respect. Su Ao's gaze fell upon Chu Minghui as he cheerfully inquired. Minghui, how is Commander Chu? Thank you, Uncle Su. My father is in good health, Chu Minghui replied, rising with a respectful demeanor. It seemed he had long been aware of Su Ao's identity, indicating a prior acquaintance. Su Ao nodded in approval. At that moment, he surveyed the room and suddenly asked, Who is Qin Fan? A hush fell over the crowd, their eyes instinctively turning towards the figure seated in the corner, with expressions tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. It appeared that the father-in-law was poised to confront his daughter's suitor. Qin Fan stood up, calmly acknowledging Su Ao with a nod. Hello, Uncle Su. I am Qin Fan. Upon witnessing this, Su Rongfei's expression changed, and she playfully tugged at Su Ao's arm, saying, Dad, why do you have to trouble Brother Qin Fan as soon as you arrive? He is a genuinely good person. Su Ao replied with a half-smile. Casting a glance at Qin Fan before turning to the others, Please do not halt the festivities because of my presence. Continue celebrating Fei Fei's birthday. Soon, Su Ao took his seat at the head of the table, with Su Rongfei naturally seated to his left. He also deliberately called over Chu Minghui to sit beside his daughter, a gesture that, while unspoken, was unmistakably revealing. The gathering fell into a hushed silence. Though more than one person was eager to witness Qin Fan's discomfort, Su Ao, with his graceful demeanor and gentle discourse, quickly made everyone forget his status as a powerful figure from Jiangbei, allowing the atmosphere to relax. Aunt Su, I heard that recently a Master Qin has emerged in the upper circles of Chuzhou, and he is quite remarkable? Zhang Yumeng interjected curiously. Su Mother, who worked at the Chuzhou television station and was well-connected, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there is such a Master Qin. It is said that esteemed figures like Old Zheng and Master Wei hold him in high regard. Even Master Qi, renowned in Chuzhou for many years, praises him for possessing genuine powers and extraordinary abilities, rivaling those of masters from Hong Kong. Could it be that magic truly exists in this world? The group of teenagers, aged 17 or 18, exchanged skeptical glances. I am not entirely certain about that, Su Mother replied, furrowing her brow. Only a select few of the wealthiest individuals in Chuzhou have had the privilege of meeting Master Qin. Given their unanimous acclaim, it is evident that Master Qin possesses exceptional abilities. Just as everyone was poised to inquire further, Su Ao interjected, I happen to know a bit about this Master Qin. Instantly, the table fell silent, with all eyes turning towards Su Ao. He is a figure of considerable stature, rivaling the esteemed Wei Sanyi, and undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than Su Mu and this group of youngsters. Are you familiar with Xingzhong from Tianhe City? Su Ao inquired leisurely. Yes. I've heard he is the chairman of the Far Sea Group, commanding a fleet that primarily operates routes to Japan and South Korea, with rumored overseas connections. He is said to wield immense influence in Tianhe City, Qi Ming boasted. Indeed, Su Ao nodded in approval, pleased by Su Ao's commendation. Chu Minghui cast a smug glance at Qin Fan, who remained unfazed, focusing on his meal and ignoring the provocation. Su Ao continued, at one point. Xing Zhong brought a formidable expert from Zhangzhou to Chuzhou, intending to set a trap for the third heir of the Wei family. Unexpectedly, the Wei heir had his own expert by his side, who promptly exposed the scheme and defeated the individual brought by Xing Zhong using powerful techniques. Consequently, Xing Zhong retreated in disgrace to Tianhe City, reportedly compensating that expert with 45 million. 45 million, gasped the crowd. For individuals of their age, daily allowances merely amounted to a few thousand at most. The concept of 45 million was almost equivalent to half of Zhang Yuming's family fortune. Master Qin truly possesses remarkable abilities. Otherwise, how could the formidable Xing Zhong so willingly retreat to Tianhe City and relinquish a sum of 45 million? Li Yichen sighed. No matter how affluent Xing Zhong may be, this substantial amount could certainly inflict considerable damage. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with admiration. The mere fact that a single word could compel the illustrious Tianhe magnate, Xing Zhong, to vacate Chuzhou while surrendering 45 million in cash is beyond their imagination. Even their forebears seemed to pale in comparison to Master Chen. One can't help but wonder what kind of person Master Chen truly is. How wonderful it would be to marry him in the future, Zhang Yumeng mused dreamily. He might very well be an elderly gentleman. And what of Yang Chao if you were to wed him? Jiang Churen teased. Humph, if he possessed even half the talent of Master Chen, would I entertain such thoughts? Zhang Yumeng shot a disapproving glance at Yang Chao upon hearing this. Yang Chao could only smile awkwardly from the sidelines, not daring to retort. As everyone extolled the virtues of the elusive Master Chen, only Han Yun's gaze drifted toward Chun Fan in the corner, filled with contemplation. How many among you truly recognize that the real Master Chen sits right here? This is a secret known only to me, one that even Su Rongfei is unaware of. I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this thought, Han Yun's gaze toward Chun Fan grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 49. Su Ao's visit. This birthday celebration ultimately concluded in a joyous atmosphere, with Qi Ming refraining from provoking Chun Fan throughout the event, evidently wishing to project a demeanor of maturity and composure before Su's parents. After Chun Fan's departure, he politely declined Han Yun's offer to see him off. The following day, as he returned home from class and walked along the lakeside road, he unexpectedly spotted several black Mercedes-Benz vehicles parked by the roadside. Upon noticing Chun Fan, a burly man in black approached him with a face full of scars. Mr. Chun, our boss requests your presence. Your boss? Chun Fan followed the man's and saw a familiar figure standing by the lake. His gaze flickered momentarily. All right. As he approached, he realized it was indeed Su Rongfei's father. Su Ao. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the lakeshore, facing the vast expanse of the lake, surrounded by a circle of imposing men. With an elder standing beside him, arms crossed. Uncle Su summoned me. I wonder what the matter is? Chun Fan halted 10 steps away, maintaining a respectful yet unyielding posture. Su Ao's expression was indifferent, completely devoid of the gentle elegance he had displayed the previous evening. At that moment, he resembled a formidable figure commanding respect in Haidong. What do you see when you look out here? Su Ao inquired coolly. Chun Fan gazed into the distance, observing the boundless surface of the lake. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, It is the vast and tranquil Yangue Lake. Indeed, the boundless waves evoke a sense of insignificance in one's self. Su Ao remarked with a hint of admiration, before suddenly shifting his tone to one of coldness. But do you know, the Yangue Lake, though considered a significant body of water in Chuzhou, ranks merely 10th within the Jiangnan province and is scarcely a noteworthy lake when viewed in the broader context of Huaxia. After stating this, he turned his gaze towards Chun Fan, his eyes filled with an imposing intensity. It is akin to your presence in the small locale of Chuzhou. You stand out conspicuously. Yet, when placed against the entirety of Jiangnan province or even Huaxia, you are as inconspicuous as a speck of dust. With an unperturbed expression, Chun Fan inquired, What does Uncle Su mean? My meaning is quite clear, Su Ao replied, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor brimming with pride. I wish for you to distance yourself from Fei Fei. You shine in Chuzhou, yet when compared to the young talents of Jiabei or the entire Jiangnan province, you fall woefully short. Chun Fan responded calmly. Is it that Qi Ming can truly dominate Jiangnan? Humph, if Qi Ming wishes to marry my daughter, he must first prove his worth. Su Ao scoffed. Should he ascend to the rank of major within 5 years or join the Songlong Special Forces, I might consider it. Otherwise, I shall never consent to the marriage. After this declaration, Su Ao turned to Qin Fan once more. I am aware that you hold Qi Ming in disdain, and you possess the justification for such contempt. Your father hails from the esteemed Qin family of Jinling, and it is said your mother's enterprise in Zhonghai City boasts assets exceeding several hundred million? You once single-handedly faced a dozen adversaries to rescue Fei Fei from Zhou Tianhao's grasp. In comparison, Qi Ming indeed pales. You have investigated me? Qin Fan's countenance darkened. Su Ao laughed heartily. Fei Fei is my cherished daughter. How could I not thoroughly vet any young man who approaches her? Your skills are remarkable, and your background is impressive, especially with the princess of the Wei family as your acquaintance. In theory, you are more than qualified to court her. However, since last night, the situation has drastically changed. Su Ao resolutely declared, she is now my daughter, Su Ao's. If you wish to marry her, you are utterly unqualified. The last 4 words were articulated with deliberate emphasis, reflecting his profound confidence. Oh, what constitutes being qualified? Qin Fan inquired, lowering his gaze. In terms of background, one must at the very least have a general or an official in the family, preferably one wielding actual power. Su Ao responded calmly. If we consider capability, whether it be rising to an officer within a few years of military service, smoothly ascending the ranks in the political arena, or attaining a mid-level or higher management position in a multinational corporation, all these signify competence. Regrettably, I do not perceive even a hint of such abilities in you. At this point, Su Ao shook his head. Though you appear humble on the surface, your inner pride is boundless, and you are resolute in your decisions, unwilling to retreat even a step. Such a disposition, if one were to enter the realms of politics or commerce, would lead to inevitable failure, and even within the military, progress would be fraught with difficulty. Given this character, how can I trust you with my daughter's hand? After speaking, Su Ao fixed his gaze upon Qin Fan, as if attempting to see through him. Suddenly, Qin Fan burst into laughter. Mr. Su, these are merely your unfounded assumptions. I regard Fei Fei as a sister. Moreover, you are correct. I am indeed exceedingly proud, for I possess the means to look down upon everything. Qin Fan's gaze remained indifferent, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Oh, what capabilities do you possess? Is it merely your family's lineage or your extraordinary skills? Su Ao sneered. His words were intended to subdue this arrogant youth. He hoped to recruit him under his wing, nurture him for a few years, and eventually have him succeed himself, perhaps even marrying his daughter in the future. However, to his surprise, Qin Fan proved to be even more imperious than he had anticipated. My father-in-law was once a superior to Qi Ming's father. In Haizhou, I stand on equal footing with the mayor. This esteemed elder Gu beside me is a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, possessing astonishing skills. Even 10 of you would not be his match, Su Ao declared emphatically. These matters are beyond your imagination. You are merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth. No matter your talents, how far can you truly ascend? At this point, Su Ao could not help but huff in irritation. He had laid out his arguments. Yet Qin Fan remained unyielding, stubbornly asserting that he had a trump card. If you truly possess a trump card, you would not need Wei Ziqing to intervene on your behalf at a mere cocktail party, Qin Fan replied calmly. Mr. Su, what you speak of is but a matter that can be resolved with a single stroke of the sword. A single stroke of the sword? Su Ao finally chuckled, shaking his head. Qin Fan, when I was young, I too fantasized about possessing the ability to sever all obstacles. Alas, in this society, rules ultimately prevail over everything. If you do not adhere to the rules, you shall find yourself cast aside by them. Very well, you may leave. When you come to your senses, seek me out. With that, he waved his hand and turned away. The subordinates surrounding him followed closely behind, their demeanor solemn and imposing, exhibiting a discipline far superior to that of Zhou Tianhao's followers. Truly, he was a top-tier overlord of Jiangbei. Before departing, Elder Gu cast a glance at Qin Fan, shaking his head in regret. The youth of today truly do not appreciate their opportunities. It has been years since Master Su has entertained the thought of mentoring young talent. Do you realize what you have forfeited today? A chance to strive for 20 fewer years. Had I been afforded an opportunity like yours in my youth, I would not be reduced to serving as a mere attendant at my age. Qin Fan maintained his composure, replying, You are you, and I am I. To you, his mentorship may seem like an opportunity, but to me, it is of little consequence. Humph. Arrogance, Elder Gu remarked, his expression darkening, before he too turned away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qin Fan shook his head and gazed towards Yangue Lake. In your eyes, Yangue Lake may appear insignificant within Jiangnan province, and even in all of China. Yet, you fail to perceive that, in my view, this entire nation, and indeed the whole planet, is but a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Regardless of your immense power or extraordinary talents, you remain merely mortal. A century hence, you shall return to dust. Yet I shall endure, a millennium, even 10 millennia hence, I shall still be here. Elder Gu opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz and entered, fuming. What is it? Has he not changed his mind yet? Su Ao, already seated inside the car, replied calmly. That boy is obstinate. He is truly a piece of uncarvable wood. Old Gu shook his head with a sigh. Forget it, it matters not. If he cannot seize the opportunity presented to him, then in the future, Fei Fei cannot blame me. After Su Ao spoke, his expression darkened. I have heard that a remarkably skilled master has arrived from Xingzhong's side for this tournament. Indeed, Master Su, replied one of the subordinates seated in front. Turning back respectfully, our sources in Tianhe City inform us that Xingzhong has summoned a formidable expert from overseas, whom he treats with utmost deference, practically venerating him like a lord. He even boasts of overpowering all others in this tournament, proclaiming dominance over Jiangbei. Humph. Does that insignificant Xingzhong truly dare to proclaim he reigns over Jiangbei? Su Ao scoffed, then turned to the emaciated elder. Old Gu, I must trouble you to take action once more. Rest assured, Master Su, Old Gu replied, his eyes narrowing with a chilling smile. Though this old man may be nearing the grave, he is still not someone these young pups from Jiangbei can challenge. With Old Gu here, I feel at ease. Su Ao nodded in approval. Chapter 50. Jade Bones. Upon returning home, Chen Fan made a phone call to Zhou Tianhao to inquire about Su Ao, the father of Su Rongfei. Su Ao, what brings him to Chuzhou? Zhou Tianhao exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Is he formidable? Chen Fan asked curiously. Master Chen, you know that among the cities in Jiangbei, Chuzhou and Tianhe City have the most modest economic standing, Zhou Tianhao replied with a wry smile. Haizhou is the most economically developed city in Jiangbei, with a large population and proximity to both Zhonghai and Jiangnan. Therefore, Su Ao is somewhat regarded as the most significant figure in our Jiangbei circle. Are you and Wei Laosan unable to compete with him? Chen Fan inquired. I am far inferior to Su Ao. Zhou Tianhao shook his head repeatedly. The total assets of my Tianhao Entertainment Company amount to merely a few billion. Su Ao's business in Haizhou is immensely vast. He even holds shares in the largest port there. Even San Yi falls short in comparison. Master Chen, has Su Ao crossed you? Zhou Tianhao suddenly recalled something and became anxious. No, I just learned that he is the father of a friend of mine. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. That's a relief. That's a relief. Zhou Tianhao exhaled deeply. Su Ao has a profound background. Even San Yi finds him quite troublesome. Oh, isn't the Wei family reputed to be the foremost in Jiangbei? Does even Su Ao intimidate them? Chen Fan chuckled. Ah, in terms of background, Su Ao certainly cannot compare to the Wei family. However, as you are aware, San Yi is not favored at home and has limited influence. Zhen and Su Ao have clashed, and the old man remains uncertain of his allegiance. Zhou Tianhao can only manage a bitter smile. Su Ao's father-in-law is the former head of the provincial military district. Although retired, he still has numerous former colleagues and acquaintances. Hence, few dare to provoke him in Jiangbei. It is no wonder, Chen Fan nodded. With such a formidable father-in-law, Su Ao would inevitably thrive. His acquaintance with Qi Ming is easily explicable. Observing his demeanor, it is evident that he harbors lingering feelings for Su Rongfei and her mother, yet a powerful ally also serves as a constraint. The prospect of divorce is clearly out of the question. By the way, Master Chen, I wish to ask you for a favor, Zhou Tianhao ventured cautiously. What is it? Chen Fan inquired nonchalantly. In half a month's time, the prominent figures from various cities in Jiangbei will convene to delineate their respective spheres of influence and interests. Traditionally, this has been decided through underground arena competitions. Over the years, I have managed to get by with the support of a biao, but I have heard that this time, the competition will attract numerous skilled fighters, including internal energy practitioners. Zhou Tianhao sighed deeply. As you are aware, Master Chen, the strength of internal energy practitioners is formidable. Even a single Lin Bao could easily defeat dozens of my subordinates. If an internal energy practitioner enters the arena this time, I fear a biao may not withstand even a few exchanges. At this juncture, Zhou Tianhao's expression was laden with bitterness. Although this local magnate from Chuzhou appears to bask in glory, the reality is fraught with hardship. Outside of Chuzhou, on the grand stage of Jiangbei, he ranks among the lowest. Without the backing of the Wei family, few would regard him with any esteem. This annual competition, where victories are determined through martial prowess, showcases a diverse array of talents, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrating their own unique skills. Masters of Muay Thai, Bagwazang, and Taekwondo have been summoned from Southeast Asia, Central China, Japan, and Korea, while he can merely rely on a single figure, Biao, to uphold the event's prestige. This time, the stakes are even higher, with internal energy practitioners also set to take the stage, making Biao's presence seemingly inadequate. Do you wish for my assistance in the ring? Chun Fan inquired, his brow furrowing. Despite the grandiloquent rhetoric surrounding underground fighting matches, they are merely brutal contests of illicit combat, inferior even to formal boxing. I would never dare to think such a thing, Zhou Tianhao replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hurried to clarify. In fact, I have already invited Master Guo to participate. He is also a master of internal energy. Although he has not competed for over a decade, he was once renowned as a formidable fighter in Chuzhou. I sought your presence to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. With a figure of your caliber present, the others from different cities would scarcely dare to underestimate us in Chuzhou. Indeed, you present a valid point, Chun Fan acknowledged with a nod. I am also keen to witness the prowess of other internal energy masters. Very well, I shall accompany you. Simply inform me when the time comes. Yes, Zhou Tianhao responded with utmost respect. After gaining insight into Su Ao's situation, Chun Fan resumed his efforts with the villa's magical array. Currently, the 4 sub-arrays of the Yunshan Grand Array have been established. The Spirit Gathering Array is complete, while the Spirit Summoning Array has been coordinated with the Salvage Company, which has procured numerous deep-sea raw stones, already transported to Chuzhou. However, the treasures required for the Mist Array and the Defensive Array remain elusive, and it is uncertain how long it will take to locate them. No matter. Let us proceed to set up the Spirit Summoning Array for now. The 2 additional formation arrays were not essential. Chun Fan resolved firmly. For the subsequent half-month, he would rush to the villa on Cloud Mist Mountain immediately after class, tirelessly refining those deep-sea ores. Unlike the compact Spirit Gathering Jade Plate, each piece of ore weighed several tons, resembling colossal stone tablets. After all, they were merely mundane stones, with the essence of water contained within the smaller fragments being exceedingly minimal. Thus, their advantage lay solely in their sheer volume. The method for refining the deep-sea ores naturally differed from that of the Spirit-Gathering Jade Plate. Chun Fan wielded a sharp dagger, channeling his true essence as he deftly carved the ore, the blade dancing like it was slicing through tofu, quickly etching numerous mysterious runes. These glyphs appeared ancient and profound, as if they had originated from a primordial era, and within the deep cuts, a faint golden shimmer flickered. To fully inscribe a single piece of deep-sea ore, Chun Fan needed at least several hours. The entire Spirit Summoning Array required a total of 16 large stones. Working day and night, he diligently completed the refinement of all 16 massive ores. At last, the task was accomplished. Chun Fan exhaled deeply, standing atop the mountain and gazing down at Yangue Lake, where large black-blue ores were placed at intervals along the path down to the lake's edge. These sea stones were densely inscribed with characters resembling tadpoles. Upon closer inspection, one could see golden streams swirling within. The next step was to activate the Spirit Summoning Array. Chun Fan sat cross-legged, facing the vast expanse of Yangue Lake. He closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to extend infinitely outward. In this vast expanse of emptiness, the only sensation the mind could perceive was an abyss of darkness, yet there were 16 faint points of light shimmering dimly. These were the spiritual imprints left by Chun Fan on the 16 sea stones. Rise, Chun Fan commanded, his voice resonating through the void as he established a mental connection with the first point of light. The moment he did, that light quivered and then erupted into a radiant brilliance. A faintly visible chain extended from the first point, reaching towards the next, which then ignited anew. 1, 2, 3. Until all 16 points of light blazed forth. In the somber realm of the spirit, they stood like torches soaring into the sky, their luminosity palpable even from the farthest reaches of the void. In the realm of reality, should anyone take notice, they would observe that the incantations inscribed upon the 16 sea stones simultaneously glimmered with golden light. Although this glow was not particularly striking under the sunlight, it was distinctly visible to the naked eye. At that moment, When the 16 torches ignited, Chun Fan's spirit tightened, and he activated the formation, preparing with utmost diligence. The pivotal moment of this spirit summoning array lay in that very instant. The accumulated spiritual energy of Yingui Lake, gathered over countless years, surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. Should it go unchecked, it could potentially overwhelm and shatter everything in its path. Indeed, a torrent of surging water element spiritual energy surged through the channels constructed by the 16 sea stones, flooding in with great force. The 5 spirit-gathering jade plates trembled simultaneously, their power maximized to firmly contain this immense influx of energy within the villa. At the forefront, Chun Fan bore the brunt of this vast spiritual energy cascading down upon him. Even though he practiced the void body refinement technique of the Tao sect, which endowed his physical body and meridians with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary mid-foundation cultivator, he could still feel an overwhelming sensation of fullness, a subtle urge to explode. What a fortuitous occurrence! Rather than being alarmed, Chun Fan was filled with exhilaration. He allowed the vast amounts of spiritual energy to flow into his body, continuously cleansing every muscle, bone, organ, and even the dantian and sea of consciousness within him. As the void body refinement technique operated at full capacity, it eagerly absorbed this spiritual energy into its circulating pathways. Soon, his bones began to radiate a lustrous jade-like glow. This resplendent jade light intensified, ultimately enveloping all 206 bones of his body, as a mysterious transformation gradually unfolded within the marrow. Eventually, these bones glittered like precious jade, imbued with spiritual energy. The second layer of the void body refinement technique, jade bones, was finally achieved. Chun Fan opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. At this moment, the spiritual energy tempest gradually subsided, transforming into a gentle stream, captured by the spirit-gathering array. The white mist within the villa thickened, swirling like clouds, evoking a hint of an ethereal paradise. The effects of marine stones ultimately paled in comparison to true celestial materials. I must seek out a superior alternative. Chun Fan sighed softly, yet his heart was not burdened with regret. Rather, it fluttered with excitement. The void body refinement technique, as the foundational method of the Tao sect, was naturally far more intricate than ordinary foundation cultivation techniques. It was divided into 5 layers: ice skin, jade bone, silver blood, golden eyes, and Tao body. Should one attain the 5th level of the Tao body, they could acquire the innate physical form ahead of time, seamlessly entering the realm of the innate without the slightest hindrance. With effortless grace, one could engage in a profound communion with the boundless essence of the universe, akin to the very essence of life itself. Regrettably, even within the esteemed Taoist sect, those who manage to cultivate the Tao body during the foundation establishment phase are exceedingly rare, each regarded as a true inheritor of the sect's legacy. When I broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, I automatically formed the ice muscle, yet it is only today, through the power of the spirit summoning array, that I have transcended to the jade bone. The cultivation environment on this planet is indeed dismal. Chun Fan could not help but sigh. Rising slowly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, each strand of his marrow now tenfold stronger, rivaling the indomitable adamantium of Wolverine. Even blades and bullets would find themselves utterly incapable of penetrating his defenses. Though his strength was formidable, he lamented the lack of worthy opponents to spar with. Chun Fan shook his head with a deep sigh, a sense of loneliness befitting a master enveloping his heart. If only Lei Qianjue would show up now. At that moment, Zhou Tianhao's call suddenly came through. The underground arena match was finally about to commence. Chapter 51. The arena competition. It was a Sunday, and Zhou Tianhao had long been waiting by the entrance of the lakeside community. Accompanying him were Chun Fan, Master Gua, and Ah Biao, along with a dozen subordinates. They traveled in 4 sleek black Mercedes SUVs and a primary Bentley. Ah Biao was at the wheel, with Master Gua in the passenger seat, while Zhou Tianhao sat in the back with Chun Fan. Are we headed towards Dongjiang province? Chun Fan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Zhou Tianhao clarified. The scrutiny is rather intense in Jiangnan, hence we have opted for Dongjiang. Xinjiang town in Dongjiang province lies at the intersection of 2 provinces, a no-man's land of sorts. The local populace is quite formidable, and this time of year, they host a wrestling and martial arts competition. It draws thousands from dozens of villages, creating a truly vibrant spectacle. Zhou Tianhao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spoke. Our underground arena competition will cleverly coincide with their wrestling tournament. Apart from resolving conflicts among the local elites from Jiangbei, the primary attraction is the underground fighting. Each year, a multitude of wealthy spectators attends, not only from Jiangbei but also from Jinling and even Dongjiang province, all drawn by the allure of the event. The influx of visitors significantly boosts the local economy, prompting the authorities to turn a blind eye. That makes sense, Chun Fan nodded in understanding. Master Chun, Master Gua interjected, the arena competitions in Jiangbei are merely child's play. The real underground fights overseas take place on luxury cruise ships in international waters. A luxurious cruise ship, carrying thousands of passengers, has been traversing international tourist routes for over 2 months, indulging in daytime excursions and hosting splendid performances by night. It is said that the stakes in their competitions can reach hundreds of millions, and all in US dollars. Naturally, our humble locale cannot be compared to such grand international organizations. Zhou Tianhao chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, those maritime tournaments are dominated by the most elite multinational powers. I had the fortune of attending one alongside a senior brother. Remarkably, many participants in the underground boxing matches are formidable internal martial artists, Master Guo elaborated. Furthermore, some foreign combat experts, although lacking internal energy, have nonetheless cultivated corresponding esoteric techniques, rendering their physiques astonishingly robust, often surpassing ordinary internal martial artists. Oh, were there any grandmasters participating? Chun Fan inquired with curiosity. Naturally not, Master Guo replied with an awkward smile. What stature the martial arts grandmasters hold. They are esteemed figures within powerful factions overseas. However, while no grandmasters are present, there are occasionally experts with perfected internal energy who take the stage. I once witnessed a peak internal energy African master who achieved an astounding 27 victories in 27 bouts, sweeping the entire 2-month competition aboard that cruise ship and ultimately claiming a jackpot of tens of millions of dollars. I see. I would certainly like the opportunity to witness such an event, Chun Fan pondered thoughtfully. Chuzhou is in close proximity to Dongjiang province, and in under 2 hours, the convoy entered Dongjiang. Upon reaching Dongjiang's territory, one immediately senses a stark contrast from Jiangnan province. Although Chuzhou is situated in the northern part of Jiangnan province and exhibits a slight lag in development, it ultimately belongs to a coastal region that is more prosperous. In contrast, Dongjiang is categorized as a more inland province, with its economy considerably less developed. The state of the roads and the modest residences flanking them reveal a delay of approximately 5 years in comparison to Chuzhou. As for Qingyang town, it mirrors the nostalgic memories of Chun Fan's childhood visits to the countryside, seemingly trapped in the 1980s and 90s. Individuals like Zhou Tianhao undoubtedly possess substantial influence in Qingyang town. The convoy swiftly arrived before an opulent 3-story villa. Brother Hao, Brother Biao, you have finally arrived. Several individuals awaited at the entrance. Master Chun, Master Gua, this is Deputy Town Chief Zhang from Qingyang town, Zhou Tianhao introduced with an air of arrogance. Oh, please. Just call me Xiao Zhang, Deputy Town Chief Zhang replied, repeatedly expressing his humility. Though he held a respectable position as a government official, he felt compelled to curry favor with someone as affluent as Zhou Tianhao. Qingyang town remains significantly underdeveloped. Even a mere hint of generosity from a wealthy businessperson from Jiangnan province could bring a smile to the faces of its officials as they dream. This Master Chun. Could he be? Deputy Town Chief Zhang, with keen insight, quickly discerned that among the group, Chun Fan held the highest status. Even Zhou Tianhao showed him utmost respect, prompting a note of hesitation. Master Chun is a close friend of Master Wei, Zhou Tianhao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the deputy town chief regarded Chun Fan with newfound reverence, promptly taking his hand in both of his and expressing eagerness. Ah, so you are a friend of Master Wei. Your presence in our humble Qingyang town truly graces us. It is an honor beyond measure. The Wei family holds a significant reputation in Jiangbei, and given that Qingyang town lies at the border of Dongjiang province, it is impossible for them to be unaware of the Wei family's prominence. Observing the youthfulness of Chun Fan, who is able to engage with the venerable Master Wei on equal terms, only underscores the weight of his background. This thought made the deputy town head even more amiable. All right. Master Chun is visiting for the first time, so I must ask Brother Zhang to extend his hospitality. Zhou Tianhao said courteously. Leave it to me. I assure you that Master Chun will be thoroughly enchanted Deputy Town Head Zhang declared with a firm pat on his chest. As the group entered the opulent small building, several striking young women approached to greet them. Though they lacked the meticulously crafted appearances of city beauties, they possessed an innate charm and a vibrant youthful energy. The girl sitting beside Chen Fan, the youngest of the group, exuded a delicate grace. Chen Fan casually inquired about her name. She introduced herself as A Xiao, revealing that she had several siblings and that her parents could not afford to send them all to university. Consequently, she had left school after junior high and, due to her good looks, worked as a waitress at the town's guest house, welcoming distinguished visitors. After the meal, Chen Fan expressed his desire to explore the area alone. Deputy Town Head Zhang quickly interjected, cautioning that the local demeanor could be quite fierce, and even a minor altercation could escalate dangerously. Thus, he suggested that a Xiao accompany him, as having a local guide would facilitate communication. As he spoke, he discreetly gestured towards a Xiao. Chen Fan, however, was indifferent to the arrangement, while a Xiao shyly lowered her gaze. The underground arena competition was set to unfold over several days, with the confrontations among the Jiangbei magnates reserved for the final day, serving as the grand finale. After all, ordinary underground fighters are no match for the elite masters summoned from various regions by the affluent. Many wealthy individuals have traveled from far and wide, with half of them drawn here for the grand finale. As I stroll through the quaint town, I occasionally encounter groups of tourists passing by. Judging by their attire and fair complexions, they likely hail from the bustling metropolises. In addition to numerous young couples and friends exploring together, there are also several middle-aged tycoons, their bellies protruding, leisurely accompanied by stunning women, with tall bodyguards trailing behind them, evidently bringing their mistresses to witness the fight. How is this underground competition organized? As I walk, I casually inquire. A Xiao, with her shy demeanor, softly explains, the matches typically occur in the evening. During the day, various villages and towns host wrestling competitions, followed by the main event at night, culminating in a bonfire celebration. The daytime wrestling matches are mostly for amusement, lacking seriousness. Hence the prize money is modest, only 100,000 for first place. However, the underground fights are quite different. They are fierce and brutal, often resulting in injuries or even fatalities each year. Although the prize money is substantial, those who dare to compete are usually those cornered by life's circumstances, with no escape. Upon mentioning this, A Xiao's delicate face dims, for if given the chance, she too would wish to attend high school in the county like her classmates, aspire to university, and ultimately settle in the vibrant city life. Regrettably, her academic aptitude was only of moderate caliber, and being a girl, her family naturally allocated their resources towards supporting the male offspring deemed most promising for university. The other children were left with the option of attending vocational schools or entering the workforce. Chen Fan cast a glance at her, his expression remaining indifferent. Without uttering a word, he was, after all, no ordinary youth. Having lived for 5 centuries, he had long since grown numb to such matters. Had he been a typical 16 or 17-year-old, he might have been moved by a Xiao's demeanor, feeling a surge of compassion, perhaps even yearning to take her home or finance her university education. Before long, a Xiao composed herself and continued to guide Chen Fan through the streets, introducing him to the local customs and culture of Qingyang town. As they strolled along the thoroughfare, a large group of individuals approached from the opposite direction. Each exuded an air of distinction, clearly of notable standing, with Su Ao, whom he had encountered just a few days prior, standing prominently at the center. They obstructed the street, leaving Chen Fan with no option but to remain stationary. Upon noticing him, Su Ao hesitated for a moment, halting his steps and furrowing his brow as he regarded Chen Fan, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Chapter 52, An Unexpected Encounter in the Town. Mr. Su. Chen Fan nodded slightly, remaining silent. Su Ao's expression darkened, clearly displeased by Chen Fan's lack of response. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, he refrained from pressing the matter further and simply instructed Chen Fan, "Do not wander off. Meet me tonight at the Qingyang guest house." After delivering his words, he walked past Chen Fan. Chen Fan and his Xiao stepped aside, acutely aware of the numerous gazes directed at them, including those from several martial artists. Yet, he paid them no mind. A bald man walking alongside Su Ao inquired, "Boss Su, who is that kid? A relative of mine has come to Qingyang town for some reason." Su Ao's expression grew even darker. "He is a child who, upon hearing about underground fighting, seems to have gone mad with curiosity. The bald man chuckled. Well, that girl beside your relative is quite lovely, isn't she? Fresh and youthful. If she weren't associated with you, Boss Su, I would have made a move already. Su Ao snorted in dissatisfaction. This bald man, known as Bald Lu, was a notorious figure in Qingshui City, famed for his lecherous ways. Yet, with Su Ao present, it was unlikely he would dare entertain any reckless thoughts. Why does this boy seem to attract attention wherever he goes? He has my daughter in Chuzhou and now entangles himself with another girl in Qingyang town. Such a person is hardly a suitable match, Su Ao mused, a frown creasing his brow as his impression of Chun Fan soured further. After they had walked far away, a Xiao patted her chest and stuck out her little tongue, exclaiming, they were quite intimidating, especially that bald one, whose gaze seemed as if he could devour a person whole. As she spoke, she blinked her large eyes in confusion at Chun Fan. Brother Chun, do you know those people? I have met them once, Chun Fan replied nonchalantly. The leader is Su Ao, the esteemed Lord Ao of Haidong. A Xiao exclaimed, and upon noticing the gazes of those around them, she quickly grabbed Chun Fan's arm and hurriedly lowered her head, whispering, you actually know Lord Ao? Ah, right, Brother Chun. Your status is quite prestigious. Even Mayor Zhang seeks your favor, so it's only natural you would know Lord Ao. Are you familiar with Su Ao? Chun Fan asked, slightly amused. Is his reputation so grand that even a country girl from the neighboring province has heard of him? Upon mentioning this, a Xiao's enthusiasm waned. Many people I know toil under Lord Ao's command. Every year, during the underground arena competitions, numerous individuals seize the opportunity to be selected as bodyguards by the affluent bosses of Jiangnan province. Many also become subordinates to various magnates. Among these wealthy individuals, Lord Ao is the most renowned, known for his lavish generosity, hence the greatest number of people aspire to serve him. Chun Fan nodded in understanding. He recognized that families in Jiangnan province, especially around Haizhou, were relatively affluent, and thus few would willingly take up the perilous work of being a thug. Only in rural areas like Qingyang town, where the populace was both impoverished and fiercely spirited, did people dare to risk their lives. Every household possessed some farming skills, making them prime candidates for recruitment by the powerful figures. After exploring an ancient street with a Xiao, Chun Fan arrived at the bustling square outside the town. The square was already teeming with people, with countless villagers and tourists flocking to the scene. In the center stood a massive earthen platform, which served as the arena for the wrestling competition. This substantial platform could accommodate 3 or 4 pairs of contestants simultaneously. As bouts unfolded, cheers erupted intermittently from the crowd. Chun Fan glanced at the wrestlers, but soon lost interest. In his eyes, their movements lacked finesse and were merely a display of brute strength and raw tactics. Compared to the likes of Guo Weilin and Lin Bao, they were far from impressive, and even A Biao surpassed them by a significant margin. Just as he was about to suggest to A Xiao that they should return, a girl from a group of tourists in front turned to look at him and suddenly exclaimed, Chun Fan. Taken aback, Chun Fan regarded the urban girl, adorned with sunglasses and a stylish hat, her youthful attire making her appear quite unfamiliar. Who are you? He inquired. I'm Yang Li, your sister's roommate and close friend. Have you forgotten me? The city girl removed her sunglasses, revealing a charmingly radiant face, her beauty commendable, at least on par with Changwen. Oh, it's Sister Li. Chun Fan finally recalled. She was the university roommate of his cousin, Qi Ming, who had introduced them during a visit to Jinling long ago. However, that was a distant memory, and without this chance encounter, he might not have remembered her at all. Reflecting on Yang Li, Chun Fan couldn't help but wonder about his cousin Chen Ning's well-being. Chen Ning is the daughter of his uncle's family, currently a senior at university in Jinling. The Chen family has some renown in Jinling, though they are nowhere near the stature of the Wang family, one of the top aristocrats in China. The children of the Chun family's generation are all exceptionally talented, with Chen Ning gaining admission to Jinling University, ranked among the top 10 nationwide, due to her outstanding academic performance. In Chun Fan's memories, Chen Ning eventually secured a position in a financial investment bank on Wall Street, earning an annual salary of $1 million, and later married a director of the bank, enjoying great success. In contrast, Chun Fan in his previous life was significantly less fortunate. However, all of this belongs to a past life, as Chun Fan has now been reborn. The last time I saw Yang Li was during my first year of high school. I never expected that after 2 years, she would still recognize me. With this thought, Chun Fan shook his head slightly and smiled. Sisterly, what brings you to Qingyang town? How can you even ask me that? I have questions for you. Yang Li exclaimed, her eyes wide and hands on her hips, glaring at Chen Fan. Do you not know what kind of place this is? This is Qingyang Town, where danger lurks at every corner. How dare you, a mere high school student, venture to another province for leisure? Did you come alone or with someone else? I came with friends, Chen Fan replied. Being reprimanded like a child, even a centuries-old being like him felt a bit embarrassed, especially with a show beside him. Stifling her laughter, clearly surprised that the previously serious and aloof Mr. Chen would find himself in such a situation. Oh, and who might this young lady be, your little girlfriend? Yang Li also noticed a Xiao, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the young girl. Though a Xiao's attire lacked the chic flamboyance typical of urban girls, her youthfulness, delicate skin, and large, sparkling eyes rendered her irresistibly adorable, evoking an instinctive desire to embrace her. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, denying any involvement. However, a Xiao shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, embodying an unmistakable air of bashfulness. Oh, I see, Yang Li remarked, her expression conveying understanding as she shook her head with a sigh. Today's youth are truly remarkable. At merely 16 or 17, they are already engaging in romantic relationships and have ventured to a place as perilous as Qingyang Town with their girlfriends, utterly oblivious to the dangers that lurk here. At that moment, Yang Li's friends finally caught on and approached. One young man, clearly close to Yang Li, furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiao Li, who are these two? Together with Yang Li, they formed a group of 3 men and 2 women, evidently hailing from the Metropolis. Upon seeing Chen Fan, and particularly a Xiao, the 3 gentlemen were momentarily taken aback, their eyes betraying a sense of awe. This is Xiao Fan and his girlfriend, Yang Li introduced. Xiao Fan is the younger brother of my best friend. What a surprise to encounter him here. Since we are acquainted, why not join us for some fun? The young man suggested, his eyes lighting up. He seemed to be Yang Li's boyfriend, adorned in high-end designer attire, wearing a Vacheron Constantine watch, with a BMW keychain prominently displayed at his waist, clearly indicating a distinguished background. As he spoke, he cast subtle glances at a Xiao. Zhang Gu is indeed a member of the provincial Sanda team. This time, he has managed to take a rare opportunity to visit Dongjiang. How could he not sweep through the various arenas of Qingyang Town? The Zhang Gu he referred to as the tallest among the 3 men. Dressed in a black tank top, his muscular arms and solid chest are prominently displayed, revealing a vigorous physique adorned with calloused hands, unmistakably a practitioner of martial arts. Zhang Gu shook his head and remarked, all those in the ring are mere amateurs. Winning against them is hardly commendable. The first prize is only 100,000. I have participated in several national Sanda competitions, and never has the champion's prize been lower than 1 million. Upon hearing this, the other 2 men and 1 woman nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, Zhang Gu, you are a renowned expert in the provincial team. How could these rural bumpkins possibly compete with you? If it weren't for the underground fights, we wouldn't even bother coming here. With a dismissive smile, Zhang Gu scoffed at the notion of underground fights. He listened to their boasts, realizing they were rather trivial. After all, they are merely engaging in illicit matches, unable to rival the legitimate fighters. Otherwise, why wouldn't they participate in the Sanda King Championship, K1, or MMA? Winning a title there could earn them at least several $1,000,000. Why toil away here? As he spoke, the others began to feel that perhaps he was right. Yet, only Chen Fan shook his head inwardly. Zhang Gu was woefully unaware of the vastness of the world, believing that a few skills in Sanda made him invincible, oblivious to the fact that many formidable opponents exist beyond his knowledge. It seemed he had never encountered true masters, which led to this misguided perception. At this moment, Yang Li's boyfriend had already begun to warmly greet Chen Fan and his companion, inviting them to watch Brother Zhang register for the arena competition. Naturally, their enthusiasm was primarily directed towards a Xiao, while Chen Fan was regarded merely as a trivial child, unworthy of attention. Though Chen Fan had initially intended to leave, he was firmly pulled along by Yang Li and, with little choice, reluctantly followed. Chapter 53. The tournament commences. This Brother Zhang, a commendable member of the provincial Sanda team, truly lived up to his reputation upon stepping onto the arena, nearly sweeping his opponents aside. Those young men, who typically engaged in brawls and wrestling in the surrounding villages, stood no chance against him. With a single powerful whip kick, he sent his adversary crashing to the ground, leaving hardly anyone daring to challenge him thereafter. How dull! Brother Zhang leapt down from the stage, shaking his head as he approached. "You are simply too formidable, Brother Zhang," flattered Yang Li's boyfriend, Xiao Wang. Coming from a family with assets worth several million in Jinling, he would not have been able to pursue a girlfriend of Yang Li's caliber otherwise. However, individuals like Brother Zhang, skilled fighters in the provincial Sanda team, were never short of wealthy friends. After all, wealthy young men often found themselves in troublesome situations, necessitating someone to support them. Upon arriving at the venue with a group from the Sanda team, Brother Zhang would announce their presence. And upon hearing the name Provincial Sanda Team, opponents typically faltered even before a match commenced. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, incapable of competing with those who had trained in martial arts since childhood. Thus, Xiao Wang sought to ingratiate himself with Brother Zhang, hoping that he might one day provide support, thereby enhancing his own reputation among friends. Xiao Wang had orchestrated this trip to Qingyang town, even persuading his girlfriend to invite several attractive companions. Unfortunately, timing was not on his side, and only one accompanied them, who, regrettably, was less appealing than Yang Li, leaving Brother Zhang unimpressed. Xiao Wang had initially felt a twinge of anxiety, but at that moment, Yang Li encountered an acquaintance. Upon seeing a Xiao, even he could not help but feel captivated. This young lady was simply too enchanting. Indeed, ever since Brother Zhang laid eyes on a Xiao, his gaze has been persistently fixated on the young woman. Xiao Wang, having made up his mind, chuckled and said, "Since there's little of interest here, the underground boxing match is about to commence. Let us proceed there." Upon finishing his words, he cast a cheerful glance at Chun Fan and his companion, Xiao Fan. "You two are still quite young. Wandering around Qingyang town can be perilous. Why not accompany us? With a formidable bodyguard like Brother Zhang around, who would dare to cause trouble? Indeed, indeed. Xiao Fan, come along with us. If I happen to encounter you here and neglect you, your sister will surely have words to say to me," Yang Li added, nodding vigorously. "Perhaps it's unnecessary," Chen Fan replied with a slight frown. He could sense that. Apart from Yang Li, the others harbored a subtle hostility towards him. This perplexed him. Why would there be enmity upon their first meeting? "Of course it is necessary. Did you not witness how someone was just injured in the arena?" Yang Li asserted, placing her hands on her hips with an air of authority. "You must stay by my side for the next few days. Otherwise, I shall call your sister at once." Chen Fan was left speechless. Is this level of enthusiasm truly warranted, given that we have met only once? Nevertheless, her threat did carry some weight. If his cousin Qin Ming were to catch wind of this, it would inevitably reach his mother back in Zhonghai. The thought of her learning he had abandoned his studies to frolic in Dongjiang province was indeed troubling. Very well, he conceded nonchalantly, as he was merely here to explore and experience. Thus, a group of 7 set off in 2 vehicles towards the outskirts of Qingyang town. The underground boxing tournament is illicit, naturally not held within the town, but rather beside a picturesque village nestled by the mountains and water. By this time, numerous vehicles have already gathered here, and those who manage to find this location are predominantly affluent individuals. Beside the small lake, a massive curtain has been erected, encircling a vast area, resembling an enormous Mongolian yurt. Within, the arena for the tournament is likely prepared. Chun Fan and his companions arrived rather late, only to be intercepted by several imposing men in black at the entrance. Such an event is not one that one can simply waltz into. The basic admission fee stands at 1,000 yuan per person, and only cash is accepted. Xiao Wang readily paid for all 7 of them, even doubling the amount to secure seats closer to the front. As he made the payment, he deliberately cast a glance toward Xiao, and upon noticing a hint of envy in her eyes, his smile grew even more self-satisfied. Upon entering the colossal Mongolian yurt, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Chun Fan focused his gaze and saw that half of the space was already filled, with hundreds of attendees present. The competition had yet to commence, as a musical performance was underway on stage, featuring a somewhat renowned second-tier singer. However, the audience's attention was entirely diverted from her, eagerly debating which contender to place their bets on. Numerous elegantly attired, scantily clad women, resembling bunny girls, traversed the venue, serving trays to the guests. These trays contained betting slips, allowing patrons to wager on their chosen fighters. One could directly sign a check at the scene. The organizers were unperturbed by potential second thoughts, for this event was hosted by the prominent figures of Jiangbei. Should one dare to retract their bet, they would certainly face coercion, as these powerful individuals would not hesitate to confront them and demand payment. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Fan subtly shook his head. In such competitions, Relying solely on ticket sales and beverage revenues clearly yields minimal profit. The substantial gains reside within the gambling pools. Even though they may not rival the colossal stakes of the ocean cruise platforms described by Master Gua, which can reach hundreds of millions of dollars. The turnover here is still considerable, potentially nearing 100 million yuan within a single day. This is merely the first day. The climactic matches on the final day are bound to be even more extravagant. Not only will the affluent spectators who have flocked here participate, but the tycoons themselves will also engage, with their assets often amounting to billions, making it entirely plausible for the gambling pool to surpass several hundred million. How about it? Care to partake? Xiao Wang inquired, grinning as he held the betting slips before his companions. Brother Zhang, maintaining an air of nonchalance, placed a wager of 100,000 on a retired street fighting champion. The others, too, wagered varying amounts, with even Yang Li being coaxed by her boyfriend to place a bet of 10,000. At that moment, only a Xiao and Chun Fan remained hesitant. Upon seeing the minimum bet set at 10,000, a Xiao, startled, quickly shook her head. No worries, Xiao Wang reassured them. If you lack funds, Brother Xiao can lend you some. You can repay me once you win. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Chun Fan, understanding that the youth, brimming with vigor, would not allow others to provoke him, especially in front of his girlfriend. Even if he were short on cash, borrowing would be necessary to place a bet. Unexpectedly, Chun Fan remained as unyielding as an ancient sage, showing no signs of being swayed. Conversely, a Xiao appeared somewhat tempted, having grown up in poverty. She held a significant regard for money. Yet, seeing Chun Fan's unwavering stance, she refrained from interjecting and sat quietly beside him. Xiao Wang chuckled, recognizing that a little more persuasion was needed, but chose not to press the matter further. The competition commenced swiftly, featuring two towering boxers, one a skilled disciple of boxing, the other a fierce fighter with a more unorthodox style. Their explosive clash instantly electrified the audience, plunging the arena into a frenzied atmosphere. As competitors ascended the stage, facing defeat one after another, the contest gradually reached its zenith. Many spectators even shed their outer garments, waving them enthusiastically in the air. Following each bout, those who had wagered wisely reveled in their victories, generously tipping the winners, while the unfortunate losers vented their frustrations, some with reddened eyes, wishing to stake their entire fortunes in hopes of redemption. With another victory, the returns were substantial, at least doubling their stakes. Brother Zhang, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Xiao Wang, who leapt up, vigorously pumping his fist, his excitement directed towards Brother Zhang. Zhang chuckled with satisfaction, a seasoned insider, adept at discerning the likely victors. Under his guidance, the odds of winning for the group were notably high. After several matches, they had amassed a fortune exceeding 100,000. The glances exchanged between Yang Li and her companion towards Brother Zhang transformed. Even a Xiao could not suppress her burgeoning admiration. The earnings from this evening were more than sufficient to cover her college tuition. At this moment, Xiao Wang encouraged once more, Xiao Fan, a Xiao, are you joining us? With a master like Brother Zhang here, we are merely here to collect free money. Fear not, Brother Xiao will lend you the initial stake. Just return it once you profit. A Xiao hesitated, glancing at Chun Fan. Seeing no objection from him, she bit her lip and nodded in agreement. A triumphant smile involuntarily appeared in Xiao Wang's eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with Brother Zhang, both of them able to discern the excitement lurking within each other's gaze. The fish was finally about to be hooked. Chun Fan observed quietly, his mind as clear as a mirror, yet he had no intention of speaking. After all, both a Xiao and Xiao Wang were merely acquaintances. They bore no relevance to his past or present. As long as they did not provoke him, why should he intervene? He was a cultivator, pursuing his own freedom and tranquility, not a benevolent savior who came to the aid of everyone in need. Today marks the third update. The second one is presented now, while the third should arrive around midnight. I humbly seek your support. Chapter 54. The Gathering of the Titans, third update. Indeed, in the subsequent round, Aishio emerged victorious, winning a modest sum of several thousand yuan. Her exhilaration painted her cheeks a delightful shade of crimson as she gazed eagerly at Brother Zhang and Xiao Wang. What's the matter, Brother Chun? Aren't you tempted to join us? Xiao Wang, with an arm casually draped around Yang Li's waist, remarked with a teasing smile. To him, the moment Aishio became engrossed, Chun Fan had become inconsequential, merely a trivial background character. He mused that had it not been for his girlfriend and Aishio, he would have long since dismissed him. Although Aishio was elated, Her youthful mind remained clear. Mr. Chun is a person of great significance. He likely looks down upon such trifles, she ventured softly. A person of great significance? Xiaowang scoffed, barely suppressing a laugh. This kid? He can't even part with 10,000 yuan, resorting to borrowing from his girlfriend and others. How can he be deemed significant? Yet, upon witnessing Aishio's earnest expression, he refrained from being too harsh, managing only a chuckle without further comment. In the days that followed, Xiaowang and his companion spent their time sightseeing during the day and engaging in gambling with Aishio at night. Over this period, Aishio had experienced more victories than defeats, accumulating winnings amounting to several tens of thousands of yuan, a sum equivalent to her salary over 1 or 2 years. Despite her excitement, the young lady was mindful of Chun Fan's illustrious status, thus choosing to remain by his side most of the time, only occasionally indulging in a bed at night. This behavior further incited Xiao Wang and the others' disdain towards Qin Fan. Qin Fan, however, remained unfazed. To him, these individuals were mere child's play, with the sole exception being the final showdown among the esteemed figures, which barely captured his interest. At last, the final day arrived. That afternoon, as I entered the arena, I was acutely aware of the atmosphere, which was markedly different from the previous days. The entire yurt had been dismantled, revealing a vast expanse of flat ground, upon which a high platform had been erected beside the ring. Surrounding it stood imposing bodyguards, their fierce gazes scanning the crowd, many of whom had bulging waists, clearly concealing weapons. The audience sat in tense silence, afraid to utter a word. This was the annual gathering of the prominent figures from Jiangbei, a day designated for resolving conflicts and discussing spheres of influence. Anyone daring to cause a disturbance here would offend the entirety of Jiangbei, and without immense power, they would surely find themselves without a burial place. Suddenly, a stir rippled through the crowd as a procession ascended the platform. Among them was the esteemed leader from Tiana City, Xingzhong. Even the bald Lu from Qing Shui has arrived. Yet I wonder, where is our esteemed Wei San from Chuzhou? Each leader's appearance on stage prompted murmurs from the audience, some faces reflecting envy, others harboring resentment, while some sighed in despair. Each individual stepping onto the platform was a figure capable of shaking their respective cities, with some commanding immense influence throughout Jiangbei. This time, a woman from Jiangzhou appeared, and whispers of curiosity spread through the crowd regarding the absence of Elder Wu. As the final leader ascended the stage, an instant hush fell over the audience. All eyes turned towards the graceful and refined middle-aged man, the foremost magnate of Jiangbei, Su Ao from Haidong. Among those present, Su Ao's reputation loomed the largest. He is well-connected, dominating the largest city in the Jiangbei region. On the surface, he serves as the chairman of a publicly listed company, with assets amounting to billions. In every aspect, he eclipses others. Upon witnessing Su Ao take the stage, some prominent figures who were already seated could not suppress a cold snort. Su Ao, unfazed, calmly took his seat at the head of the table. Behind him, Elder Gu narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle, directed towards the source of the derisive sound. Indeed, it was Xingzhong from Tiana City. However, at this moment, only Master Wu, the rumored overseas expert, sat beside him, seemingly absent from the fray. I shall allow you to revel in your momentary triumph. Soon enough, you may find yourself unable to even shed tears. Elder Gu thought with a cold smile. As the dignitaries settled in, the bald Lu turned his gaze towards the only woman among them, chuckling. Is there no one left in Jiazhou? Have you sent a mere girl to represent you? The individual occupying the Jiangzhou seat was a woman clad in a flowing blue dress. She was not conventionally stunning, yet her aura was ethereal. Dressed in a blue cheongsam and embroidered cloth shoes, her wrists adorned with a pair of jade bangles, she resembled a figure from an ancient painting of Jiang and embroiderers. When Lu spoke, the woman remained still, but a burly middle-aged man behind her glared angrily and stepped forward. Enough. Elder Wu is indisposed. Hence he has appointed Miss Lu to represent him fully. This matter was communicated to me in advance, Su Ao stated with deliberate calmness. Upon hearing this, bald Lu could only grunt in response, falling silent. The middle-aged man turned his gaze back to the woman, and with a slight wave of her hand, he retreated. The esteemed figures present, along with the audience, could not help but be struck by the palpable authority of Su Ao. His mere words determined the standing of a prominent figure. Truly, he is the one who subtly commands the northern territories, known as the Sea East Su Ao. Brothers, including friends who have traveled from far and wide to Qingyang, Today marks an occasion for the cities of Jiangbei to convene, to engage in martial contests that will delineate each family's share and to reconcile past grievances. From this moment forth, all matters shall be settled by the outcome of our contests. Once we step beyond this threshold, disputes must not arise to disrupt the order of Jiangbei. Should that occur, do not blame me, Su, for my change of heart. Su Ao, comfortably seated in the grand chair, spoke with an air of calm authority. Prompting a hushed silence among the crowd, none dared to dismiss his words lightly. After he concluded, Lu, the bald man, could no longer restrain himself. Zhou Tianhao, why is it that you have not summoned Wei Sanyi to bolster your position this time? In the past, I have spared you out of respect for the Wei family, but today, I am eager to see how you intend to evade me. With a sweeping gesture, the burly man signaled to a short, dark-complexioned individual behind him, who, with a running start, leaped several meters through the air, landing deftly on the arena. He then cast a challenging gaze toward the Chu Zhou faction. Zhou Tianhao's expression darkened as he gripped the armrests of the grand chair tightly. The distance between Qing Shui and Chu Zhou was negligible, and the two factions had long been embroiled in conflict, harboring deep-seated animosities. Time and again, his greatest rival in the arena had been this bald brute. Master Gua, do you have confidence in this? Zhou Tianhao inquired quietly, glancing at the young man on the platform, whose hands were bound with ropes, observing him as a formidable Muay Thai expert. Such masters often begin their journey in childhood, relentlessly striking stones with ropes, shattering their own bones only to heal them repeatedly, ultimately honing iron fists and elbows. Guowei squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the short man on the stage, and confidently declared, as long as he is not a disciple of the ancient Thai boxing secret arts, I shall surely defeat him. With that, he leaped gracefully, effortlessly propelling himself like an arrow onto the arena. Cheers erupted from the audience below. The man who had previously taken the stage bore an appearance that did not resemble that of a Chinese, leading to an inherent bias among the spectators. In contrast, Master Gua's entrance exuded an aura devoid of any earthly frivolity, showcasing the brilliance of Chinese martial arts, thereby garnering even greater support from the crowd. Please, the short man uttered in a peculiar accent of Chinese. With a sudden bow and a fist salute, his body sprang up like a coiled spring, launching a powerful punch towards Master Gua. This strike was not only unexpected but also executed with remarkable speed, leveraging the strength of his waist and elbow, producing a chilling sound of tearing air that left the audience in astonishment. Master Gua, a true expert with a mastery of internal energy, instantly darkened his expression, pushing his hands forward in a defensive manner. However, the Thai boxing expert, undeterred by the first attack's failure, unleashed a relentless series of punches. With an onslaught resembling a tempest, Master Gua found himself entrapped in a predicament of receiving blows. He could scarcely comprehend the weight and ferocity of his opponent's strikes, which felt as if imbued with the might of 1,000 pounds, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, leaving his arms numb from the impact. Master Gua felt a sinking sensation in his heart, silently lamenting the unfortunate situation as he recognized he had encountered a true master of Muay Thai. At this moment, he had already lost the initiative and could only endure the onslaught, hoping that his opponent would eventually tire and reveal a flaw, providing him with a chance to counterattack. The audience was eerily silent, witnessing the once ethereal Master Gua being mercilessly battered by the diminutive foreigner. How about that? My master is quite formidable, isn't he? Boasted the bald giant, surveying the crowd with a satisfied grin. Though Master Song Tao is relatively young, he has already achieved fame in Southeast Asia for a decade. Known as the Eight-Armed Arhut, the distinguished guests exchanged glances, a slight frown on their faces. The term Arhut in Southeast Asia is not one to be used lightly. Unlike the characters in martial arts novels, it carries significant weight. Southeast Asia reveres Theravada Buddhism, where the highest attainment is that of an Arhut. Thus, bestowing someone with the title of Arhut is akin to proclaiming them a saint, a revered ancestor, or even a Buddha in the domestic context, a supreme honor. Moreover, this Muay Thai expert, when he chose to strike, did so with the swiftness of lightning. His punches, kicks, elbows, and knees flowed like quicksilver, an overwhelming tide of aggression, as if he wielded 8 arms in unison, truly deserving of the title Eight-Armed Arhut. The faces of the spectators had long turned ashen, particularly Brother Zhang, whose expression was one of extreme dismay. He prided himself as an elite from the provincial sparring team, looking down upon these unorthodox fighters. The underground boxers he had encountered in previous days merely fought with reckless abandon, their actual skills perhaps not surpassing his own. Yet, the two competitors on stage, whether it be Song Tao or the beleaguered Guo Wei, far exceeded his expectations in terms of ability. Zhang Gu placed himself in Guo Wei's position and realized that he might not even be able to withstand a single punch from Song Tao, which filled him with despair. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in silence. If this trend continued, Guo Wei was destined to lose. Indeed, it did not take long for the victor to be determined. Guo Wei was defeated. Chapter 55. The appearance of Lin, who, as the adage goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. Although Guo Wei desperately held on, hoping to exploit a moment of exhaustion from Song Tao's relentless assault, he tragically underestimated the latter's formidable prowess. This 8-armed warrior unleashed a torrent of 13 punches, 6 kicks, 5 elbows, and 7 knees in a single breath. Ultimately, the 14th punch shattered Guo Wei's defenses, delivering a lightning-fast strike to his chest with an effortless flick. With a violent cough, Guo Wei expelled a mouthful of blood. His body propelled backward, retreating at a speed even swifter than before. He landed beneath the arena, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. It was then that the onlookers beheld the alarming sight of Guo Wei's right chest caved in by an inch, his clothing completely torn, bearing the imprint of a fist. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Song Tao's punch had not merely struck, it had fractured Guo Wei's ribcage. Had the blow landed on his left side, Guo Wei would likely have suffered a fatal rupture of his heart, perishing on the spot. I concede, Guo Wei uttered, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his complexion ashen as he struggled to maintain his composure. Upon hearing this, Song Tao's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he joined his palms together in a gesture of respect and offered a slight bow before returning to the elevated platform, positioning himself behind the bald giant. The bald man chuckled heartily, directing his gaze at Zhou Tianhao. What do you say, Hao Gu? A bet is a bet. From this moment forth, the territory of Linfu Town belongs to me. Furthermore, the transport routes across Qingshui and Chuzhou are now my domain. You shall no longer interfere. Zhou Tianhao's face turned ashen, and he forced out a single word through gritted teeth. Fine. With a hearty laugh, the bald giant exclaimed, well then, I shall graciously accept this 10 million. A servant girl, already prepared, approached Zhou Tianhao with a tray. Without even glancing, Zhou took a check, inscribed his name, and carelessly placed it back on the tray. The bald man, witnessing this, laughed even more joyfully. At that moment, Zhou Tianhao's heart ached. 10 million was merely the base stake for each round, which was of little concern. However, Lingfu Town was a veritable gold mine, situated at the confluence of 3 cities with lax government oversight, leading to a proliferation of entertainment venues and casinos. Countless individuals flocked there each year, rendering it an undeniable haven for expenditure. Losing Lingfu Town would result in a minimum annual loss of several tens of millions in pure profit, with cash flow slashed by half. Suppressing his rising fury, Zhou inquired, where is Master Chen? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Well, Master Chen mentioned he ran into a friend and decided to go out with him. Recently, Qingyang Town has been overwhelmed with tourists, making it quite difficult to locate him. A Biao replied with a forlorn expression. But fret not. Since Master Chen has promised to come, he will certainly make an appearance. Once he arrives, no matter how formidable Song Tao may be, can he truly rival the unparalleled Master Chen? Hearing this, Zhou could only stifle his anger and nod in agreement. He had initially thought that having Master Guo was sufficient, and he had invited Master Chen merely as a precaution. Little did he expect that everyone would be earnest in this endeavor, managing to summon so many experts, while Master Guo had been defeated in the very first round. Now, the foundations of Chuzhou were laid bare for all to see, and it was inevitable that more challengers would arise. However, seated in such a prominent position, he had no choice but to confront every challenge head-on, whether by offering manpower or financial resources. Indeed, soon after, several parties explicitly named Zhou Tianhao as their target. At that moment, Master Chen was absent, and Guo Wei was gravely injured, leaving only a Biao, whose participation would be tantamount to a death sentence. With a grim expression, Zhou Tianhao was compelled to relinquish his territories and influence. The sting of losing 10 million for each match pierced his heart with anguish. Just wait. When Master Chen returns, I shall seek vengeance. Zhou Tianhao vowed bitterly within. Meanwhile, the true players had long since disregarded Chuzhou. Shifting their focus onto the bald man from Qingshui City, and the Muay Thai expert. The woman in the green attire remarked coolly, "Fourth uncle. Guowei is also a skilled practitioner of inner strength. How could he falter against a mere Muay Thai fighter?" "My dear, he is no ordinary Muay Thai expert," responded the middle-aged man behind her, his eyes narrowing with intensity. His strength had long surpassed the limits of the human body, likely due to the mastery of ancient Muay Thai's secret techniques. These ancient practices possess methods to stimulate human strength, and each heir is formidable, rivaling inner strength masters. The most elite among them could even contend with masters of the transformation realm. However, the successors of ancient Muay Thai are exceedingly rare, and that Song Tao is only marginally stronger than Guowei. Had Guowei not underestimated his opponent, he might not have suffered such a devastating defeat. "How does fourth uncle compare to him?" the woman in green inquired softly. "Ha." The middle-aged man replied with a proud smile. Among the gathered crowd, I regarded everyone with disdain, save for that old ghost of the Gu family. As for the Thai individual, I could dispatch him within 10 moves. He spoke with an upright posture, exuding an air of superiority. Miss Lu nodded slightly, embodying a sense of control over the situation. "Since Uncle Wu has requested our Lu family to intervene, we must not tarnish our family's reputation. Winning the title of the foremost in Jiangbei for him is hardly a monumental task. Indeed, our Lu family is a prestigious martial arts lineage, far beyond the comparison of these ordinary mortals." My fourth uncle naturally concurred. Although that old ghost from the Gu family is also of noble descent, he suffered internal injuries in his youth, and in a genuine confrontation, he may not be my match. At that moment, Su Ao inquired about old Gu. The frail elder chuckled hoarsely, reassuring, "Rest assured, Su, this Song Tao is certainly no match for me." Among those present, the highest martial prowess barely reaches the minor completion of internal strength. To challenge us requires further refinement. With old Gu's words, my worries dissipated. Su Ao nodded in calm agreement, unaware that the elder was casting a dubious glance at the woman in green and the burly middle-aged man behind her, sensing a familiarity with the pair. Shortly thereafter, the arena had progressed through 4 or 5 rounds. After Song Tao decisively incapacitated a karate master with a sweeping kick, he secured his 3rd consecutive victory. The prominent figures, except for Su Ao and the Lu woman, began to fidget restlessly. This Song Tao is extraordinarily formidable. The skilled fighters we invited seem utterly incapable of contending with him. The bald man exuded an air of triumph, his gaze predatory, as if he were in search of his next victim. All attention unwittingly shifted towards Su Ao. Su Ao furrowed his brow slightly. Aware that he could no longer allow the likes of Bald Lu to act with such impunity, he was about to instruct old Gu to take action. At that moment, a scornful voice suddenly resonated from the high platform. "Tisk tsk, is there no one left in Jiangbei? Allowing a mere Thai to rampage here is truly a disgrace to the people of Jiangbei." Everyone turned to see Xing Zhong casually seated in a grand chair, his hands idly spinning a jade orb, his expression dripping with disdain. Upon hearing this, Bald Lu's fury ignited, and with a mocking grin, he retorted, "Xing Zhong, are you courting death? Very well, I shall oblige." As he spoke, he scanned the area surrounding Xing Zhong, suddenly sneering. "Is this the meager entourage you brought to the arena? I heard you had summoned a formidable expert from overseas. Where is this so-called master? Surely he hasn't fled in terror at the sight of my master, Song Tao?" The other prominent figures, witnessing the exchange, furrowed their brows in confusion. Aside from a handful of ordinary subordinates, Xing Zhong had only Master Wu seated beside him. The elderly Master Wu, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, exuded an ethereal presence, yet he was merely a feng shui master, evidently not suited for any form of combat. Indeed, where is the overseas expert that Xing Zhong had invited? There was quite a commotion surrounding him earlier, yet now he is nowhere to be found. The crowd pondered among themselves. At that moment, Xing Zhong's eyes suddenly widened, and in a chilling tone, he declared, "Bald Lu, to insult the Tiger Lord is to seek death. Very well, the Tiger Lord has arrived. Let us see if you can still find amusement in this." He finished speaking, rose to his feet, faced the tranquil lake, inclined slightly, and called out loudly, "Please, Lord Tiger." The subordinates behind Xing Zhong also respectfully turned towards the small lake, echoing in unison, "Please, Lord Tiger." The crowd was bewildered, wondering what was happening. The vast surface of the lake was devoid of any small boats or motorboats. Where could this Lord Tiger be? Only Chen Fan in the audience suddenly gasped in surprise, his gaze shifting uncertainly over the water, a faint smile creeping onto his face. How intriguing. There are indeed such masters. I have underestimated the martial arts on this planet. As the others remained puzzled, some were already preparing to ridicule Xingzhong. Suddenly, both Old Gu and Fourth Uncle stood up in unison, their astonished eyes fixed on the lake. Old Gu, Fourth Uncle, what is it? The woman surnamed Lu and Su Ao simultaneously inquired in confusion. Fourth Uncle remained silent, his body tense as if facing a formidable adversary, while Old Gu's expression was graver than ever. Su, we are in serious trouble this time. Su Ao, still perplexed, was startled by a sudden uproar from the riverbank. He turned to look, and his face paled dramatically. On the gently rippling surface of the lake beside the arena, a white wave suddenly surged forth, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a dragon riding the wind and waves. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the wave was, in fact, a person racing across the water's surface. Is this a human? Someone stammered in disbelief. A collective shock swept through the crowd, leaving them in awe. Running atop the lake's surface at a speed comparable to that of a speedboat, was this truly within the realm of human capability? Uncle C's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were forcing the words from his throat. Walking on water, at the pinnacle of internal strength, the newcomer was indeed a formidable master, having achieved perfection in internal energy cultivation, merely a step away from transcending into a higher realm. Such an extraordinary figure was renowned in the martial arts community, celebrated as a formidable hero. Only Xingzhong displayed a glimmer of joy, gazing at the man who walked on water as if witnessing a deity, and he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Welcome, Lord Tiger." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Hu suddenly leaped from the bank, soaring a full yard into the air, landing gracefully on the arena. With his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Song Tao, remarking coolly, "Are you truly my opponent?" Song Tao's expression shifted in horror. It was the first time since he had taken the stage that his demeanor had changed. Chapter 56. Who is Master Chun? Second update. Since he began his journey in the ancient Thai boxing secrets under his master's guidance, he has felt invincible, considering himself among the elite. However, upon witnessing Lin Hu striding across the waves today, he realized the profound truth that there are always greater powers and individuals beyond one's own. Yet, with a sincere heart towards martial arts, Song Tao, although astonished, found his inner courage ignited. "Please." He once again bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Lin Hu stood with one hand resting behind his back, the other slightly raised to the side. Upon seeing this, Song Tao's fury surged. The man before him, despite his seemingly supernatural presence, could not belittle someone who had thrived as a formidable expert in Southeast Asia. With a roar, he summoned the ancient Thai boxing secret technique, his veins bulging, skin turning a dark iron hue, and his physique swelling to nearly 2 meters tall. "Now this resembles the secret technique of sacrificing oneself in ancient Thai boxing," Lin Hu remarked with a slight nod. His fourth uncle whispered, "Song Tao is going all out. The self-sacrifice technique can only be employed a few times in one's life, and each use severely depletes one's vitality, leaving one weak for months." The woman of the Liu family remained oblivious to the conversation, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Hu. Song Tao let out a series of wild roars and launched his attack. This time, his speed noticeably decreased. However, the force behind his punch was akin to a mountain collapsing, an unimaginable power. Guo Wei's complexion paled further. Had Song Tao unleashed this technique from the start, he feared he would not withstand even 3 punches. Yet, Lin Hu on the stage surprised everyone by remaining still, neither blocking nor evading. As the fist approached, he suddenly clenched his right hand and struck back with equal force. His strike was executed in absolute silence, yet it arrived before one could anticipate. With a sharp crack, the 2 fists collided, sending Song Tao soaring through the air like a mere straw. His arm twisted grotesquely, seemingly broken beneath Lin Hu's formidable punch. At this moment, Lin Hu showed no intention of restraint. Instead, he swiftly positioned himself above Song Tao. The latter emitted a heart-wrenching scream, attempting to shield his chest with one hand. But Lin Hu had already descended with a foot poised to strike. His foot descended with the grace of a swift swallow skimming the water, effortlessly bypassing Song Tao's defenses and directly crushing him onto the ring. The impact echoed like a boulder striking the ground. Song Tao fell heavily, creating a small crater on the platform, his chest deeply indented as if struck by a colossal truck. Having sustained such grievous injuries, It was evident that he could not survive. A single punch, a single kick, Song Tao was doomed. The arena fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixed on the man who had so nonchalantly dispatched Song Tao. With a shake of his head, Lin Hu remarked, "Too weak. If you trained for another 20 years, you might manage to exchange a few moves with me." With that, Lin Hu stood proudly, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the elevated platform, and calmly inquired, "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Despite the presence of numerous prominent figures from Jiangbei, not a single soul dared to speak. Lin Hu's overwhelming display of lethal prowess had profoundly shaken them. Even the formidable Song Tao, ranked among the top 3 in strength, could not withstand his might. Who would dare to step forward to meet a similar fate? At this moment, the bald man appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Wishing he could sink into his seat and evade Lin Hu's attention forever. The woman of the Liu family also lost her previous composure, her expression now grave and pensive. The appearance of Lin Hu shattered all her calculations. His strength was utterly formidable, rendering even the intervention of the fourth uncle seemingly futile. Is there no one left? Lin Hu's gaze swept the surroundings, ultimately resting upon Su Ao in the center. Not only he, but many dignitaries on the platform and the crowd below turned their attention to him, the foremost magnate of Jiangbei, known as Master Ao of Haidong. Su Ao took a deep breath, realizing he could no longer evade the inevitable. Bearing the title of Jiangbei's greatest magnate came with its own set of responsibilities. He spoke gravely. "Old Gu, do you have confidence in this?" In an unexpected display, Old Gu bowed solemnly and replied, "Master Su, I am grateful for your kindness over the years. At my advanced age, with one foot in the grave, allow me to fight for you one last time today." Old Gu's words echoed with a determination to perish on the arena. Su Ao regarded Old Gu with a serious expression, saying, "If the situation becomes dire, concede. We have plenty of time ahead of us." Old Gu nodded, turning resolutely towards the arena, his posture erect, exuding an energy that seemed to rejuvenate him by 2 decades. Upon witnessing Old Gu ascend the stage, Lin Hu's demeanor grew slightly more serious. He scrutinized the elder and remarked, "Achieving mastery in internal energy makes you a commendable opponent. Yet your injuries have significantly diminished your strength. Your gait bears traces of the Gu family's martial arts. What relation do you have to Gu Shirtong?" Old Gu furrowed his brows and replied, "You know my family's head?" With a chuckle, he continued, 17 years ago, I accompanied my teacher to Huaxia. At that time, Gu Shirtong was the 7th to be defeated by my master." Lin Hu replied lightly, "How could this be possible?" Gu Lao's expression changed dramatically. The Gu family is a martial arts lineage with a history of 2 centuries, and the family head, Gu Shirtong, is a master at the pinnacle of internal strength, a figure on the verge of transcending realms. In his lifetime, he has only been defeated by one person, and it was precisely this defeat that left him severely injured. Otherwise, he would have long since entered the realm of transcendence. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and he asked hoarsely, "Who is your master?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Hu proudly announced 5 words, "Hong Min, Lei Qianjue." As soon as he uttered these words, the entire room was taken aback. Few had heard of Lei Qianjue, but the name of Hong Min is monumental. This organization has been renowned throughout China and the world for over a century, and it remains the foremost authority within the overseas Chinese community. In comparison to such a venerable organization, the prominent figures of Jiangbei are mere small fry. They are a force capable of direct dialogue with the state. Even the mightiest Su Ao of Haidong is insignificant before Hong Min. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Tiger Yi?" He is the Alaskan tiger of Hong Min. Those familiar with overseas power dynamics turned pale. In contrast to Lin Hu, far more people recognize the title of Alaskan tiger. It is said that he is the leader of the Chinese community in Alaska, ruthless and cunning, controlling the shipping routes of the Bering Strait and the Northeast Pacific. Any vessels passing through those waters must pay him tribute, or they risk being attacked by pirates. Such an international overlord is not something the petty squabbles of Jiangbei can contend with. Su Ao felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss without end. What has arrived is no longer the overseas pugilist invited by Xingzhong, but rather a formidable Tyrannosaurus rex. The individual is not here for mere monetary gain. It seems they intend to engulf Jiangbei, or even the entirety of Jiangnan province. Lin, who possesses wealth, manpower, and formidable strength, bolstered by the overwhelming influence of the Hongmen. Given time, he could undoubtedly consolidate his power over Jiangbei. It is evident that now presents the most opportune moment. Uncle C murmured in astonishment. So it is a disciple of Lei Qianjue. No wonder. Is Lei Qianjue renowned? The woman with the surname Lu furrowed her brow. My dear, you are too young. When Lei Qianjue rose to prominence, you were scarcely 10 years old, Uncle C replied with a wry smile. Lei Qianjue is an extraordinary grandmaster of the overseas Hongmen. It is said that he attained enlightenment on the Arctic ice fields and created the secret technique Qianjiyin, possessing uncanny abilities beyond comprehension. Upon his arrival in Huaxia, he defeated 16 masters in succession, his reputation soaring as he seemed to embody the might of the foremost grandmaster from overseas. Is he truly that formidable? The woman with the surname Lu's expression shifted noticeably. Her confidence stemmed from the fact that the Lu family is a martial arts lineage with a history spanning centuries, surpassing the Gu family in strength, bolstered by the presence of a transformation realm grandmaster. However, the fame of Lei Qianjue, proclaimed the foremost grandmaster overseas, instilled a sense of trepidation, as he likely exceeds the capabilities of an ordinary master. What transpired thereafter? The woman with the surname Lu inquired urgently. Fortunately, Master Yi Nantian intervened and defeated him, compelling Lei Qianjue to vow never to set foot in Huaxia again. Uncle C sighed deeply. Yi Nantian, the one from the Beijing military district? The woman with the surname Lu turned pale, for in comparison to Lei Qianjue, Yi Nantian's renown was indeed overwhelming. He is universally acknowledged as an unparalleled genius, anticipated to ascend to the divine realm as a grandmaster, and stands as a towering pillar in the northern military. Even her father, the transformation master of the Lu family, holds Yu Nantian in high regard. Indeed, it was only after that battle that Master Yi truly garnered fame across the world. The fourth uncle nodded in agreement. As the two conversed, the victor had already been determined on the stage. Although Elder Gu was astonished, he had no choice but to engage in battle, for he bore the honor of all of Jiangbei and Sueo. Unfortunately, the gap between him and Lin Hu was insurmountable. At over 70 years old and having suffered hidden injuries, while Lin Hu was in the prime of his life, his physical strength and martial skills had reached their zenith. By the seventh strike, Elder Gu could no longer withstand the onslaught and was sent flying by a single palm strike. Fortunately, Lin Hu had shown restraint. After all, he came to reclaim Jiangbei and establish his authority, but he did not wish to annihilate his opponent, or else the elder would have perished on the spot. Shall we continue? Lin Hu inquired, gazing indifferently at the high platform. Su Ao's face twitched, and ultimately, he could only bow his head and concede, "We admit defeat." Master Hu is magnificent. Xingzhong suddenly leaped from his seat, raising his fist in triumph. How long had Su Ao sat in the position of Jiangbei's leader? Today, he was trampled beneath Lin Hu's feet, signifying a new dawn for Jiangbei. All those present felt a profound sense of loss as they witnessed the fall of an old tyrant and the rise of a new one. Lin Hu's gaze swept across the platform, and the prominent figures seated there lowered their heads like quails, no longer daring to step forward in defiance. Even the woman of the Lu family had no choice but to bow her head. Only Zhou Tianhao clung tightly to the armrests of the grand chair, his face a shade of deep azure. Lin Hu. It was indeed him, the elder brother of Lin Bao. The retribution from the Hongmen had finally arrived. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Hu's gaze merely swept past him, as his true target was not Zhou Tianhao. He held no belief that Zhou Tianhao could have slain his brother. Standing atop the platform, Lin Hu spoke with a calm demeanor. My brother Lin Bao perished in Chuzhou. If he was outmatched, then so be it. Nevertheless, he is my flesh and blood, a recognized disciple of my master, Lei Qianjue. To kill my brother demands accountability from the Hongmen. I require an explanation from my master. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he bellowed, Master Chen, I am aware of your arrival. You have slain my brother and tarnished the reputation of the Hongmen. How can this grudge go unavenged? I, Lin Hu, have crossed the seas to confront you today and witness your extraordinary sorcery. Around the arena, hundreds stood in stunned silence, the only sound being Lin Hu's furious roar that reverberated, stirring the surface of the lake into tumultuous waves. A singular thought occupied their minds. Who is this Master Chun? What manner of individual could compel such a formidable martial artist, a master of internal strength, to traverse vast distances in pursuit of vengeance? Suddenly, someone gasped. Could it be that Master Chun, renowned in Chuzhou not long ago? Upon utterance of these words, many felt a tremor of realization. They recalled the tales from Chuzhou of a master whose mystical powers were said to command thunder. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying figure as Lin Hu. Would he dare ascend the platform? Many silently shook their heads, fearing that Master Qin had already fled far from the impending storm. The trouble he has stirred has caused the entire Jiangbei to bear the brunt. After Lin Hu concluded his remarks, he stood resolutely, as steadfast as a marker. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Master Qin did not emerge. Zhou Tianhao's legs trembled, and despair engulfed his heart. Could it be that Master Qin has fled as well? Su Ao shook his head in a bitter smile. What do I even hope for? Will there truly be a master of unparalleled magical prowess who can rise to defeat Lin Hu and salvage Jiangbei from defeat? That is merely a fairy tale, isn't it? As silence fell upon the assembly on the high platform, with only Xingzhong reveling in his triumph, suddenly, a figure in the crowd slowly rose. Are you calling for me? The third update arrives after midnight. Alas, I have transitioned from the public author rankings to the new author rankings, where many esteemed writers reside. I humbly seek your support, as I do not wish to fall out of the top 10. My heart aches. Chapter 57, A Single Punch to Obliterate. In an instant, all eyes in the venue converged upon this scene. Have you lost your mind? Sit down. Xiao Wang hissed urgently. Don't you realize the gravity of this occasion? Not a single bigwig among the many present dares to utter a word. Yet you, Qin Fan, choose to stand up? It's tantamount to courting death. Given Lin Hu's formidable presence, akin to that of a deity or demon, and his notorious penchant for ruthlessness, provoking him could easily lead to dire consequences. Qin Fan could very well find himself ensnared in a deadly web, potentially dragging his companions down with him. The mere thought filled Xiao Wang with a seething rage. Wishing he could reduce Qin Fan to mere pulp on the spot, Yang Li and the others were equally pale with fear, hesitating over whether to restrain Qin Fan. When Lin Hu's gaze indeed shifted towards them, under the unyielding scrutiny of that merciless stare, Xiao Wang and his companions felt as though they were pierced by an icy chill. Not even a finger dared to twitch. Their only desire was to flee as far as possible from the ominous presence of Qin Fan, desperately trying to distance themselves from him. In an instant, the crowd surrounding Qin Fan dispersed like leaves caught in a tempest. Notably, Brother Zhang from the provincial Sanda team was the swiftest to retreat. His courage had been shattered the moment Song Tao made his move, and Lin Hu's entrance obliterated any remnants of his bravado. His confidence as a boxing expert was now but a distant memory. Standing at the center, Qin Fan remained solitary, bearing the weight of the crowd's gaze. Only a Xiao remained by his side. Though life had burdened her, her heart remained pure and kind. At this moment, she tugged desperately at his sleeve, pleading, Qinggu, please sit down. That person on stage is capable of killing. It's all right, I'm not afraid of him. Qin Fan replied with unwavering resolve. Qin Fan turned around and smiled at her. He then gently patted his Xiao's head and said, Since you call me Brother Qin, I shall grant you a promise. I will provide you with an opportunity in the future, though I cannot ascertain whether you will seize it. After saying this, he peeled away a Xiao's delicate fingers and walked towards the arena, leaving her dazed in place, her mind filled with Qin Fan's last gentle smile. For some inexplicable reason, a twinge of regret stirred within her, accompanied by an impulse to weep. As Qin Fan made his way through the crowd, people parted like a tide, casting looks of incredulity upon him. Some well-meaning individuals even whispered warnings. Little one, they are calling for Master Qin, not you. You should stop. In the minds of the onlookers, those referred to as Master were invariably elderly, typically in their 40s or 50s, akin to Master Wu. At merely 16 or 17, Qin Fan could hardly be considered a Master Qin. He merely smiled at them, without uttering a word, and continued on his path. Upon reaching the foot of the 2-meter-high arena, he gazed up at it. While the previous skilled fighters had leapt onto the stage with agility, some merely using their hands to assist, Qin Fan ascended the steps methodically. One by one, Su Ao, upon catching sight of Qin Fan for the first time, felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. As he drew closer and recognized him, panic surged within him. After all, this was the boy his daughter admired. Despite his dissatisfaction with the youth's arrogance, he could not bear to watch him walk into danger. Lin Hu, known overseas as the Tiger of Alaska, had earned his fearsome reputation through a trail of blood and corpses. Even if one misidentifies the person, there will be no mercy shown. What do you intend to do here? You should leave at once. Su Ao, disregarding any notions of seniority, urgently whispered. Qin Fan, with an innocent expression, replied, Since he called for me, it is only natural for me to come. Su Ao felt an overwhelming urge to slap him awake. exclaiming in frustration. The one he called as Master Chun, not you. Do you think every Chun is a master? Like many others, Su Ao believed that even a youthful Master Chun must be at least 30. How could a mere 16 or 17-year-old student be considered a master? Chen Fan blinked innocently and said, I am Master Chun. Su Ao, exasperated, felt as though he were playing a lute to a block of wood. Unable to convey his point. At that moment, Old Gu had managed to rise from the arena, panting heavily but still alive. Upon seeing Chen Fan approach, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he bellowed, With your meager skills, you are no match for me, and yet you dare to come here to seek death? Leave at once. Lord Tiger is a significant figure and will not hold this against you. As he spoke, he desperately gestured towards Chen Fan. Lin Hu, standing nearby with arms crossed, regarded the youth with a furrowed brow. With his extensive experience abroad and keen insight, he could easily discern that this young man possessed no martial foundation whatsoever. He could not even defeat an ordinary strongman, let alone have killed Lin Bao. Furthermore, it is well known that masters of the arts often require years to hone their skills. A master of comparable ability is typically much older than a mere warrior. Although Xing Zhong remarked that Master Chun was relatively young, Lin Hu pondered that this youthfulness was indeed relative when compared to Master Wu, who was in his 60s or 70s. A man in his 40s or 50s could still be deemed youthful. However, since this young man dared to take the stage, he must be prepared for the consequences. Lin Hu thought to himself that he could use him as an example to intimidate others, showcasing his prowess to Zhang Bei. With this thought, Lin Hu's gaze darkened. The other prominent figures on the platform regarded Chen Fan with a mixture of admiration and disapproval. They admired the young man's audacity to confront Lin Hu's formidable presence, yet they shook their heads, recognizing that he was ultimately too young and lacked the wisdom to endure and adapt. While the esteemed figures of Zhang Bei bowed their heads in compliance, awaiting a future opportunity for revenge, what was the necessity for this young man to display his bravado? A woman from the Liu family whispered, Fourth uncle, can you intervene on his behalf? We cannot allow an ordinary youth to be killed before the eyes of the Liu family. The fourth uncle shook his head helplessly. There is no way to save him. Lin Hu has already made up his mind to kill, to assert his bloody methods over the people of Zhang Bei. Anyone who dares to intervene is courting death. The Liu woman fell silent, her heart heavy with despair. She had initially believed that wielding the influence of the Liu family would easily secure her the title of Zhang Bei's finest. However, the emergence of the formidable Lin Hu had utterly shattered her expectations. In particular, the forces backing Lin Hu were not in the slightest inferior to the Liu family. In fact, they surpassed it. I have ultimately underestimated the heroes of the world, the Liu woman lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, some spectators with darker inclinations were already contemplating. This young man must be lacking in common sense. If he seeks the limelight, then let him face his demise. Only a Xiao was truly in tears, feeling increasingly remorseful for her actions during this time. Now that Chen Fan was gallantly facing death, she feared that there would be no chance for redemption in the future. Her heart heavy with regret. At this moment, Lin Hu, with crossed arms, spoke nonchalantly. I seek Master Chun, not some insignificant figure. Of course, if you wish to engage in combat, I shall not hold back. Facing this unparalleled martial artist, who had effortlessly dispatched Song Tao with a single punch and defeated Gu Lao in mere 7 moves, Chen Fan exhibited no fear. Instead, he casually remarked, if you are referring to the Master Chun who vanquished your brother, then that would indeed be me. His declaration astonished everyone present. What? Did I hear incorrectly? He claims to be Master Chun? The audience nearly strained their eyes in disbelief. The prominent figures from Zhang Bei were equally taken aback, with some even leaping from their seats in shock. Is this true? Lin Hu stood there, stunned. At this juncture, Chen Fan continued, your brother, Lin Bao, possesses rather mediocre skills, merely dabbling in some rudimentary techniques. I executed a single move, and he fled in panic, forcing me to employ another. Disregarding Lin Hu's increasingly dark expression, Chen Fan continued unabated. Well, I had anticipated that your master, Lei Qianjue, would be the one to arrive, and I had even prepared a few techniques for him. Yet, here you are instead. Though your skills are somewhat inferior to Lei Qianjue's, you do possess some unique attributes. That water treading technique is something I had never considered. He had previously been pondering the technique of treading water, which resulted in his delayed reaction, taking several minutes before he finally stood up. Initially, this skill intrigued Chen Fan, but upon deeper contemplation, it proved to be of little value. merely a method of harnessing inner energy. It was akin to a Nobel laureate observing an elementary student solving a complex mathematical problem. While there might occasionally be a novel approach, upon closer inspection, it was nothing extraordinary. At this moment, Zhou Tianhao finally snapped to attention, abruptly rising from his armchair, exclaiming with fervor, "Master Chun, you have finally arrived. You must teach this Lin Hu a lesson, so he understands that we from Jiangbei are not to be trifled with." The crowd was taken aback. Only then did they reluctantly accept the reality that this youth, who resembled a student, was indeed the renowned Master Chun of extraordinary prowess. It was he who had slain Lin Hu's brother, Lin Bao, prompting this formidable martial artist to travel across the ocean. Even Sueo, despite decades of cultivating his inner energy, was left speechless in astonishment. Chun Fan is actually Master Chun? How is this possible? He recalled having researched Chun Fan's background, noting that he was merely slightly more adept than the average person and possessed no remarkable traits. How could he have transformed into the legendary figure of Chuzhou, rumored to command thunder? If Lin Hu was so fearsome, one could only imagine that his brother was not far behind. What kind of entity was Master Chun, who could vanquish Lin Bao? Yang Li and the others were rendered utterly speechless, unable to utter a word, their gazes fixed intently upon Chun Fan. Only Xiao suddenly realized. No wonder Deputy Mayor Zhang and the others kept referring to Master Chun. I thought it was a peculiar way of addressing someone from Chuzhou. I never imagined you were truly Master Chun. Gazing at the young man on the stage who was conversing with Lin Hu with ease and confidence, Xiao abruptly recognized that she had misjudged him from the very beginning. It really is you. Lin Hu lowered his head and muttered to himself, his voice growing progressively louder until it resonated throughout the entire venue. I care not for your title of Master Chin or your affiliation with Beta. You killed my brother and disgraced my sect. Today, I shall use your blood to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens. With that, he stomped his foot forcefully, his figure expanding dramatically, enveloped in a swirling white mist that threatened to burst forth. His hands danced in the air like a pipa player, each flick of his fingers producing a piercing sonic boom. Though a robust man, his fingers were as delicate as a Jiangnan beauty, gliding through the void, causing the white mist to intertwine into slender threads. These threads pierced through space as if capable of severing steel. Should they ensnare a person, the mortal body would undoubtedly be torn asunder. Fourth uncle, disregarding his earlier astonishment at Chun Fan's identity, wore an expression of utmost seriousness. External energy projection. Qi condensed into threads. This is the ultimate secret technique of the Grandmaster Lei Qianjue from the Hongmen. Qianjiyin, Chun Fan, with a light exclamation, smiled and said, "You have merely reached the pinnacle of internal energy, yet you are able to project your energy outward, relying on this secret art, I presume. Very well. Allow me to show you what true martial arts entail." Chun Fan slightly raised his hands, gently grasping the void. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if one could grasp the entirety of heaven and earth. The 36 techniques of Zhenwu. The first technique, the heaven-embracing hammer. Chapter 58. Renowned in Jiangbei. First update. Fourth uncle, is the 1,000 machine pull truly formidable? Inquired the woman of the Liu family. Formidable is an understatement. Fourth uncle replied with a wry smile. Lei Qianjue attained the realm of a transformation master upon the Arctic ice fields, and with the 1,000 machine pull, he swept across the seas, facing almost no resistance. It is said that he once effortlessly dismantled a several-ton Arctic ice bear with a mere wave of his hand, showcasing unparalleled ferocity. Then, that young man must be in grave trouble, the woman in green gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Even without the 1,000 machine pull, he would still be no match for Lin Hu. Fourth uncle shook his head. In his view, Lin Hu had reached the pinnacle of inner strength. Even if he were to encounter a transformation master, he could either defeat them or escape unscathed. As for Chun Fan, he appeared to be an ordinary person, showing no signs of martial training, and thus, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against a practitioner in the arena. While it is true that a master of the arcane possesses unpredictable abilities when facing a peak inner strength warrior within a span of 10 steps, the moment you invoke your spell, the martial expert could take your life multiple times over. Thus, fourth uncle held no faith in this arrogant and ignorant Master Chun. Not only him, but none of the distinguished figures present harbored any hope for Chun Fan. Lin Hu's previous display of strength had been too overwhelming. He was a renowned figure abroad for many years, while Chun Fan was merely an inconspicuous youth. How could he possibly contend with Lin Hu? Yet just then, Chun Fan reached into the void, and those white threads, capable of piercing steel, were effortlessly drawn into his embrace, as if he were a master chef skillfully handling noodles. How is that possible? Lin Hu's expression shifted dramatically. The white silk released by the thousand mechanisms induction is merely an intense concentration of internal energy, not a tangible entity. How could it possibly be embraced by another? I have stated that you are oblivious to the essence of true martial arts. Chun Fan's hands moved through the void, as if propelling an invisible sphere. Humph, what you practice is not martial arts at all, but mere sorcery, Lin Hu retorted. Utterly unconvinced, he resolved to abandon the thousand mechanisms induction and instead employ his most adept martial skills to overpower Chun Fan through sheer strength. With a thunderous roar, he surged upward, his form towering 3 feet higher, his muscles infused with the might of molten iron. Clenching his fist, he glided forward, akin to a specter, and struck from Chun Fan's left flank. This punch was as swift as lightning, roaring like a cannon, tearing through the air and vividly manifesting the power of a peak internal energy master. Alas, Chun Fan sighed, pushing with both hands as he turned to deliver a counterstrike. To the untrained eye, this blow appeared almost weightless, yet Lin Hu's countenance shifted dramatically, sensing the immense weight of the void cradled between Chun Fan's hands. The way he struck with that empty space was reminiscent of an ancient deity hurling the unyielding Mount Buzhou down upon the earth. Absolutely formidable, utterly impossible to withstand. Danger! Lin Hu's instincts surged to their zenith, compelling him to withdraw his punch and retreat at a speed surpassing that of his initial advance. As the onlookers marveled at Lin Hu's inexplicable withdrawal, they beheld Chun Fan's hands gracefully cradle the air before pressing downwards. Boom! It was akin to a meteor crashing to the ground, unleashing a thunderous roar. The entire ground trembled instantaneously, causing numerous spectators to be jolted from their seats. While the arena itself was left ravaged, half of it obliterated by Chun Fan's strike. A fissure emerged between Chun Fan's hands, extending all the way to the shore. Was this martial prowess? Not only Lin Hu but even fourth uncle and elder Gu were astonished. Lin Hu's Qianjiyin was a renowned technique perfected over many years by Lei Qianjue. Yet how could Chun Fan, a master of the arcane arts, exhibit such formidable martial skills? Moreover, his striking technique was undeniably powerful and unyielding. That seemingly light blow felt as though Mount Tai had toppled or a meteor had descended. An assault beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. At that moment, Lin Hu's heart raced with fervor. Master Chun was no mere practitioner of the arcane. He was, in fact, a supreme master of martial arts, his cultivation not weaker than Lin Hu's own. Even if his master, Lei Qianjue, were present, the outcome would be uncertain. Should he advance or retreat? Just as Lin Hu hesitated in his thoughts, Chun Fan had already spread his hands wide, resembling the wings of a bird, and called out, "Second form, descending cloud hand. Retreat swiftly." In that instant, Lin Hu's spirit for combat evaporated, and he withdrew rapidly. Yet, he witnessed Chun Fan gently wave his hands, transforming into a fleeting vision, closing the distance at a speed tenfold his own. Impossible! Lin Hu screamed inwardly and launched a punch midair. This strike encompassed the entirety of his lifelong training, capable of shattering even a millstone-sized boulder. However, Chun Fan, with a tenderness akin to caressing a beloved, merely brushed his fingertips across Lin Hu's chest. "Ah!" Lin Hu cried out in agony as he plummeted from the sky. Upon landing, he staggered but managed to regain his balance. The onlookers gasped in unison as they beheld the scene. Before Lin Hu's chest lay a grievous wound, as if carved by a keen blade, extending from his left breast to his right abdomen, revealing the stark whiteness of his ribs beneath. This injury was merely a result of Chun Fan's fingertips brushing against him. Had a full strike been delivered, it was likely that he would have been cleaved in twain. How formidable! Escape! That singular thought consumed Lin Hu, compelling him to flee as if every second were precious. Since his inception into the martial world, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Whether it was the hammer of a blow or the gentleness of a caress, neither was he equipped to withstand. His eyes widened in terror, veins bulging, and he resorted to desperate techniques, albeit this time solely for the purpose of retreat. He pivoted, abandoning the exit, and instead fled towards the lake's surface. Lin Hu believed he possessed the art of water treading. If Chun Fan dared to pursue him onto the water, he might still have a chance to turn the tide. In the blink of an eye, he reached the lakeside, 1 foot already submerged in the water. And just as he sighed in relief, a languid voice resonated from behind. Third form, void shock. The onlookers beheld as Chun Fan gently clenched his right hand into a fist, then, akin to a pair of young lovers playfully sparring, he effortlessly delivered a punch into the air. This strike, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary phenomenon, felt merely like a gentle tickle. Yet, Lin Hu's body convulsed violently. An eerie indentation appeared on his back, and a profound fist imprint materialized on his chest. As he attempted to take another step, he found himself utterly drained, collapsing in place. Remarkably, Chun Fan had inflicted grave injury upon this seasoned warrior from across the sea with a mere punch, despite the distance of several meters. The 100-step divine fist? Uncle C was taken aback, springing to his feet. This was indeed the hallmark of a master in the transformative realm. Both Lin Hu's 1,000 mechanisms and Chun Fan's void hammer had merely employed certain secret techniques to invoke the true energy within, and could not be regarded as genuine external release of inner strength. However, Chun Fan's final strike was silent and lethal, executed from the air. This was the true essence of a master's prowess. A master in the transformative realm could claim a life from 100 paces away, akin to a specter or deity. At that moment, Lin Hu turned his back to the crowd, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he asked, "What style of boxing is this?" "True martial 36 forms, the first 3 forms," Chun Fan replied, retracting his fist with a nonchalant air. "I had originally prepared 7 forms for your master, but alas, you could only endure 3. Ah, the true martial 36 forms. Truly the boxing style of immortals." Lin Hu's voice dwindled. "I have been mistaken from the start. Master Qin is indeed a martial arts grandmaster. To witness such martial skill before my demise is no regret." As he spoke, his laughter faded, his eyelids drooping, and he collapsed by the lakeside, his body erupting with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Chun Fan's strike not only pierced through his chest, but also shattered his entire skeletal structure. To withstand this much was already attributed to Lin Hu's 30 years of arduous cultivation. A once great figure in the Chinese community, a disciple of Lei Qianjue. Lin Hu had perished. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chun Fan stood upon the arena and calmly inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" The arena fell into a profound silence. Neither the dignitaries on the high platform nor the wealthy spectators below dared to utter a word. From the moment Chun Fan made his entrance to the instant he dispatched Lin Hu with 3 strikes, merely a few minutes elapsed. Yet it utterly shattered the imaginations of countless spectators. Both Lin Hu's formidable prowess and Chun Fan's seemingly supernatural martial arts left them profoundly shaken. Was this truly the extent of human capability? Especially striking was Chun Fan's nonchalant demeanor, as if he were swatting a mere mosquito, which left their souls in a state of disarray. Yang Li and the others gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape. Ashio suddenly covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes fixed on the stage. The woman surnamed Lu felt a tremor in her heart, realizing that her previous assumptions were merely the musings of a frog at the bottom of a well. The bald man wished he could slap himself twice, lamenting that with his current state, he dared to harbor thoughts of a woman of such caliber. Xing Zhong, meanwhile, felt his body weaken, collapsing into the armchair, engulfed by despair. If even the martial arts master Lin Hu had perished, who could possibly rival this master Qin? Only Zhou Tianhao, with a triumphant expression, laughed heartily, feeling as though decades of suppressed frustration had been lifted in an instant. Chun Fan, Master Chun indeed? No wonder you dismissed the goodwill extended by me and Elder Gu. If I possessed your strength, why would I crave power or wealth? No obstacle could impede my path. I would cleave through them with a mere sword. Su Ao sat in the armchair, staring blankly at the youthful figure on the stage, suddenly recalling the conversation they had by the Yangui Lake. What he once deemed arrogance in Chun Fan now appeared to be a profound underestimation of this Master Chun. He knew that after today, this young man would become renowned throughout Jiangbei and even the entire Jiangnan province, a stature far beyond his own reach.